Chapter 1. The Grand Wedding and the Awakening System. In the southern region of the Eastern Wilderness, at the Tianchi residence of the Liu family, the divine island floated in midair, adorned by cascading silver waterfalls. Everywhere, celebratory decorations illuminated the atmosphere, suffusing it with joy. From time to time, luxurious carriages descended, radiant divine lights cascading down, creating a scene of extraordinary festivity. Among the guests arriving were prominent figures from the great sects and eternal holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness, bearing generous gifts. The Gu and Liu families extended their warmest welcomes, hosting an event of grand scale, truly a spectacle of magnificence. That young man seated over there must be the saint body of the Liu family, Liu Yuan, remarked several guests who had just taken their seats, their gazes converging on the same figure. Their eyes fell upon a young man in his 20s, with flowing black hair and strikingly handsome features, clad in an exquisite red robe adorned with golden embroidery, exuding the aura of a scion from a prestigious family. However, the protagonist of today's joyous occasion, sat alone in solitude, sipping his drink calmly, starkly contrasting the surrounding revelry. His appearance is indeed remarkable, one elder from the sect commented. Alas, he was born in the wrong era. The elders of the great sects exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with sorrow. The ancient saint body was a supreme constitution that possessed the potential of an emperor during the ancient times. With an unparalleled physique and extraordinary combat prowess, it had left numerous legends in the annals of cultivation history. Yet, for reasons unknown, this constitution fell victim to the heavens' jealousy, receiving an array of celestial shackles. Merely embarking on the path of cultivation was fraught with unimaginable difficulties, and the resources required for subsequent advancement were so vast that even ancient families struggled to provide. Consequently, this constitution became regarded as a waste, sinking into utter obscurity. Though the saint body cannot cultivate, its bloodline power remains formidable, one elder mused, their gaze shifting as they conversed through their divine consciousness. Indeed, another replied. Without substantial incentives, the Gu family would never consider marrying their divine daughter to a mere waste. However, for the Gu family, this is also a monumental gamble. Should they successfully give birth to a divine offspring, both families would rejoice. Conversely, if they fail, they risk losing both the daughter and their resources. The others nodded in agreement at this notion. The Gu family's divine daughter, Gu Qinghuang, was renowned far and wide. She had been hailed by many as one of the most beautiful women in the Eastern Wilderness, with young talents pursuing her in droves. Beyond her beauty, Gu Qinghuang possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, endowed with an innate Tao fetus constitution, naturally inclined toward the path, coupled with exceptional comprehension abilities. At merely 20 years of age, she had already ascended to the cave heaven realm, making her the strongest candidate for the contemporary saintess of the 10,000 initial Holy Land. Moreover, the combination of the innate Tao fetus and the ancient saint body held the potential to produce an unparalleled innate saint body offspring. Such a constitution was historically unmatched. Ancient texts recorded that, eons ago, a great emperor possessed a similar physique, achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor within a mere 500 years, dominating the realm without defeat, overshadowing the talents of myriad races, and suppressing an entire at last. The transformation into an immortal being has been achieved, ascending to the heavens. Should the two unite, they could conceive an offspring of such extraordinary caliber. This would undoubtedly elevate the Gu and Liu families to unprecedented heights. As time flowed on, the lively wedding banquet approached its conclusion. Under the subtle nods of several esteemed elders from the Liu family, Liu Yuan gradually rose and made his way towards the bridal chamber deep within the palace. After a brief moment, Liu Yuan halted, taking a deep breath before gently pushing the door open. Before him lay a wedding chamber steeped in antiquity. Crimson drapes hung low, and the soft flicker of candlelight cast a hazy, intimate ambience. At the center of the bed sat a woman, adorned in a resplendent red satin wedding gown, her head crowned with a golden phoenix headdress. Her beauty was unparalleled, her complexion fair and radiant. An ethereal aura enveloped her, exuding a celestial grace that made one feel insignificantly ordinary in her presence. At this moment, Gu Qingwang lifted her gaze. Their eyes met, and Lu Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. He had long heard tales of his bride's breathtaking beauty, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt an even greater sense of awe. It's getting late. Let us rest. Gu Qinghuang spoke softly, her enchanting voice devoid of any discernible emotion as she withdrew her gaze, her lips parting gently. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host detected to be experiencing a significant turning point in life, awakening system. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated as he registered the notification. After years of traversing this realm, had the system finally awakened? In his past life, he was an unremarkable office worker, a model citizen of society. It was merely after attending a class reunion and utilizing a software to play a game that he inexplicably found himself in this fantastical world. He was born into the Tianqi Lu family, yet merely as a distant relative, his status far from illustrious. Moreover, burdened with an ancient sacred body incapable of cultivation, he had faced endless disdain and ridicule, akin to the plight of a waste. Little did he expect that just before his wedding night, his system would awaken. Ding! System loading complete. Congratulations, host, on awakening the life choice system. As long as the host makes choices according to the system prompts, rewards will be granted. Option 1. Refuse to consummate the marriage and evade familial constraints. Reward. Solar Tao body. Option 2. Successfully wed and enjoy the beauties. Favor. Reward. Chaos body. In his mind, the two options resonated, causing Lu Yuan's expression to sharpen once more. Born into a family of cultivators, he was familiar with both physiques despite his inability to cultivate. The Solar Tao body, embodying utmost yang and rigidity, upon achieving great mastery, grants dominion over unparalleled offensive prowess, paving a path to imperial ascendance. Conversely, the Chaos body also boasts a formidable reputation. It is a physique favored by the heavens, unbound by the laws of the celestial path. It possesses the ability to merge with myriad paths, instinctively evolving all methods and annihilating all existence. Through the relentless pursuit of the primal essence of chaos, one can cultivate and instantly unleash profound arcane arts, which is exceedingly terrifying. The Chaos body. It may not be constrained by the laws of heaven and could potentially shatter the shackles of my sacred form in one fell swoop. Lu Yuan stood still, lost in contemplation. At that moment, beside him, Gu Qingwang noticed the hesitation etched upon his face, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly in concern. Since I have promised the Lu family my hand in marriage, I shall dutifully adhere to the ways of a devoted wife. There is no need for you to worry excessively about this. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that his future wife had come to terms with her situation. There would be no melodramatic scenarios of refusal or reluctance. If that is the case, I shall indeed choose the Chaos body. However, do not misunderstand. The matter of consummation is truly of little consequence. What truly matters is to leverage the unique attributes of the Chaos body to unravel the constraints of my sacred form. With that thought, Lu Yuan cast aside his lingering doubts, slowly removed his outer robe, and proceeded towards the bed. Chapter 2: The Shackles of Heaven, Shatter. On the following morning, when Lu Yuan awoke, the figure of Gu Qingwang had vanished, as if she were a fleeting dream. Only a striking crimson pattern on the bedding narrated the enchanting splendor of the previous night. Lu Yuan sat up, steadying his mind. After confirming that no one was outside the door, he silently commanded within, "System, claim the reward." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2, obtaining the Chaos body. In an instant, an unforeseen transformation ensued. Boundless chaos energy surged forth within Lu Yuan's body, swiftly weaving through his limbs and bones. It then began to astonishingly cleanse every part of him, his skeletal structure, flesh and blood, meridians, and vital organs. Lu Yuan's face contorted in pain. Involuntarily letting out a low cry, he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, enduring with all his might. This agony was no less than the excruciating process of having one's bones extracted and blood replaced, akin to countless insects gnawing at him, unbearable. Yet, Lu Yuan understood that this was an indispensable path to transform into the Chaos body. There was no alternative but to withstand it. As time ticked by, Lu Yuan found himself enveloped by the dark and mysterious chaos energy. The surrounding void collapsed and fractured, creating a vacuum zone. Faintly, the sounds of myriad great paths resonated, echoing the lament of the heavens and earth, a terrifying symphony. Uncertain how long had passed, Lu Yuan, seated on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a terrifying beam of chaotic light. At that moment, he felt unprecedentedly invigorated. He could distinctly sense the essence of the heavens and earth drifting through the void around him, as if it were an extension of himself, remarkably harmonious. With a mere thought, he could devour it all, completing the absorption of vital energy and taking the first step in his cultivation. He was eager to attempt unlocking the shackles of the heavenly Tao that bound his sacred body. In the next instant, he summoned all his strength, directing it toward the area 3 inches below his navel, the Sea of Bitterness, the first realm of cultivation, the source of power for cultivators. As a sacred body, he had longed to cultivate this pure land countless times, yet was restrained by the shackles of the heavenly Tao, which remained steadfast and immovable, presenting the greatest obstacle. Bang! The chaotic energy surged like raging waves, crashing down violently. After a few breaths, crack! A crisp sound resonated from within Lu Yuan's body, as if an invisible chain of order was being ruthlessly crushed and shattered by the primal chaos. Immediately, a torrent of formidable vital energy erupted forth, enveloping his exterior. Again, Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy, continuing to break through. Crack! The second shackle shattered. Then came the third, the fourth, until the 9th shackle crumbled. At last, Lu Yuan's Sea of Bitterness was opened. A radiant light burst forth from 3 inches below his navel, shining brilliantly like a golden sun, rising majestically. In the tumultuous sea of suffering, divine light illuminated the skies, while thunder and lightning intertwined amidst the surging waves, creating a spectacle of immense grandeur that could only be described as extraordinary. Ultimately, all strange phenomena converged. The entire sea of anguish transformed into a vast expanse of golden ocean, brimming with vibrant vitality, astonishingly surging. Is this the power of the ancient sacred body? Lu Yuan opened his palm, a look of exhilaration gracing his features. The old shackles of the past have been shed. Today, I truly recognize myself. This expression fits perfectly in this context. All prior celestial suppressions have vanished, as if he had been reborn. Every inch of flesh and blood pulsated with explosive, terrifying divine power, far exceeding mere thousands of pounds. Just as Lu Yuan reveled in this joy, a series of soft footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. His gaze sharpened, and a surge of chaotic energy enveloped his presence, concealing his aura from the outside world. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from beyond the door. Young master, are you awake? I am the young lady's maid, here to assist you with bathing and changing. A slightly youthful female voice floated in. Come in, Lu Yuan replied. As the words fell, the door creaked open. A young girl, clad in a dark green gown and possessing a striking beauty, stepped inside. She appeared to be in her prime, exuding a youthful vitality. Upon entering, her bright, expressive eyes scrutinized Lu Yuan without restraint. What is the matter? Lu Yuan inquired, touching his face in confusion. Ah, nothing. Young master, you're rather handsome. Quite contrary to what the outside world claims. The girl playfully stuck out her tongue, laughing lightly. Oh, what does the outside world say about me? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Just some idle gossip. Best not to pay it any mind. The girl offered, then gracefully introduced herself. I have grown up in the Gu family, serving the young lady all my life. You may call me Linger. Lu Yuan nodded silently. Gu Qinghuang's personal maid had a rather pleasant demeanor, devoid of the haughty arrogance characteristic of many servants. Instead, she was a lively and innocent young girl. Where is your young lady? Lu Yuan asked. She should be paying her respects to the 2 family heads. She'll likely return after a while. Mu Linger responded while tidying the disheveled bed. Upon noticing a crimson stain on the bedding, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily rolled it up, replacing it with a fresh one. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. According to ancient customs, after the wedding, a junior should pay respects to their elders. However, as a distant relative in the Lu family, he held a lowly status and was not qualified to meet the family head. Usually, matters of significance were communicated by the elder clan members. Therefore, Gu Qinghuang's decision not to summon him likely stemmed from this consideration. Young master, please bathe. Mu Linger gestured with her hand, and a glimmer of spiritual light emerged. A wooden tub, hot water, towels, and other toiletries materialized out of thin air. It was evident that the attendant was a cultivator of considerable stature, prompting Lu Yuan to silently marvel at the esteemed Gu family, a distinguished ancient lineage of the southern domain. Even Emir Maid possessed formidable cultivation. Subsequently, Lu Yuan, shedding any sense of hesitation, commenced his bathing and cleansing rituals under the attentive care of Mu Linger. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan donned a brand new dark robe, which accentuated his tall frame, bestowing upon him an air of elegance and grace that captivated Mu Linger's beautiful eyes, prompting her to offer a few words of admiration. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and stepped outside, inhaling deeply the crisp, invigorating air, feeling a profound sense of refreshment and ease envelop him. At that moment, a resplendent divine rainbow suddenly descended from the heavens, landing directly in the courtyard. Lu Yuan recognized this individual. It was Lu Jingming, a direct elder of the Lu family's third lineage. Not only was he of high status and authority, but his cultivation prowess was also exceedingly formidable, embodying the essence of a true deity. The realms of cultivation are as follows: Bitter Sea, Spirit Nurturing, Divine Palace, Cavern Heaven, Law Manifestation, Nirvana, Divine Communication, True God, Celestial Being, Monarch, Sage, Saint King, Great Sage, Quasi-Emperor, and Great Emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. Chapter 3: Departure after meeting with the clan elder. Lu Yuan maintained a tranquil demeanor as he clasped his hands in greeting. On the other side, Mu Linger also inclined her body slightly in acknowledgement of the Lu family elder. Lu Jingming, expressionless, offered a faint nod. His gaze then settled on Lu Yuan, lingering for a brief moment before he said, "Follow me. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon finishing his statement, a bony arm shot out like lightning, seizing Lu Yuan and whisking him away without regard for his consent. After a whirlwind of motion, the two found themselves atop a mountain peak. "How was last night? Did that girl from the Gu family cooperate?" Lu Jingming inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Lu Yuan, having anticipated that the family's higher-ups would send someone to inquire, was unfazed and responded calmly, "It was satisfactory." "What does satisfactory mean? Be more specific." Lu Jingming turned to regard him, his eyes narrowing, glinting with a fierce light. "How could I elaborate on matters that transpired within the room? Are you suggesting I recount everything from start to finish?" Lu Yuan frowned, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Jingming appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that a mere side branch descendant, who was also a waste, would dare to speak to him in such a manner. It seemed that the alliance with the Gu family had indeed bolstered his spirit. Yet, Lu Jingming understood that this matter was not one to be probed deeply, so he refrained from dwelling on it. Once Gu Qinghuang returned from her visit, she would be heading back to the Wanchu sacred land. "When you see her, be sure to express your desire to accompany her. Do you understand?" Lu Jingming instructed in a commanding tone. "I am to go to the Wanchu sacred land as well. Why was I not informed of this before?" Lu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "What difference does it make whether you know or not? The price our family paid to ally with the Gu family is beyond your imagination. Just the source stones alone amount to millions of pounds. Thus, you must spend time with Gu Qinghuang, striving to conceive a divine fetus at the earliest opportunity. Do you comprehend?" Lu Jingming remarked coldly, without the slightest hint of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. How contemptible that the family higher-ups regarded him merely as a breeding tool, disregarding any semblance of human rights or dignity. The notion of marrying a chicken follows a chicken, marrying a dog follows a dog was turned on its head in his case. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from the world. Yet, it was evident that the Lu family cared little for the reputation of a waste like him, focusing solely on whether Gu Qinghuang could bear a progeny with the innate holy body. However, perhaps this was fortuitous. It could provide him the opportunity to break free from the Lu family's control. He possessed the chaotic body and the ancient sacred body, 2 formidable physiques, alongside a system to assist in his cultivation. Once he took this step, he would be unbound, soaring freely as fish leap in the sea and birds fly high in the sky. Lu Yuan mused silently, offering no further response. "Let us depart. Gu Qinghuang will soon return. Remember my words." With that, Lu Jingming waved his hand, once again enveloping Lu Yuan, lifting him into the air. Not long after, a graceful figure appeared outside the hall. Gu Qinghuang, adorned in a flowing purple gown, displayed skin as radiant as jade, under the sun's illumination. She sparkled like the most exquisite of artworks, breathtakingly beautiful. "Ah, The young lady has returned, Mu Linger exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she sensed the familiar aura. Immediately rushing forward, the two women engaged in light-hearted conversation, their camaraderie evident. They resembled sisters rather than a mere mistress and servant. After exchanging a few casual words with Mu Linger, Gu Qingwang proceeded to enter her quarters alone. "You've returned," Lu Yuan remarked, touching his nose and greeting her in a semblance of formality. "Yes, I have paid my respects," Gu Qingwang replied with a gentle nod. The newlyweds, having weathered the storms of the previous night, found the reunion tinged with a hint of awkwardness, given their arranged marriage and lack of prior acquaintance. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable. Lu Yuan wore a hesitant expression, contemplating how to broach the subject at hand. At that moment, however, Gu Qingwang took the initiative to speak. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and stated calmly, "The wedding is concluded. I intend to return to the Wanchu Holy Land. Given your circumstances, it would be better for you to accompany me rather than remain in the Lu family." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her intently before asking, "Is this the will of the Lu family as patriarch?" Though the patriarch had merely hinted at the idea, the implications were clear. You lack the cultivation to travel alone to the Wanchu Holy Land. It would require an escort, which could become quite cumbersome. It is far more prudent to join the Wanchu Holy Land directly and reside there, thus avoiding any gossip. Gu Qingwang's beautiful eyes were serene as she spoke the truth. "Very well. When do we depart?" Lu Yuan inquired, his hesitation dissipating. "Today," Gu Qingwang replied. "So soon?" Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had intended to return to his maternal family to bid farewell to a few relatives, but it seemed time would not permit. He chose not to delay Gu Qingwang's schedule with further discussion. Half an hour later, a magnificent spiritual vessel materialized above the main island of the Lu family. "Qingwang, let us set sail," an elder in a gray robe said with a warm smile aboard the vessel. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Gu Qingwang replied with a graceful bow. She turned to Lu Yuan and Mu Linger, saying, "Let us be on our way." As her words fell, a gentle and resplendent divine light enveloped Lu Yuan and Mu Linger, lifting them gracefully into the air, and in the gaze of countless onlookers, they ascended aboard the vessel. Before long, the spiritual vessel embarked, gliding toward the horizon. Its size rivaled that of a small city, with interiors featuring exotic ancient trees, scenic rock formations, and numerous lavish rooms. The exterior was adorned with intricate patterns that shielded the occupants from external noise and the howling wind, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Lu Yuan stood on the deck, gazing down at the swiftly retreating mountains and rivers beneath him, his expression tinged with a sense of melancholy. After so many years, he was finally leaving this land behind. The shadows that had long accumulated in his heart seemed to dissipate in that moment. Conversely, a surge of ambition welled up from the depths of his being. In the past, he had no choice. Now, with the shackles finally shed, it felt as though he was reborn. "This path of cultivation, the road to the heavens, let us see just how far I can venture," Lu Yuan murmured to himself. A terrifying glimmer of chaotic light flickering in his eyes, sharp and imposing. Chapter 4. The Sacred Land of Wanchu. The spiritual vessel traversed through the void with remarkable speed, reaching the sacred land of Wanchu in merely 2 days. Beneath, towering peaks rose in majestic clusters, shrouded in mist, where ethereal light flowed, creating an enchanting haze that obscured clarity. Amidst the myriad mountains and ravines stood grand palatial complexes, imposing and magnificent, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Occasionally, the harmonious calls of celestial birds and mystical beasts echoed through the valleys, their sounds ethereal and melodious, painting a picture of a transcendent paradise. "Elder, let us alight here," Gu Qingwang said, bowing gracefully to the elder clad in gray. "Indeed, Qingwang, the selection for the position of saintess at the sacred land is about to commence. Though you have recently wed, do not neglect your cultivation, understand?" The elder in gray advised with a serious expression, casting a subtle glance at Lu Yuan nearby, clearly indicating that Gu Qingwang should not become overly distracted by matters of the heart. "Yes, I understand," Gu Qingwang replied with a gentle nod. Subsequently, the elder of the Gu family made no further delay, maneuvering the spiritual vessel to change direction and hastening away. A moment later, Lu Yuan, Gu Qingwang, and Mu Linger arrived at the outer hall. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a few figures present. In the central position sat an elderly man with graying hair, the esteemed outer elder of the sacred land, Su Rong. Upon seeing Gu Qinghuang's arrival, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah, Qinghuang, did you not return home to marry? How is it that you have returned so swiftly?" With a slight smile, Gu Qinghuang replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Su. With the grand competition approaching, I must prepare in advance, hence my prompt return." "Ah, I see. That makes sense," Su Rong nodded thoughtfully. "The position of Sanus is of great significance. It is indeed wise to prepare diligently. I have come today to request Elder Su's assistance in facilitating the entry procedures for Lu Yuan. I am uncertain if it aligns with the recommendation process of the sacred land." Gu Qinghuang inquired softly, glancing at Lu Yuan. "Oh." Su Rong's gaze shifted to Lu Yuan. Although the young man possessed an extraordinary demeanor, he exhibited no aura of spiritual energy, appearing to be an ordinary mortal. However, Su Rong was aware of the alliance between the Gu and Lu families and quickly surmised Lu Yuan's true identity. "The ancient holy body of the Tianqi Lu family has arrived. Since you have personally recommended him, it is certainly permissible. Young friend, please accompany me." Su Rong replied with a warm smile, readily agreeing. "Thank you, Elder Su. I appreciate your assistance." Gu Qinghuang expressed her gratitude before signaling to Lu Yuan with her eyes. Lu Yuan nodded and promptly followed the elder into the outer hall. Before long, a token symbolizing Lu Yuan's identity as an outer disciple of the sacred land had been engraved and handed to him. In addition, he received a corner array plate and a guidebook for newcomers. At this point, Lu Yuan had officially joined the Wanshu sacred land. He stepped out of the grand hall, scrutinizing the corner formation plate with a hint of perplexity on his face. This formation plate was used to unlock the cave dwelling. In the Wanshu sacred land, outer disciples each possessed their own independent abodes. However, the internal facilities were rather rudimentary, which might take some getting used to. Therefore, there was no need to concern himself with it. He should accompany her to reside at Qixia Peak, patiently explained Gu Qinghuang upon noticing his confusion. Just then, a notification sound from the system resonated in his mind. Ding, detecting the current experiences of the host, triggering option rewards, please choose. Option 1. Accompany Gu Qinghuang to reside at Qixia Peak, reward of 10,000 gene of source. Option 2. Decline to accompany, reside alone in the outer sect. Reward of an ancient imperial scripture. The system rewards had been triggered. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The choice between 10,000 gene of source and the imperial scripture was self-evident. Moreover, he had gathered considerable intelligence regarding the Wanshu sacred land during his time with Mu Linger. Gu Qinghuang was a disciple of a prominent female elder in the Wanshu sacred land, and Qixia Peak was the sanctuary of that distinguished figure. In terms of cultivation, she was likely even more formidable than Lu Zhiming of the True God Realm. Bearing the chaos body and ancient sacred body, training under such a powerful figure would undoubtedly present several inconveniences. Therefore, residing alone in the outer sect was evidently the wisest choice at this moment. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan turned to Gu Qinghuang and smiled, saying, "No worries. I am accustomed to a carefree lifestyle. I shall reside in the outer sect. Furthermore, with the grand competition of the Wanshu sacred land approaching, my presence might distract you from your cultivation." Upon hearing this, both Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger were taken aback, clearly surprised by his response. "Young master, residing in the outer sect means no one will attend to your needs. Have you considered this thoroughly?" Mu Linger blinked and advised, "I am merely a collateral member of the Lu family, always self-reliant. Not some pampered young master in need of care." Lu Yuan gently declined Mu Linger's well-intentioned offer. "Missed this." Mu Linger cast a glance at Gu Qinghuang, hesitating to speak. "Very well, since you are so determined, I shall respect your choice," Gu Qinghuang replied, although her exquisite face bore a serene expression. A peculiar feeling began to subtly stir within her regarding Lu Yuan. Then, as if struck by a thought, Gu Qinghuang elegantly revealed a beautifully crafted token that shimmered with a purple radiance. "Upon my return, I will likely enter seclusion for a period. With this token, you may freely access most areas of the sacred land. Should you require assistance, seek Linger at Qixia Peak." "Understood." Lu Yuan nodded, accepting it without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qinghuang sensed the coordinates recorded on the formation plate and summoned a divine rainbow, carrying Lu Yuan as they soared into the sky. Before long, the three individuals arrived at the foot of a mountain. Infusing their spiritual energy, the formation glowed. The cave at the far edge slowly opened. Although the interior was not particularly large, roughly resembling a space of 50 to 60 square units, It was furnished with a stone table, stone chairs, and stone beds, making it a rather suitable refuge. Well then, we shall take our leave. Take care of yourself, Gu Qinghuang said, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex emotion as she gazed at Lu Yuan. Yes, take care, Lu Yuan replied with a light smile. As his words echoed, Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger did not linger any longer. With a flash of divine light beneath their feet, they vanished from sight. System, claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Ancient Emperor's Heart Method, a volume of Taoist scriptures. Chapter 5. The Dragon's Pool. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged upon the stone platform, retrieving a sheet of golden parchment from the system space. Upon closer inspection, he found it densely inscribed with ancient characters. A mere glance invoked a resounding symphony of profound Tao sounds within his mind, akin to the resonant tolling of a great bell, reverberating and startling. Truly, this was the essence of the imperial scripture, marvelously enigmatic. Lu Yuan's countenance brightened with joy as he diligently focused his vision, meticulously studying the contents of the golden parchment. Yet, after only a few breaths, he felt a dryness and piercing pain in his eyes, rendering further observation impossible. It was indeed challenging to comprehend. Unyielding in his pursuit, Lu Yuan allowed a stream of chaotic energy to flow from his fingertips, gently brushing it across his eyes. With a thunderous roar, the blinding radiance emitted from the golden parchment immediately dimmed, and the ancient Tao rhythms above gradually settled into tranquility. The chaotic body, capable of merging with myriad paths, inherently evolving countless methods. Such claims were beyond mere rhetoric. The intricate, obscure ancient texts swiftly decomposed, rearranged, and recombined before Lu Yuan's eyes, revealing an astonishing power of transcendent deduction that transformed the miraculous into the mundane. Subsequently, Lu Yuan entered a state of deep meditation, devoting himself entirely to his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. A tall figure remained resolutely still, as the resonant sounds of the great Tao echoed within him. Akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, an unceasing tide of formidable energy. An hour later, Lu Yuan emerged from the depths of his meditation. With sudden clarity, he opened his eyes, a blinding brilliance shooting forth like a golden lightning bolt cleaving the sky. Ah, I believe I have truly embarked upon the path of cultivation now. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring to himself. He had spent an entire night in unwavering stillness, not a trace of fatigue upon him. On the contrary, he felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with boundless energy, surging forth like a gushing spring, utterly astonishing. Moreover, at this moment, he had birthed a faint spark of divine consciousness, enabling him to conduct preliminary introspection. Peering into his own sea of suffering, surveying his internal organs with extraordinary clarity. My sea of suffering is at least tenfold greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Even if I were to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao, the resources required for advancement would far exceed those needed by others. To swiftly elevate my cultivation, a source of power is indispensable. Lu Yuan contemplated silently within his heart. Subsequently, he opened the introductory guide he had obtained from the outer hall and perused its contents. Upon reading the description of the Dragon's Pool, his gaze sharpened, and a spark of interest ignited within him. The Wanchu Sacred Land, renowned as a premier force in the eastern wilderness, undoubtedly extends abundant benefits to its disciples. The Dragon's Pool is one such treasure. It is said that beneath it lies a serpentine dragon vein stretching for tens of thousands of miles, formed over countless ages. There, the essence of heaven and earth is extraordinarily rich, regarded by the disciples of the Wanchu Sacred Land as a sacred site for cultivation, a rare place of fortuitous opportunity. However, access to the Dragon's Pool is not granted to all who desire to come and go at will. The sacred land of Wanchu has explicit regulations. Outer disciples are permitted to cultivate only in the outermost layer and may stay for just one day each month. Inner disciples can access the second underground level, with a stay of 3 days per month. Core disciples are granted entry to the third underground level, allowing them 5 days of cultivation each month. The deeper one descends, the closer they approach the dragon vein of heaven and earth, resulting in a denser concentration of vital energy, thereby enhancing the efficiency of their cultivation. As for the true transmission disciples, stewards, benefactors, elders, and others of such rank, there are no documented stipulations. However, it is reasonable to surmise that those who attain such levels are likely free from time constraints. As an outer disciple of the sacred land of Wanchu, It is not excessive to absorb some of the dragon vein's vital energy. I shall utilize this month's allowance. With this thought, Lu Yuan ceased his hesitation, rising abruptly and making his way outside the cave dwelling. The sacred land of Wancha spans an extensive area, even surpassing the entirety of the heavenly pool. Furthermore, the number of disciples within is numerous. Along the path, radiant divine rainbows occasionally streak across the sky, as plentiful as stars, dazzling the eyes. It was not until an hour had passed that Lu Yuan, guided by the entrance manual, arrived at the location of the long-accumulating ravine. Towering mountains flanked both sides of the ravine, nearly piercing the clouds. Viewed from a distance, it indeed resembled a deep mountain gorge. At this moment, in a clearing outside, numerous disciples of the sacred land had gathered. Each held a token in hand, forming a long queue at the entrance like a dragon. Lu Yuan scanned the surroundings, finally selecting a line at random and quietly waiting at the rear. The queue inched forward slowly. Despite the considerable number of people present, few dared to cut in or push, adhering to the rules. Clearly, the stewards at the forefront of the entrance were not to be trifled with. Just then, a commotion arose not far ahead. Sister Lu Hong. Sister Lu Hong has arrived. The disciples of the sacred land exclaimed in unison, their gazes converging on a single direction. A woman clad in blue, riding a magnificent celestial crane, gracefully descended upon the clouds. Her mere presence captivated the entire audience, indicating her distinguished status and popularity within the sacred land. Upon her arrival, Lu Hong did not conform to the customary queue, but instead soared directly to the forefront, greeting the stewards before effortlessly entering the ravine. Alas, even the celestial crane ridden by Sister Lu Hong can freely enter the long-accumulating ravine to cultivate. It truly is infuriating to see someone so favored. A voice of envy lamented. Junior brother, spare yourself the daydreams. Take a look in the mirror before you venture out. As a mere outer disciple, struggling at the sea of suffering realm, what could you possibly do while riding her? Another retorted disdainfully, moreover, she is one of the 7 true transmission disciples. Oh, wait, perhaps in 3 months, we shall be calling her Princess Saint instead. Though Sister Lu Hong is formidable, the other 2 are not to be underestimated. Sister Gu, possessing the innate Tao, is closely aligned with the great Tao. This alone nearly secures her an invincible position. The disciples each hold differing opinions regarding the selection of the holy woman. Soon, someone voices a rebuttal. Sister Gu. She has likely just recently wed and is still at the heavenly pool. Alas, how unfortunate and lamentable. How could such a celestial beauty marry a mere wastrel? Truly, a brilliant flower planted in a pile of dung. It is unjust. It is unjust. The topic, ignited by Lu Hong, quickly fermented and spread among the crowd. Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, paid it no mind, merely offering a smile. For he believes that one day, his name will resound throughout the eastern wilderness and echo across the 5 domains. The chaotic sacred body shall reach its pinnacle, reigning supreme over all. Chapter 6. A frantic enhancement. After the passage of half an hour, it was finally Lu Yuan's turn. He presented the token that symbolized his status as an outer sect disciple to the steward of the sacred land. The steward merely lifted his eyelids, scanned with his spiritual consciousness, and upon finding no issues, promptly granted him passage. Subsequently, Lu Yuan stowed away the token and joined the throng, swiftly entering the ravine. As he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming surge of ethereal energy enveloped him, invigorating his senses and causing his pores to expand in delight. It felt as though he had submerged himself in an ocean of spiritual essence. Truly, this was the Yulong Ravine. To cultivate here would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Accelerating his progress immensely, Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, silently marveling at the scene. Without further ado, he located a spacious area, settled himself into a meditative posture, and began to channel his Taoist scriptures, initiating his practice. Boom! In an instant, the golden sea of suffering within him erupted, no longer tranquil, but surging with tumultuous waves, a cacophony of sound. Concurrently, threads of celestial energy, as if drawn by a mysterious force, surged rapidly towards his position. The energy flowed into his body like a gentle stream, meandering through his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh, and refining every sinew, fortifying his physique. After half an hour, Lu Yuan ceased his practice, a frown creasing his brow. Although the ethereal energy here was abundant, the methodical cultivation proved to be rather sluggish. Even after a day, he feared he might only manage to ascend a minor realm. Such an outcome was far from his desires. Resolving to abandon his hesitations, he decided to commence devouring the energy directly. In this world, There were numerous domineering absorption techniques, yet few would conceive of utilizing the chaotic body. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Lu Yuan focused his mind and immediately activated the chaotic essence within him. From the sea of suffering, a pitch-black void began to rise, swirling rapidly and vibrating violently. In that instant, a remarkable transformation unfolded. Centered around Lu Yuan, torrents of celestial energy began to converge frantically towards him. The originally pale yellow energy transformed at a visible rate, deepening in hue. Ultimately, it coalesced into golden streams, threatening to solidify as they surged forth. What is this? At that moment, several outer sect disciples nearby sensed an anomaly. They simultaneously opened their eyes and gazed in the same direction. Hiss! Such a domineering gathering technique. I have never witnessed such a speed of absorption before. The grade is undoubtedly high, far surpassing what an ordinary outer sect disciple could cultivate. Some gasped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a hint of shock. Humph, clearly a naive greenhorn. To dare siphon celestial energy in a place like Yulong Ravine. He must not fear bursting his own body. Not far away, a young man clad in a green robe snorted disdainfully before quickly averting his gaze, resuming his meditation and ignoring the spectacle. Among the outer disciples of the Wanchu sacred land, there are indeed individuals hailing from esteemed families of cultivators, possessing remarkable backgrounds. Thus, it is not unusual for them to acquire advanced chi gathering techniques. However, the primal energy emanating from the underground dragon veins, though abundant, is ultimately not the pure energy sealed within source stones. It remains exceedingly turbulent. For cultivators to assimilate this energy into their bodies, it must undergo a rigorous process of refinement before it can be utilized. Yet, there stands a figure, seemingly of modest cultivation, who dares to absorb such a vast amount of energy all at once. It is uncertain whether this audacity stems from exceptional skill or from a reckless pursuit of rapid success that has clouded their judgment. Most likely, it is the latter. After all, outer disciples are permitted to practice in the Yulong Gorge for merely one day each month, making every moment profoundly precious. There are always many who harbor such ambitions. As the incense burned for half a stick, he continued to absorb. Has he lost his mind? Some outer disciples gazed wide-eyed, utterly entranced. Never mind him. Time is invaluable, and one must focus on their own cultivation. Indeed, it is wise to keep a distance from that reckless lad, lest one be caught in the explosion and drenched in their own blood. With a cold chuckle of schadenfreude, one swiftly rose and relocated to a safer distance. At this moment, Lu Yuan sat in meditative stillness, akin to an ancient monk in deep concentration, utterly motionless. The torrents of immense primal energy flowed into his body without even stirring a ripple, forcefully subdued by the chaotic essence within him. The myriad strands of chaotic energy washed over him, transforming instantaneously into gentle and pure celestial energy, which he rapidly absorbed. This exemplifies the formidable advantage of the chaotic body in cultivation, refining the energies of the cosmos for personal use. It is undeniably domineering. As time progressed, the day swiftly approached its end. With each passing moment, Lu Yuan's cultivation steadily ascended. First heavenly layer of the Bitter Sea Realm. Second heavenly layer of the Bitter Sea Realm. Third heavenly layer of the Bitter Sea Realm. Waves of fury surged, interwoven with lightning. Within Lu Yuan's Bitter Sea, golden light radiated brilliantly, and intricate divine patterns were being crystallized. Simultaneously, his fleshly apertures were being thoroughly nourished. The essence within his blood surged forth, continually augmenting his physique. His organs, bones, and meridians experienced a qualitative leap, becoming remarkably resilient and immensely powerful. As Lu Yuan's voracious absorption continued, the surrounding primal energies visibly thinned. Initially, few paid it any heed. However, as time passed, more individuals sensed something amiss. Suddenly, upon opening their eyes, they discovered that the practitioner of the advanced Qi gathering technique had yet to cease. It was as if their body were a bottomless pit, relentlessly plundering the energies of the cosmos. By the heavens, what a madman! A freak! Many outer disciples cursed under their breath, hastily rising to evacuate the area, as if fleeing from a plague. However, this action also ignited a spark of indignation in some. A series of malevolent gazes swept across Lu Yuan's face, seemingly intent on etching his image into their memories, plotting to settle the score once they emerged from the depths of Yunlong Gorge. However, the young man clad in a blue robe lingered in the vicinity, unwilling to concede defeat, engaging in a fierce contest with Lu Yuan. He too summoned a remarkable spirit-gathering technique, fervently vying for the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, The outcome was all too predictable, rather than standing on equal footing. Under Lu Yuan's domineering plunder, even a mere sip of the spiritual essence proved exceedingly arduous to attain. Such audacity! The young man seethed with rage, his countenance dark and brooding as he abruptly rose to his feet. His fingers swiftly converged, radiating with a glimmering aura as he aimed to strike towards Lu Yuan, who stood not far away. With a whoosh, a piercing beam of light shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing and its lethality formidable. Just then, Lu Yuan sensed the impending danger, his eyes snapping open as he clenched his fist, bringing it crashing down with immense force. Chapter 7. The First Skirmish Boom. The fierce beam of light was obliterated by Lu Yuan's punch, transforming into scattered divine sparks that dissipated into the void. Who are you? Why have you disturbed my cultivation? Lu Yuan rose to his feet, frowning as he spoke icily. Humph, I must admit my misjudgment. You possess some skill. The young man glanced at him with an arrogant demeanor, coldly declaring, Do you think this Long Yuan Gorge is reserved solely for you? To occupy a territory and forcibly siphon off spiritual energy. Do you understand the rules? It's all about cultivating based on one's abilities. What rules are you referring to? If you cannot compete, you can simply move elsewhere like everyone else. Lu Yuan replied with a calm expression. Cannot compete with you? How laughable. Don't think that just because you've acquired a high-level spirit-gathering technique, you can act wantonly in the outer sect. To be frank, you're still far from it. As your senior, allow me to properly discipline you. The young man laughed in fury, his eyes glinting with malice as he advanced step by step. At this moment, within the outermost layer of Long Yuan Gorge, many disciples were drawn to the commotion, turning their gazes toward the scene. TSK, this naive fool has indeed offended Lu Mu. This works in our favor. We need not intervene. Let us enjoy the spectacle. Several onlookers chuckled derisively, their faces painted with schadenfreude. After having their share of spiritual energy snatched away, anyone would feel unease. If it were a well-known tough character from the outer sect, it would be one thing. But to have it happen to an unfamiliar face, such ignorance of the world. Meanwhile, the disciples observing from afar cast glances at Lu Yuan, their expressions tinged with pity. Lu Mu, at the 7th level of the Bitter Sea realm, was already quite formidable within the outer sect. Rarely did anyone dare to provoke him. To be targeted by him meant certain hardship. What? Are you planning to strike here? Lu Yuan remained composed and unruffled as the young man approached. After a day of cultivation, his prowess had surged, and he felt little to fear. And so what? Consider this a lesson. Lu Mu sneered, and in the next moment, he erupted into action. His hands swiftly formed seals, divine energy from the Bitter Sea surging forth as dozens of condensed divine patterns suddenly erupted, transforming into sharp, lethal little swords that swept forward. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and an explosive surge of vitality coursed through him as he executed a remarkable maneuver. Whoosh, whoosh. Surrounded by resplendent golden light, Lu Yuan moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the rain of swords as if traversing an empty realm. In the blink of an eye, he evaded all attacks. Then, as he stamped his foot down, a terrifying force seemed to shake the very ground itself. And he shot forth like a streak of golden lightning, charging toward Lu Mu. What? Lu Mu's expression changed. He had never anticipated such swiftness. This was not merely a technique of movement, but an astonishing display of raw physical power. Amidst the chaos, Lu Mu gritted his teeth and once again conjured several divine runes to launch a fierce assault. Boom, boom. Lu Yuan stood his ground, unwavering and resolute, shattering the myriad runes with 3 punches and 2 kicks, advancing towards Lu Mu. Then, with a mighty swing of his right arm, he unleashed a devastating punch that struck Lu Mu squarely in the chest. This blow was imbued with tremendous force, a ferocity beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. If one were to be caught off guard, they would not escape unscathed. Uffed. Lu Mu coughed up blood, his body sent flying several dozen feet, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking. He could hardly fathom how many ribs had been broken as he crashed heavily to the ground. How could this be possible? Lu Mu, at the 7th level of the Bitter Sea realm, was utterly outmatched by this individual. When had such a formidable figure emerged from the outer sect? The onlooking disciples stood frozen in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. You. Lu Mu clutched his chest, struggling to rise, his eyes ablaze with fury. To be reduced to such a pitiful state by an unknown adversary was an unbearable humiliation. You claimed you would teach me the rules? With such limited skills, how could you instruct me? A mocking smirk curled at the corners of Lu Yuan's lips. After a brief display of his prowess, he felt an even greater confidence in his current strength. You seek death. Enraged, Lu Mu summoned a long sword-like artifact with a flick of his hand. Infusing it with divine power, it erupted in a brilliant radiance, emanating an exceptionally sharp aura. Too slow. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, speaking with a calm detachment. As he spoke, he activated his speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared before Lu Mu in the blink of an eye. Slap. Lu Yuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending Lu Mu sprawling several dozen feet away once more. His head spun, his ears rang, and his face swelled grotesquely, marked with bruises of blue and purple, a sight too painful to behold. I will kill you. Lu Mu felt a burning pain on his face, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. Humph, it seems you can take a hit. I shall strike you again until you submit. Lu Yuan's demeanor was cold as he advanced step by step. Initially, had it not been for his swift reflexes, that sneak attack would have severely injured an ordinary disciple. He harbored no sympathy for such ruthless opponents. As Lu Yuan approached, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Mu's face, as if he were haunted by the shadows of defeat. Just then, a terrifying presence suddenly emanated from the mountainside. What are you all doing loitering here instead of training? A steward stationed outside, sensing the situation, arrived on the scene. The gathered disciples, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately scattered like startled birds, no longer daring to linger. What is happening? The steward of the sacred ground cast a glance at the two combatants, frowning as he inquired. Before Lu Yuan could utter a word, Lu Mu, the villain, accused others first, claiming that Lu Yuan had usurped his cultivation spot and even harmed him, leaving him in such a pitiful state. Is that so? The Sanctum's steward turned to Lu Yuan and inquired coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Mu would prove to be so spineless as to report him to the steward. However, he was disinclined to offer any explanations. Instead, he produced the token that Gu Qing Wang had given him, waving it slightly. The purple gold token. The steward's gaze sharpened immediately. This token was exclusively bestowed upon true disciples. The fact that it had been granted to an outer disciple indicated a significant connection. Moreover, there were only 7 true disciples in the Wanchu sacred land. It was not merely a matter for a lowly steward. Even the elders would tread carefully in their presence. After all, no one could predict which of the 7 true disciples would become the future Saint Child or Saint Maiden, or who might ascend to become the Lord of Wanchu. What is your name? The steward asked as he scrutinized the swollen, pig-like visage of Lu Mu, unable to discern his identity after a prolonged examination. Disciple Lu Mu. Lu Mu apologize. Chapter 8. The Chaotic Steel Apologies? Lu Mu was utterly bewildered. Despite suffering such a grievous beating, he was expected to apologize. What kind of logic was that? Just as he was about to protest, a chilling gaze silenced him, the warning unmistakable. Lu Mu felt a profound sense of indignation, yet he dared not retaliate. After all, the individual before him was a steward of the sacred ground. To extinguish his life would be as trivial as crushing an ant. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Mu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he bent deeply to pay his respects to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily. To his surprise, the purple gold token proved quite effective. Even a steward of the sacred ground had to show some deference, allowing him to bypass certain protocols. Subsequently, Lu Yuan had no desire to linger over the matter. He turned and strode away with purpose. A day spent training at the Yunlong Gorge had allowed Lu Yuan to ascend several minor realms, yielding immense benefits. He was now not far from the 4th layer of the Bitter Sea realm. The scroll of imperial scriptures had laid an exceptionally solid foundation for him. Given his current physical prowess, traversing several minor realms was as effortless as eating or drinking. I should return to consolidate my cultivation, Lu Yuan mused inwardly, making his way back to his residence. Shortly thereafter, he passed by a peculiar peak, and he felt the chaotic essence within him begin to swirl uncontrollably. It seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force. Lu Yuan halted, gazing intently at the summit. He could distinctly sense that the source of this power emanated from the peak above. What could it be that stirred his chaotic body into resonance? Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding. Current experiences of the host detected, triggering option rewards. 1. Ascend the peak to investigate. Reward of 500 pounds of essence. 2. Ignore it and return directly. Reward of a superior grade magic artifact. Rewards have been triggered. 500 pounds of essence, and a superior-grade magic artifact. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered momentarily. In the realm of cultivation, various weapons and magical treasures were distinctly categorized. The hierarchy spanned from magic artifacts, spiritual treasures, sentient artifacts, divine weapons, sacred arms, to the supreme imperial weapons. Superior-grade magic artifacts possess considerable might, and even ordinary inner disciples might not possess one. In terms of value, they far surpassed 500 pounds of essence. However, having triggered system rewards several times, Lu Yuan had begun to discern a pattern. Only experiences capable of significantly influencing his life trajectory would elicit a system notification. Thus, the summit must harbor something extraordinary, worthy of exploration. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan altered his course and made his way toward the nearby peak. The mountain was steep and strewn with bizarre rocks, lacking any semblance of a complete path. Despite Lu Yuan's formidable physique, after an extended ascent, he felt a twinge of fatigue. Fortunately, half an hour later, he finally reached the summit, and the chaotic essence within him became increasingly vibrant. Before him stood an ancient stone tablet, entirely obsidian, shimmering with a dark luster. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that seemed to slow the very flow of his blood. At that moment, beside the stone tablet stood a man in white, tall and poised. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a countenance as refined as jade, exuding an ethereal grace. Ah, an outer sect disciple? The man in white turned to Lu Yuan with a light gasp, seemingly taken aback. Come closer, since you have found your way here. It signifies a connection to this object, and perhaps you may encounter a significant fortuity. The man smiled gently, his words soothing, akin to a spring breeze. May I inquire what this is? Lu Yuan stepped forward, observing the stone tablet, his eyes filled with curiosity. It is inscribed with texts made from chaotic stone. The man in white explained. Chaotic stone. Lu Yuan's expression hardened upon hearing this. No wonder he felt an inexplicable kinship with the stone tablet. This chaotic stone was a supreme treasure, comparable to materials of celestial gold quality. Eons ago, a great emperor crafted an unparalleled imperial weapon from it, shaking the very cosmos. Its rarity was thus evident, and given its substantial size, its worth was beyond estimation. What did you mean by significant fortuity? Lu Yuan pondered briefly before asking again. With such a sizable piece of chaotic stone here, the prominent figures in the Wanshu Holy Land would undoubtedly sense its presence. There must be deeper mysteries at play. The inscriptions, the man in white continued. Our Wanshu Holy Land has been established for several 100,000 years. The most profound secret techniques stem from these 9 chaotic stone tablets. However, the scriptures etched upon them are exceedingly obscure. Disciples lacking the requisite affinity cannot comprehend them and would merely squander their time. Thus, these 9 chaotic stone tablets have been sealed away by the esteemed figures of our sect through supreme means. Their appearance is uncertain, as is their location. Only disciples with a connection to the stone tablets can resonate with them and find this place, like you and I. I see. Thank you for enlightening me, senior brother. Lu Yuan responded, his expression one of dawning realization. Make the most of this time to comprehend. At any moment, the stone tablet may vanish. Understood. With that, the two took their respective places and began to contemplate the chaotic stone tablet. Lu Yuan focused his gaze upward, unwavering. In an instant, everything around him became a blur. The myriad symbols of the Tao inscribed on the chaotic stone tablet seemed to come alive, each flowing with ancient rhythms. In Lu Yuan's eyes, they intertwined and reconfigured endlessly. Infinite principles and celestial sounds resonated in his heart, extraordinary and profound. Thus, the two sat in meditation, each delving into profound enlightenment. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The chaotic stone tablet emitted a radiant glow, seemingly awakening to consciousness, soaring from the mountaintop and vanishing into the void. Regrettably, the man in white stirred from his cultivation, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes, as he realized he had not fully comprehended the enigmatic scriptures inscribed upon the tablet. In contrast, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his spirit vibrant, as if he had garnered significant insights. At that moment, both rose and exchanged glances. Lu Yuan could sense that the man in white was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. His strength was formidable beyond measure. May I inquire your name, esteemed brother? Lu Yuan asked. The man in white smiled and replied, with your innate talent, we shall meet again soon. At that time, you will naturally know. As his words faded, a divine rainbow flashed, and the man in white gracefully departed. Chapter 9. the abyss of suffering, a man of unfathomable depths. Lu Yuan gazed in the direction of his departure, murmuring softly to himself. Subsequently, he ceased to linger in that place, retracing his steps down the mountain. Before long, Lu Yuan returned to his secluded dwelling. System, claim rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1, earning 500 pounds of source. As the prompt resonated, a multitude of pure source stones resembling amber appeared within the system space, each containing a rich essence of heaven and earth. These were indispensable for a cultivator's practice and served as the fundamental currency for trade. This venture had yielded significant rewards. If all 500 pounds of source were refined, it should propel my cultivation to the late stage of the abyss of suffering. Moreover, I have acquired a formidable method for refining the spirit. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. This method, named the Chaotic Divine Demon Visualization Technique, was derived from his observation of the scriptures inscribed on the Chaotic Stone Tablet. Although its grade remains unknown, the very name suggests its extraordinary nature, and it is a particularly rare technique for spirit refinement. Typically, cultivators only open their sea of consciousness and give birth to their primordial spirit upon reaching the Divine Palace realm. Early cultivation of divine consciousness would greatly benefit the future refinement of the Divine Palace. Thereafter, Lu Yuan dismissed further thoughts. With a wave of his hand, a corner of the formation plate manifested in his grasp. He infused it with his magical energy, and instantly, a rudimentary protective array materialized outside his dwelling, shielding it from the prying eyes of other cultivators. Having completed his preparations, Lu Yuan spread out over 100 pounds of source across the ground, promptly urging the chaotic energy to begin its melting and assimilation. Crack, crack, as one source stone after another shattered, a wave of pure, dense essence of heaven and earth enveloped the entire dwelling, swirling like mist, nearly liquefying. Lu Yuan channeled his Taoist scriptures, resuming his cultivation. Time slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Yuan emerged from his profound meditative state. He slowly rose to his feet, stretching his joints. A series of crisp sounds erupted from his body, reminiscent of popping beans. In that moment, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of vitality. His blood surged mightily, and his essence was abundant, with explosive power coursing through every inch of his flesh. He was transformed, almost unrecognizable from his former self. He had officially stepped into the 7th layer of the abyss of suffering. However, despite his swift progress, the resources consumed for cultivation were astonishing. In total, he had refined over 400 pounds of source. For other cultivators, this amount would likely suffice to reach the pinnacle of the abyss of suffering. It was no wonder that the ancient holy body is known for its arduous cultivation. Even ancient families struggle to provide the necessary support. The initial stages alone demand such quantities. The later stages would likely prove to be an insatiable abyss. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan remained unconcerned. With the assistance of the system in his cultivation, as long as he triggered a few more choices, any resources would be easily within his grasp, leaving him free from worry. Soon after, Lu Yuan began to cultivate the Chaotic Divine Demon Visualization Technique. Gradually, his mind emptied, and his consciousness withdrew inward. Memories of the ancient scriptures inscribed on the chaotic steel rapidly reassembled in his mind. Lu Yuan's spiritual awareness transcended into an abyss of nothingness. There was no light, no time, and no points of reference. The air was thick with tumultuous chaos, swirling and unpredictable. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, this void trembled violently, and the fabric of space began to collapse. A colossal shadow of a deity emerged, exuding an ancient and primal terror. This spectral figure was so immense it nearly filled the entirety of existence, its body adorned with countless mysterious runes, glimmering like stars and encompassing all. Lu Yuan concentrated deeply, using his spiritual essence to contemplate the myriad symbols etched upon the deity's form, forging his will. In this realm, the concept of time was irrelevant. A fleeting moment could stretch into a century, and a century could vanish in an instant. The experience was both protracted and vacuous. For those with wavering resolve, it would surely lead to madness and utter collapse. After an hour, Lu Yuan's spiritual awareness became disordered, forcibly withdrawing from his contemplation. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was utterly fatigued. This technique was indeed extraordinary. Merely a brief session had significantly augmented his spiritual power. At such a pace, opening his sea of consciousness seemed an achievable feat. A flicker of joy ignited within Lu Yuan. After adjusting his state, he resumed his visualization. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Mu, who had sustained grave injuries from Lu Yuan, had long since healed. Unexpectedly, this misfortune had turned into a blessing, as he successfully broke through to the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm, greatly enhancing his strength. Yet, the vision of bowing his head and apologizing to that individual in the Yulong Gorge lingered in his mind, a haunting reminder of his humiliation. This thorn, if left unaddressed, could become a formidable inner demon on his path of cultivation. Thus, Lu Mu expended considerable effort to gather information about Lu Yuan's name and residence from the outer sect hall. Nevertheless, he remained uncertain of his ability to defeat Lu Yuan. This individual had seemingly trained in some formidable body refinement technique, possessing astonishing physical strength. Not only was he incredibly swift, but he could also shatter divine runes with his bare hands, rivaling low-grade magical artifacts. Furthermore, it appeared he had some backing within the sacred grounds, compelling Lu Mu to exercise caution. After much contemplation, Lu Mu resolved to hire an assassin, resolutely making his way to the inner and outer sect black market, known only to a select few disciples. At this moment, within a humble wooden cabin, 3 individuals convened. At the forefront sat a young man with an effeminate appearance, exuding a powerful aura, his eyes occasionally flashing with a fierce glint that deterred direct gazes. Beside him lounged a seductive woman, clad provocatively, her voluptuous figure radiating an alluring charm, languidly draped in the young man's embrace, inadvertently revealing a generous expanse of pure white beneath her skirt, captivating the senses. "Who does junior brother Lu intend to kill?" she inquired. "Lu Yuan." Lu Mu gritted his teeth and replied. "Lu Yuan? I have never heard of such a figure in the outer sect. What level of cultivation does he possess?" The effeminate man raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Perhaps around the 5th level of the Bitter Sea." Lu Mu pondered momentarily, though he was not entirely certain. 200 pounds of essence, the effeminate man stated outright. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "How exorbitant! Senior brother, I was referred by an acquaintance." The effeminate man shot him a sidelong glance, coldly responding, "And what of it? I recognize the essence, not the person. Provide me the essence, and I shall assist you. However, since you have sought me out, whether I undertake the task or not, you must still pay. Consider your answer carefully." At his words, Lu Mu's countenance darkened further. Fan Yun and Qin Ping were among the elite of the outer sect, both at the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm, known for their ruthlessness and unscrupulous methods. Offending them meant sleeping with one eye open. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mu's thoughts grew heavy, and he promptly tossed his storage pouch forward, saying, "Within, there are over 80 pounds of essence, along with a low-grade magical artifact. This is all I possess." Fan Yun accepted the pouch, opened it, and glanced inside, a smile breaking across his face. He then approached Lu Mu, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Junior brother Lu, with your cultivation at the 8th level of the Bitter Sea, you should be able to handle someone at the 5th level. This individual must either possess extraordinary strength or have a remarkable background within the sect. I cannot be deceived on this matter. Do you believe your 200 pounds of essence is a worthy investment?" Lu Mu was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and he quickly shook his head, saying, "Not at all, not at all." "Very well. Tell me, where can I find him?" Chapter 10, Deception and Deference. 5 days later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and shimmering with brilliance. After a period of diligent cultivation of his spiritual awareness, he had successfully ventured beyond the confines of his sea of consciousness. His senses were now exquisitely sharp, without the need for sight or sound. He could perceive everything in his vicinity, as if all of creation had become animated, strikingly extraordinary. Rising to his feet, Lu Yuan stepped out of his cave dwelling, savoring the myriad wonders of his enhanced spiritual perception. At that moment, his expression suddenly sharpened. He detected the presence of 2 cultivators in a concealed area not far away, who seemed to have lingered there for some time. One of them, upon noticing his emergence, hastened towards him with evident determination. Who could it be? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan remained still, refraining from any movement, and quietly awaited their approach. Shortly thereafter, a stunning woman appeared within his line of sight, her waist swaying like a serpentine river. This junior sister seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Had she just moved into this cave? Qin Ping approached Lu Yuan, her eyes glimmering as she greeted him with a soft laugh. I recently joined the outer sect." "And you are?" Lu Yuan nodded, his curiosity piqued. "I am Lu Yuan. I am Qin Ping, having entered the sect 2 years prior to you. I reside on the adjacent mountain peak. It seems we are neighbors, she said, gesturing toward her dwelling. Ah, I see, Lu Yuan replied, realization dawning upon him. Junior brother, you are quite handsome. How should I address you? Qin Ping inquired. Lu Yuan, he answered. Her beautiful eyes sparkled slightly, confirming her suspicions. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Ping gradually revealed her true intent. Junior brother Lu, though young, you possess impressive cultivation. Might you assist your senior sister with a small task? What task? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, growing cautious. Well, it's quite simple. In an ancient forest on the outskirts of the sect, I discovered a rare spiritual herb that is over 100 years old. However, a formidable beast guards it, and I cannot handle it alone. I thought we might collaborate. I will distract the beast while you seize the herb. What do you think, junior brother Lu? At this point, Qin Ping added, of course, I will not let you work for nothing. There will be a reward upon completion. Oh, what sort of reward? Lu Yuan feigned keen interest. Well, that is open to negotiation, Qin Ping replied, her smile enchanting as she leaned in closer, her breath fragrant and warm. Her intentions unmistakably suggestive. Just then, a notification from the system echoed within Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Upon detecting the current circumstances of the host, the system triggered the option rewards. Option 1. Agree to accompany, rewarded with the arcane technique of the 5 elements Great Hand Seal. Option 2. Decline to join, rewarded with a century-old spiritual herb. At this juncture, Lu Yuan finally realized the woman's intentions were far from benign. She sought to employ the allure of her beauty to lure him away from the sect, presumably to enact some nefarious scheme. The hidden presence lurking several hundred feet away was likely Qin Ping's accomplice. Junior brother, what are you hesitating for? Are you afraid I might devour you? Qin Ping remarked playfully, her smile enchanting. Is the compensation truly negotiable? Lu Yuan feigned nonchalance, grinning as his daring gaze swept over her form. Of course, Qin Ping assured, patting her ample bosom. Very well, when shall we depart? Lu Yuan inquired without further hesitation. We must act swiftly. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. We wouldn't want to be outpaced by others, Qin Ping urged, her charming visage lighting up. Then, I implore you, senior sister Qin, to lead the way, Lu Yuan replied readily. As her words fell, Qin Ping darted forward, and Lu Yuan followed closely, employing his formidable spiritual sense to survey the surroundings. As anticipated, the concealed cultivator also moved, maintaining a deliberate distance from them. Nonetheless, this did not elude Lu Yuan's perceptive awareness. Their cultivation levels were comparable, both at the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm. Although they surpassed him by 2 minor realms, he felt no trepidation. Confident in his ability to overcome any adversaries within the Bitter Sea realm, he resolved to turn the tables, intending to uncover the identities of those orchestrating this plot against him. The Wanchu Holy Land lay hidden amidst the mountains and valleys, surrounded by ancient forests and vast wilderness teeming with rare spiritual herbs and formidable beasts. It had gradually become a training ground for many disciples of the Holy Land and wandering cultivators. Here, slaughter and death were commonplace. Yet various opportunities and fortunes attracted many to its depths. Several hours later, Qin Ping led Lu Yuan to a secluded mountain range. The area was marked by empty valleys, dense ancient woods, and scarce human presence. Occasionally, distant, piercing beast roars echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Junior brother, if we proceed a few hundred miles further, we will reach the location I mentioned. We are still on the outskirts of the mountain range, where no powerful beasts roam, so you need not be anxious, Qin Ping said, her face radiant with a smile, attempting to assuage Lu Yuan's vigilance. All right, Lu Yuan replied calmly, nodding. They then slowed their pace and walked side by side, engaging in light-hearted conversation, devoid of any sense of urgency. After a while, Qin Ping finally found an opportunity to deliberately lag behind, positioning herself behind Lu Yuan. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she swiftly formed a seal. In an instant, divine power surged tumultuously within the sea of suffering. A tempestuous wave of searing heat emanated from her palms. This was an advanced fire-based mystic art cultivated by Qin Ping, renowned for its extraordinary lethality and unfailing efficacy. With this strike, the individual before her stood no chance of survival. Just as Qin Ping was poised to deliver a fatal blow, a slender hand, entwined with enigmatic forces, emerged from an unknown source, darting forth like lightning to grasp her hands that were forming the seal. What? Qin Ping gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress a cry of alarm. When she lifted her gaze once more, A strikingly handsome face adorned with a teasing smile quietly came into view. Sister, we were conversing so amicably. Why resort to breathing fire? Chapter 11. Counterattack. As the words fell, Qin Ping was taken aback once more. At this moment, how could she not realize that Lu Yuan had already anticipated her intentions and was on guard? Resolutely, Qin Ping seized her pretense. Her delicate body trembled, and a surge of formidable vitality, characteristic of the great perfection of the Bitter Sea realm, erupted violently as she attempted to break free from Lu Yuan's grasp. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not extricate herself from that iron claw-like hand. The divine power surging forth from the Bitter Sea was akin to a drop in the ocean, utterly extinguished by that dark and enigmatic force. What kind of power is this? Qin Ping's expression was one of horror and panic. Senior Sister Qin, it seems you have yet to answer my question, Lu Yuan said mockingly, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Without further ado, he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Qin Ping's 10 slender fingers, akin to delicate green onions, were brutally snapped by an overwhelming force, her finger bones shattering in the process. The magnitude of this strength was unimaginable. The excruciating pain caused Qin Ping's body to tremble uncontrollably, her fair visage turning ashen. In her fear, she hastily glanced toward the ancient forest nearby, calling out, "Brother Yun, save me!" Swish, swish, swish. A rustling sound of leaves wafting through the trees approached swiftly. Moments later, a man's figure emerged. "Kid, release Ping Mei, and I can make your death a tad more merciful." Fan Yun's gaze was cold and menacing, his words chilling, akin to a venomous serpent, fixating intently on the man before him. "That line should be mine," Lu Yuan replied with a scornful glance, his smile dripping with disdain. "Tell me, who sent you? Perhaps I might grant you both a swifter demise." Seeking death. Fan Yun's countenance darkened to the extreme as he stomped his foot and rapidly advanced. This individual was significantly stronger than Qin Ping, employing some arcane movement technique. He moved with the speed of thunder, rapid and fierce. In the blink of an eye, he charged directly towards Lu Yuan. Then, a massive hand, as broad as a grinding wheel, reached straight for the ensnared Qin Ping. "Here you go." Lu Yuan chuckled coldly, swinging his arms to lift Qin Ping into the air, spinning her around before forcefully hurling her towards Fan Yun. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force disrupted the surrounding air currents, creating a violent shockwave. Fan Yun, who caught Qin Ping, was uncontrollably propelled backward until he collided with several ancient, robust trees, finally coming to a halt. This demonstrated the overwhelming strength at play. Even Fan Yun, a master of the great perfection of the Bitter Sea realm, couldn't help but feel a chill of trepidation within. "Brother Yun, this man is peculiar. Do not underestimate him." Qin Ping's pale face was laced with dizziness. Gritting her teeth, she managed to rise and softly cautioned, "It's fine, leave it to me." Fan Yun waved his hand and then fixed a frigid gaze upon Lu Yuan, stating, "You have not used a woman as leverage to bind me. In light of this, I shall grant you a swift end. With a mere casual strike, I can subdue you both, without resorting to such means." Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he spoke softly, "Humph, utterly arrogant." Fan Yun snorted, a surge of murderous intent intensifying in his eyes. With a swift motion, a crimson longsword materialized in his hand, its blade entwined with raging flames, exuding a divine radiance of unparalleled intensity. This was indeed a formidable mid-grade magical weapon. Flame of the departed sun. Fan Yun bellowed, his body soaring into the air as he brought the sword down with ferocious might. Boom. The terrifying arc of the blade surged forth, sweeping in all directions. It carried with it an overwhelmingly searing force, akin to a torrent of fire, consuming everything in its path. Unfazed, Lu Yuan remained rooted in place, showing no intention of evasion. In the next instant, tendrils of chaotic energy streamed from his fingertips, and with a decisive slap of his palm, he countered the attack head-on. Boom! The two formidable forces collided, unleashing a thunderous resonance. The void shimmered with ripples of energy, reminiscent of undulating water. Yet, the stalemate was short-lived. The blazing sword's radiance was swiftly extinguished by the chaotic energy, dissipating into the ether. What? Fan Yun's pupils constricted, disbelief flickering in his gaze. A lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. He was always cautious, never underestimating his opponents. Moreover, Lu Yuan had previously captured Qin Ping with apparent ease, revealing extraordinary combat prowess. Thus, he had unleashed his most lethal technique from the outset, intending to secure a swift resolution. However, he never anticipated that his typically infallible maneuver would be so effortlessly neutralized. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan shifted his form, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, charging forth with lethal intent. The chaos body was one of his greatest secrets. Once revealed, it must be eradicated without hesitation. "Brother Yun, be careful," Qin Ping shrieked from the side, desperately trying to warn him. Yet, Lu Yuan's speed was simply too swift. By the time Fan Yun registered the threat, a pair of radiant golden fists were already upon him. Bang! The punch landed, unleashing a torrent of savage power that struck Fan Yun squarely in the chest. Uffed! Fan Yun was thrown back as if struck by a cannonball, crashing to the ground hundreds of feet away. Clutching his chest, his face reflected sheer terror as he shakily rose to his feet. A coppery taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs. One mere punch had dislocated his very innards. What sort of terrifying physical strength could accomplish such a feat? In that moment, Fan Yun was engulfed in panic. Having dominated the outer sect for so long, he had never felt death so uncomfortably close. "So, you still choose not to speak?" Lu Yuan advanced, his tone icy, exuding the presence of a demonic entity that instilled profound pressure. "It's Lu Mu. Lu Mu has offered 200 pounds of source energy for me to kill you." Fan Yun, in a show of weakness, gritted his teeth and confessed. "Lu Mu? So it is him." Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. In the sacred land of Wanchu, the only individual with whom he had grievances was indeed Lu Mu. Nevertheless, at this moment, having obtained the answer, Lu Yuan continued to press forward, displaying no intention of sparing the two. "I possess Lu Mu's communication jade slip. If you let us go, I am willing to summon him to assist you in your capture." In the midst of his shout, Fan Yun decisively produced a communication jade slip and cast it forth. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he grasped the slip, pausing momentarily. Just then, behind him, Qin Ping seized the opportunity and swiftly advanced. Her aura shimmered with divine brilliance, emanating waves of divine patterns that surged toward Lu Yuan. Kill. Simultaneously, Fan Yun also took action, activating his elusive movement technique. Seizing the moment, they aimed to flank Lu Yuan and bring about his demise. A mere parlor trick. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Having cultivated a sea of consciousness, he could encompass a radius of 100 feet. Such trivial maneuvers were utterly exposed under the shadow of his formidable awareness. Bang! Bang! After a series of dull thuds, Qin Ping's neck was brutally snapped by an overwhelming force. Fan Yun's forehead was pierced through, a clear hole gushing forth with blood. The expressions on their faces revealed disbelief, soon giving way to despair and reluctance as they fell backward, swiftly succumbing to silence. Chapter 12. Unexpected gains. Lu Yuan gazed at the lifeless bodies of the two individuals before him, inhaling deeply. To be honest, this was his first experience with murder. An unusual sensation surged within him, yet it swiftly dissipated. Hailing from the ancient family of Tianqi, he had been exposed to such violence since childhood. Far from being naive or bewildered, having chosen the path of cultivation, it was only natural for him to forge ahead with courage and determination. Life and death were commonplace occurrences for cultivators, nothing to be overly concerned about. Thereafter, Lu Yuan dismissed further thoughts and retrieved the storage bags of the two individuals, commencing the inventory of his spoils. Fan Yun and Qin Ping, as seasoned outer disciples, were indeed quite affluent. The source stones alone amounted to over 1,000 pounds. Upon extraction, the surrounding essence of the void surged with accelerated vigor. Additionally, there were several spirit herbs, a number of magical artifacts, various tomes of profound techniques, some peculiar items used for entertainment, and 2 spirit-gathering pills. They certainly indulged in extravagance. Lu Yuan snorted in disdain, casting aside the chaotic assortment of items before shifting his gaze. Among the magical artifacts, aside from the red longsword recently wielded by Fan Yun, the rest were of inferior grade. For him, their utility was minimal. After all, with Lu Yuan's current physical prowess, he could shatter weapons of the same rank with his bare hands, rendering these low-tier items unnecessary. However, the 2 spirit-gathering pills held considerable value, presumably prepared by the duo for their breakthrough into the spirit-gathering realm. Regrettably, they would never witness that day, unwittingly crafting a fine garment for Lu Yuan. System. Claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. Reward, Profound Technique, 5 Elements Great Hand Seal. As the notification echoed, An ancient scroll materialized within the system space. Lu Yuan did not hasten to cultivate. Instead, he retrieved the transmission jade slip and infused it with a wisp of mental energy. In an instant, he vanished from the location, departing swiftly. Within the outer sect, in a secluded cave dwelling. Buzz. The transmission jade slip lit up, radiating a faint glow. A message? Lu Mu's expression brightened as he quickly grasped the slip and examined its contents. It stated that the matter had been resolved and invited him to a location to identify the corpses. True to the efficiency of seasoned outer disciples. Lu Yuan. Now you understand the consequences of provoking me, Lu Mu, do you not? Such a foolhardy creature. Lu Mu chuckled coldly before rising promptly and hastening towards the mountain gate. Before long, Lu Mu arrived at the location indicated in the jade slip. The area was quite remote, surrounded by mountains and dense ancient forests. Devoid of any signs of human habitation. It was indeed an ideal site for murder and cremation. This is what one might call professionalism. Lu Mu silently marveled as he surveyed the surroundings. Yet, despite searching for a considerable time, he found no trace of Fan Yun or Qin Ping. Just then, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air, and a tall figure leaped down from a nearby hill, striding forth. As soon as the words left Fan's lips, Lu Mu sensed something was amiss. Why was there only one person? It was said that Fan Yun and Qin Ping were inseparable. Lu Mu's instincts heightened, his eyes narrowing. Moments later, he finally discerned the figure's features, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Lu Yuan, you are alive. Lu Mu couldn't suppress a startled exclamation, his scalp prickling as if he had encountered a specter. What? Are you surprised? Lu Yuan crossed his arms, regarding him with a bemused expression. How is this possible? Where are Fan Yun and Qin Ping? Lu Mu trembled with fear, his voice quaking. At that moment, his first thought was that Lu Yuan had offered a greater reward, compelling Fan Yun and Qin Ping to betray him. The alternative scenario never even crossed his mind. After all, both were seasoned outer disciples, their cultivation at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. Even when faced with a fledgling in the spirit-nourishing realm, they would possess the strength to fight back. The possibility of defeat was non-existent. They must be dead. However, do not fret, you will soon be reunited with them. Lu Yuan's expression was frigid. As he spoke, he advanced swiftly towards Lu Mu. Lu Mu's scalp tingled, and a chill enveloped him. In that instant, he disregarded the truth of Lu Yuan's words and turned to flee. He possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm. With divine power surging beneath his feet, he moved with the swiftness of the wind. You think you can escape? Lu Yuan's blood surged, and he transformed into a streak of light, pursuing him. Rustle, rustle. Lu Mu maneuvered through the forest, fleeing desperately, employing every means to escape, terror overwhelming him. Yet, no matter how he evaded, he could not shake off the nightmarish figure trailing behind him. His heart plummeted. Suddenly, a piercing beam of golden divine light erupted from Lu Yuan's fingertips. It pierced through several ancient trees in its path and directly struck Lu Mu's calf, blood instantly spilling forth. Lu Mu let out a cry of anguish, yet he endured the excruciating pain and continued to flee. Moments later, the two of them came to the edge of a precipice. Lu Mu glanced around, a profound despair etched across his face. Lu Yuan, do you truly intend to eradicate me? Lu Mu screamed in terror, retreating with what remained of his strength. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, offering no reply, as he stepped forward, poised to finish him off. Seeing this, Lu Mu fell into utter despair. Resolutely, he made a final leap off the cliff, plummeting downward. This saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Lu Yuan approached the edge to look down. The chasm was at least 1,000 feet deep, unfathomable. A Bitter Sea realm cultivator who could not fly was destined to meet their demise from such a fall. Just as he prepared to depart, a notification from the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding, the host's current experience detected, triggering option rewards. 1. Seek the living and the dead. Descend to track. Reward. A tome of ethereal movement skills, flickering light. 2. Pay no heed. Depart hence. Reward. 500 pounds of essence. This can also trigger system options? Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. The prompt seemed to directly imply that Lu Mu was still alive. It appears that the web novels I perused in my past life were indeed not misleading. Surviving a leap from the cliff must lead to extraordinary treasures. I hadn't anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Lu Mu possessed considerable fortune. How intriguing, and an unexpected gain as well. A smile graced Lu Yuan's face as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, felling several ancient trees that were too robust for a single person to embrace. He gathered their branches, intertwining them tightly, and cast them down towards the precipice below. Chapter 13. The Spirit of the Abyss Splash. At the bottom of the cliff, a deep, cold pool erupted with a spray of water. Lu Mu, dragging his weary body, emerged from the icy depths, gasping for breath. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those with hope. It seems even fate is reluctant to take my life. What can a mere Lu Yuan do to me? Lu Mu laughed maniacally, reveling in the exhilaration of having survived a near-fatal ordeal. Simultaneously, he silently vowed to rend Lu Yuan into 1,000 pieces to avenge the hatred of his fall. Not far from the cliff's base, a cave, seemingly carved by human hands, caught Lu Mu's attention. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had been long abandoned. Had someone once dwelt here? Skeptical yet enduring his pain, Lu Mu straightened himself and limped toward the cave. Before long, he stepped inside, unhindered by any protective formations. The space was neither large nor small, with walls adorned with hundreds of luminous stones that radiated a bright glow, dispelling the gloom. In the very center of the cave sat a figure, its body emaciated, drained of vitality, devoid of any sign of life. Predecessor? Lu Mu mustered his courage and called out tentatively. When no response came, he cautiously approached. It became evident that the deceased must have been an extraordinarily powerful cultivator. Otherwise, their body would have long since decayed into mere bones. After a thorough search, Lu Mu discovered a storage ring on the corpse. When he probed its contents with his consciousness, he found numerous vials, magical artifacts, and an array of ancient scrolls containing esoteric techniques and supernatural arts. A surge of joy flooded Lu Mu's heart. The saying, surviving great calamities leads to future blessings, resonated profoundly with him. The techniques left behind by such a formidable being could not possibly be mundane. They were undoubtedly advanced, supreme skills. Lu Yuan, oh Lu Yuan, did you ever anticipate this? By forcing me off the cliff, you have instead bestowed upon me a great fortune. When I return, having ascended to the ranks of inner disciples, crushing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. Lu Mu could hardly contain his delight, speaking to himself in excitement. At that moment, a figure appeared at the cave entrance, drawn by the sound. Ah, you truly did not perish, Lu Yuan said, peering inside with a smile that hinted at inscrutable depths. What? Startled by the voice, Lu Mu felt his soul leave his body. He sprang up from the ground, pale with terror, completely unprepared for Lu Yuan's relentless pursuit. It seemed he had a keen interest in the cave of a powerful being. Thank you for guiding me, Lu Yuan remarked with a mysterious smile. Without uttering a word, he lunged forward with lethal intent. Moments later, tranquility returned to the cave. Even Fan Yun and Qin Ping, who had reached the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm, were no match for Lu Yuan. It was evident what fate awaited Lu Mu, who was merely at the 8th layer of the Bitter Sea realm. He was swiftly dispatched by Lu Yuan, dying with a heart full of resentment. Lu Yuan picked up the storage ring and opened it for inspection. His gaze then lingered on the lifeless body, briefly flickering with interest. This individual had likely been a practitioner of the Nirvana realm in life, choosing this place to enter a secluded meditation. Practitioners at this level are but a step away from godhood, yet they often become obstacles for countless powerful beings seeking transcendence. Each layer of the Nirvana realm demands a grueling transformation of the physical body, consciousness, and magical power, where the slightest misstep could lead to death. Evidently, the owner of this cave had met such a fate. In pursuit of self-transformation, the resources within his storage ring had been nearly exhausted. Yet he could not escape the clutches of demise. Subsequently, Lu Yuan opened the various jars and bottles within the ring, only to find them all empty as he had anticipated. Even the most formidable spiritual treasure had lost its luster and vitality, its inner spirit having perished alongside it. It had been lifeless for at least several centuries. However, the materials suitable for forging spiritual treasures were by no means ordinary. Despite the passage of time, they still possessed formidable sharpness, making them excellent weapons. He came across several high-tier manuals: the Dragon Elephant Golden Body Technique, the Heavenly Thunder Finger, and the Purple Cloud Sword Cannon. As Lu Yuan perused these texts, he found that aside from one that was unsuitable for his cultivation, the others could indeed be of great utility. With his chaos body, he could innately evolve myriad techniques, rendering his practice almost effortless. This was a significant stroke of fortune. As for the spoils on Lu Mu's person, they were of little note, revealing him to be a miser, having exhausted his savings to hire an assassin, leaving him with scarcely any source of wealth. Soon after, Lu Yuan exited the cave and sat cross-legged by the cold pool, preparing to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, he released over 1,000 pounds of essence, spreading it across the ground. He then activated the chaos technique to begin its absorption and refinement. In an instant, a torrent of celestial essence transformed into visible streams of energy, surging violently into Lu Yuan's body. His interior resounded with a powerful vitality, as the invigorating energy flowed through him like the blazing sun, continuously nourishing and strengthening his physique. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Lu Yuan naturally cultivated to the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm. His physical form was robust, and his divine power formidable. Coupled with the solid foundation laid by his Taoist techniques, he had nearly perfected his mastery of this realm, making him extraordinarily powerful. With the mere motion of his arms, he wielded a force of several 100,000 pounds, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary Bitter Sea practitioners. It was time to advance to the next realm. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he muttered to himself. He then retrieved 2 spirit-gathering pills, and with a surge of chaotic energy, he swiftly began their refinement. As time passed, Lu Yuan remained motionless, seated like a withered tree. His sea of suffering gradually expanded. Tumultuous waves crashing, lightning intertwining, as if striving to connect heaven and earth, culminating in a profound elevation. It was unclear how long had elapsed when Lu Yuan emerged from his deep meditation, a hint of joy illuminating his face. He had broken through to the spirit-nurturing realm. Possessing a chaotic physique, he encountered virtually no obstacles in his cultivation journey. This was true in the early stages, and it remained so in the latter stages. No myriad of paths could weigh him down. Such was not mere rhetoric. Even in this age of decline, marked by emperors attaining enlightenment, he continued to advance with remarkable vigor. His defiance of the heavens was indeed deserving of recognition as one of the most formidable physiques in the annals of cultivation history. Without a moment's pause, Lu Yuan proceeded to extract various arcane techniques and began to comprehend and deduce them, channeling the essence of chaos. Chapter 14. The Inner Gate Before Long. Another fortnight had elapsed. Lu Yuan emerged from his meditative state, brimming with vitality, his essence surging like a rainbow, and his magical prowess flourishing. His demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Clad in a shimmering black robe, with hair billowing and eyes deep and enigmatic, an ethereal aura radiated from him, embodying an innate Taoist charm. During this interval, Lu Yuan had diligently refined various mystical arts, achieving remarkable mastery. When unleashed, their potency was unfathomable, heralding a dramatic enhancement in his combat capabilities compared to before. Particularly noteworthy was the Dragon Elephant Golden Body Sutra left by the master of the cave, which was exceedingly profound. He had spent 7 consecutive days meditating at the bottom of the cold pool, utilizing the frigid air to temper his body, resulting in an astonishing metamorphosis, nearly reaching the state of an immaculate treasure body. The slightest fluctuation of his essence would cause his skin to emit a faint golden glow, rendering him impervious to ordinary weapons. Moreover, his physical strength had surged dramatically. The movement of his arms echoed with the roar of ancient dragons and elephants, instilling a sense of terror. My strength has greatly increased, Lu Yuan mused silently. Yet, my combat experience remains scant. This is an opportune moment to hone my skills. With that thought, he decided not to linger any longer. In a flash, his figure vanished, and a divine rainbow appeared beneath his feet as he soared into the sky. The biting cold wind rushed through his nostrils. The ancient forests and sprawling mountains unfolded beneath him, creating a breathtaking panorama. The sensation of galloping through the heavens was exquisite, evoking a surge of ambition and exhilaration within Lu Yuan. In the ensuing month, Lu Yuan spent nearly all his time amidst the mountains and forests, honing his skills against the myriad of beasts lurking therein, enriching his combat experience. Thunderous roars echoed as yet another formidable tiger-like beast fell to the ground, its forehead pierced by a fierce and piercing attack, charred beyond recognition, utterly lifeless. Lu Yuan, familiar with the routine, approached to collect the valuable materials from the beast's remains, then stood in contemplation. In this territory, there were few formidable beasts capable of rivaling him. The search for worthy opponents would be time-consuming. Thus, the continuation of his training here held little significance. It is time to return, he murmured to himself before leaping into the air, racing towards the Wan Chu Sacred Land. Upon returning to the Wan Chu Sacred Land, Lu Yuan did not head straight back to his cave, but instead made his way to the outer hall. With his current cultivation at the spirit-nurturing stage, he was eligible for promotion to an inner disciple. Entering the inner gate would elevate his status considerably. Not to mention, the benefits of training in the Dragon Nurturing Gorge far surpassed those available to outer disciples. Soon, Lu Yuan descended, and within the hall, the elder in charge remained the same as before, Elder Su Rong. Elder Su, I have come to advance to an inner disciple, Lu Yuan announced confidently as he strode in and cupped his hands respectfully. Elder Su initially paid little heed, for the Wanchu sacred land was filled with countless outer disciples, numbering in the tens of thousands. Almost every day, someone breaks through to the spirit gathering realm to advance, which is not particularly surprising. However, when he raised his gaze to the newcomer, his expression momentarily reflected astonishment. It's you. Su Rong was taken aback. He distinctly remembered this young man, Gu Qinghuang's companion, the one from the Lu family who was unable to cultivate. Yet now, he was here to advance to an inner sect disciple? Surely, he must have misheard. Lu Yuan, to become an inner sect disciple, you must reach the spirit gathering realm. Are you aware of this? Su Rong's expression shifted repeatedly as he scrutinized Lu Yuan. No matter how he probed, he could not discern Lu Yuan's cultivation level. Through his spiritual sense, it appeared as if he were observing a massive chaos, extremely peculiar, and he could not ascertain what sort of secret artifact he might be wearing. The disciple is aware. I have already broken through to the spirit gathering realm. As Lu Yuan spoke, he opened his palm, and a surge of magnificent golden divine power instantly erupted forth. At times it morphed into objects, at others, it took the shape of swords and blades, as if wielded by an invisible hand, vividly alive. Spiritual power materialized. Indeed, it is the spirit gathering realm. You can actually cultivate? Su Rong's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing his astonishment. Well, I've encountered some fortuitous opportunities and traversed the sea of suffering, Lu Yuan calmly replied with a nod. Remarkable. I never expected in my lifetime to witness a saint body capable of cultivation. This golden divine power was formidable and brimming with vibrant life force, far surpassing that of other cultivators of the same realm. Su Rong silently marveled, instinctively believing this to be the handiwork of the upper echelons of either the Lu or Gu families, to ensure Gu Qinghuang bore a divine fetus. They had even gone so far as to expend great resources to forge the saint body's unwavering sea of suffering. Moreover, it seemed evident that he had not been lacking in cultivation resources, having already reached the spirit gathering realm. Elder Su has flattered me. I wonder if the disciple meets the requirements for advancing to an inner sect disciple? Lu Yuan smiled slightly, refraining from elaborating further on the matter. Certainly, you qualify. Come here. I shall replace your identity plaque. Su Rong nodded, showing no inclination to make things difficult for Lu Yuan. Although the path of the saint body appeared bleak and limited, he was, after all, the partner of Gu Qinghuang, a significant figure from both the Gu and Lu families. There was no need to complicate matters over such trivialities. Before long, the identity plaque of an inner sect disciple was engraved and handed to Lu Yuan, along with the notification of several new benefits. Thank you, Elder Su. Lu Yuan accepted it and bowed respectfully. Off you go. Su Rong smiled and waved his hand, watching him depart. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan returned to his dwelling. Just as he arrived, a graceful figure approached, hesitantly calling out, Young master, are you there? Mu Ling peeked into the cave, glancing around. I am here. Come in, Lu Yuan's voice gently echoed out. Only then did Mu Ling move her steps and enter. Ling is there something you need? Lu Yuan held a favorable impression of the quirky little girl. He raised his gaze, a serene smile gracing his face, and spoke softly, There's nothing of great importance. I merely came to check on you. It has been nearly 2 months, yet I have not seen my son-in-law visit Xixia Peak. Mu Ling pouted, appearing rather indignant. She then surveyed her surroundings, noting that the furnishings in the cave abode remained unchanged, and couldn't help but furrow her brow, inquiring, Is my son-in-law comfortable residing in the Wanchu sacred land? Quite well. Lu Yuan replied with a carefree smile. What do you eat on a daily basis? Mu Ling asked with curiosity. I have entered a state of fasting and require no sustenance. Lu Yuan shrugged and candidly stated. Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. After a few moments, she suddenly looked up, her delicate face displaying an expression of disbelief. My son-in-law you can cultivate? Chapter 15. Farewell, Gu Qinghuang certainly, Lu Yuan replied with a gentle nod. This matter will inevitably come to light, so concealing it serves no purpose. It is better to be forthright. Hearing his admission, Mu Linger was even more astonished. The ancient sacred body could indeed cultivate, she murmured to herself, momentarily lost in thought. Ultimately, she leaned closer, scrutinizing Lu Yuan intently. Cousin, what is your current cultivation level? Why can't I sense any divine energy fluctuations from you? It is merely a secret artifact that shields against detection. As for my cultivation, it should be at the second level of the spirit nurturing realm. Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Aside from the matter of obscuring the sea of suffering with chaotic energy, he chose not to disclose further details. Heavens! The spirit nurturing realm. Mu Linger gasped, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. At such a young age, achieving such a level of cultivation. Though he may not compare to the prodigies of the great sects and ancient families, he was certainly not the waste that people spoke of. Cousin, you have truly kept this from everyone. If the young lady were to know, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Mu Linger's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps, Lu Yuan said with a smile, opting not to elaborate further. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Mu Linger hurriedly departed. Moments later, Mu Linger returned to Qixia Peak, eagerly sharing the news with Gu Qinghuang, who had just emerged from her seclusion. Lu Yuan, he can truly cultivate? He has even reached the spirit nurturing realm? Gu Qinghuang stood in stunned silence, equally incredulous. Indeed, he said so himself. Mu Linger affirmed, nodding vigorously. Have you seen him perform any divine arts? Gu Qinghuang pondered for a moment, her expression still skeptical. Although her acquaintance with Lu Yuan had been brief, she had discerned his strong sense of pride from the outset, especially when he chose to live alone in the outer sex dwelling. He would not accept pity without reason and had his own ideas and methods. Divine arts? Not yet, but surely. He has no reason to fabricate such a lie to deceive me, Mu Linger mused. Never mind. This matter is of great significance. I must see for myself. With that, Gu Qinghuang wasted no time. Her figure flickered and vanished from sight. Before long, Gu Qinghuang appeared in Lu Yuan's dwelling. After 2 months apart, it seemed her cultivation had advanced as well. She approached gracefully, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, her aura ethereal and pure. Lu Yuan, however, remained unperturbed by her arrival, sitting quietly at the stone table, awaiting her. Linga mentioned that you have broken the shackles of the heavenly Tao upon the sacred body and embarked on the path of cultivation. Is it true? After scrutinizing him with her divine sense, Gu Qingtang ultimately found no answers. She then slowly seated herself before him, gazing intently at his strikingly handsome visage. Unable to refrain from inquiring, is it true? Lu Yuan offered a slight smile, but refrained from providing an elaborate explanation. Instead, he allowed a surge of divine power to emanate from his palm, which spoke volumes. Indeed, it was the spirit-embodying realm. Gu Qingtang's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she hastily followed up with a question. Since the opening of the Bitter Sea, have you made progress in your cultivation? Are you able to sense other heavenly shackles? Aside from the considerable expenditure of cultivation resources, I haven't felt much else, Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Gu Qiang mused thoughtfully. She didn't possess extensive knowledge about the ancient sacred body, thus unable to offer much assistance. However, it was undoubtedly a positive development that Lu Yuan had successfully embarked upon his cultivation journey. While he may not yet be a formidable power, he was certainly no longer an ordinary mortal. Some rare treasures could be refined and consumed, significantly increasing his lifespan. There is no need for you to worry about my cultivation. Ultimately, the extent of my journey is predetermined by fate, Lu Yuan stated with a gentle smile, his words exuding a sense of calmness. Before he inquired in return, what about you? How has your cultivation been during this time? Not bad. I recently broke through to the 3rd layer of the Cave Heaven realm. I suppose that counts as progress, Gu Qiang replied, her expression softening slightly, yet still distracted. The 3rd layer of the Cave Heaven realm, Lu Yuan remarked, his gaze flickering with interest. Gu Qiang truly was the pride of the Gu family. Possessing an innate Taoist constitution, at around 20 years of age, her cultivation was remarkable, making it difficult to find anyone in the entire southern region who could rival her. It seemed that the title of Saintess of the Wanchu Sacred Land was rightfully hers. When does the grand competition commence? Lu Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. In 7 days, Gu Qingtang responded, brushing aside a lock of hair from her forehead. Throughout this exchange, she had been observing Lu Yuan's physique, an instinct telling her that he had grown extraordinarily powerful. His blood energy surged like a rainbow, his strength palpable, and his body refined to near perfection. boasting a terrifying explosive power far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Perhaps this was the peculiar strength of the ancient sacred body. Regrettably, he lacked slightly in divine power. To compete with the seasoned inner disciples, he still faced a disadvantage in realms, making it difficult for him to surpass them. Otherwise, he could have contended for the top. Gu Qingtang sighed inwardly. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she inexplicably felt compelled to offer a reminder. The rewards for the top ranks in the sacred land competition are quite substantial. Given your current cultivation, while the hope of entering the inner sect's top 8 is slim, it still presents an opportunity for personal growth. If you are interested, you may participate. Oh, Lu Yuan responded with newfound interest, asking, what rewards are there for the top rank in the inner sect? The opportunity to enter the divine pool of creation. What is the divine pool of creation? It is an extraordinary place crafted by the formidable beings within the sacred realm, who have expended countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forge it. Disciples who have attained the pinnacle of the spirit realm can enter to cleanse their souls, clarify their spiritual platforms, and undergo profound transformations. As long as their innate qualities and comprehension are not excessively lacking, they can generally establish their sea of consciousness and refine their spiritual palaces within the divine pool. Gu Qingwang patiently elucidated. I see, it is indeed a significant opportunity for transformation, Lu Yuan remarked, his eyes sparkling with increasing interest. After a few more casual exchanges, Gu Qingwang prepared to take her leave. Just before departing, her delicate face suddenly flushed, and her gaze darted away as she whispered, almost inaudibly, that matter can only be addressed after the grand competition. I cannot afford to be distracted now. Coughing lightly, Lu Yuan's expression became somewhat uneasy as he replied, it's fine. There is no rush. Well then, I shall take my leave. Focus on your cultivation, she said, after which Gu Qingwang flicked her fingers, causing a beam of spiritual light to descend directly onto the stone table. Upon glancing back, the enchanting figure had already vanished from sight. Chapter 16. The Origin Dragon Qi. The radiant light that fell upon the stone table revealed a storage ring. Upon opening it, Lu Yuan discovered it was filled with a multitude of source stones, amounting to no less than 10,000 pounds. Such wealth undoubtedly represented a significant sum for the true disciples of the Wan Chu sacred land. The fact that Gu Qinghuang could present it so readily spoke volumes of her affection. Alas, it seemed he had ultimately become reliant on her generosity. Lu Yuan sighed softly, feeling both amused and exasperated. Although he was reluctant to depend on Gu Qinghuang's resources for his cultivation, the situation left him no room for refusal. He could only accept it silently. He resolved that, in the future, he would return the favor by offering her 1 or 2 profound ancient texts he had in his possession. Indeed, he had a few treasures worthy of exchange. With this thought, he set aside his inner turmoil, secured the storage ring, and fell into contemplation. The grand competition of the sacred land loomed near. If he wished to distinguish himself in the inner sect competition and earn a place in the cauldron of creation, he must strive to break into the top 8. The seasoned inner sect disciples of Wan Chu's sacred land, without a doubt, had all reached the pinnacle of the spirit cultivation realm, placing him a daunting 7 minor realms behind. This disparity was stark, and, even with all his efforts, victory was far from guaranteed. Only 7 days remained. He needed to elevate his cultivation urgently. With a grave expression, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, he rose and exited his cave dwelling, hastening towards the Yulong Gorge. According to the regulations of the sacred land, inner sect disciples were permitted to cultivate in Yulong Gorge for 3 days each month, specifically on the 2nd underground level. The concentration of spiritual essence there far surpassed that of the outer layers, making it the most expedient option for Lu Yuan to enhance his cultivation. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at Yulong Gorge with practiced ease. The number of individuals present was as substantial as ever, though the majority were the numerous outer sect disciples. The queue for inner sect disciples was relatively short. Without glancing sideways, Lu Yuan walked straight to the back of the line and quietly joined. Isn't that the fellow who clashed with Lu Mu recently? How did he end up in the inner sect line? A few outer sect disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Could he have broken through to the spirit cultivation realm? One stammered, pondering this possibility, his expression one of shock. How brief a time had passed. Merely about 2 months. To leap from the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm directly to the spirit cultivation realm? What a terrifying pace of advancement. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have simply lost his way. Some shook their heads vigorously, desperately denying the notion. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, with his keen perception honed by the cultivation of his sea of consciousness, quickly noticed that many from the outer sect were watching him. However, he had transformed significantly since then. In terms of strength, he could effortlessly crush someone like Lu Mu with a mere finger, and he had little interest in their opinions. As time passed, soon, Lu Yuan found himself at the forefront of the queue. After presenting the token of an inner disciple, he seamlessly entered the second underground level of the Yunlong Gorge, vanishing from sight. He had truly become an inner disciple. The expressions of those few individuals earlier were now filled with deeper emotion. Amidst their astonishment, they could not help but silently pray for Lu Mu. After all, offending such a remarkably talented inner disciple would likely render their future endeavors in the sacred land exceedingly difficult. By the way, it seemed they hadn't seen Lu Mu in quite some time. At this thought, one individual suddenly became aware of something, his scalp prickling, and he immediately fell silent. In the second underground level of the Yunlong Gorge, the depth reached nearly 100 feet below the surface, resembling a vast, mysterious cavern. However, the illumination was far from dim. Ethereal dragon vein essence, radiating a soft golden hue, illuminated the entire cave as if it were daylight. Scattered across the expansive area were inner disciples, each seated in meditation, diligently channeling their energy, with their spiritual power rising and falling in a rhythmic manner, exuding an aura of profound tranquility. Upon entering, Lu Yuan glanced around before quickly averting his gaze, promptly adopting a kneeling posture like the others, commencing his cultivation. Boom. As the primordial chaos within him began to stir, the dragon vein essence of the second underground level instantly became tumultuous. Streams of energy, nearly tangible, rapidly converged towards Lu Yuan, pouring in like a deluge. The speed of this absorption was astonishing, enveloping Lu Yuan in an ocean of essence, shrouded in mist. Elusive and surreal, rendering him indistinct. What a domineering gathering of spiritual energy. It seemed not to be a legacy of the sacred land. In an instant, numerous inner disciples awakened from their meditation, their gazes drawn to Lu Yuan, revealing a hint of intrigue. Nevertheless, they soon returned their attention to their own practices after a brief moment, for each individual had their unique opportunities in their cultivation journey. Situations like this were not uncommon. Moreover, the second level of the Yunlong Gorge was rich in essence, vast in area, and not overly crowded. How much could a single cultivator at the spirit gathering realm absorb? It hardly impacted the others. Bang! Lu Yuan remained seated, his entire being radiating brilliance as he refined the incessantly flowing dragon vein essence into his body. The golden sea of bitterness erupted in splendor, lightning crackling, exuding vibrant vitality, with phenomena manifesting in abundance. Simultaneously, the dragon elephant golden body technique he practiced began to operate in harmony. A golden sheen enveloped his exterior, akin to being cast in gold, exuding a palpable texture. The surging dragon vein essence continuously washed over his flesh and bones, occasionally resonating with the deep, thunderous sounds of dragon roars, a magnificent spectacle. 2 days later, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Lu Yuan. Solidified dragon energy swirled around him in the void, rendering him akin to a deity. Behold, the spirit gathering realm, third layer. Lu Yuan's expression brightened with joy as he extended his hand and clenched his fist. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, a torrent as relentless as the mighty rivers and seas. Compared to before, his strength had magnified exponentially. Seizing the moment, he cast aside distractions, focusing his mind to continue his cultivation. Just then, the void above the second level of the Yunlong Gorge suddenly split apart with a resounding roar. A magnificent golden dragon, formed purely from essence, soared forth, majestic and lifelike, exuding boundless cosmic energy, as if it were one of the legendary beings manifesting in the world. The primordial dragon aura had appeared. Someone exclaimed this, and in the next instant, the entire second level of the Yunlong Gorge erupted in fervor. Chapter 17. The contest. At this moment, even Lu Yuan rose abruptly, his gaze fixed upon the vast expanse above, a flicker of fervor igniting within his eyes. As he ascended to the inner sect during the grand assembly of the outer hall, Elder Su had once imparted to him a crucial piece of wisdom. Deep within the bowels of the Yun Dragon Gorge, there existed a possibility of nurturing the primordial dragon essence. This essence, forged from the purest dragon vein energy over countless days and nights, harbored immense power, should one manage to devour and refine it. The benefits would rival a fortnight's arduous cultivation within the gorge itself. As for who would ultimately claim it, that would depend solely on each individual's prowess. The sacred ground stewards would refrain from interference, permitting the disciples present to engage in a contest of martial prowess. Once I absorb this primordial dragon essence, I am confident I shall ascend to greater heights and reach the seventh realm of the spirit-embodying stage. Truly, fortune favors me. Not far off. A young disciple clad in yellow, with a hearty laugh, summoned the runes within his palm, extending his hand to grasp the primordial dragon essence suspended in the void. Begone! A mere fifth realm spirit-embodying disciple dares to covet the primordial dragon essence. Such audacity. On the opposite end, a young man in black robes shouted coldly, summoning a treasured seal. Under the gaze of the onlookers, it rapidly expanded, heavy as a mountain, radiating brilliant divine light as it descended to suppress the yellow-clad disciple. With a splutter, the young disciple in yellow coughed blood and was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Duan Chiffon, you. The latter clutched his chest. A glimmer of fear etched into his eyes. What? Are you unwilling to accept this? Duan Chiffon stepped forward, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, instilling a profound sense of dread. The disciple in yellow gritted his teeth, struggling momentarily before daring not utter another word. The other inner sect disciples present paused, their faces betraying a flicker of trepidation. Duan Chiffon, at the seventh realm of the spirit-embodying stage, had garnered a degree of renown within the inner sect. Though not comparable to the seasoned disciples vying for the top position, his strength was far from insignificant. Any ordinary spirit-embodying cultivator contemplating a challenge against him would need to weigh their options carefully. After all, capturing the primordial dragon essence within the gorge was largely dictated by fortune. Should a top-tier expert from the inner sect happen to be present, even someone as formidable as Duan Chiffon might find himself in a position of retreat, wary of acting recklessly. Since no one dares to contest, I shall graciously accept. With that, Duan Chiffong's feet glimmered with divine light as he propelled himself into the void, poised to seize the dragon essence. Just then, several fierce assaults erupted simultaneously from three distinct directions. The sheer force of the onslaught pushed Duan Chiffon back several dozen paces. Junior brother Duan, do not be so hasty. This primordial dragon essence may not yet be yours. A refined gentleman, holding a feather fan, gently waved it. Standing among the crowd like a crane amidst a flock of chickens, exuding an air of arrogance. Simultaneously, a delicate young woman gracefully ascended into the air from another part of the void. Her gaze lowered. She swept a glance over the crowd and then parted her crimson lips, uttering softly, "Let each rely on their own abilities." Chu Xingzhu, GXIN. The disciples below gasped in astonishment. It was evident that those whose names could be called in the inner sect were not individuals of insignificance. In terms of strength, they were likely superior to Duan Chiffon, if not equal. Who is this person? I seem to have no recollection. At this moment, many inner disciples focused their attention on the last individual. Although he possessed an extraordinary demeanor, his visage was unfamiliar. He was presumably not a renowned powerhouse within the inner sect. Who are you? Duan Chiffon frowned and barked, directing his gaze towards the final person. Lu Yuan. The man replied with a smile. Never heard of you. A nameless nobody dares to confront me? Are you tired of living? Duan Chiffong's brows arched, his expression growing more frigid. He recognized Chu Xingzhu and GXIN. Their strength was comparable to his, and it was within reason for them to engage in competition. However, the audacity of an unknown individual to challenge him was utterly intolerable. No matter. I shall ensure you become acquainted with me. Lu Yuan responded nonchalantly. In the next instant, his robes billowed as he transformed into a golden beam of light, charging forward with astonishing speed. Seeking death, Duan Chiffon, infuriated by the provocation, bellowed, performing intricate hand seals to summon the treasured seal, which surged towards Lu Yuan to suppress him. Lu Yuan sensed the terrifying pressure descending from above, but maintained his composure. His body radiated brilliance, glowing with an ethereal light, as he clenched his fist and struck the treasured seal with a powerful blow. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted in the void. Although he was confronting a magical artifact with his physical form, the resounding clash of metal reverberated, causing many disciples present to change their expressions in astonishment. Simultaneously, the colossal treasured seal trembled violently before its brilliance dimmed considerably, retreating without gaining any advantage. What? Duan Chiffong's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his shock. He had never witnessed anyone capable of shaking his platform seal with mere physical strength. It was utterly inconceivable. The unfolding situation left him no time for further contemplation, and he hastily unleashed his profound technique, divine light surging from his palm, enveloping Lu Yuan in a torrent of divine radiance. Boom! A formidable golden holy fist descended, crashing down with overwhelming force, shattering all divine brilliance in its path, ultimately striking Duan Chifeng with tremendous impact. Bang! The terrifying power surged forth like a volcanic eruption, propelling Duan Chifeng from the sky, akin to a cannonball, violently crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater. Countless stones were thrown into the air, only to clatter down again, burying the latter's body, leaving only his legs protruding from the ground. In that moment, all the inner disciples present inhaled sharply, gazing at Lu Yuan with the eyes of those observing a monster, a shared thought awakening in their minds. In the inner gate, when did such a formidable figure emerge? With sheer physical prowess, he effortlessly overpowers Duan Changfeng. Could it be that he has cultivated some formidable body refinement technique? Just as the crowd is astonished by his strength, Lu Yuan furrows his brow, as if sensing something. The quintessence of the 5 elements surges in his palm, and with a swift motion, he forms a seal and suddenly strikes horizontally towards the rear. Boom! The handprint, radiating with 5-colored divine light, is awe-inspiring, seemingly draining the essence of an entire realm, causing the void to tremble and resonate. Chu Xingzhu and GXIN, who are extracting the primordial dragon energy through a secret technique, instantly sense the impending danger, their expressions changing drastically. They swiftly retreat, narrowly evading the onslaught. The two of them seem to be somewhat unruly. Lu Yuan's demeanor remains calm as he commands the colossal hand, seizing the primordial dragon energy with ease. Chapter 18. Overwhelming pressure. Chu Xingzhu and GXIN stood poised in the void, confronting Lu Yuan from a distance, their faces simultaneously revealing a grave expression. The ease with which this individual had dispatched Duan Changfeng attested to his extraordinary prowess. His formidable physique, honed through rigorous refinement, marked him as no ordinary opponent. Lu Yuan, my junior disciple, is it? Your divine power appears to emanate only the initial fluctuations of the spirit-nurturing realm. Are you certain you wish to wade into these murky waters? Chu Xingzhu inquired with a smile, maintaining his demeanor of a refined gentleman without displaying anger. How can one know without attempting? Lu Yuan replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he spoke leisurely. Very well. Let us see the truth of the matter through our actions. Chu Xingzhu exclaimed, retracting his feather fan, his aura shifting dramatically as his gaze sharpened. On the other side, GXIN remained composed, her delicate features betraying no emotion. With a graceful wave of her hand, an unusual armor radiating an icy blue luminescence enveloped her form, indicating her readiness for battle. After a brief standoff, the conflict erupted abruptly. In this moment, the primal dragon energy was seized by Lu Yuan from afar. The objectives of the two were evidently aligned. Chu Xingzhu's garments billowed, his hair soaring as he seemingly enacted a profound secret technique. The surrounding void instantaneously transformed into a haze, enveloped in an ethereal mist. His form gradually became illusory, merging into the obscurity. Suddenly, like a thunderclap, a myriad of piercing sword lights erupted from the enveloping mist, dense and overwhelming, their brilliance nearly obscuring the heavens, a spectacle that left the onlookers astounded. The misty divine sword technique, gasped several inner disciples, recognizing the advanced mystical art from the Hall of 10,000 Scriptures. Chu Xingzhu had indeed mastered this formidable skill. Within the arena, many were taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the divine sword assault. Such an overwhelming barrage would be nearly impossible to withstand without a sufficiently powerful protective artifact. Yet, facing the torrent of sword lights, Lu Yuan remained unruffled, his expression serene. With a sweep of his immense mental power from his sea of consciousness, he discerned the essence of the attack. The magical energy of a spirit-nurturing realm cultivator could not sustain such a technique's demands. Thus, he surmised that 2/3 of the assault was merely a feint, intended to obscure positioning and confuse the senses. The true body was hidden within the mist, seeking an opportunity to launch an offensive. While such tactics might trouble others, they presented numerous openings against Lu Yuan, who had already cultivated his sea of consciousness. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yuan summoned the vitality within him. The roar of the dragon and elephant harmonized, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged forth. He stepped decisively toward Chu Xingzhu's location. Clang! As he advanced, Lu Yuan's golden fists swung with relentless vigor, meeting the onslaught of divine swords head-on. Within the dense barrage of sword light, it was as though he traversed an uninhabited realm, radiating brilliance as the immense force he wielded shattered all opposition, surging forward with astonishing speed. Without encountering any significant obstacles, he swiftly closed the distance to Chu Xingzhu, delivering a powerful punch. What? Chu Xingzhu was taken aback, utterly astonished that his position had been discovered so swiftly. However, being a seasoned combatant, he unfurled his feather fan, which instantly radiated brilliance as the dark, lustrous ribs of the fan shielded his chest, manifesting a protective barrier. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yuan's divine fist struck with overwhelming force, akin to a true dragon's sweeping tail, landing firmly against the protective barrier. Cracks immediately appeared upon it, fracturing inch by inch, unable to withstand such a ferocious assault. A terrifying gale surged through, dispersing the ethereal mist around them, causing Chu Xingzhu to bleed from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. In just one exchange, he found himself coughing blood and injured. Such combat prowess was truly astonishing. At that moment, beside him, Xian also made her move. A radiant light emanated from her brow, and divine energies shimmered around her, flowing like moonlight. With a sweeping gesture, a terrifying wave of energy surged skyward, engulfing all directions. Wind and thunder strike. Lu Yuan's formidable divine will envelop the area, leaving little room for ambush. With a swift turn, arcs of purple lightning entwined around his fingers, interlaced with the powers of wind and thunder, erupting forth. Boom! The void trembled, sending ripples of energy cascading like water. Xian staggered back several paces, her ice-blue armor flashing with an unusual brilliance, absorbing much of the impact, preventing her from sustaining injury. Yet, within her heart, calmness eluded her, her delicate face paled, revealing her astonishment. This individual possessed not only an unparalleled physique, akin to divine metal, but also practiced extraordinary mystical arts. His destructive capability rivaled that of some ninth-tier spirit realm practitioners. Boom! In the next instant, Chu Xingzhu charged once more, his feather fan glinting ominously, transforming from scholarly elegance into a lethal weapon. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he abruptly shifted several paces to the side, then, forming his fingers like a blade, he struck repeatedly with sheer physical might. Meeting force with force. Clang! Clang! The sound of resounding clashes echoed through the void. After exchanging several blows, Xian summoned a magical artifact to join the fray. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, his golden sacred fist swinging with terrifying power, each strike formidable enough to contend against both foes without faltering. What on earth is Lu Yuan? How could he withstand the combined efforts of Chu Xingzhu and Xian? Such combat ability, could it truly defy the heavens? The inner disciples watching the battle were wide-eyed, astonished by Lu Yuan's terrifying strength, bewildered by the emergence of this dark horse. The resounding crashes in the void continued unabated. In the brief span of half a stick of incense, the three had engaged in over 100 exchanges. Boom! Lu Yuan unleashed a punch, summoning the roar of wind and thunder, shaking the very mountains and rivers. The already faltering Blackbone fan could no longer endure such force, shattering into pieces upon impact. Chu Xingzhu was sent sprawling, his energy in turmoil, arms numb, his complexion growing increasingly grim, momentarily daring not to advance further. Beside her, Xian was equally distressed, her magical artifact marred by numerous cracks, its once brilliant radiance now dimmed, producing a persistent, mournful hum. It was evident that after a few more rounds of battle, it would be rendered utterly useless. The odds were simply insurmountable. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained poised in the void, his gaze fleetingly assessing the two. His imposing aura undiminished in the slightest. Enough of this dragon's essence. I shall relinquish my claim. Chu Xingzhu's complexion turned pale, her divine energy depleted, rendering her incapable of further combat. Without uttering a word, she turned on her heel, unwilling to allow others to witness her humiliation. Sighing softly, Xian observed this and similarly retreated in silence. Although she still possessed some untapped abilities, the imminent sect competition loomed ahead. To expose all her cards for the sake of vying for a mere strand of primordial dragon essence was hardly worth the risk, especially when victory was far from assured. Thus, she resolved to cease her pursuit. Chapter 19. The grand competition thus concluded the fierce contest for the essence of Dragon Chi, leaving all spectators astonished. An obscure individual emerged victorious, triumphing over 3 seasoned inner disciples with an overwhelming display of strength, which was nothing short of extraordinary. It was evident to all present that from this day forth, the name Lu Yuan would resonate throughout the inner sanctum. Such accomplishments were comparable to those of formidable masters at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. Perhaps during the grand competition, he would shine with brilliance, commanding respect from all. The first disciple defeated by Lu Yuan, Duan Chenfeng, after witnessing the battles unfold, found himself devoid of the courage to reclaim his honor. At some point, he slipped away, retreating from the dragon-nurturing gorge in a dejected manner. Once the dust settled, Lu Yuan focused his mind, invoking the chaos technique as he began to refine the essence of dragon qi. In an instant, waves of vibrant life energy surged toward him, creating tumultuous torrents and dazzling rays of divine light, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Lu Yuan sat in a meditative posture, steadfast and unmoving, his entire being aglow with resplendent radiance. His blood roared like the mighty Yangtze River, ceaselessly flowing. The powerful life energy was swiftly refined, incessantly cleansing his flesh and meridians, as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. After a day had passed, Lu Yuan awoke from his deep cultivation, his eyes suddenly flaring open, emitting a golden lightning bolt. His energy abundant and his body invigorated. He had reached the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. A hint of joy graced Lu Yuan's face. Even he was astonished by the rapidity of his cultivation. Just over 2 months ago, he had been an ordinary mortal, yet now, in a remarkably brief period, he had transformed into a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit-nurturing realm. Such a revelation would astound anyone. Subsequently, Lu Yuan calculated the passage of time. His training in the dragon-nurturing gorge was nearing its end. Thus, he rose and set off towards his dwelling. Along the way back to his cave abode, he noticed a significant increase in the number of practitioners within the sacred grounds. It was evident that many had returned early in anticipation of the grand competition. Groups of individuals gathered in animated conversation, pairs and small clusters engaging in lively discourse. Lu Yuan, having no close companions in the Wanchu sacred land, did not linger and pressed on, riding the divine rainbow, swiftly returning to his residence. With just 3 days remaining until the grand competition, he mused that with his current cultivation level, he should hold his own against some practitioners at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. Nevertheless, the true outcome would only be revealed in battle. Inwardly reflecting, Lu Yuan retracted his thoughts, concentrating once more on solidifying the arcane arts he had mastered. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. The long-awaited grand competition of the Wanchu sacred land, held once every few years, had finally arrived. This time, due to the selection of the current saint and saintess, the scale of the event was considerably larger. The entire arena was teeming with life. A throng of people densely packed within and beyond, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Surrounding the immense stage were 8 elevated platforms, each occupied by prominent figures from the Wanchu sacred ground. Among them were the illustrious 7 true disciples and numerous elders, alongside the revered sacred lord and several elusive grand elders who rarely made their presence known. After half an hour, the cacophony of voices abruptly fell silent. Eyes turned skyward, fixated on the heavens as the void split open and intricate patterns shimmered. Several figures emerged from this rift, descending into the arena, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of power that seemed capable of collapsing the very fabric of space, inducing an almost suffocating pressure upon all present. The sacred lord has arrived. The sacred lord has come. The multitude of disciples below exchanged fervent glances, their gazes converging on the foremost figure. He appeared to be of middle age, clad in an opulent robe of deep black, tall and imposing, with an air of unassailable authority emanating from his brow. This was none other than the current sacred lord of Wanchu. "Esteemed guests, please take your seats," the sacred lord said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke calmly. Acknowledging his words, the grand elders nodded slightly and, in a flash, descended onto their respective platforms, settling into their seats. With the arrival of the sacred ground's leadership, the atmosphere of the grand event intensified, and many disciples eagerly rubbed their hands in anticipation of the forthcoming battles. After all, aside from the grand sect competition, opportunities to showcase oneself before the sacred lord and esteemed grand elders were few and far between. A commendable performance might catch the eye of one of these venerable figures, leading to an ascent to greatness, an opportunity that, while slim, was still worth striving for. After all, To live without dreams is akin to being a lifeless fish. Thus, one must seize the chance to fight for their aspirations. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Yuan stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon the elevated platforms, his eyes flickering with intensity. The Sacred Lord and the Grand Elders of the Sacred Ground stood at a level of power comparable to the leaders of the ancient families and great sects, all being formidable deities of their realm. It was said that with a single drop of their blood, mountains and seas could be crushed, and with a mere gesture, they could bring forth calamity upon the world, wielding unfathomable strength. In this age of diminishing saints and unseen kings, they represented the apex of visible power among the various doctrines. Wherever they went, they commanded the reverence of countless beings. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach such heights. 10 years, 20 years, or perhaps even longer. Lu Yuan's eyes shone with fervor, a glimmer of anticipation igniting within him. Meanwhile, upon a high platform to the southwest, an enchanting figure drew attention as she gracefully stood and, with a respectful bow toward the elegantly clad matron before her, said, "I pay my respects to my esteemed master." "There is no need for excessive formality," came the gentle reply. The elegantly attired woman bore a gentle smile, raising her hand to summon a surge of divine energy, lifting her form to a seated position. "Please, take a seat, Qing Wang." "Yes, master." Gu Qing Wang nodded gracefully and obediently settled down. The third level of the cave heaven realm, quite impressive. You possess a substantial chance in this selection of the Holy Maiden. A look of satisfaction graced Shangwan Ruiying's fair visage. "I will give it my all," Gu Qing Wang proclaimed, her gaze resolute and her tone earnest. "Indeed, just do your best," Shangwan Ruiying replied with warmth, nodding with a smile. Then, as if recalling something, her gaze suddenly fell upon the dense crowd below. "By the way, you mentioned that your little companion can cultivate now. Has he arrived for this grand competition?" Chapter 20. The stage. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Qing Wang's exquisitely beautiful face flushed crimson. She then swept her gaze over the crowd below, but the sheer number of participants in this grand competition made it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Locating a single person was no simple task. He should have arrived by now. "Perhaps he will emerge victorious in the intersect battles," Gu Qing Wang softly remarked. "Oh, you hold such confidence in him?" Shangguan Ruoqian smiled, casting a profound glance at Gu Qing Wang, as if implying something deeper. The ancient sacred body, despite being shackled by the laws of heaven, is ultimately not an ordinary physique. When my disciple encountered him last time, he sensed the formidable vitality within him, far beyond what ordinary practitioners could achieve. If he participates in the contest, he will surely not fade into the crowd, Gu Qing Wang stated candidly. "In that case, I shall eagerly await the spectacle," Shangguan Ruoqian smiled, her eyes shimmering with interest as she murmured, "The ancient sacred body. Such a constitution is exceedingly rare and seems to have lain dormant for hundreds of thousands of years. To rise again is no easy feat." Below the stage, Lu Yuan had already spotted Gu Qing Wang upon the high platform. However, he chose not to draw attention to himself. He merely cast a distant glance before shifting his focus elsewhere. On other platforms, Lu Yuan was surprised to recognize two familiar figures. One was the female disciple he had encountered outside the Yunlong Gorge, Lu Hong. The other was the white-clad man with whom he had contemplated the Tao before the chaos steel. Initially, Lu Yuan had speculated that this individual possessed unfathomable strength. Now, seeing him again, his suspicions were confirmed. To sit beside a supreme elder at such a prestigious event as the Sacred Grounds competition spoke volumes of the man standing. "Good sir, do you recognize the white-clad gentleman seated upon that high platform?" Lu Yuan inquired with a smile, engaging a nearby disciple of the Sacred Grounds in conversation. "Are you new to the sect? You don't even know him?" The disciple appeared quite astonished. "I have seen him once but do not know his name." Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "That gentleman is Yin Tiandu, the direct descendant of a supreme elder of our Wan Chu Sacred Grounds, and one of the 7 true disciples. He has grown up within the Sacred Grounds, and his aptitude for cultivation is exceedingly terrifying. Among the younger generation in the southern region, he is a figure of prominence. After this competition, he may very well ascend to the position of Saint Sun," the Sacred Grounds disciple explained with a look of reverence. "Now I understand. Thank you for enlightening me." Lu Yuan nodded lightly, committing the name to memory. As time passed, another half an hour slipped by. The disciples expected to arrive had gathered in large numbers. The Sacred Grounds competition was finally about to commence. Boom! A resounding sound erupted. In myriad intricate patterns of Tao intertwined in the air, partitioning the colossal martial platform and forming a barrier of light. This was to prevent the aftermath of the battles from spilling over and affecting the spectators. On the other hand, it is imperative to ensure fairness, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from interfering in the outcome of the grand competition. Subsequently, an elder from the sacred ground, upon receiving a signal from the primordial Saint Lord, swiftly ascended to hover above the arena. He commenced the announcement of the competition rules and the various rewards for the top contenders. His voice resonated with vigor, each word imbued with potent divine consciousness, clearly reaching the ears of every disciple present. After a brief pause, the rules were fully articulated. The elder began to call out names. The martial arena was partitioned by a barrier of light into several battlegrounds, with pairs set to duel, grouped into eights. In no time, the disciples of the sacred ground, whose names were called, ascended the stage one after another, preparing for combat. Naturally, some positions remained vacant. After the elder called a name thrice, should no one take the stage, it would be tantamount to forfeiture. Among these, some were acutely aware of their limited capabilities and chose to forego the humiliation of competing. Others were simply absent, a common occurrence in the world of cultivators, where life and death are often intertwined with bloodshed and strife. Death, injury, entrapment, or capture could occur, making it impossible to trace every individual. Before long, 8 figures appeared on the 4 stages, each in a tense standoff, poised for action. Begin. With the authoritative command, all 8 figures sprang into motion, clashing with their opponents. Boom, boom. In an instant, a dazzling display of divine lights and various techniques erupted. The cacophony of fierce combat resonated, drawing the attention of numerous disciples who craned their necks to watch. The first round of the competition involved disciples from the outer sect, primarily engaging in a contest of physical prowess, lacking in the intricacies of advanced techniques, rendering the spectacle rather mediocre. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yuan, after a cursory glance, withdrew his gaze and began to meditate, conserving his energy. Given the vast number of outer sect disciples, it would take at least half a day to conclude the matches. There remained a considerable interval before his turn would arrive. As time swiftly passed, several hours later, the duels among the outer sect disciples finally approached their conclusion. Boom. With a powerful strike, one disciple at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm was forced back, coughing up blood, despite the evident reluctance etched upon his face. Having fought to this extent, his divine energy had been entirely depleted, rendering him incapable of resistance. Resignedly, he conceded defeat and descended from the stage, his expression ashen. Cheers erupted from the audience as the top disciple of the outer sect was determined. Soon after, the elder from the sacred ground materialized, his expression devoid of emotion as he announced the results of the first round. Next, the second round commenced, featuring the duels of the inner sect disciples. On the eastern stage, Zheng Heng faced Du Wenlong. On the southern stage, Yu Zishi battled Hong Wendi. On the western stage, Zhang Chao contended with Ning Lin. On the northern stage, Lu Wenjin confronted Lu Yuan. Disciples whose names have been called, ascend the stage. As the command resounded, rays of divine light surged forth from the crowd. I am part of the first round. Lu Yuan felt a tinge of surprise, yet he did not hesitate excessively. With a flash of divine light beneath his feet, he soared directly into the sky, then gracefully descended onto the northern arena. Lu Yuan. Is he truly Lu Yuan? The crowd below buzzed with excitement, and many gazes converged upon the northern platform. What is happening? Is this person renowned? Some, perplexed, inquired with puzzled expressions. Well, he has only recently risen to prominence. It is said that his strength is formidable. He has consecutively defeated Duan Chengfeng, who is at the 7th level of the spirit nurturing realm, as well as Ji Xian and Chu Xingzhu, both at the 8th level, in the depths of the Yulong Gorge, thereby seizing the primal dragon energy of that day. Preliminary estimates suggest he possesses combat prowess comparable to that of the 9th level of the spirit nurturing realm. A disciple from a holy land, privy to the inside information, whispered in explanation. Yes, that is incredibly powerful. I recognize Lu Wenjin, though he is merely at the 3rd level of the spirit nurturing realm. To encounter such a formidable opponent in his first match, indeed, he is rather unfortunate. Chapter 21. A single move to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, Gu Qinghuang also noticed Lu Yuan's appearance. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and her crimson lips parted as she transmitted words of encouragement through her divine sense. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yuan glanced upwards and nodded gently. On another high platform, Yin Tiandu, who usually maintained an air of calm, exhibited a rare expression of interest upon seeing Lu Yuan take the stage. During their last encounter, this individual had merely possessed the cultivation of the Bitter Sea realm, relying on physical strength to ascend the mountain and witness the Chaos Stone Tablet. Now, after more than 2 months, he had already become an inner sect disciple of the spirit-nourishing realm. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Clearly, those who could sense the existence of the Chaos Stone Tablet were no ordinary individuals. Sooner or later, they would rise to prominence. At this moment, Lu Yuan stood on the arena, tall and composed, gazing calmly at his opponent. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned the opponent's cultivation level, which was merely the third layer of the spirit-nourishing realm. This level of power was something he could easily vanquish without concern. In stark contrast, Lu Wenjin appeared to be facing a formidable adversary. His entire being was taut, his gaze unwavering, fully prepared for battle. Moments later, the 8 participants on the 4 arenas had taken their positions, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Begin, with the Elder of the Sacred Lands command. The battle erupted instantaneously. Boom. On the other 3 platforms, waves of formidable divine power surged forth, with magical artifacts soaring through the air, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Those who had reached the spirit-nourishing realm could be deemed as having entered the threshold of mastery, possessing numerous profound techniques at their disposal. Comparatively, these confrontations were far more thrilling than those of the outer sect disciples. Concurrently, Lu Wenjin initiated his assault, summoning a long sword that suddenly materialized in his grasp. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, sharp and menacing, revealing itself to be a mid-tier magical artifact. Swish! A thick and piercing beam of sword light burst forth, radiating brilliance and surging with divine energy, hurtling toward Lu Yuan with astonishing speed. Lu Yuan, upon witnessing this, remained as tranquil as a still pond. In the next instant, his garments fluttered as he soared forward, a strand of golden divine radiance emanating from his palm, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! The golden hand descended forcefully, and with a single strike, it shattered the rampant sword light into myriad fragments of brilliance that dissipated into the void. What? Lu Wenjin's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his astonishment. He had anticipated his opponent to be formidable, yet he had not expected such overwhelming strength. The mere physical form of Lu Yuan had effortlessly crushed his offensive, far exceeding his expectations. Just as he prepared to strike again, his steps faltered, leaving him frozen in place. Lu Yuan's figure had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a slender finger, entwined with a fierce beam of light, silently pressed against Lu Wenjin's neck. "You have lost." The calm and indifferent voice resonated in his ear, sending a chill down Lu Wenjin's spine, instilling a profound sense of dread. If this were on a battlefield beyond the Holy Land, where life and death clash, he might not even realize where the enemy lay, even if his throat were pierced. The disparity is simply insurmountable. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your mercy. I concede." Lu Wenjin lowered his head, speaking with a heavy heart. "You are too kind." Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile, dissipating the divine light from his fingertips. Without further delay, Lu Wenjin swiftly descended from the stage. Victory for Lu Yuan of the northern platform. An elder from the Holy Land glanced over and, having discerned the outcome, announced loudly, "What? The other 3 arenas have only just begun, and this one has already concluded?" It barely took 2 or 3 breaths of time. Such swiftness is astonishing. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Disbelief etched across the faces of many disciples. With a single strike, Lu Yuan had defeated Lu Wenjin, who was at the 3rd level of the spirit-nurturing realm. Such prowess was surely enough to place him among the upper echelons of inner disciples. In contrast, those who had heard of Lu Yuan's exploits at the Dragon-Nurturing Gorge were not particularly surprised. After all, his formidable strength was evident, warranting no astonishment. Upon hearing the elder announce the results, Lu Yuan promptly leaped down from the platform. Under the astonished, reverent, and fearful gazes of the onlookers, he returned to the crowd. Remarkable speed and explosive power. Since our last encounter, his strength seems to have advanced further. He must now be at the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. Gu Qinghuang mused, a hint of astonishment flickering in her beautiful eyes after her analysis. If her conjectures were accurate, then Lu Yuan's rate of advancement was nothing short of astounding. In just a few days, he had traversed several minor realms, seemingly without encountering any bottlenecks. Although she had provided him with over 10,000 pounds of essence for his cultivation, even ordinary practitioners would require time to absorb and refine such a quantity. Without exceptional means, it would be nearly impossible. It appears he harbors many secrets. Gu Qinghuang gazed into the distance, lost in thought. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, the battles on the platform came to a complete end. The other 3 victors, like Lu Yuan, successfully advanced. However, the next round of combat would not commence immediately, allowing time for them to restore their spiritual energy. Though the inner disciples did not boast the vast numbers of their outer counterparts, they were still numerous. Competing for a place among the top 8 would require several hours of contention. Soon, another 8 disciples were called to the stage for combat, pairing off in fierce duels. Lu Yuan stood among the crowd, arms crossed, observing intently, his gaze lingering on battles that piqued his interest. After all, knowing both oneself and the enemy is the key to victory in countless conflicts. As time passed, half an hour later, Lu Yuan faced his second battle. This time, however, his opponent was a familiar figure, none other than Xian, the female cultivator who had contended with him for the primal dragon energy at the Dragon Nurturing Gorge. Upon hearing the elder announce the list of combatants, Xian's expression momentarily betrayed her astonishment, plunging her into a state of indecision. To be candid, she would far prefer to face an esteemed inner sect disciple at the 9th level of the spirit realm than to confront Lu Yuan once more. The sheer might of this individual's physical prowess was incomprehensibly formidable. In their last encounter, he had utterly shattered one of her precious high-grade artifacts, leaving her heart heavy with dismay. However, the present moment marked the grand competition of the sect. To abstain from the fight would equate to forfeiting, stripping her of any opportunity whatsoever. Xian, the elder of the sacred ground, furrowed his brow, casting his gaze around before calling her name once again. Regaining her composure, Xian resolved her hesitation, clenched her silver teeth, and with a swift motion, ascended to the arena, positioning herself opposite Lu Yuan. Chapter 22. Unbroken Victory upon the arena. A male and a female figure stood poised in confrontation, captivating the gaze of numerous disciples from the sacred grounds. Xian, a seasoned inner sect disciple, possessed considerable renown. Her cultivation was formidable, reaching the 8th level of the spirit nurturing realm. As long as fortune did not betray her and she did not encounter certain opponents prematurely, she might still have a chance to break into the top 8 and secure a place in the divine transformation pool. Coupled with her striking beauty and exceptional demeanor, she garnered much admiration among her peers. Senior Sister Ji, go for it. Defeat him. Avoid a direct confrontation. Try to target his lower regions. Many male disciples shouted from below, rallying their support. Some even devised strategies for her. Xian, however, wore a scowl and chose to ignore them. What a coincidence, we meet again. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and spoke calmly. Indeed, since our last parting, I presume junior brother Lu's cultivation has progressed significantly? Xian's eyes flickered, revealing a smile of her own. Not bad, Lu Yuan replied noncommittally. Is that so? Well then, I hope junior brother will show mercy and not let my defeat be too humiliating. Xian smiled charmingly, adopting a posture of feigned weakness. The beauty ploy will not work on me. If you wish to advance, demonstrate your true abilities, Lu Yuan remarked with a slight smirk. As his words faded, the voice of the elder from the sacred grounds resonated from the void above. The battles on several nearby stages erupted instantaneously. Swish. Xian's hair danced as her fair skin radiated a dazzling light, her aura soaring. With her first move, she unleashed a formidable spell. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted sharply. A barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes, imbued with astonishing chill, surged toward Lu Yuan. Boom. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he confronted the assault with bare hands. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he shattered the oncoming ice spikes, sending shards flying like a hailstorm. Xian was not surprised by this. She was well aware of Lu Yuan's incredible physical strength. Unable to match him in close combat, she resolved to secure victory through ranged attacks. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Xian soared into the heavens, unleashing a radiant beam of light that transformed into an intricate net woven with thunderous energy, aiming to ensnare her opponent. She possessed numerous magical artifacts, yet they proved futile. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently. Under his formidable mental prowess, no action could escape his notice. At the very moment the thunderous net descended, Lu Yuan's figure vanished once more. Much like in the previous battle, he executed the same tactic, only this time, his speed had increased several-fold. Even seasoned inner sect disciples could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of a brilliant flash. The art of movement. So swift. Xian's expression shifted, instinctively retreating. At that moment, a golden glowing fist imprint descended upon her. Clang. Xian remained composed in the face of danger. Her hands swiftly forming seals as the ice blue armor she donned suddenly radiated with brilliance, sending ripples of energy to counter the onslaught. Yet, Her figure was still violently struck down to the ground. Lu Yuan moved with agility, closing the distance rapidly, leaving her no respite. Bang! Another fearsome punch landed. Ji Xine was sent flying, her form swaying precariously, blood trickling from her mouth, and her armor now marred with cracks, its luster dimmed significantly. If this continued, it would soon shatter completely. How many more times can you unleash such velocity? Ji Xine gritted her teeth in frustration, both fighting and retreating. Yet she could never escape Lu Yuan's relentless pursuit. Time and again, Lu Yuan spoke, morphing into an elusive shadow, his fist striking with ferocity. Bang! Bang! The resonating sounds echoed across the arena. The battle between the two was overwhelmingly one-sided. Ji Xine desperately defended herself, managing only occasional counterattacks. However, Lu Yuan's speed was simply too formidable. Before her divine light could erupt forth, he had already vanished in another direction, rendering her blows ineffective. After several exchanges, her ice blue armor could no longer withstand the ferocious assaults and shattered completely. Ji Xine felt her vitality surge, her internal organs rattled by the impact. She understood that to continue would only bring her further humiliation. I concede. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yuan halted, refraining from further attacks. Standing with his fist withdrawn. What is the name of your mysterious art? Ji Xine inquired, her expression somber. Fleeting light and shadow, Lu Yuan replied candidly. A splendid name. It seems my skills are lacking. Ji Xine sighed, shaking her head, casting aside her hopes of reaching the top 8, and resolutely descended from the arena. Victory for Lu Yuan on the southern platform. The elder of the sacred land announced, his voice resonating through the air. Gazes from outside the arena converged upon him, including several core disciples from the Divine Palace. They regarded Lu Yuan with a newfound gravity. Ji Xine's defeat was not unwarranted. The mysterious art she had just employed was such that even my divine senses could only capture its hazy remnants, let alone those in the spirit cultivation realm who had yet to establish their sea of consciousness. Indeed, it was clear, if all goes as expected, this individual will secure a place among the top 8. Several core disciples of the Divine Palace exchanged thoughts through their divine senses. Hiss, even Senior Sister Ji, who is in the 8th tier of the spirit cultivation realm, has been defeated. Lu Yuan is incredibly strong. He truly is the dark horse of this competition. If he manages to win 2 more matches, he will almost certainly secure a position in the top 8. Meanwhile, numerous inner and outer disciples engaged in lively discussions. Among them were several female cultivators, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Lu Yuan. Setting aside his prowess, Lu Yuan's striking appearance had a profound impact on many of the female disciples. His handsome features were unmatched, and his demeanor exuded an ethereal charm. Wherever one goes, they are an unmistakable presence, a commendable skill. Upon the elevated platform, Yin Tiandu gently nodded, offering a rare assessment. Yet, he remained perplexed about the nature of Lu Yuan's physique. What could elicit such a profound response from him? After observing 2 matches, it appeared that only Lu Yuan's physical strength, which surpassed that of ordinary individuals, was evident. Merely this alone was insufficient for any definitive conclusion. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, under the gaze of the crowd, slowly descended from the arena, continuing to prepare for the next contest. Undoubtedly, he remained the swiftest victor of this round. Chapter 23. The quarterfinals. The battle raged on with fervor. Another hour passed, and Lu Yuan found himself facing his 3rd match. However, as he stepped onto the arena, his opponent surrendered, conceding the match without hesitation. The individual possessed a keen self-awareness, having reached the 7th level of the spirit cultivation realm. He recognized that his advancement to this stage was purely a stroke of luck, with no further aspirations to progress. Is this truly the quarterfinals? Lu Yuan mused, returning to his original position with a mixture of amusement and resignation. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang, perched high above, brightened at the sight, secretly rejoicing for Lu Yuan. Securing a place in the top 8 signified eligibility for entry into the divine creation pool. With his current cultivation, even if he could not immediately step into the Divine Palace realm, the benefits would be substantial. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan continued to observe the ongoing matches from the sidelines. Among the remaining competitors, a few garnered considerable acclaim, regarded as frontrunners for the inner sect's top position. Their cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the spirit cultivation realm, showcasing formidable strength. There was even a stoic youth who, like Lu Yuan, had already opened his sea of consciousness, having one foot firmly planted in the Divine Palace realm. Each match concluded swiftly, often within 2 or 3 exchanges, executed with precision and devoid of any unnecessary delay, capturing the attention of the esteemed figures seated above, hinting at their exceptional status. As another half-hour elapsed, the quarterfinals finally commenced. Upon the Elders' announcement of the matchups, 8 radiant beams of light converged upon the arena, igniting a fervent atmosphere that drew eager spectators. Even the Elders seated above raised their brows, piqued by the unfolding spectacle. Undoubtedly, the rigorous selection process had ensured that no weaklings remained among the inner sect disciples who reached this stage. After the baptism of the divine creation pool, they were almost certain to ascend to the divine palace realm, transforming into core figures with considerable potential. If any were fortunate enough to catch the eye of a discerning mentor, it would indeed be a fortuitous event. At this moment, standing opposite Lu Yuan was a tall and imposing young man. His features bore rugged quality, his physique muscular and robust, exuding immense vigor. A scar emblazoned across his left eye was striking, further accentuating an aura of ferocity that commanded respect. Lu Yuan, is it? Observing your cultivation. It appears you have yet to reach completion. To arrive at this juncture is no small feat. I tend to be rather unrestrained in my actions. You would do well to concede early to spare yourself some physical suffering, Han Jiang remarked, casting a glance at his opponent, a predatory grin curling upon his lips. Oh, what a coincidence. I, too, am rather unrestrained in my actions. I am eager to experience it firsthand, Lu Yuan replied calmly, a smile gracing his features. Humph. You are oblivious, Han Jiang scoffed. Seeing Lu Yuan's obstinance, he chose to remain silent. At that moment, however, an unexpected voice pierced through the arena. I concede. The speaker was none other than the inner sect disciple who had been pitted against the stoic youth. He appeared remarkably carefree, fully aware of his defeat, turning on his heel without the slightest hesitation. Is he conceding just like that? Will he not make another effort? Although reaching the top 8 grants him a place in the divine pool of creation, there are still other lucrative rewards to be had. Among the spectators, some disciples express their confusion and regret. What is the point of striving? If you cannot win, you cannot win. Only a fool would seek humiliation. Moreover, do you know who Mu Chong is? Is there a hidden truth? What is his identity? It is said that he is a hidden gem of the Grand Elders family, a direct descendant who has been kept in obscurity for many years, possibly possessing a unique constitution. He participates in the inner sect battles merely to fulfill a formality due to his tender age. He is almost guaranteed to become a true disciple in the future. Within the crowd, someone revealed this secret, causing quite a stir. So, he hails from the Grand Elders family. No wonder he possesses such strength. I had never heard of him before. Many were secretly astonished, their gazes towards the stage filled with reverence. Meanwhile, Mu Chong paid no heed to the discussions around him. His expression was indifferent, his eyes as placid as a deep well. He maintained an air of superiority, brimming with pride. Subsequently, he seated himself on the arena, closing his eyes in meditation. It seemed as though this level of combat hardly piqued his interest at all. Moments later, the battle commenced. The 3 platforms erupted simultaneously with fierce waves of divine power. Han Jiang surged forward with astonishing speed, his movements accompanied by the sounds of thunder and the creation of fleeting afterimages. His cultivation at the peak of the spirit realm was unmistakable. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he instantly pinpointed Han Jiang's position. Then he clenched his fingers and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. Both combatants did not evade but met in a fierce clash, their fists colliding with an earth-shattering sound that seemed to shake the surrounding void. Quite intriguing. Han Jiang felt the force transmitted through his arm and was momentarily taken aback, but then his palm erupted with brilliant light, divine power surging forth as he struck back. Bang! Lu Yuan felt the tremor in his core, his vital energies surging as he threw another punch. This collision was immense, forcing the two apart momentarily. They then propelled themselves off the ground, the arena quaking as they transformed into blurs, charging at each other once more. They fought fiercely in close quarters, their fists and feet raining down like a torrential storm. Each strike seemed imbued with immense power, the sound of sonic booms ringing incessantly, the winds howling fiercely. Their speed was such that it was difficult for the naked eye to discern. Hiss! Lu Yuan is indeed formidable. He can actually contend with Han Jiang in terms of physical strength. Many inner sect disciples watching were visibly moved, exclaiming in astonishment. Han Jiang, lacking a distinguished background, has reached this point solely through his fierce determination. It is said that in his youth, he acquired an exceptionally formidable body refinement technique, achieving a level of mastery and physical prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. He boasts astonishing feats, such as tearing apart spirit beasts in the Bitter Sea realm. Bang! Bang! In mere moments, Lu Yuan and Han Jiang had engaged in dozens of rounds of combat, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Great Desolation Palm. Han Jiang uttered a cold command, unleashing a powerful arcane technique. His colossal hand descended with a resounding strike, exuding an aura of desolation that severed all vitality. Its force overwhelming. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he raised a finger, summoning a tempest of wind and thunder, its intensity reaching an apex. Boom! The very void trembled, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged in all directions. Han Jiang, struck by the impact, staggered backwards several steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He sneered. No wonder you are so fearless and unwilling to concede. You truly possess some skill. However, your realm is too low, and you will ultimately find it impossible to contend with me. Watch as I take you down. Chapter 24, The Final Four, The Fierce Power of the Eight Desolations. After a chilling shout, Han Jiang unleashed his signature skill, a formidable secret technique derived from the body-refining method he had acquired in his youth. Once revealed, its power was astonishing, capable of dispatching foes across 2 or 3 minor realms with relative ease. Boom! A torrent of terrifying momentum erupted from within Han Jiang. Waves of blood surging around him, imbued with a demonic essence and immense strength. Yet, this did not faze Lu Yuan, whose expression remained unchanged. In the next instant, a terrifying force of vitality similarly erupted from his flesh, bones resonating and shimmering with a golden hue, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As if an ancient dragon was awakening within him. These two youngsters exhibit considerable mastery in the art of body refinement, nearly surpassing the limits of the spirit-nurturing realm. They are indeed promising talents. On the high platform, several elders from the sacred grounds cast their gazes toward the scene, their eyes gradually brightening. Since you are also proficient in this discipline, let us determine who stands supreme in this arena. Han Jiang sensed the astonishing vitality emanating from Lu Yuan, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before quickly vanishing. Just as I wished, Lu Yuan retorted defiantly. With that, both figures stomped their feet and charged forward, instantly engaging in a fierce battle. Bang! Their fists collided with a force akin to a clash of titans. Two distinctly different waves of energy erupted at the point of impact, creating ripples of energy. Were it not for the numerous inscriptions etched around the arena sealing the space, this strike would have unleashed unparalleled devastation. At this moment, Han Jiang unleashed his full combat prowess, a ferocious onslaught akin to a tempest, raining down with madness. Wherever he passed, the winds of his punches howled, not only carrying immense force but also accompanied by strange, potent undercurrents that caused the very void to emit a piercing hum. In contrast, Lu Yuan was equally fierce. He stood like a towering mountain, unwavering in the face of Han Jiang's relentless assault, refusing to yield an inch. His entire being radiated golden light, his arms moving with great vigor, reminiscent of a celestial deity, unstoppable. Boom! After a series of exchanges, a colossal golden hand struck down from above, shaking the void and producing crackling sounds. The terrifying force contained within was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Uffed! Han Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying. Numerous bones within him fractured, and the excruciating pain caused him to convulse, his complexion turning pale. Han Jiang's expression shifted to one of utter shock. Although reluctant to admit it, the evidence was clear. Lu Yuan's mastery of physical prowess far surpassed his own. Each strike felt as though an immense mountain was colliding with him, an unstoppable force. Moreover, his once invincible 8 Desolations' fierce power had lost its efficacy. The various hidden energies he unleashed seemed to vanish upon entering Lu Yuan's body, as if devoured by an enigmatic force, truly bizarre. What now? Do you still wish to endure this corporeal torment? Lu Yuan stood his ground, calm and composed. Such a battlefield is entirely unsurprising. He, possessing the unparalleled might of the primal sacred body, stands unrivaled in physical strength. It is not merely a contest in the spirit-nurturing realm. Even cultivators from the Divine Palace realm would find it difficult to gain any advantage against him. Today, I have truly learned my lesson. I concede. Han Jiang hesitated for an extended moment before finally uttering those words. To be defeated in his area of expertise left him speechless, filled with a profound sense of defeat. Even attempting to endure would only lead to further humiliation. Han Jiang has actually conceded. For one as fierce as he, is it truly possible to bow down willingly? Such an occurrence is indeed rare. Below the platform, countless disciples from the sacred grounds exhibited expressions of shock, unable to regain their composure for a long time. From an observer's perspective, the duel between the two was rather unremarkable, devoid of any extravagant displays. Not even a weapon was employed. It was a straightforward contest of close-quarters combat. Lu Yuan triumphs. The voice of the elder from the sacred ground resonated from above, declaring the conclusion of this bout. This individual must be your newlywed partner, correct? Shangwan Ruo cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghuang and chuckled lightly. With a formidable physique, an inner sect disciple, and bearing the surname Lu, the elements combined almost unmistakably reveal Lu Yuan's identity. Your master possesses keen insight. Gu Qinghuang nodded gently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a captivating light. Not only does he possess considerable strength, but he is also quite handsome. Were it not for that unfortunate disposition plagued by the heavens, he would indeed be a suitable match for Qinghuang. Shangwan Ruo sighed inwardly. Though she is Gu Qinghuang's master, it would be inappropriate for her to intervene in matters concerning the Gu family. Now that the die is cast, further discussion would prove futile. All that remains is a silent sigh. Master, do you believe he can seize the top spot in the intersect rankings? Gu Qinghuang raised her delicate chin, softly inquiring. Difficult. Shangwan Ruo shook her head and replied. Mu Chong possesses a divine king's physique and has been meticulously nurtured by the Mu family since childhood, receiving the true teachings of the Grand Elder. In the realm beneath the divine palace, he is nearly invincible. Moreover, your little partner's true cultivation level should be around the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. To confront the young divine king is no small feat upon hearing this. Gu Qinghuang nodded thoughtfully. Following Lu Yuan's victory, he has indeed ascended to the ranks of the top 4 in the intersect. Truth be told, reaching this point has exceeded his own expectations. Initially, he thought merely obtaining the qualification to enter the divine creation pool would be a delightful surprise. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Gu Qinghuang now harbors a sense of confidence in Lu Yuan. It seems that defeating Mu Chong and claiming the top spot in the intersect may not be an impossible endeavor after all. Time continued to flow. After defeating Han Jiang, Lu Yuan chose not to leave the platform but instead sat in place, awaiting quietly. Another incense stick burned down. The battles on the other 2 platforms finally came to a close. The contenders for the final 4 have been determined: Mu Chong, Lu Yuan, Zhang Wuxi, and Shen Su. Subsequently, the elder of the sacred land wasted no time and proceeded to announce the matchups. Mu Chong would face Shen Su, while Lu Yuan would confront Zhang Wuxi. The 4, upon hearing this, silently made their way to their respective positions for battle. I concede. Shen Su, much like the others, decisively chose to forfeit, lacking any confidence in his ability to triumph over the enigmatic youth before him. Mu Chong wins, declared the elder of the sacred land, then casting his gaze downward. He inquired, what about you? Will you engage in battle? Lu Yuan, maintaining a composed demeanor, simply regarded the woman across from him, his intentions unmistakable. At this moment, it was evident to all that Zhang Wuxi was in a dire state. The previous battle had nearly drained her divine power and hidden cards. Her delicate face appeared strikingly pale. Even if she were to force a confrontation, it seemed unlikely she would be able to endure for long before succumbing to defeat. Enough. I too concede. Zhang Wuxi shook her head, her form flickering as she gracefully descended from the arena. Chapter 25. Mu Chong, the decisive battle in an instant. The vast arena was left with only 2 figures. Lu Yuan stood tall, drawing the attention of countless gazes, with no intention of conceding. This prompted murmurs among the many disciples of the sacred land, who exchanged glances and whispered incessantly. It appeared that Lu Yuan was not prepared to surrender. He intended to compete with Mu Chong. Indeed, while Lu Yuan's strength was commendable, it seemed insufficient to contend for the position of the Inner Sanctum's champion against Mu Chong. Ever since Mu Chong took the stage, no one had managed to withstand even 3 moves from him. Even the strongest among the top 8 of the Inner Sanctum had to admit defeat. Many disciples voiced their opinions, with the majority expressing skepticism about Lu Yuan's chances, especially given Mu Chong's formidable reputation. He was undeniably a prodigy, a true talent of his generation. With his cultivation nearing the divine palace realm, he had surged ahead in the Inner Sanctum competition, his position unassailable. At that moment, the elders of the sacred land observed Lu Yuan's refusal to concede with a hint of surprise on their faces. Subsequently, they waved their hands in the air. Boom. The intricate patterns engraved in the void shimmered brilliantly, constantly rearranging and transforming the arena into a space significantly larger for the 2 combatants. The Inner Sanctum battle commenced. With a commanding shout echoing through the arena, Mu Chong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them for the first time to regard his opponent directly. A mere fifth-tier spirit-gathering cultivator dares to challenge me? How amusing. Are you attempting to make a name for yourself through this? A smirk of derision played at the corners of Mu Chang's mouth as he spoke indifferently. It's merely a regular competition. Besides, the reputation you hold in your eyes means little to me. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. Humph, a frog at the bottom of the well. Your arrogance is amusing. As per tradition, I shall defeat you in 3 moves. Mu Chong replied coldly, his expression brimming with pride, looking down upon his peers without regard. The moment his words fell, a vibrant purple lightning bolt erupted from Mu Chong's brow, sharp and dazzling, slicing through the air towards Lu Yuan with astonishing speed. The manifestation of divine consciousness. This was a sign of nearing the divine palace realm. Below the arena, several discerning disciples gasped in astonishment. At such a young age, he was on the verge of entering the divine palace realm. In terms of cultivation speed, he likely surpassed even the 7 great prodigies, promising a future of limitless potential. Do you think a single strand of divine consciousness can defeat me? Young man, you are overly confident. Lu Yuan countered sharply, his own consciousness boiling forth from the sea of his mind, unleashing a golden beam that resembled a celestial sword unsheathed, resonating with a mighty sound, equally formidable. Boom. The 2 powerful forces of divine consciousness collided in an instant, unleashing arcs of lightning and cold electricity that rippled outward in all directions. Bang. Moments later, both of their divine consciousness dissipated, resulting in an initial strike that ended in a draw. Your cultivation at the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm has surprisingly led to the development of a sea of consciousness? A rare expression of astonishment crossed Mu Chang's youthful visage. Is that truly a challenge? Lu Yuan merely smiled, appearing unconcerned. As these words were spoken, a wave of commotion erupted both on and off the stage. To manifest a sea of consciousness at the half-step divine palace stage is indeed a remarkable feat, albeit not entirely unheard of. However, should one achieve such a milestone during the mid-stages of the spirit-nurturing realm, it would undoubtedly be a marvel, as few cultivators could accomplish it. Moreover, the potency of the manifested divine consciousness rivaled that of Mu Chong, which was utterly astonishing. I underestimated you. Yet, as the saying goes, a frog at the bottom of a well. Mu Chong's entire being surged with divine power, as if boundless radiance emanated from his very skin. He then decisively unleashed a formidable arcane technique. Ancient Divine Finger. He commanded, and in an instant, a tempest of divine energy coalesced into an enormous finger. Intricately adorned with myriad esoteric runes that appeared to be ancient forbidden arts, exuding an overwhelming might. 5 Elements Great Hand Seal. Lu Yuan's form shone brilliantly, enveloped in a haze as he swiftly countered, summoning a colossal hand that descended from the heavens, weaving together torrents of elemental energy that erupted into a splendid display of divine radiance, illuminating the entire arena with a kaleidoscope of colors. This was a powerful divine ability acquired from the system, and it marked the first time he had showcased its full potential. With a thunderous crash, the 2 forces collided once more, resulting in a resounding explosion. The void quaked and distorted, rippling with surging waves of energy that left many lower-tier cultivators in the audience trembling with terror and awe. As the brilliance faded, Lu Yuan stood resolutely in place, draped in his ethereal robe, untouched by any speck of dust. Mu Chong's eyes revealed a flicker of ire, and his countenance darkened. He had initially perceived his opponent as an unremarkable inner disciple. To his surprise, this adversary possessed a degree of strength capable of repeatedly thwarting his assaults. Attack! Mu Chong bellowed, extending his arms as boundless light surged forth, manifesting hundreds of sharp divine spears that shattered the air, descending like a torrential storm. These were not mere illusions, but solid strikes forged from immense divine power. Each spear was entwined with a terrifying intent to slay, piercing through the heavens and earth. Enough, Lu Yuan declared with authority, his body radiating brilliance as the roar of dragons and elephants resonated. A torrent of terrifying life force erupted from within him, even more vigorous than during his confrontation with Han Jiang, akin to a resplendent golden sun rising, blinding to the eyes. A hand, resembling a grinding stone, radiated golden light, blocking the path and striking horizontally. With a deafening boom, the multitude of divine spears shattered in unison, erupting into a cascade of luminescence that dissipated into the void. Merely a parlor trick. If you wish to defeat me, then bring forth your true abilities, Lu Yuan declared coldly. At this moment, The multitude of disciples present in the sacred ground were deeply moved by the astonishing vitality exuded by Lu Yuan. It is difficult to fathom that such power could belong to a practitioner at the spirit-nurturing realm. It is indeed remarkable. 3 moves. Lu Yuan has shattered the limit of 3 moves. The earlier contest was not even a true reflection of his full strength. Undoubtedly, those who reach the finals of the inner door are not to be underestimated. Even the elders on the high platform expressed their astonishment at the power displayed by Lu Yuan. The golden vitality surged like a blazing furnace, brimming with an overwhelming life force, evoking a sense of uncanny familiarity. Good, good, good. So it is Lu Yuan. You truly possess the qualifications to capture my attention. In return, allow me to demonstrate my true power. Mu Chong, filled with rage yet smiling, suddenly unveiled a piercing brilliance in his gaze. Simultaneously, an aura reminiscent of a volcanic eruption escalated with terrifying intensity, surging forth unexpectedly. Chapter 26, The Sacred Body Vision. The chaotic seed of the azure lotus with a thunderous roar, myriad divine rays surged into the heavens, piercing through the celestial expanse. A formidable and sacred aura emanated from Mu Chong, elevating him to the stature of a deity descending into the mortal realm. Exuding an imposing presence that compelled reverence and veneration. The ancient god body. The rumors proved true. Mu Chong was indeed a being of divine essence. Below, countless disciples from various sacred realms gasped in astonishment, their breaths caught in their throats. The divine body, throughout the annals of Eastern Wilderness' extensive cultivation history, had birthed countless legends. Each individual who emerged from such lineage possessed the potential to become a formidable force, a titan who could gaze down upon the world. Great Elder, your family has indeed produced a remarkable talent. Perhaps in the future, we shall witness the rise of a divine king of the Eastern Wilderness. Several elders from the Wanchu sacred land remarked with mirth. Oh, not at all. This young lad still has a long way to go, the great elder replied, his kind eyes twinkling as he stroked his beard, though the pride on his face was undeniable. Indeed, he is a prodigious youth. At this moment, even the Wanchu sacred master nodded in approval, a hint of admiration gracing his countenance. To display the might of a divine body before his peers, you have every reason to feel proud. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. Above, as Mu Chong lifted his gaze, divine radiance shimmered around him, enveloping him in an endless halo as he advanced step by step. The terrifying pressure he exerted caused the stone platform beneath them to crack and creak under the strain. Lu Yuan's expression grew solemn as he observed the scene before him. He had suspected the young man's extraordinary identity, aware of the attention he commanded from numerous esteemed figures present. Little did he expect him to be a being of divine essence. With such a constitution, given a year or two, he would undoubtedly become a true disciple of the sacred land, heralded far and wide. This was indeed intriguing. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the powerful resonance between his chaotic sacred body and Mu Chong's divine body. Within the golden sea of bitterness, turbulent waves surged, as if they could no longer contain themselves, yearning to clash with Mu Chong. In the next instant, Lu Yuan resolved to no longer seal the sea of bitterness with chaotic energy, fully unleashing the might of his ancient sacred body. A deafening roar erupted as a terrifying surge of ancient dragon-like vitality erupted from Lu Yuan's bitter sea, dispersing all surrounding pressures. He stood amidst a golden ocean, bathed in sacred light, his imposing figure moving all who beheld him. This power as Mu Chong was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. But it quickly morphed into a cold smirk. Regardless of what it is ultimately a futile struggle. Kill! A commanding voice rang out. Mu Chong moved with blinding speed, transforming into a streak of luminescent light as he charged forth. Upon unsealing his divine body, his combat prowess surged dramatically. With a single strike, he unleashed a torrent of violent power that suppressed all around him, turning the void into a golden hue. Lu Yuan's hair danced wildly, his eyes gleaming like cold lightning. Without hesitation, he swung his glowing fist and charged forward. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in a fierce clash, marking their first encounter in battle. The intensity of their struggle was palpable, as an array of mystical arts and divine techniques were wielded with effortless grace, creating a dazzling spectacle at the heart of the combat. Their movements were so swift that they became indistinguishable from one another. However, Mu Chong, being a direct descendant of an ancient noble family, possessed a myriad of ever-changing divine abilities. With a mere flick of his hand, the power of the ancient gods swept across the battlefield with unparalleled ferocity, a force that ordinary cultivators could not hope to withstand. Lu Yuan, adeptly shifting his stance, utilized the elusive technique of floating light and shadow, continuously altering his position while the winds and thunder roared between his fingers, unleashing the formidable power of the five elements with relentless strikes. The ground trembled. After exchanging dozens of blows, Mu Chong's gaze turned icy, his anger intensifying. He had not anticipated that even after revealing the might of the ancient gods, he would still be unable to swiftly subdue his opponent. This tarnished the reputation of his ancient godly physique. Ancient goddess triumphant steps, Mu Chong bellowed, ascending into the sky as boundless power surged beneath him, radiating brilliance as he descended with great force. This overwhelming strength caused the engraved Tao patterns in the surrounding void to tremble violently, far surpassing the limits of the spirit-gathering realm. Lu Yuan's expression grew grave as he too leaped into the air, reciting the sacred scriptures in his mind. With a resounding hum, the thunderous sound of the grand Tao reverberated through heaven and earth, as if an ancient sage had manifested in the world, reciting ethereal verses. The brilliance at Lu Yuan's brow intensified, as glowing ancient characters burst forth, transforming into a golden heavenly sword that pierced the earth and cleaved the sky, radiating a lethal intent that swept towards Mu Chong. Boom! The golden heavenly sword blazed with intensity, obliterating everything in its path, instantly shattering Mu Chong's amassed momentum with unparalleled force. Bang! Mu Chong was struck hard, his figure flying backward, retreating several dozen yards in midair. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Lu Yuan with profound astonishment. What kind of technique was this, capable of wielding such power? Each ancient character that surged forth seemed to embody the Tao, manifesting the laws themselves. The heavenly sword's assault was utterly invincible, an unparalleled edge that could break through anything. What? With the cultivation of the spirit-gathering realm, he has manifested the essence of the grand Tao. Could it be that Lu Yuan was wielding an ancient scripture of the emperor? Upon the high platform, the elders of the sacred grounds rose in disbelief, their expressions revealing utter astonishment as they fixated on the unfolding battle below. Gu Qinghuang's exquisite features also reflected a series of transformations, revealing her astonishment. Where could Lu Yuan have acquired such profound ancient scriptures? I refuse to believe it. Even with an imperial scripture, you cannot defeat me. Mu Chong roared, his demeanor frenzied. Having been bestowed with high expectations since childhood, he could not accept being overpowered by someone of a lesser realm. Ancient God, illuminate the world. Mu Chong's voice rang out, piercing through gold and shattering stone, echoing loudly and painfully in the ears. Boom! In an instant, a colossal ancient godly phantom materialized, towering above the arena, enveloped in divine radiance and swirling mist, exuding an overwhelming presence. This was the manifestation of a divine body. Mu Chong has remarkably attained the manifestation of a divine body at such a tender age. His innate talent is truly exceptional. Surrounding the arena, countless disciples from sacred grounds are astounded, erupting in waves of exclamations. The ancient gods illuminate the world. This must be your ultimate trump card, is it not? Very well, let us determine the victor through this manifestation. Lu Yuan's gaze is piercing as he pushes the Tao scripture to its utmost limit. In an instant, the sea of suffering trembles, resonating with heavenly sounds. A verdant lotus appears beside Lu Yuan, its 3 leaves unfurling. From unity springs forth duality, duality begets trinity. And from trinity emerges all things, elucidating the true essence of the Tao. Subsequently, the emerald lotus sways, its leaves dancing gracefully, as the pervasive chaos envelopes the surroundings. It is indeed the manifestation of a sacred body, the chaotic seed of the green lotus. Chapter 27. Identity revealed, all in awe. As the extraordinary phenomenon of Lu Yuan manifested, all present, including the holy master of the Wanchu Holy Land and the esteemed elders, were profoundly moved. The chaos seed, Qinglian. This was the unique manifestation of the primordial sacred body. It had lain dormant for countless eons, never to be seen. Who would have imagined that today it would materialize during their sacred competition? The primordial sacred body. Lu Yuan was indeed the primordial sacred body. Wait, Lu Yuan. Lu family. Could he possibly be the one from the Tianqi Lu family, who became Tao partners with senior sister Gu Qinghuang? At this moment, many disciples of the Holy Land drew such connections, their faces reflecting astonishment. Instantly, the entire arena erupted with excitement. Such coincidences could not exist in this world. Lu Yuan must be that sacred body of the Tianqi Lu family. It was astonishing that he had quietly integrated into the Wanchu Holy Land. Only today did he make his debut in such a remarkable fashion. But wait, Wasn't it said that the primordial sacred body was shackled by the heavenly path? Unable to cultivate? How could he open the sea of suffering, attain the spirit convergence realm, and successfully manifest the sacred body anomaly, showcasing such formidable strength? Many were filled with disbelief, their gazes continually flickering towards the arena, seemingly attempting to discern the truth. Even the elders who had ascended to the divine realm were perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. So this is your cultivation physique. No wonder I felt such a powerful resonance, murmured Yin Tiandu, one of the 7 true disciples, as a peculiar expression crossed his handsome face. At this moment, above the arena, 2 drastically different magnificent phenomena occupied their respective realms, standing in mutual defiance. Mu Chang's eyes sparkled with fierce intensity, radiating sharp brilliance. What of the primordial sacred body? This physique has long been forsaken by the heavenly path. Its glory faded over several eras, reduced to a mere husk, incapable of stirring any waves. Initially, Mu Chong was indeed astonished, but he quickly regained his composure and tranquility. In his view, this so-called husk might shine briefly in its early stages but would ultimately pose no threat, unable to eclipse the brilliance of the divine body. I have been cultivating for a relatively short time, merely at the 5th level of the spirit convergence realm. Should we battle at the same level? I could easily suppress you with a mere flick of my hand. The divine body truly means nothing. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Although his words were calm, they exuded immense strength, embodying an unparalleled confidence of invincibility within his realm. To suppress me with a mere flick of your hand? What a grand jest. Mu Chong, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. Hearing such audacious claims for the first time, he was immediately engulfed in murderous intent, coldly declaring, "Come. Let me see what extraordinary qualities this chaos Qinglian possesses." "As you wish," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. The moment his words fell, the battle erupted once more. In the void, the colossal phantom of the ancient deity fused with Mu Chongtian, unleashing an inexhaustible brilliance. It resembled a series of robust dragons, arching their necks and swaying their tails, resonating with a resounding roar that showcased unparalleled might. Luminous beams of light surged everywhere, piercing through all obstacles. With a thunderous crash, the green lotuses flanking Lu Yuan trembled gently, solidifying the surrounding void. The ancient deity's phantom quivered, its speed abruptly diminishing, akin to a clay cow sinking into the sea, its formidable presence waning. Amidst Lu Yuan, chaotic energy intertwined, with divine rainbows crisscrossing beneath his feet, as he strolled leisurely past those mighty dragons. Wherever he tread, myriad arcane techniques and laws yielded. Within a radius of several tens of feet, no force could intrude, creating a vacuum of sorts. This was a manifestation of chaotic law evolved from the sacred body's anomaly, rather than true chaotic power. Of course, if Lu Yuan willed it, he could also summon the chaotic body, exhibiting even more astonishing strength. What? My ancient deity's manifestation has been restrained? Mu Chong was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. In that instant, no matter how he wielded the power of the ancient deity, he found himself utterly immobilized. The very next moment, Lu Yuan had already advanced before him, towering above, with a mere gesture of his finger. Boom! The green lotus bloomed, an endless cascade of verdant divine radiance surged forth, akin to a vibrant waterfall crashing down. The magnificent celestial might was overwhelming. It directly suppressed the ancient deity's phantom, which shattered into fragments after mere moments, scattering light and divine rain in a tumultuous flurry. With a splutter, Mu Chong was struck hard, violently coughing blood, his form plummeting from the heights. "Chonger!" The Grand Elder sprang to his feet, unable to suppress a cry. Although concerned, this was, after all, the Sacred Land's grand competition. With the esteemed elders and the Sacred Lord observing, he barely restrained himself from rushing onto the stage. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the crowd. Countless disciples of the Sacred Land felt an inexplicable shock. The semi-divine body of Mu Chong, how formidable it was. It could be said that, within this realm, even the 7 true disciples, suppressing their cultivation, might not prevail. Yet here he was, overwhelmingly defeated by the archaic sacred body at the 5th level of the Ling realm. It was utterly astonishing. Such a physique truly lived up to the rumors of its extraordinary power, reputed to be invincible among its peers, capable of challenging the ancient emperors at its peak. Should it continue to grow, its battle prowess would undoubtedly defy the heavens. Some gasped in admiration, their eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, others remained silent, believing this to be merely a fleeting moment. The subsequent cultivation of the sacred body, after all, would eventually reach an impasse, unable to rekindle its former glory. Otherwise, it would not have taken such a vast expanse of time without a single sacred body rising anew. Lu Yuan stood tall in the void, his robes billowing, completely unfazed by the murmurs of those around him. He merely turned his gaze toward the elder of the sacred land nearby and calmly inquired, "Elder, may we announce the results of the competition?" The elder, upon hearing the voice, regained his composure and directed his divine consciousness downward, finding Mu Chong already unconscious. The outcome of this contest is, of course, self-evident. In the decisive battle of the intersect, Lu Yuan emerges victorious. As the words resonate softly, many disciples from the sacred grounds fall into a contemplative silence. The influential figures on the high platform remain equally quiet, lost in their own thoughts. Only Gu Qingwang, with a delicate smile illuminating her enchanting visage, captivates all with her radiant charm. The extraordinary combat prowess displayed by Lu Yuan undeniably indicates that he is far from an ordinary individual. Despite being bound by the shackles of fate, he continues to strive with unyielding courage, never succumbing to destiny, and shines with resplendent brilliance. Such a person, even if his ultimate achievements may be limited, will always hold a special place in her heart, sharing in both joy and sorrow. Subsequently, the intricate patterns of the Tao disperse as the Grand Elder enters, carrying the unconscious Mu Chong away. After a thorough examination, he finds no serious injuries and breathes a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan also chooses not to linger, his figure flickering away with an air of composure. Chapter 28. The Battle of True Transmission. Upon returning to the audience seats, numerous gazes lingered upon Lu Yuan. Beyond the ancient holy body, his other identity was equally captivating, as he seemed to attract attention wherever he went, becoming the focal point of discussion. Lu Yuan stood silently, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Gu Qingwang's gaze before diverting his attention elsewhere. At this juncture of the grand competition, it bore little relevance to him. Fortunately, his objectives had been fulfilled. He had not only secured the qualification to enter the divine pool of creation, but also claimed the top position within the inner sect. The rewards for being first were considerably more substantial than those for the top 8 in the inner sect, comprising a 7-aperture Linglong pill. This elixir could significantly unleash one's latent potential and refine one's essence. In terms of value, it rivaled that of a semi-divine herb, underscoring the magnitude of the Wanchu Holy Land's generosity. Lu Yuan firmly believed that upon emerging from the divine pool of creation, he would undergo a transformative metamorphosis, possibly even breaking into the divine palace realm. Subsequently, the competition continued, transitioning to battles among the core disciples, an assembly of practitioners at the divine palace realm. Disciples of such caliber were far from inconspicuous. Although they did not boast the prestige of the 7 true transmissions, they had begun to carve out their own names in the world. Few among them were mere novices. Soon, the clashes erupted, with core disciples summoned to the stage, unleashing fierce combat. In an instant, divine energy surged forth, exuding immense power, resonating throughout the void. Lu Yuan attentively observed the duels on the arena, enriching his combat experience and validating his own path. As time progressed quietly, the number of core disciples paled in comparison to their inner and outer sect counterparts. Thus, within 2 hours, the champion was determined, a woman with a cool demeanor. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her strength was formidable. Her mastery of the divine palace was impressively refined, seemingly cultivated through an ancient secret technique that endowed her with an astonishing psychic power and extraordinary potential, likely nearing the realm of the cave heaven. Next came the highly anticipated battle of the true disciples. This was not merely a contest for rankings, but a decisive moment to determine the contemporary Saint Son and Saint Daughter of the Wanchu Holy Land. It was the centerpiece of the Holy Land's grand competition, drawing the solemn attention of numerous elders. Among the male true disciples, there were 4, while the female true disciples numbered 3. Among these 7, Lu Yuan recognized only Gu Qingwang, Yin Tiandu, and Lu Hong, whom he had encountered previously at the Yunlong Gorge. However, there was no doubt that the other participants were equally formidable. Throughout the southern domain, they were individuals of exceptional talent, with few able to compare. The innate Tao Qingwang's physique bore a remarkable similarity to my chaos body, both representing an innate proximity to the Tao, showcasing unparalleled path techniques. It seemed likely that she would stand out among the other 2 participants without much difficulty. Lu Yuan contemplated within, harboring unwavering confidence in his companion. Before long, the true disciples' battle commenced. The first to step into the arena were two male disciples. The cheers from the audience surged like a tidal wave. Soon, a fierce clash erupted, as both showcased the terrifying prowess of the Cave Heaven realm. With their initial strikes, the heavens trembled, and celestial light enveloped the space. While formidable energy waves threatened to rend the very fabric of the void apart, creating an intense spectacle. Those who reached this pinnacle were practitioners of supreme arcane arts. Their Taoist techniques astonishing. Each move and each stance bore immense power, not to be underestimated. Boom, boom. After 300 exchanges, the evenly matched contest began to sway. One combatant, pale and coughing blood, was sent flying, clearly rendered incapable of further combat. An elder from the sacred land called an end to the duel, declaring the other the victor. In the audience, some lamented while others celebrated, each voicing their opinions passionately. The second match soon commenced, featuring Lu Hong and another female disciple. Go, Sister Lu. Go, Sister Chen. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Lu Yuan, too, was fully engaged, watching intently. Both female disciples possessed remarkable beauty and grace, their statuesque figures exuding elegance. Their combat was a dance of fluidity, aesthetically captivating, compared to the brutal bloodshed of true combat. This display was far more enchanting. Yet, amidst the gentle drizzle, there lurked a palpable intent to kill and terrifying assaults. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of their clash echoed repeatedly. The two cave heavens rotated incessantly, radiating dazzling brilliance. The spectacle was grand, resounding, and filled the air with divine splendor. Blinding to the eyes, Lu Hong wielded a purple bell artifact, unleashing potent secret techniques, while the terrifying fluctuations of her divine power dimmed the surrounding Taoist patterns. Akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Meanwhile, the Chen disciple possessed a remarkable spiritual artifact, capable of conjuring forms of the divine beasts such as the vermilion bird, qilin, and black tortoise, unleashing ferocious assaults of immense power. The battle raged on for some time, both combatants embroiled in a strenuous struggle. Ultimately, Lu Hong concluded the match with a formidable secret technique, narrowly overcoming her opponent. Lu Hong wins. With the elder's announcement, Lu Hong's master, a venerable elder, exhaled a long sigh of relief. He immediately harnessed his formidable power, transporting her to the high platform and unhesitatingly offering her a precious divine herb to restore her strength in preparation for the forthcoming duel with Gu Qingwang. As time progressed, the climactic showdown approached, drawing the gaze of the multitude. The next two battles would directly determine the candidates for the contemporary Saint Son and Saint Daughter of the Wan initial sacred land. In a series of confrontations, Yin Tiandu faced off against Li Yizhou, while Lu Hong battled Gu Qingwang. Subsequently, a figure clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being, gracefully ascended towards the arena. A serene smile graced his face, and his demeanor exuded a warmth that enveloped those around him like a gentle spring breeze. Brother Yin has made his entrance. Brother Yin has made his entrance. The anticipation for this match was palpable, devoid of any doubt regarding the outcome. The position of the Holy Son was rightfully his. The crowd erupted in fervor, brimming with unwavering confidence in the abilities of the man in white. In many respects, Yin Tiandu could be regarded as the foremost representative of the younger generation within the Wan Chu sacred land. His numerous ventures into the world had left countless prodigies in the southern region gasping for breath, establishing a formidable reputation. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm, showcasing an astonishing aptitude for the path of enlightenment, which had garnered significant expectations from various high-ranking members of the sacred realm. In this regard, Lu Yuan's thoughts aligned with the consensus of the crowd. The first time he encountered Yin Tiandu at the Chaos Stone Tablet, he sensed that this individual was unfathomable, far from ordinary. Chapter 29, The Dust Settles Senior Brother Yin. Please enlighten me. On the stage, Li Yizhou faced such a formidable opponent, and the pressure was palpable. However, the arrow was already knocked, leaving no choice but to release it. Ultimately, a grand battle was inevitable, one that would determine the rightful heir to the title of Holy Son. Junior Brotherly. Unleash your power, Yin Tiandu said with a gentle smile, his tone calm. Boom. In an instant, the battle erupted. Li Yizhou had come this far, his strength beyond doubt. The formidable cultivation of the 3rd layer of the Cave Heaven realm was fully displayed. With his first strike, he unleashed his most powerful secret technique. The void trembled, resonating with a thunderous roar. A hidden treasure materialized, emanating boundless starlight, which ultimately transformed into a majestic mountain, crashing down with immense force. Yin Tiandu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene. As the terrifying assault approached, he merely raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Boom! The mountain erupted, debris flying in all directions, yet it failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Sun-chasing technique. Li Yizhou's expression remained unchanged, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. He waved his hand, and a resplendent bow appeared in his grasp. With immense divine power surging forth, he formed brilliant arrows and drew his bow in one fluid motion, launching them forth with explosive speed. Buzz! The piercing arrows materialized like divine rainbows, slicing through the air, accompanied by the roaring winds and spectacular phenomena, instilling a sense of dread as if they could pierce the very sun. Quite impressive, Yin Tiandu nodded slightly, raising his arm to unleash a torrent of divine radiance from his divine palace, creating vibrant celestial curtains that rippled and effortlessly dissolved all that surrounded them, restoring calm. Hiss! Truly, Senior Brother Yin, such powerful mystical arts were effortlessly neutralized by him. This level of strength was indeed beyond the reach of his contemporaries. Below the stage, countless disciples gasped in astonishment. Even many elders from the sacred grounds nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yizhou's arrow was undeniably formidable, capable of slaying mid-stage cave heaven realm opponents. Yet, regrettably, he faced Yin Tiandu, whose overwhelming prowess rendered his efforts futile, causing him to miss a critical opportunity in battle. Gritting his teeth, Li Yizhou, unwilling to accept defeat, continued to unleash one powerful secret technique after another, desperately attacking. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds reverberated, cascading one after another. The terrifying assaults on the arena surged like a tidal wave, one after another. However, in the end, they could not shake Yin Tiandu, who easily neutralized each attack, achieving little effect. After several rounds, Li Yizhou's complexion turned ashen, completely extinguishing any hopes of claiming the title of Holy Son. Senior Brother's prowess is indeed beyond my reach. I concede. Li Yizhou took a deep breath and finally, with resignation, clasped his hands in defeat. Thank you for your efforts, Yin Tiandu replied with a tranquil smile. As this chapter drew to a close, many disciples present were left astonished. They could not help but feel genuine admiration for Yin Tiandu's strength and demeanor. Throughout the entire confrontation, he had never taken the initiative to strike, simply defending passively, yet he had rendered his opponent utterly helpless. Such formidable combat prowess indeed instills a sense of futility in contending against it. Yin Tiandu has triumphed, with the declaration of the elder from the sacred land resounding. The appointment of Yin Tiandu as the Holy Son is firmly established, sparking fervent discussions. In tandem, the competition for the title of Holy Maiden swiftly approaches. Gu Qingwang gracefully alights upon the arena, her elegant purple gown accentuating her exquisite form, her hair dancing in the wind, and her beauty surpassing all. As if she were one with the cosmos, harmonizing with nature, exuding an unparalleled sanctity. The audience, comprising numerous disciples of the sacred land, cannot help but voice their admiration. Gu Qinghuang is indeed one of the most beautiful women of the eastern wilderness, her appearance, talent, and lineage beyond reproach. Even the equally remarkable sister Lu Hong pales in comparison when standing beside her. Alas, she is already married, extinguishing the aspirations of countless prodigies. As this thought lingers, many glances converge upon Lu Yuan, a myriad of emotions swirling in the air. The two women face each other on the stage, exchanging no superfluous words, and directly commence the contest for the title of Holy Maiden. With a flick of her delicate hand, Lu Hong reveals her extraordinary combat prowess. A celestial map emerges from her grasp, illuminating the world, sealing the void, with resplendent radiance and an awe-inspiring surge of divine power that sends shivers down the spine. Gu Qingwang meets her with composure, her 10 slender fingers gracefully weaving, reminiscent of a serene spring, resonating with the profound melodies of heaven and earth. In an instant, the surrounding void trembles, breaking free from all constraints, as an inexplicable aura descends with thunderous force, shattering all offensive attempts, merging with the essence of the universe. Your physique has indeed reached such an extraordinary realm. Lu Hong's countenance shifts, astonishment evident upon her features. She promptly resumes her assault. The celestial map unfolds, emanating vast beams of light, seemingly intent on refining this realm, leaving her opponent nowhere to hide. Buzz! Gu Qingwang's enchanting eyes narrow, her brow aglow. As ethereal light dances around her, her entire form becomes elusive, nearly transcendent, rendering her indiscernible. Then, with a decisive downward motion of her 5 fingers. A torrent of Dao intent surges forth, akin to a mighty river cascading down, overwhelming in its advance. Boom! The two terrifying forces collide, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The void quakes incessantly, while the surrounding Dao patterns flicker, shrouding everything in ambiguity. The celestial map is sent tumbling back, its brilliance swiftly dimming. In the haze, 2 graceful figures break free, engaging in fierce combat. Mystical arts emerge in abundance, with extraordinary Dao techniques unfolding and a dazzling array of colorful divine radiance erupting, captivating all who behold it. This is a harrowing grand duel. Even the elders of bygone eras cannot help but cast their gaze in astonishment. Gu Qingwang's 3,000 strands of hair billow as they glimmer with a lustrous sheen, imbued with ancient Dao rhythms, akin to a celestial maiden from the ninth heaven, making it difficult to gaze directly upon her. With each of her strikes, she channels boundless forces of the universe, wielding them at will in her relentless onslaught. Various mystical arts and Dao methods manifest instantaneously, harmonizing with the heavens and embodying the essence of nature, truly formidable. This fierce exchange continues for dozens of rounds. Lu Hong's figure was hurled backwards, reappearing before the crowd. At this moment, her complexion was pale, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, suggesting she had suffered a grievous injury. The innate Dao indeed possesses formidable strength. It is I who have been defeated, Lu Hong sighed weakly, her voice tinged with melancholy. Gu Qingwang, while harnessing her strength from the realm of Dongtian, could also commune with the forces of the heavens, merging her essence with the Dao. If one cannot swiftly crush with overwhelming power, all efforts are rendered futile. She was almost invincible from the very beginning. Thus, she employed her most formidable techniques right from the onset. Victory in the first battle ensured subsequent triumph. Defeat in the first meant there was no need for a protracted struggle. Junior sister Lu Hong, I yield to your prowess, Gu Qingwang said with a gentle smile, stepping gracefully from the void, radiant and resplendent. As her words echoed, the arena erupted into a cacophony of voices, a tumult of excitement. At this moment, all understood, the position of the saintess had been firmly established. Chapter 30. The conclusion of the journey to Qixia Peak. The outcome was as expected, devoid of any uncertainties. Nevertheless, it evoked a sense of wistfulness among many observers. Soon after, several elders of the sacred land began to bestow rewards upon the top disciples. Lu Yuan, too, was gratified to receive the 7-aperture Linglong pill and a place in the chaotic divine pond. However, the opening of the pond was not imminent. It required several days of preparation. Thus, the grand tournament of the sacred land came to a definitive close. The surroundings gradually returned to tranquility as countless disciples exited in succession. Other elders resumed their respective duties, just as Lu Yuan prepared to take his leave. A fragrant breeze wafted toward him. Are you leaving without so much as a farewell? Gu Qingwang, with her enchanting eyes glancing about, approached gracefully, unconcerned by the gazes of those around her. You, as the newly appointed saintess of the Wanshu sacred land, must have countless matters to attend to. I wouldn't want to disrupt you, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. There is nothing that can't be interrupted. Rather, your rapid progress has taken me quite by surprise, Gu Qingwang exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. Initially, she had merely hoped that Lu Yuan would gain some experience from the tournament. She never anticipated that he would not only secure a spot in the chaotic divine pond, but also claim the top position within the inner sect, even besting that young ancient god physique. The speed of his advancement in strength and cultivation was truly astonishing. It was merely a stroke of luck, Lu Yuan humbly smiled, refraining from elaborating further on the matter. With several days remaining until the chaotic divine pond opened, and having nothing pressing at the moment, he suggested, why not accompany me for a visit to Qixia Peak? It has been a while since you arrived at the sacred land, and you have yet to explore it. Coincidentally, my master wishes to meet you. Gu Qingwang's lips parted slightly as she issued the invitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Thus, amidst the gazes of many, the two ascended on a divine rainbow, departing side by side. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at Qixia Peak alongside Gu Qingwang. The terrain here was elevated, featuring not just a solitary peak, but several towering summits that pierced the clouds, seeming to merge with the vibrant hues of the horizon, as if one could reach out and touch the sky, perfectly embodying its name. Ancient trees stood tall amidst the mountains, with lush flowers and grasses carpeting the ground. Streams flowed beside the lakes, shrouded in a mystical mist, creating an exceptionally picturesque scene. In addition, There were several fertile, mysterious medicinal gardens, overflowing with vitality and fragrant aromas. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous rare divine herbs of considerable age, with legs sprouting from the ground, merrily frolicking in the fields, a truly wondrous sight. It was no surprise that this was the domain of prominent figures within the sacred land, exuding grandeur and majesty. Lu Yuan marveled at the surroundings, silently expressing his awe within. Shortly thereafter, the two entered a deep, secluded hall. "Master, I have returned," Gu Qingwang said respectfully as she slightly bowed to the elegantly attired matron before her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately discerned the identity of the individual and offered a respectful salute, saying, "I am Lu Yuan, paying my respects to the esteemed elder." There is no need for such formalities. As Shangguan Ruo cast a glance back with a smile, her true visage was unveiled. She appeared to be a woman in her 30s, with radiant skin, exquisite features, and a graceful stature, enveloped in an aura of mysterious brilliance. Reminiscent of a celestial being residing in the ethereal halls of the Moon Palace, pure and distant. Had it not been for this encounter, one could scarcely imagine that she was a formidable celestial being with a lifespan spanning 1 or 2 millennia. The ancient sacred body, truly remarkable. Every inch of her flesh was imbued with vigorous essence, as robust as a young true dragon, evoking astonishment. Shangguan Ruo's gaze sparkled with interest as she appraised the man before her, unable to restrain her admiration. "Your praise is overly generous, esteemed elder," Lu Yuan replied with composed humility. Simultaneously, he became increasingly assured of a particular truth, as long as he refrained from actively wielding the power of his origin. Even a celestial being would find it challenging to penetrate the enigma of his chaotic body, a quality that shielded him from all probing divine consciousness. "Since you have forged a bond with Qing Huang, you may be regarded as half a disciple of mine. In the future, feel free to visit Qixia Peak more often. As for the higher echelons of the sacred land, I shall endeavor to negotiate with them regarding the allocation of resources to nurture an ancient sacred body capable of cultivation," Shangguan Ruo said with a serene smile and a benevolent tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang's face immediately lit up with surprise, and she tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve to draw his attention. The implications of nurturing an ancient sacred body were well understood by many. It required at least 100,000 pounds of essence to yield any tangible results. Such consumption was nothing short of staggering, although success was not guaranteed. Her master spearheading the initiative would ensure that Wan Chu, the holy master, and the elders would extend their courtesy towards him. Even if the endeavor failed, some preferential treatment would still be accorded. Ultimately, it was a fortuitous development. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, upon hearing her words, felt a profound sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Gu Qinghuang's master held such a favorable view of him. To receive such a significant promise upon their first meeting left Lu Yuan, who had endured disdain at the heavenly pool since childhood, with an almost surreal sensation, a striking contrast. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Lu Yuan said earnestly, taking a deep breath. "Do not mention it," Shangguan Ruo replied with a gentle smile, then waved her hand. "The Sacred Land's grand competition has just concluded, and your time together has been brief. I shall not detain you further. You may depart." "Yes." The disciple takes their leave. Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang nodded lightly, swiftly exiting the hall. Before long, Lu Yuan accompanied Gu Qinghuang to her residence, an expansive and opulent palace. There, he encountered Mu Linger once again. Upon learning that Gu Qinghuang had successfully ascended to the position of the Wanchu Saintess, Mu Linger erupted with excitement, her face radiant with joy. However, the ensuing conversation left her utterly astounded. "Brother-in-law, did you truly defeat the young ancient god body and become the top inner disciple?" Mu Linger stared at Lu Yuan, her expression one of disbelief as she repeatedly sought confirmation. "Indeed, do you not believe it?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Indeed, young master. Your profound accumulation has led to a stunning revelation." Mu Linger nodded earnestly. Her adorably clumsy demeanor elicited a gentle laughter from both Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang. The atmosphere within the chamber instantly transformed into one of festive joy. In the following days, Lu Yuan spent his time atop Qixia Peak. He and Gu Qinghuang would occasionally engage in profound discussions, while at other times, they indulged in light-hearted conversations, together admiring the breathtaking sunset. Their companionship flourished, and the bond between them deepened, no longer marked by any sense of estrangement. Time slipped away quietly. On this particular day, the day of the opening of the Creation Divine Pool, Lu Yuan awoke early in the morning. Guqing Wang, still in slumber upon the bed, remained blissfully unaware. Ever since his cultivation had advanced, his physical prowess had grown increasingly formidable. Even the holy maiden of the cave heaven found it challenging to keep up, often succumbing to exhaustion and falling into a deep sleep. After quietly dressing, Lu Yuan extended his hand, summoning 2 scrolls of parchment that appeared in his grasp. One scroll contained the teachings of a Taoist scripture, while the other held the visualization method of the chaotic divine demon. Both were rare and supreme techniques in the world, significantly beneficial to Guqing Wang's cultivation. After placing the 2 scrolls on the bedside, Lu Yuan opened the door and descended into the sky, propelled by a radiant stream of divine light. Chapter 31. The opening of the creation divine pool. After a brief moment, Lu Yuan arrived at a secluded, ancient site as promised. At this time, the top 8 of the inner sect had nearly all gathered. The young ancient god body, Mu Chong, who had previously been severely injured and rendered unconscious by Lu Yuan, had also arrived early. He appeared to be in good spirits. His injuries seemingly healed to a significant extent. He cast a glance in Lu Yuan's direction, his cold gaze flickering slightly. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering a word, deliberately maintaining a certain distance from the latter. On another side, apart from Han Jiang and other inner sect disciples, 4 elders from the sacred land were also present, waiting. Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings before casually selecting a spot to sit quietly in meditation. After half a stick of incense had passed, the last person arrived, and all were present. "Let us begin." One of the elders from the sacred land slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly. "Very well." The other elders nodded in agreement. In the next instant, the 4 elders, all of whom were above the divine realm, suddenly rose into the sky, each occupying a corner of the void, forming intricate hand seals. Boom! Countless profound and intricate Tao patterns intertwined across the heavens, erupting with a resounding roar. This ancient site was completely sealed, gathering the spirits from all directions, transforming the very fabric of reality. Subsequently, the elders waved their hands, and an abundance of cultivation resources and treasures of the heavens and earth were projected forth. Under the crushing force of terrifying power, they shattered in an instant, illuminating a nearby ancient divine pool. The atmosphere there was vibrant with energy, overflowing with spiritual essence, shrouded in a mist so dense it seemed almost liquid. At times, grand sounds of the Tao resounded, and at other moments, radiant, auspicious clouds rolled and surged, displaying a kaleidoscope of colors, truly otherworldly. The divine pool has been opened. How much you can refine depends on your own fortune, one of the elders proclaimed with a commanding tone. Immediately, the 8 renowned disciples of the inner sect understood, transforming into beams of light that surged into the divine pool. The pool was vast, capable of accommodating thousands without feeling crowded under normal circumstances. Lu Yuan chose a position in the southeast corner, swiftly settling down to begin his cultivation. Within the creation divine pool, energies from all directions converged, enveloped in endless mist. The 4 elders of the sacred land performed their spells, continuously infusing a massive amount of cultivation resources to maintain internal balance. Such an expenditure was astonishing, were it not for the intention to provide benefits to the top disciples of the sacred land in the grand competition. Such a lavish method of cultivation would be rarely witnessed. At this moment, Mu Chong, Han Jiang, and the others were acutely aware of the rarity of this opportunity. Without hesitation, they focused their minds, immersing themselves in profound cultivation. Boom! Suddenly, a remarkable change occurred in the air above the southeast corner of the divine pool. Dozens of spiritual energy vortices formed without warning, violently siphoning various energy essences with an almost domineering fervor. The speed at which they gathered spiritual energy was such that even the elders from the sacred land could not help but change their expressions. Such a remarkable method of gathering spiritual energy. "Is it that young man Mu Chong?" An elder exclaimed in astonishment, gazing intently into the pool. After all, Mu Chong's identity was well known to all, with the backing of the Mu family and the esteemed elder from the sacred land. Acquiring a highly ranked secret technique for gathering spiritual energy seemed a trivial matter. Not Mu Chong. It is the sacred body, Lu Yuan, another elder, employing a powerful divine sense, penetrated the layers of spiritual mist, revealing the true form of the figure seated in meditation, thus disclosing this startling truth. Upon hearing this, the other elders were visibly shocked, their expressions betraying their surprise. It appears that the partner of the Holy Maiden is not as simple as he seems. Someone sighed, their meaning ambiguous. His rate of absorption is accelerating. Elders, Remain focused and be prepared to deploy the second batch of resources at any moment to maintain the balance of the formation. At this moment, Lu Yuan's chaotic essence surged wildly within him. Streams of extremely rich heaven and earth essence flowed in through his pores, meandering through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in the sea of bitterness. The chaotic energy trembled, and in an instant, the essence from all directions was refined, transforming into the fountain of his own power, gushing forth without the slightest delay. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation, it is likely that in this world, apart from the chaotic body, no one else could achieve such a feat, truly astonishing. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. At this moment, someone could no longer remain silent and suddenly spoke up. The resources here are nearly depleted. How about you all? Mine are running low as well. I estimate they will last less than a day. Gasped the 4 elders of the sacred land involuntarily inhaled sharply. Initially, they had assumed that someone was slacking off and not contributing their share, resulting in uneven consumption among them. In reality, it was Lu Yuan, who was absorbing far too much and far too quickly. The resources expected to sustain the pond for a month had been exhausted in just 7 days. What shall we do? Must we dig into our own pockets? An elder's face revealed a troubled expression as he communicated through divine sense. The source stones can be managed. We can produce some for emergencies. However, where would we find the rare treasures that can cleanse the soul? Ultimately, we must retrieve them from the sacred land's treasury. Soon, after some deliberation, one elder promptly withdrew, heading to the Lord's hall to report the situation. Oh, it's been used up so quickly? The sacred lord, Wan Chu, appeared slightly surprised, then smiled, acknowledging the extraordinary consumption of the ancient sacred body. It seems we have underestimated the situation. Take my decree and go to the treasury to gather another batch of resources to ensure the pond remains operational for a month. Yes, the elder responded respectfully and hurriedly departed. Before long, that elder returned, distributing the new batch of resources and resuming the operation of the ancient formation. As time continued its relentless march, Lu Yuan sat in stillness like a lifeless statue, his entire being enveloped in a golden aura that shimmered brilliantly, accentuating his divine presence. On the 25th day, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from within him. He had reached the pinnacle of the spirit-nourishing realm. A smile of joy appeared on Lu Yuan's face as he sensed the immense power coursing through him. Seizing this opportunity, he focused intently to condense his divine palace. He murmured softly to himself, then extended his hand to retrieve the exquisite 7-aperture Linglong pill, swiftly consuming it before resuming his cultivation. Chapter 32. Breakthrough to the divine palace. Upon consuming the elixir, an overwhelming force of medicinal energy surged through Lu Yuan, illuminating every aspect of his being. At that moment, he felt as if his senses were heightened and his thoughts crystallized. Every inch of his flesh, bones, and meridians was being purified by the power of the exquisite elixir, as if undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Concurrently, Lu Yuan's consciousness began to expand dramatically, threads of golden energy converging at his brow, gradually forming a deep golden lake. Above this lake, the majestic silhouette of a divine palace emerged, grand and imposing, as if on the verge of manifesting. Days swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed since the opening of the creation divine pool. It was time to conclude. A calm voice resonated, as 4 elders of the sacred ground joined forces to disperse the vast formation enveloping the ancient site. The energies within the divine pool receded like a retreating tide, their brilliance dimming and settling. Disciples from the inner sect, including Mu Chong and Han Jiang, began to emerge one by one, each adorned with expressions of joy and vigor, indicating substantial gains from their experience. Indeed, these individuals had successfully ascended to the divine palace realm, qualifying them as core disciples. One elder, scanning with his divine sense, nodded approvingly. Mu Chong has just entered the divine palace realm, yet his consciousness has been refined to such an impressive strength. It appears he is nearing the 3rd level of the divine palace realm. Another elder murmured, his eyes glinting with discernment. The mention of the 3rd level of the divine palace realm elicited gasps from Han Jiang and the other inner disciples, momentarily shattering their elation at their own achievements. They couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the extraordinary nature of the ancient divine physique, which surpassed that of ordinary cultivators in every aspect. Meanwhile, Mu Chong remained indifferent to the awe and admiration directed towards him. He merely cast a sharp glance in Lu Yuan's direction, a glimmer of intensity shining in his eyes. Lu Yuan, was it? In our previous competition, I was careless, allowing you to emerge victorious by chance. Now that we have both entered the Divine Palace realm, do you dare to settle our scores once more? Mu Chong inquired, his brow furrowed. As his words resonated, Lu Yuan slowly rose to his feet and stepped forward. Following his breakthrough to the Divine Palace realm, his entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation. His physique radiated a brilliant light, appearing as an unparalleled treasure, shimmering under the sun's rays with vibrant hues. In the midst of his previously calm and amiable disposition, there was now an unsettling edge that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. "You are not my opponent," Lu Yuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Chong, his tone cool and measured. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, with both his physical form and consciousness having undergone a dramatic evolution. In battles of the same realm, none could hold him back. This was a manifestation of a strong man's confidence, his heart unblemished by doubt. "Humph, you are merely a worthless being. What grounds do you have for arrogance? Are you perhaps afraid?" Mu Chong obstructed his path, confronting him head-on. Before the gaze of the multitude, he suffered defeat at the hands of the ancient sacred body. This was a disgrace for him and the ancient divine body, and he was determined to find an opportunity to redeem himself. The noise was unbearable. Lu Yuan frowned and shouted coldly. A brilliant divine radiance suddenly surged forth from his brow, swift as lightning, dazzling and blinding, charging forward. Mu Chong was taken aback, countering with his own spiritual power. However, to his astonishment, his divine consciousness, not weaker than that of the third layer of the Divine Palace realm, collapsed in an instant, completely overwhelmed. Mu Chong's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down, as a profound fear flickered in his eyes. The strength of his opponent's divine consciousness far exceeded his imagination. In that fleeting moment of engagement, it felt as if he were facing an unparalleled, razor-sharp sword that sent chills down his spine. At this moment, several elders from the sacred ground also sensed Lu Yuan's formidable power, which was far beyond Mu Chong's current capabilities. Amidst their astonishment, they took it upon themselves to mediate, saying, "Lu Yuan, both of you are outstanding disciples of our sacred ground. Rivalries among the youth are trivial matters. Do not escalate to the use of divine consciousness. Otherwise, you may harm your own sea of consciousness, leading to endless troubles." "Indeed, I understand," Lu Yuan replied, nodding as he withdrew his power. Then he suddenly inquired, "Elders, the essence in the divine pool was somewhat insufficient earlier but quickly restored. What transpired?" Upon his question, the other disciples present suddenly recalled a brief incident that had indeed occurred. "Your cultivation consumes a great deal. The resources for opening the divine pool for a month were insufficient, so we applied to the sacred lord for an additional batch, which caused a delay." One elder smiled slightly and replied truthfully, "I see. I appreciate the efforts of the elders." Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He developed a considerable fondness for the working style of the sacred Lord Wan Chu. After all, had it not been for the upper echelons of the sacred ground temporarily increasing the resource input several times, he might not have swiftly broken through to the Divine Palace realm. It's a trivial matter. Once you all break through to the Divine Palace realm, you may proceed to the inner hall and be promoted to core disciples. Now, the ancient land is about to close. Hasten your departure." One elder waved his hand dismissively. "Understood," they all replied, taking to the skies and dispersing like birds and beasts. Mu Chong was directly taken away by several elders to the residence of the Grand Elder. In midair, Lu Yuan rode the divine rainbow, surveying the mountains and rivers below, with the wind and thunder crackling, moving at great speed. After attaining the Divine Palace realm, his divine perception became extraordinarily acute, allowing him to hear and see in all directions, perceiving everything. That sensation was particularly exquisite. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan chose not to head directly to the inner hall, but first visited Qixia Peak. Soon, his figure appeared within Gu Qinghuang's chamber. "My lord, you have returned." Mu Linger greeted him. "Linger, where is Qinghuang?" Lu Yuan inquired. "The young lady is not present at the peak. More than half a month ago, she departed for the northern region," Mu Linger replied. "Oh? What is she doing in the northern region?" Lu Yuan inquired with astonishment. "I'm not certain. She left in quite a hurry." Mu Linger shook her head in response. "Very well." With that, Lu Yuan refrained from pressing further. After all, Gu Qinghuang, now the holy maiden of the 10,000 beginnings, undoubtedly had little leisure time compared to when she was merely a disciple. Numerous matters required her attention. Subsequently, Lu Yuan prepared to take his leave. "By the way, son-in-law, your family had visitors a few days ago." Mu Linger suddenly recalled and cautioned him. "Oh, who came?" "I do not know them. There was an elderly man and a young one, seemingly members of the Lu family's direct lineage. However, the elder has an acquaintance among the elders of the Holy Land and was invited to stay for a few days, apparently waiting for you. Chapter 33, Arrival of Family, Is That So? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. He harbored no affection for the direct descendants of the Lu family. Their purpose in sending someone was undoubtedly clear, to inquire about the progress of his procreation with Guqing Wang. Very well, I understand. Lu Yuan nodded gently. Engaged in a few more idle exchanges with Mu Linger before he withdrew from Qixia Peak. With his cultivation having reached the first level of the Divine Palace realm, he was now eligible to advance to a core disciple of the Sacred Land. However, mere attainment of cultivation was insufficient. He must also complete a specific trial task to ascend. Such details were explicitly recorded in the entry guide, well known to every inner sect disciple. I should return to my abode to prepare. This trial will likely require a journey. Lu Yuan contemplated silently. Before long, he had returned to his residence. Just as he was about to step inside, suddenly, a deep voice rang out from a distance. Lu Yuan, a young man clad in an ornate long robe, distinguished in appearance, emerged, unmistakably calling out Lu Yuan's name. Lu Yuan turned, casting a glance at him, and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Lu Yuan Long of the direct lineage's third branch. According to clan hierarchy, you should address me as your cousin." Lu Yuan Long strode forward. An air of arrogance evident in his demeanor as he surveyed Lu Yuan with a dismissive glance. "Oh, so indeed, a member of the Lu family has arrived." Lu Yuan frowned slightly, revealing little surprise, then spoke with an impassive tone. "What is the matter?" "Nothing of great importance. Merely fulfilling a request from the clan elders to check on you while passing by." Lu Yuanlong's eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on his lips as he continued. "Yet it seems you are faring quite well in the Wanchu Sacred Land?" As he spoke, strands of mental energy incessantly scrutinized Lu Yuan. Although he could not discern Lu Yuan's current cultivation level, one thing was certain. Lu Yuan, it appeared, was indeed cultivating as the disciples of the Wanchu Sacred Land claimed. Which surprised him somewhat. "Looking at me?" Lu Yuan scoffed coldly, replying without reservation, "Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution." At his words, Lu Yuanlong's expression grew increasingly frosty as he mocked. So, the top inner disciple of the Wanchu Sacred Land has certainly gained some backbone in his speech. Yet, is this the demeanor you ought to show your cousin? The heavenly pool is vast, with many lineages. It would be wise for you to refrain from making unwarranted connections. Lu Yuan replied calmly. It seems that since marrying Guqing Wang, you have gradually forgotten your identity and mission. The family has made tremendous sacrifices to form this alliance with the Gu family, not for you to engage in these trivial pursuits. You, a mere ancient waste. What can you achieve in the spirit realm or the divine palace realm? It is all a dead end, merely a waste of time. To ensure the prosperous continuation of our family's legacy, that is your paramount duty. Lu Yuanlong spoke with an air of indifference, issuing commands with an imperious tone. As he spoke, he advanced a few steps, extending his hand and saying, "I have heard that you acquired a 7-aperture Ling Long pill during the Sacred Land competition. Hand that pill over to me, and I shall let today's matters go, while also speaking favorably of you before the clan elders." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could no longer contain the fury within him and bellowed with a thunderous voice, startling the surroundings with a resonating sound. "In the 9th tier of the spirit-nurturing realm, how dare such a wretched creature display arrogance before me?" In an instant, Lu Yuan swiftly reached out, seizing Lu Yuanlong's hand and applying a powerful grip. Crack! A terrifying force crushed down, distorting Lu Yuanlong's entire right hand, shattering bones with a series of sharp cracks. Under the excruciating pain, Lu Yuanlong could not help but let out a cry of agony. He had never anticipated that Lu Yuan would be so audacious as to strike against him. "Lu Yuan, you seek death." Lu Yuanlong's expression twisted with rage. And disregarding the agony in his hand, he abruptly lifted his right leg and unleashed a vicious kick. The force was immense and swift, producing a piercing sonic boom. Yet, under the overwhelming presence of Lu Yuan's formidable consciousness, it moved as slowly as a child learning to walk. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed as Lu Yuanlong's right leg was shattered, blood splattering forth. "Lu Yuan, you dare to harm me. When I report this to the family." Lu Yuanlong's face turned pale as he struggled to steady himself, his eyes brimming with malice, and he shouted fiercely. However, before he could finish his threatening words, Lu Yuan lifted his leg once more, delivering a kick that shattered his left leg as well. With that, Lu Yuanlong was left utterly incapable of support. collapsing to his knees. His face drenched in cold sweat. Filled with terror, he found himself momentarily silenced. Is it quiet now? Lu Yuan looked down, responding with indifference. He stood there calmly, resembling a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Lu Yuanlong's expression darkened, gritting his teeth in silence. To kneel before a mere cripple was an extreme humiliation, far worse than death. Yet, at that moment, he found himself utterly powerless. Lu Yuan's strength far exceeded his expectations. To achieve the top rank in the inner sect of the sacred land with mid-tier cultivation in the spirit-nurturing realm was no mere exaggeration. His physical prowess rivaled steel. More formidable than any artifact, and utterly beyond Lu Yuanlong's current capabilities to contend with. Whether branch family or direct lineage, in my eyes, they are all inconsequential. What truly matters is to refrain from provoking me. Today, I shall show a modicum of restraint and spare your life. In the future, when you encounter me in the southern region, keep your head bowed and live humbly. Lu Yuan's expression remained cold, his tone unyielding. The piercing brilliance flickering in his gaze was utterly captivating, striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to meet his eyes. Lu Yuanlong was overwhelmed with trepidation. His head bowed low, teeth clenched in silence. Subsequently, Lu Yuan chose not to linger in that place. He turned and strode away. Following this incident, the thought of returning to the cave to gather his belongings dissipated, and he made his way directly to the inner hall. After all, Lu Yuanlong was not alone. An elder from the Lu family followed closely behind. Should any entanglement arise, troubles would undoubtedly follow in swift succession. It was wiser to proceed directly to undertake the trial tasks for advancing to a core disciple, setting forth on a journey where eyes would not see and hearts would not be troubled. Chapter 34, Trial, Spirit Communication Artifact. Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at the inner hall. It was far more imposing than the outer hall he had visited earlier. The grand structure boasted intricately carved beams and painted rafters, adorned with numerous exotic gemstones that shimmered with a lustrous glow. Inside the hall, countless documents lay scattered, revealing the busy figures of several disciples diligently organizing various items. At the center sat an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, his eyes half open and half closed, alone in his thoughts. Though frail with age, he commanded an air of authority that was not to be underestimated. Disciple Lu Yuan, here to advance to core disciple, Lu Yuan announced, coming to a halt and bowing respectfully to the elder before him. The venerable elder, upon hearing his name, rarely lifted his gaze. The champion of the inner sect competition. The saint body Lu Yuan, had he truly broken through to the divine palace realm so swiftly? Such a rapid pace of cultivation seemed at odds with the rumors. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the elder's eyes, followed by a moment of contemplation before he spoke in a measured tone, "Release your divine sense, allowing me to examine your prowess." Comprehending the elder's request, Lu Yuan immediately connected with the golden lake of his sea of consciousness, unleashing the power of the divine palace. Indeed, you have reached the divine palace realm, the elder remarked, visibly impressed. Moreover, your mental strength is remarkably refined. Yet, as if recalling something, the elder's expression turned somewhat troubled. You must be aware of the conditions for advancing to core disciple status. You are required to complete a trial task successfully before you can ascend. However, you have arrived a bit late. The cauldron of creation has closed, and several inner disciples have simultaneously broken through to the divine palace realm, having nearly exhausted the available trial tasks. Currently, only one high difficulty task remains. At this point, the elder added, of course, if you're not in a hurry, you may wait, perhaps in 10 days or half a month. New trial tasks will be issued from above. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before inquiring, what does this remaining high difficulty task entail? Assassination, the elder replied. What is the opponent's cultivation level? Lu Yuan asked. 5th layer of the divine palace realm, came the elder's response. Lu Yuan considered this information thoughtfully. The individual in question was a notorious bandit from the southern domain's Yin Kingdom, known for his ruthless killings and treasure thefts. Over the years, he had swiftly eliminated several outstanding disciples from the Holy Land, rapidly increasing his own power. The latest intelligence had only just been relayed, and there had been no time for adjustments. After a period of stagnation, he would soon rise to the list of tasks for core disciples, the elder explained patiently. Just then, a long-awaited system notification echoed in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Ding! Detected the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. 1. Accept this task. Reward. 1 Spirit Communication Artifact. 2. Decline to take risks and proceed cautiously. Reward. 10 pounds of frost iron. Please choose. Upon hearing the options, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened with focus. This trial task unexpectedly triggered a system reward. It appears somewhat extraordinary. Moreover, the reward options are quite generous. The value of a spirit tool is immeasurable. Among the numerous disciples of the Wanchu sacred land, only a select few true disciples would possess such an item, typically bestowed by family elders or high-ranking officials of the sacred ground. It can be said to be the most formidable artifact beneath the divine realm. Acquiring it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. I accept this task, Lu Yuan stated calmly, his expression unchanging. Upon hearing this, the inner sect elder was taken aback and solemnly reminded him, Lu Yuan, are you certain? Once you accept the trial task, it cannot be relinquished in a short time. Given your initial entry into the Divine Palace realm, capturing a practitioner of the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm may prove quite challenging. Lu Yuan responded with a serene smile. Thank you for the reminder, Elder, but my mind is made up. Seeing his resolute demeanor, the elder sighed lightly and ceased his persuasion. He then gestured, handing over the latest intelligence regarding the bandit. In that case, I wish you good fortune. Oh, and by the way, there is an additional reward for this task. If you bring back the head of this individual, you will receive a reward of 2,000 pounds of source energy. Excellent. Lu Yuan nodded, accepting the jade tablet, and strode away. Before long, Lu Yuan had flown beyond the boundaries of the sect. He retrieved the jade tablet and opened it to examine its contents. It contained a map of the Yin Kingdom, a description of the bandit named Ni Ping, and detailed information regarding his recent whereabouts, quite comprehensive. Lu Yuan paid little heed to the bandit's cultivation level. With his current abilities, even without revealing the power of his chaos body, crossing several minor realms to defeat an enemy was not a daunting task. Once he found Ni Ping, the latter would have little choice but to meet his demise. System claimed the reward, Lu Yuan murmured inwardly. Immediately, an object appeared in the system space. It was an irregular artifact, exuding a shimmering black light, resembling a black mountain in its appearance. Despite its palm-sized form, it emanated an intense and heavy sense of oppression. Jinyu Peak. Lu Yuan silently repeated the name of this artifact. Without further hesitation, he pricked his fingertip to draw forth a drop of blood and began the ritual of refinement. Buzz. In an instant, Jinyu Peak began to tremble and hum. Its body enveloped in a surge of black light, releasing waves of formidable and terrifying aura. Half a stick of incense later, the refinement was complete. A profound sensation surged within him, establishing a subtle connection between him and Jinyu Peak. Furthermore, the latter was capable of transmitting some waves of thought, which was quite extraordinary. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this, for artifacts of this caliber are inherently sentient, possessing a degree of intelligence. Even without infusing it with spiritual energy, it could autonomously engage in combat with formidable power. Soon, after a brief period of familiarization, Lu Yuan was able to manipulate the town-suppressing peak with utmost precision. He arrived above an uninhabited mountain range and extended his hand. The small, black peak in his palms soared into the heavens, instantly enlarging to shroud the entire horizon. It was colossal enough to obscure the sun and exuded a texture reminiscent of dark metal, as if it bore an unimaginable weight. Go, Lu Yuan commanded, flicking his fingers. The town-suppressing peak responded to his directive, immediately radiating a brilliant light as it descended with immense force. Its presence was overwhelming, akin to a true demonic mountain pressing down from above, drawing ever closer. Simultaneously, strands of peculiar dark light swirled at the summit, effectively imprisoning the surrounding void, rendering even the wind still. One could only imagine that if deployed against an adversary, escape would be utterly impossible, making it a formidable weapon of destruction. With a thunderous roar, the ground below fractured, ancient trees were obliterated, and massive fissures gaped open, creating a scene of utter devastation, showcasing its terrifying power. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan retracted the town-suppressing peak, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he swiftly departed from the area. Chapter 35. Pursuit. The vast expanse of the eastern wilderness stretches infinitely. It is likely that an ordinary cultivator might spend their entire life without ever fully traversing its terrain. The southern domain is merely a fraction of this boundless land. A secular dynasty like the Yin Kingdom, situated within the southern domain, remains but a minuscule grain in the ocean, incomprehensible in its entirety. Soon, after several days, Lu Yuan's figure appeared within the borders of the Yin Kingdom. Guided by the coordinates inscribed on the map, he navigated through the terrain, ultimately arriving at a secluded valley. Numerous demonic beasts lurked in the vicinity, mostly concealed within the ancient forests of the deep mountains and the vast wilderness. Occasionally, the chilling roars of these beasts echoed through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, a number of cultivators roamed within this valley, some hailing from illustrious cultivation families and local sects of the Yin Kingdom. Groups of 2 or 3, or even 5 or 6, donned uniform attire, easily distinguishable from one another. After pausing for a moment and scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, Lu Yuan failed to detect the aura of Enai Ping, prompting him to delve deeper into the valley. After considerable effort and a journey spanning several hundred miles, Lu Yuan finally discerned traces of Enai Ping in a certain locale. Although the man's appearance differed slightly from the depiction in the Jade Slip, his aura could not be concealed. Lu Yuan was nearly certain that this individual was indeed Enai Ping. At this moment, it seemed that Enai Ping had also sensed someone pursuing him from behind, compelling him to quicken his pace as he navigated swiftly through the ancient forests and ravines, seeking to shake off his follower. After the passage of half a stick of incense, the two found themselves in a desolate area rarely trodden by human feet. Enai Ping abruptly halted, gazing intently into the silent woods behind him, and with a cold smile, he remarked, "You have followed me for so long. Will you not reveal yourself?" As his words faded, Lu Yuan emerged slowly from the shadows, a faint smile gracing his lips. He replied calmly, "Your vigilance is commendable. Who are you?" Enai Ping narrowed his eyes, a piercing gleam flashing within them. "Wanshu Sacred Ground," Lu Yuan stated without reservation, revealing his affiliation. "Ah, I see," Enai Ping responded, his expression shifting to one of realization. Over the past few years, he had slain numerous disciples of the sacred grounds, and those sent to hunt him had been relentless. It was reasonable to assume that his name had found its way onto their so-called task list. However, at that moment, Enai Ping displayed no hint of panic. Instead, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he taunted, "Is there truly no one left in your Wanshu sacred ground? Have you sent a mere novice from the divine palace realm to meet his demise? My cultivation may not be high, but it is sufficient to deal with you." Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Before his arrival, he had deliberately dispersed the chaotic energy that concealed his true prowess, allowing his genuine strength to manifest. The strategy seemed to have borne fruit. Disciples of the sacred grounds have always held themselves in high regard, and you are no exception. I vaguely recall half a year ago, a stunning intersect female cultivator traveled great distances to hunt me down. In the end, I turned the tables on her, playing with her for 7 days and nights before she met her bitter end. In retrospect, there remains an insatiable thirst for more. Enai Ping licked his lips, a sanguine smile creeping across his face as his robust figure advanced menacingly. When one elevates oneself too high, one must pay the price. Thus, I shall graciously accept the storage bag you possess. The moment his words fell, Enai Ping erupted with ferocity, a flash of light marking his swift disappearance. In an instant, an arm shot forth like lightning, aiming to seize the crown of Lu Yuan's head. Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy, his vital energy surging as he unleashed a formidable punch. The sound of thunderous force resounded, a terrifying power exploding forth. Caught off guard, Enai Ping was struck squarely, his body hurtling backward, shattering numerous ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. What a powerful physical force, comparable to a treasure body. Once Enai Ping regained his footing, a look of astonishment crossed his face. No wonder he dared to pursue me alone. He indeed possesses some skill. However, it's a pity that you must still meet your demise. With a chilling demeanor, Lu Yuan, unwilling to engage in further banter, let his garments billow as he transformed into a streak of swift light, charging forward. An overwhelming aura of blood surged forth, golden radiance piercing the heavens, akin to an ancient beast of prey bearing down upon him. Witnessing this, Enai Ping immediately retreated, having already suffered a significant setback in their brief encounter. He would not dare to engage in close combat again. In the next instant, Enai Ping's divine power surged as he unleashed a terrifying lethal technique. A torrential river of blood surged forth, engulfing the surroundings in a crimson glow, a tempest of chaos unleashed. The stench was pungent, emanating a corrosive force. Wherever it passed, flora withered, instantly robbed of life. It was easy to imagine that any casual practitioner who came into contact would not escape unscathed. Child's play, Lu Yuan scoffed, a disdainful snort escaping his lips as he raised his hands, conjuring a chaotic celestial curtain. Within a radius of several meters, chaotic energy surged, impervious to all forms of attack. He then charged directly into the river of blood, advancing as if traversing an uninhabited realm. What? Enai Ping was taken aback, his eyes reflecting deep astonishment. Such a method was unheard of, unseen. It could isolate all paths and laws, utterly bizarre. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan emerged from the blood river, his right hand swinging like a golden millstone, striking with ferocity. With a splatter, Enai Ping spewed blood, forcefully driven into the earth. Bone surely fractured beyond count as he continued to expel internal organs. At that moment, he was thoroughly shaken, instantly realizing that the individual before him was no ordinary disciple of the sacred land. His combat prowess was terrifying, possessing the qualification to challenge beyond his level. In an instant, a beam of light erupted from Enai Ping's brow, transforming into a sharp celestial blade, blocking Lu Yuan's advance. This was the potent divine consciousness of a practitioner at the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm, radiating lethal intent, an exceptional means of annihilation, invisible and elusive. It was nearly impossible to grasp. Yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed, his corporeal form enveloped in boundless divine radiance, resembling a celestial deity descended to earth, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon him. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward, shattering myriad divine manifestations with a flurry of strikes. His hands, glistening like crystal, transformed into colossal hands that blotted out the sky, descending with formidable force. The valley trembled violently, the earth fissured, and rocks crumbled, annihilating everything in the vicinity with the residual shockwaves instilling terror. Once the dust settled, however, the body of Enai Ping was nowhere to be found. The ability to traverse dimensions is quite impressive, Lu Yuan remarked with an air of tranquility, his gaze fixed upon a clearing several hundred feet away. Young one, to possess the strength of a first-tier divine palace realm and compel me to this extent, you have every reason to take pride. In return, I shall refine your corpse into a puppet, ensuring your existence endures eternally. Enai Ping gasped heavily, uttering chilling words. Chapter 36, The Slaying of Enai Ping. Secrets unveiled. The recently employed life-preserving technique had undeniably exacted a considerable toll on Enai Ping. Prolonging the confrontation would be detrimental to the overall situation. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. With a wave of his hand, Enai Ping summoned his treasured artifact. A silvery radiance surged forth, revealing a magnificent silver bell that resonated with a thunderous clang, its brilliance intense and its might formidable. This prized possession, acquired through countless acts of violence and theft, had been purchased in an ancient city after much effort. It was esteemed enough to be classified among the mid-grade artifacts. In the context of a confrontation between cultivators of the Divine Palace realm, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he discerned the gravity of the situation, yet his countenance remained unchanged, exuding calm and composure. Suppress. Enai Ping intoned a spell, directing the artifact with an imperious command. The silver bell blazed with light, expanding several-fold, obscuring half the sky, and bearing down on Lu Yuan with overwhelming pressure. Lu Yuan, undeterred, stepped into the air, his dark robe billowing as he propelled his fist forward with great force. Clang! The golden fist collided with the ancient bell, producing a resonant metallic hum. Simultaneously, waves of silvery ripples erupted, transforming into lethal assaults that swept toward him. Lu Yuan staggered backward several paces under the impact. Though aside from a slight numbness in his arm, he emerged relatively unscathed. This was merely a test to ascertain the extent of his physical prowess against such an artifact. While your physical refinement is commendable, to think you could shake my treasured artifact is but a fanciful dream. Enai Ping scoffed, altering his hand seals. The silver bell glowed anew and ascended, preparing to descend with renewed force. A mere mid-grade artifact, what could it truly achieve? Should I wish to strike, I could shatter it. Lu Yuan declared assertively, his blood essence surging as he met the assault head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The silver bell reverberated incessantly, quaking under the relentless blows, fissures appearing upon its surface. Enai Ping's expression shifted to one of astonishment, utterly shaken. A cultivator at the first level of the Divine Palace realm could genuinely withstand the might of his artifact with sheer physical force, and to produce visible cracks required an unfathomable strength. Such a feat, if spoken of, would surely invite disbelief. In the midst of his dismay, Enai Ping recognized the dire need to alter his strategy, otherwise he risked a disastrous downfall. In the next instant, he divided his focus, using his divine consciousness to command the artifact's assault while swiftly forming seals with his hands to unleash a barrage of arcane techniques to vanquish Lu Yuan. Boom, boom. The divine energy surged, and magic poured forth. Lu Yuan employed his light-footed technique, deftly maneuvering through the ether, evading the onslaught. Clearly, you find yourself at an impasse. Enough of this game. Allow me to send you on your way, Lu Yuan declared, losing interest. He beckoned, and a palm-sized miniature peak materialized in his grasp. The void trembled, plunging into darkness in an instant. A pitch-black demon mountain loomed larger and larger under Enai Ping's terrified gaze, eventually obscuring half the sky, immense beyond measure. Its formidable presence was incomparably greater than that of his silver bell, akin to the difference between the heavens and the earth, a firefly against the sun. Impossible! What level of treasure is this? Enai Ping exclaimed in shock, yet received no response. The demon mountain descended, accompanied by roaring winds and thunder, as if crushing him like Mount Tai, drowning out all sound. In a panic, Enai Ping bit his tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood to summon the silver ancient bell back, shielding himself beneath it. Boom! The demon mountain collided violently with Enai Ping's treasure, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The energy unleashed from the impact obliterated the ancient forests and peaks within hundreds of yards, creating a vacuum. The silver bell, after a brief moment of resistance, shattered explosively. Fragments of the treasure flew in all directions, dim and lifeless, utterly reduced to scrap. Enai Ping cried out in anguish, pressing his hand to his brow. Though the silver bell had protected his body, the terrifying shockwave still caused him to bleed from all orifices, his insides ruptured. Should another blow like that come, his death would be all but certain. No. Don't kill me. I know a secret. A shattered little realm is about to open, containing the legacy of a saint. Enai Ping shouted in desperation, uttering these words amidst the heavy shadow of death. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened, and he raised his hand to pull the descending demon mountain back into his palm. A shattered little realm. This information is indeed invaluable. It is known that only the most powerful beings, those who have reached the saintly level, can create their own domain, transforming it into their path of cultivation. And now, we are in an era of the end of the law, with no living saints to be found. Thus, a near-broken little realm is likely the remnant of figures from tens of thousands of years ago, possibly even longer, and it may hold astonishing legacies. If this news were to leak, it would drive countless sects in the southern region into a frenzy. Where is it? Lu Yuan asked, his gaze lowering, voice indifferent. If I tell you, will you let me go? Enai Ping cautiously probed. If the information proves true, I can grant you a way out. Lu Yuan replied expressionlessly. Enai Ping's heart surged with joy at his words, but as his thoughts shifted, he considered various possibilities. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the southern region for years, he was no stranger to danger and would not easily trust anyone. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and spoke again. You must swear an oath of the heavenly path not to kill me. Otherwise, I would rather die than reveal this information to you. You believe you have the right to bargain with me? Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, closing the distance. Don't come any closer. Don't even think about soul-searching. Take another step, and I will self-destruct my divine palace. Enai Ping shouted, a look of resolute determination etched on his face. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan halted his steps, his gaze flickering momentarily before he raised two fingers towards the heavens, vowing an oath to the celestial principle. However, he appended a condition that Enai Ping would not take the initiative to strike against him. Could he speak now? A look of impatience crossed Lu Yuan's face. Enai Ping, after listening, found no issue with the stipulation and proceeded to divulge the secret. 3,000 miles beyond the northern borders of the Yin Kingdom lay the Lianyan mountain range. When would this occur? In 7 days. With that, Enai Ping sighed in relief, preparing to rise and depart. Yet, in a flash, Lu Yuan obstructed his path. The brilliance of the golden lake within his mind surged forth, unleashing a terrifying wave of divine consciousness that penetrated Enai Ping's awareness, erasing all memories of himself. Enai Ping stood there, his eyes vacant, lost in a daze. It was not until a considerable time had passed that he regained his senses. Upon focusing his gaze, he beheld a strikingly handsome, tall stranger standing before him. Who are you? Enai Ping demanded. A passerby, Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. What do you hold in your hand? A spirit communication treasure. At this revelation, Enai Ping's heart jolted, a deep greed immediately manifesting on his face as he reached out with a grasping hand. How dare a mere ant of the Divine Palace's first layer possess such a precious artifact? Hand it over. You dare to strike at me? Lu Yuan's brow furrowed as he raised his hand and swiftly dispatched him with a single blow. He then seized Enai Ping's head and departed with an air of triumph. Chapter 37. The Lianyan Mountain Range. Days later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Lianyan Mountain Range, as described by Enai Ping. This place was quite remote. with no city visible within 1,000 miles. It was perpetually shrouded in mist, creating an atmosphere of obscurity and vagueness. After continuing for half an hour, Lu Yuan ventured deep into the mountains, and at last, he sensed an unusual fluctuation. Dense Tao patterns sealed the void, resembling a massive array of restrictions. Approaching cautiously, Lu Yuan allowed a wisp of chaotic energy to flow from his fingertips and brushed forward. With a hiss, the subtle Tao patterns imprinted in the air immediately dimmed, creating a rift. Lu Yuan swiftly sidestepped and entered. Upon arrival, the surroundings transformed dramatically. With a sweep of his divine sense, he detected the presence of numerous cultivators. Lu Yuan remained vigilant as he advanced slowly, eventually reaching an open area. The moment he appeared, powerful waves of divine sense swept toward him. Among them were several individuals who surpassed the divine palace realm, their profound cultivation making it impossible for Lu Yuan to see through them. A loose cultivator at the first level of the divine palace realm. To find this place is indeed fortunate, remarked an elder, casting a glance in Lu Yuan's direction before quickly withdrawing his gaze. Although it was rare for a lone loose cultivator like Lu Yuan to arrive, it was not entirely unheard of. Aside from his youthful appearance, there was little that set him apart. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan discreetly observed the crowd around him. At that moment, a considerable number of cultivators had gathered in the vicinity of the open area, over 100 in total. The majority were from the local sects of the Yin Kingdom, easily identifiable by their uniform attire. They had likely received early news of the impending opening of that fragmented small world and were waiting here in advance. It seemed these local sects had deliberately kept the information under wraps, otherwise the emergence of a small world established by an ancient saint would not attract such a meager crowd. Lu Yuan pondered inwardly. The Yin Kingdom, when viewed in the context of the entire southern region, was but a drop in the ocean, a minuscule territory. Consequently, the number of formidable cultivators it possessed could not rival that of the grand sects, ancient clans, or sacred forces. If news had leaked, it would not be surprising for even a single powerful being from the divine realm to arrive, leaving this group with nothing but scraps. Soon after, Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts, found an inconspicuous spot, and sat down to await further developments. As time passed, 2 days later, a sudden violent commotion erupted outside. Dozens of formidable cultivators forcefully broke through the array of restrictions and surged in. All present were taken aback, springing to their feet and gazing in that direction. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the leaders of 2 local Yin sects and several elders could not help but turn pale. Old Ghost Sun, Old Ghost Song, you truly are here. Within the borders of the Yin Kingdom, a wondrous place has been unveiled, yet it seems no one thought to inform me. They even devised a ridiculous array to obscure the truth. Do they intend to keep it all to themselves? A rugged, boisterous middle-aged man burst in, shouting at the top of his lungs. With your flamboyant disposition, do you not realize that sharing this information would effectively alert all factions in the southern domain? The leader of the Qi Yin sect snorted dismissively. Spare me your nonsense. Am I such a fool? The burly man retorted. If you weren't foolish, you wouldn't have brought along a disciple from the Bitter Sea realm who has only been initiated for a few months. Another leader interjected with biting sarcasm. The Yin Kingdom is home to 3 major local factions, the Qi Yin sect, the Hanwu Hall, and the Lingxiao sect, each standing firm in their own right. The leaders of these sects are all cultivators of the Cave Heaven realm, traditionally maintaining a balance of power among themselves. The emergence of this fractured small world may harbor astonishing legacies and treasures, yet it could also be fraught with peril. It would be prudent for familiar factions to explore together, but the Hanwu Hall, known for its ostentatious ways and reckless disregard for consequences, is nothing but a crude martial brute, making collaboration difficult. Had they been forewarned, it would undoubtedly have startled the snakes in the grass. The individuals sent by the 2 factions to the Lianyun mountain range were meticulously chosen, trusted confidants who would never leak information. Yet, the Hanwu Hall brazenly brought along a novice disciple from the Bitter Sea realm, revealing their lack of discretion. Foolishness, or lack thereof, is evident to all. Hongwu incensed, flushed with anger. After a lengthy tirade, he gradually quieted down. Lu Yuan sat alone, observing with a detached gaze, showing little concern for the unfolding drama. As time passed, several hours slipped by. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distant horizon. Dozens of fearsome ancient beasts, clad in scales and adorned with formidable horns, descended upon the clouds. Each beast bore a rider, all exuding remarkable auras, creating an impressive spectacle. They were members of the ancient Meng family. Upon their arrival, many cultivators present turned pale, their expressions darkening in an instant. Undoubtedly, the news had leaked, drawing the ancient families forth to contend for the treasures. At this moment, a rare seriousness flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. The Ming family is one of the ancient families of the southern domain, their power nearly on par with the Lu and Gu families. Their ranks are filled with formidable experts, with numerous strong individuals above the divine realm, rivaling some of the great sects and immortal sanctuaries. Their appearance at such a critical juncture surely indicates they have received some intelligence. As for the source of the leak, it is difficult to ascertain. After all, there are many cultivators here, including a portion of Lu's cultivators. It is not impossible that someone sold this information to the ancient families for a handsome reward, just as the Ming family arrived. Another powerful force made its way to this locale. A colossal ancient ship descended, from which dozens of figures began to emerge one after another. Among them were numerous youthful faces, accompanied by figures of the older generation. The Hall of Illusions, your movements are rather swift. A master from the Ming family stepped forward, his consciousness sweeping forth like a tidal wave, swiftly discerning the identity of the newcomers, and he spoke with indifference. "Ah, it is indeed my old acquaintance, Ming Ren. Long time no see." A light chuckle resonated from within the ranks of the Hall of Illusions, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. The local forces of Yin and the scattered cultivators below were entirely disregarded, not even receiving a glance. The Hall of Illusions has arrived. This complicates matters. The cultivators of Yin were filled with bitterness. The Hall of Illusions is also a major sect of the southern region, possessing formidable strength. To vie for a share in the presence of such a colossal entity is akin to seizing food from the jaws of a tiger. However, for now, one can only take it step by step. Chapter 38. The gathering of all parties as both our factions have converged here. Let us rely on our own abilities to contend for the prize. However, for the sake of caution, I suggest we seal off this mountain range to thwart any subsequent arrivals, proposed a master from the Ming clan. Indeed, such an idea resonates with the sentiments of several formidable figures from the illusory palace. Given the urgency of the situation, they had not brought along any transcendent beings. If the news continues to spread, it is inevitable that other ancient clans and major sects, like the Ming clan, will send their representatives to vie for dominance. Such a scenario is one that many would prefer to avoid. Consequently, the two great factions swiftly reached a consensus. They dispatched their powerful members to take action, each claiming a portion of the void, inscribing hundreds, if not thousands, of intricate and profound runes to completely seal off the area of the Lianyan mountain range. Only those of divine realms could hope to perceive the unusual spatial fluctuations here. Soon after, all present cultivators gradually fell into silence, awaiting the emergence of the small world. 2 days later, boom, an extraordinary spatial fluctuation rippled through this region. The void trembled, revealing countless dark fissures, the laws of the universe marred and flickering, forming an entrance. It has opened. The shattered small world is now accessible. Many cultivators present abruptly rose, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Were it not for the presence of powerful figures from the two factions, it is likely that some would have rushed out already. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. An elder from the illusory palace, in the Nirvana realm, observed with a flicker of his gaze. Then, with a grand gesture, he summoned a surge of potent divine energy to probe into the void's fissure. In the next instant, boom, the fissure in the void twisted violently, collapsing dramatically before the eyes of all present and completely engulfing that divine energy. What? How could this be? Many faces turned pale, confusion etched across their features. It appears that this small world has existed for far too long. The laws have become incomplete, the spiritual energy dissipated, nearing collapse. The experts from the Ming clan also discerned some clues and solemnly remarked, "Let us try again." Subsequently, several individuals took action, continuously suppressing the outward fluctuations of their divine energy. After the passage of half a stick of incense, they finally reached a consensus. This small world is too severely fragmented to accommodate cultivators above the cave heaven realm. Should anyone attempt to breach it forcefully, it would likely collapse outright, leading to mutual destruction for all within. In light of this, we can only allow disciples of the Divine Palace realm to venture forth for exploration, stated the elder from the illusory palace. Indeed, the experts from the Ming clan nodded in agreement. Thereafter, the members of these two great factions cast their first scrutinizing glances at the multitude of cultivators from the Yin nation below. This small world is too severely fragmented. Only those below the cave heaven realm may enter. Rest assured, those who accompany our disciples will not find themselves lacking in rewards. Those who seek companionship, bring others along. The elder of the illusionary palace spoke with a benevolent demeanor. Simultaneously, the experts from the Ming family began to win over hearts, for in that small world, every additional person equated to augmented strength. Should they encounter perilous terrain, these individuals could serve as expendable scouts, a pragmatic strategy indeed. As for the treasures they might obtain, once extracted, they would be beyond the grasp of mere ants from these unremarkable locales. Upon uttering these words, all the cultivators present displayed bitter expressions, comprehending the intentions of these two formidable factions. Should one not align themselves with their ranks, entry would be utterly impossible, leaving no glimmer of opportunity. Given the current lockdown of the entire Lianyun mountain range, even departure had become a daunting challenge. Such tyrannical actions stripped individuals of their very right to choose. The three chief leaders of the native sects of the Yin kingdom sighed softly. They could only quietly select personnel below the realm of Cave Heaven and stand divided. Even the typically flamboyant Hong Wu conceded, refraining from any reckless behavior. Though he exhibited a certain brashness, he was not devoid of wisdom. In the Yin kingdom, his cultivation at the Cave Heaven level allowed him to reign supreme, yet amidst the might of the Ming family in the illusionary palace, he was akin to a mere insect. A single disagreement could lead to his untimely demise. Soon, the 100 cultivators present began to mobilize, albeit with varying levels of prowess. After careful selection, only over 40 possessed the strength of the Divine Palace realm, divided between the two great factions. Those of the spirit-nurturing and Bittersea realms were outright disregarded, deemed too feeble to warrant consideration despite their numbers. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan remained silent, merging with the crowd as he gravitated towards the ranks of the Ming family. The limitation on the cultivation levels for entry into the small realm ultimately benefited him, as it was far preferable to trailing in the wake of a Nirvana realm expert. Uncle Run, what purpose do these weaklings serve? If the illusionary palace proves unwise, I can handle them alone. At that moment, a youth of approximately 17 or 18 leapt down from a strange beast. His gaze was piercing and resolute, reminiscent of a youthful deity as he strode through the crowd with an air of supreme arrogance. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the cultivators in the Ming family's ranks soured. Several elders of the Divine Palace realm found their dignity severely compromised. Despite their esteemed positions as elders in the Yin kingdom, they were belittled by a mere youth, which was indeed a source of great embarrassment. However, the pressing circumstances rendered them powerless to retaliate. They could only endure in silence. Lu Yuan found himself stifling a laugh, casting a profound glance at the Ming youth, laden with unspoken meaning. Zhaoer, do not underestimate your opponents, Meng cautioned, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. Yet, Meng Zhao remained undeterred, persisting in his own way. And so it continued. Among the two formidable forces, each has selected individuals to enter the small realm. This time, the illusory palace has brought forth a dozen disciples of the Divine Palace realm, all remarkably youthful and possessing extraordinary demeanor, far beyond the capabilities of cultivators from a modest place like the Yin kingdom. Standing alongside these individuals, they instantly appear as cranes among chickens, highlighting their distinction. On the other hand, the Ming family is not far behind in numbers, with 11 of their disciples stepping forward. Leading them is the haughty youth, Meng Zhao. Although this young man is arrogant and self-important, his talent for cultivation is undeniably astonishing. At such a tender age, he has achieved the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm. Even when compared to the younger generation across the great sacred lands, he stands out as one of the elite. Now that everyone has gathered, delay may invite unforeseen changes. Let us depart. Yes, as the command was given, dozens of figures ascended, each harnessing their divine rainbows, soaring into the void above, disappearing into the rifts of space. Chapter 39. Dragon-scale grass upon entering. The scene before them transformed dramatically. The gray, overcast sky was suffused with an ancient, untamed aura. The laws of nature appeared fragmented, lending an air of oppression. Like the other cultivators who had entered, Lu Yuan swept his divine consciousness across the surroundings, scrutinizing the terrain. This small world was vast, stretching endlessly. Yet it was undeniably fractured and desolate. The gray-brown rocks and barren land extended for miles, devoid of vitality and greenery. Even without intervention, it would not be long before it completely collapsed, vanishing into the chaotic void. The expanse was immense, yet only a handful of individuals were present. To achieve any meaningful discovery, they ought to divide and explore separately. At this moment, A young disciple from the Meng family voiced a suggestion. Upon hearing this, numerous gazes turned towards Meng Zhao, the inquiry evident in their eyes. Very well. You may each select 2 companions and explore separately, Meng Zhao nodded, stating with a calm demeanor. 2 for each? What about you? Another asked. No need. It would be a burden. Meng Zhao waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of arrogance. Without waiting for further discussion, he summoned a radiant divine rainbow and soared into the distance. Indeed, a few Ming family disciples sighed. Well aware of Meng Zhao's disposition, apart from his elder brother and the esteemed clan elders, he would show no deference to anyone else. You accompany me. A young disciple from the Meng family pointed at 2 individuals sternly. The others quickly began to choose their companions as well. In the end, Lu Yuan and an elder from Lingxiao sect were selected by a man named Meng Yifan. Let us depart. Meng Yifan glanced at the 2, his expression impassive. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. A powerful sweep of divine consciousness revealed Meng Yifan as cultivation level, 3rd tier of the divine palace realm. 2 minor realms below that of Ni Ping. Such a character could be easily dispatched, holding little significance. However, with so many eyes around, it was prudent to refrain from making a move. Once the 2 factions had sufficiently separated, he would have no reservations. Soon after, the trio each summoned their divine rainbows and surged forth into the distance. As they traversed the terrain, they rapidly delved deeper. Most of the landscape consisted of yellow earth and desolate expanses, offering little of interest. It was not until they traveled for half an hour that they arrived at a valley. Upon entering its mouth, an intensely sharp aura of slaughter surged forth to greet them. The oppressive force was formidable. Merely approaching it caused a stinging pain across their faces, as if a heavenly sword were unleashing its unparalleled brilliance. This place is extraordinary. There must be treasures here. Meng Yifan's eyes sparkled with fervor. Immediately, he produced a secret treasure that emanated a gentle luminescence, enveloping his form within its protective aura. Let us proceed and investigate. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan felt a surge of interest as well. As a thought crossed his mind, the chaotic essence within him surged forth, instantly obliterating the fierce aura that had invaded his body. However, the elder from the Lingxiao sect was not so fortunate. Under such immense pressure, he struggled to maintain his footing, blood seeping from his emaciated arms, rendering him quite pitiful. Young friend Meng, with my cultivation, I fear I cannot approach this valley, he lamented. Meng Yifan glanced back at him, silently cursing, what a useless fool. Come, follow me. Thank you. The elder managed a sheepish smile and hurried forward, stepping into the gentle light curtain, where the pressure around him significantly diminished, allowing him to exhale with relief. And what about you? Meng Yifan inquired, directing his gaze toward Lu Yuan. No need, Lu Yuan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Meng Yifan's eyes flickered momentarily, regarding him with newfound respect. Despite possessing only the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm and lacking any magical treasures, Lu Yuan was able to withstand the valley's oppressive force. It seemed that this individual harbored some secrets. However, there was no time for contemplation. Exploring the valley was paramount. Thus, the 3 gradually ventured deeper. The valley was desolate, devoid of any vitality. Soon, their attention was captivated by a patch of sunken, dark brown soil. Above it grew dozens of peculiar small grasses. The grass had 3 leaves, gleaming in golden hue, with irregularly shaped leaves resembling dragon scales unfurling, coiling like a dragon, exuding a formidable brilliance. This was the origin of the valley's aura, the dragon scale grass. Meng Yifan's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated the existence of such a miraculous entity in the world. It was said that this grass took root only in the most bitter and cold places, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nurture itself. Moreover, if consumed, it could potentially allow the devourer to cultivate the imperial dragon aura within, manifesting a devastating prowess akin to practicing an ancient supreme scripture. This was undoubtedly a remarkable fortune. As he contemplated this, Meng Yifan's breath grew noticeably heavier. Just as he was about to step forward, he abruptly halted. I recall from ancient texts that the dragon scale grass is extraordinarily violent, affecting its surroundings and capable of autonomous aggression. If that is indeed the case, the accumulation of aura over the past tens of thousands of years must be terrifying. Meng Yifan stood in place, deep in thought, while casting a glance at the 2 behind him. At this moment, Lu Yuan had also recognized the dragon scale grass. Although he had been unable to cultivate at the Lu family, he had perused numerous ancient texts. In terms of knowledge, He was not inferior to many disciples of ancient clans. You, go over and take a look, Meng Yifan instructed, pointing at the elder from the Lingxiao sect. Ah, this. The elder was suddenly taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead. How could he not realize that this young scion of the Meng family wished for him to scout the way? The murderous aura here was so dense that stepping outside the protection of this sect's treasure would undoubtedly spell great danger. Enough with the protests. Just go. On the count of 3, if you do not move, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Meng Yifan declared with a cold glare, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. The elder, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of despair. After a heavy sigh, he resolutely charged towards the root of the dragon scale grass. Boom. As the elder approached, nearly half of the dragon scale grass suddenly radiated a brilliant light, unleashing a torrent of formidable sword auras, akin to a great dragon emerging into the world, poised to strike with fierce intent. Ah! The elder let out a blood-curdling scream as his body disintegrated, erupting into a mist of crimson. Indeed, just as I surmised, once the accumulated energy nurtured within the dragon scale grass over the years is exhausted, it can be safely harvested. Meng Yifan rejoiced, indifferent to the elder of Lingxiao sect's demise. He then swiftly turned to Lu Yuan and commanded, "You proceed." "Yes, you may go." Lu Yuan nodded. "I instruct you to go." Meng Yifan was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, it is you who should advance." Lu Yuan replied with a subtle smile. In the next instant, a palpable aura of menace enveloped Meng Yifan's eyes. Chapter 40. Slaying. The royal way of the dragon Shi Yu, a mere insignificant cultivator, dared to defy the Meng family. "Are you tired of living?" Meng Yifan's gaze was sharp, radiating an astonishing murderous intent as he spoke coldly. It seemed that at any moment, he could eliminate the person before him. "Is that so?" Lu Yuan's expression remained indifferent, unperturbed, exuding an unsettling calmness. "When courtesy is spurned, punishment must follow. It appears I must shatter every bone in your body and personally cast you aside." With that, Meng Yifan suddenly erupted in fury, his fingers shimmering with divine light, silver radiance intertwining like an immense mountain descending upon him. Lu Yuan did not evade. Instead, he accelerated, transforming into a stream of golden light, charging forward and swinging his golden fist with fierce determination. Boom. The clash of terrifying forces caused the very void to tremble. Meng Yifan was sent reeling backward, as if struck by a violent impact. He wore an expression of astonishment, incredulous at the fact that this individual, clearly only at the first level of the Divine Palace realm, could refine his physical form to such an extent. Truly astonishing. In the next instant, before Meng Yifan could react, Lu Yuan once more harnessed his speed, charging forward. A colossal golden hand intertwined in the air, its brilliance radiant, resembling a resplendent golden grinding wheel that obscured the heavens. Buzz! Meng Yifan's face drained of color as he summoned all his strength to activate his protective artifact. In an instant, the gentle light barrier became much more agile, warding off the impending murderous aura. Futile. Lu Yuan sneered, seemingly anticipating this response. As the golden hand descended, dark, enigmatic strands of chaotic energy coiled between his fingers, harboring a terrifying demonic force capable of annihilating all things, unstoppable. Boom. At the moment the gentle light barrier made contact with the chaotic energy, it was torn open with a massive gash. The golden hand then descended without obstruction, crushing down heavily upon Meng Yifan. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed. Meng Yifan's form hunched over, instantly transformed into a bloodied figure. With a single strike, all his bones were shattered, fulfilling the earlier proclamation. Ah! Meng Yifan emitted a wretched cry of agony. Yet before that cry could echo for long, Lu Yuan's massive hand fell, seizing his neck and effortlessly tossing him to the roots of the dragon scale grass. Swish! Swish! A series of fierce beams of light pierced through Meng Yifan's body, like that of the elder from Lingxiao sect, exploded on the spot, meeting an untimely demise. Having accomplished his task, Lu Yuan reached out, collecting the storage bags of the two, then turned his gaze towards the low-lying area ahead. It seemed that the dragon scale grass, having accumulated countless years of murderous power, had exhausted its energy and was now ready for harvesting. However, for the sake of caution, some protective measures were still necessary. Subsequently, Lu Yuan summoned the power of the chaotic body, unfurling a dark canopy and slowly advancing forward. As he approached within a few feet of the dozens of dragon scale grasses, no anomalies occurred, allowing him to gradually lower his guard and bend down to gather them. Before long, The numerous dragon scale grasses were secured by Lu Yuan. Such a bountiful harvest upon entering was indeed an auspicious omen. However, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to consume the dragon scale grasses. Instead, he stood quietly, attuning himself to the fluctuations in the surrounding space. He suddenly realized that while he was manipulating the chaotic energy, the void around him became exceedingly unstable. Perhaps, if he could persist a little longer, he might cause a section of this small realm to fracture prematurely, thereby evolving into a new spatial conduit. With this thought, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he intensified the operation of the chaotic power, embarking on his endeavor. After all, at the entrance of this small realm, the formidable figures from the illusionary palace and the Ming clan were stationed, awaiting their opportunity. Moreover, the entire Lianyan mountain range was encircled by a colossal formation, making it quite troublesome to escape unnoticed. However, if he could validate his earlier conjecture, then all problems would naturally resolve themselves. With a soft hiss, countless threads of chaotic energy emerged from Lu Yuan's palm. The myriad laws lamented, and the void twisted violently. After the span of an incense stick, this small patch of void completely collapsed, revealing a fissure that formed another passage to the outside world. Indeed, it was feasible. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan's expression lit up with joy. This development alleviated his concerns. Even if he were to eliminate the core figures of these two great factions during a confrontation, he could still retreat unscathed and chart a new course. Subsequently, Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts and ceased to ponder further. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a dragon scale grass and consumed it on the spot, commencing the refining process. The bitter flavor spread as he ingested the leaf, followed by a surge of overwhelming vitality coursing through his limbs and bones. Seated on the ground, Lu Yuan embraced the primordial essence, methodically guiding this vitality to temper his physique. 1 grass, 2 grasses, 3 grasses, 4 grasses. Each dragon scale grass was swiftly consumed by Lu Yuan. His vitality surged at an astonishing rate, a testament to his already formidable sacred body and his far superior reservoir of energy compared to ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, others would likely have burst apart from such excessive consumption. As time passed, upon consuming the 13th dragon scale grass, Lu Yuan's aura intensified, his entire being illuminated with a golden glow, vitality surging like a rainbow. His crystal-like skin began to swirl with a terrifying draconic energy, embodying a regal supremacy unmatched in heaven and earth. Suddenly, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, unleashing an unparalleled brilliance that pierced through a nearby boulder. Although dragon scale grass was rare, consuming too many would lead to resistance, making their effects inferior to the earlier ones. However, the legendary Imperial Dragon Aura seems to have taken shape. Why not seize the moment and strive with all one's might to cultivate it? Lu Yuan pondered silently in his heart. Subsequently, he extracted all the remaining dragon scale grass and continued to consume it. 3 days later, a resounding roar of a dragon suddenly erupted from the valley, causing the crimson earth to tremble. Lu Yuan stood tall, his gaze blazing, exuding a fearsome aura. Golden dragon energy swirled around him in strands and clusters, elevating him to the stature of an imperial powerhouse. A terrifying presence pierced the heavens, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon him. He had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Palace realm. Chapter 41. Who agrees, who disagrees? His cultivation had ascended to a new plateau, and he had successfully cultivated the Royal Dragon Aura, augmenting his own prowess. Such gains could hardly be deemed inconsequential. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, his blood surging with an astonishing force. In terms of physical strength alone, he might even rival a young true dragon, marking a qualitative leap in his combat capabilities. Subsequently, Lu Yuan chose not to linger in the valley any longer. With a flicker of his form, he surged forth into the distance. As he journeyed onward, he traversed an unknown expanse. Upon reaching a desolate stretch of land, he suddenly heard the distant echoes of a fierce battle. Thunderous roars reverberated through the air, with divine radiance flashing and brilliant lightning intertwining, shaking the very heavens. It was evident that many were engaged in combat, creating a scene of utter chaos. Lu Yuan paused, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Wherever there is conflict, there are bound to be treasures awaiting discovery. Having stumbled upon this scene, he was resolved not to remain a mere bystander. With his garments billowing, he quickened his pace towards the heart of the fray. Before long, an ancient palace standing in the desert came into view. This edifice was not grand in scale, yet it exuded an extraordinary aura, seemingly crafted from some rare divine metal. Even after enduring the passage of countless eons, it still gleamed with a metallic luster. imparting a formidable sense of oppression. At the very center of the palace hung a plaque inscribed with three bold characters: Divine Armament Pavilion. The Divine Armament Pavilion. This ancient structure was indeed the forge of that illustrious sage. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Such a place of weapon crafting is of paramount significance within any faction, especially one left behind by a sage. Even in the absence of fully formed weapons, any remnants of the crafting process would be invaluable materials. No wonder the disciples of the Hall of Annihilation and the Ming family were engaged in a desperate struggle outside. At present, 6 individuals were locked in combat outside the palace. The young woman from the Ming family was embroiled in a fierce clash with the practitioners of the Hall of Annihilation. In contrast, the other skirmishes seemed rather lackluster. Their techniques unremarkable, and their divine power and physical training quite lackadaisical. It was evident that they were practitioners from local sects of the Yin Kingdom, forcibly drawn into this turmoil. Thousand Phantom Shadow Kill. A commanding voice rang out as a young man from the Hall of Annihilation moved with agility, seemingly ethereal. He conjured several illusory forms in the void, synchronizing their movements with his own. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of astonishing sword light. Boom! An overwhelming assault descended, a dense wave of power sweeping through the battlefield, causing the earth to crack and the heavens to tremble with its might. Go! Yet the Ming woman who responded to the challenge appeared to be no ordinary adversary. She opened her mouth and issued a sharp rebuke. As a magnificent scarlet cauldron erupted from her brow, radiating countless rays of light that permeated the heavens. With a resounding roar, the void trembled and resonated, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Both individuals staggered back several paces, unable to gain the upper hand against each other. Meng Qian, our cultivation levels are both at the 5th tier of the Divine Palace realm. It is difficult to determine a victor at this moment. Why not divide the refining materials in this ancient hall equally and retreat gracefully? Suggested the young man from the illusionary palace, stabilizing his stance. Upon hearing this, Meng Qian's beautiful eyes flickered, revealing a hint of hesitation. Although Feng Xiu was not among the top 10 disciples of the illusionary palace, his combat prowess was indeed formidable. He possessed mastery over several powerful divine abilities, and she was not confident she could defeat him. Meanwhile, the situation on the other side offered little hope. Those present were merely opportunists who would not fight to the death, making a decisive victory unlikely. Just as Meng Qian fell into contemplation, her divine sense suddenly detected the presence of another individual. She turned sharply, her gaze locking onto Lu Yuan. It's you. You are the wandering cultivator who accompanied Meng Yifan. Where is he? Meng Qian inquired eagerly. At her words, Feng Xiu's expression shifted. Almost immediately, a formidable divine sense, belonging to the 5th tier of the Divine Palace realm, extended outward. However, after searching for a considerable time, he could not locate Meng Yifan's hidden presence. It seemed only one person had arrived. In response to Meng Qian's inquiry, Lu Yuan merely cast her a fleeting glance, remaining silent. He then leaped forward, darting straight into the ancient hall. This scene left the gathered cultivators utterly astonished, their minds racing. What was this young man intending? Ignoring the questions from the Meng family, he boldly advanced into the ancient hall. Was he attempting to seize treasures right under the noses of these two? The local cultivators from the Yin Kingdom could not help but swallow hard. While it was a notion that crossed everyone's mind, the powerful forces of the illusionary palace and the Ming family were stationed at the entrance to this small realm. Even if he could snatch 1 or 2 treasures, he would be powerless to safeguard them. Such an endeavor was utterly futile. I'm speaking to you. Did you not hear me? Meng Qian felt humiliated by the disregard of a mere wandering cultivator from a small place. Enraged, she ground her silver teeth, a fierce glint flashing in her beautiful eyes as she coldly demanded an answer. At this moment, Lu Yuan had gracefully alighted at the entrance of the ancient hall. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned numerous rare materials piled within. Among them were materials capable of forging divine weapons, each of immense value and rarity. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his body to face the menacing Meng Qian outside the hall and calmly spoke. Regarding your earlier inquiry about Meng Yifan, he is dead. What? Dead? Upon hearing this, Meng Qian was taken aback. Who killed him? She inquired. I did. Lu Yuan replied calmly. Huh? Just you? Meng Qian scoffed derisively. At this point, she began to grasp that he was merely trying to intimidate her. Although Meng Yifan's abilities were not particularly formidable, he was nonetheless a direct descendant of an ancient family. The esoteric arts he commanded were beyond the reach of these crude and scattered practitioners, even though they both stood at the third layer of the Divine Palace realm. Their combat prowess could not be compared. There was no way he could falter in such a manner. Moreover, her family's elders were guarding outside. What rogue would possess such audacity? Could it be that he had defected to the Phantom Oblivion Palace, severing ties with Meng Yifan? Meng Qian's gaze flickered as she silently analyzed the situation in her mind. Believe it or not, is of no concern to me, Lu Yuan responded with a dismissive smile. Opting not to elaborate further, he then stretched his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention earlier. Everything within this ancient hall is mine. Who is in favor, and who is opposed? Chapter 42. A sweeping victory as calm words fell from the speaker's lips. It was as if a tempest had been unleashed. All the cultivators present were momentarily stunned, as if they had heard something utterly inconceivable. Could it be true? Did he truly dare? Several local cultivators from the Yen Kingdom felt as though the ground had shifted beneath them. They had never encountered such audacity in a rogue cultivator. One who dared to openly challenge the two prominent young masters of the Illusory Palace and the Meng family. If such a thing were to occur to them, it would spell disaster, leading to the annihilation of their clan. At this moment, Meng Qianying's delicate face was etched with frost, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yuan, her killing intent palpable. On the other side, Feng Xiu from the Illusory Palace was also incensed, his fury erupting into laughter. Well, here comes someone unafraid of death. I am eager to see how you intend to seize the prey from the tiger's jaws. Do you consider yourself a tiger? Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Seeking death, Feng Xiu's expression darkened as he let out a thunderous roar. His ethereal figure flickered and vanished, appearing before Lu Yuan in an instant. His fingers curled into claws, accompanied by a howling gale, descending upon Lu Yuan with immense force. This assault, seemingly straightforward, contained astonishing power, capable of effortlessly vanquishing a cultivator of the third realm of the Divine Palace. Overestimating yourself. Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he swung his golden fist, enveloped in tendrils of Imperial Dragon energy, sharp as a razor. He neither evaded nor sought refuge, delivering a punch that unleashed a devastating torrent of might. The very void trembled under the onslaught, with several relatively weak points being pierced by the Imperial Dragon energy, revealing the dark and chaotic currents of the void. Boom! Feng Xiu was struck with tremendous force, his body sent flying. The sheer terror of such power was beyond his capacity to withstand. In a single exchange, he had suffered a significant defeat. What? The young master of the Illusory Palace was sent flying with a single blow? Gasps of disbelief echoed from the crowd. It was not just them. Even Meng Qian's gaze sharpened with astonishment at the rogue cultivator's formidable prowess. Such brute strength. You are certainly no nameless individual. State your name. Feng Xiu. Feeling a chill in his heart, questioned with a facade of authority. As he spoke, his right hand, which he had kept behind his back, was bloodied and trembling uncontrollably, with half of its bones shattered. With your strength, you are not yet worthy to know, Lu Yuan replied coolly, his gaze dismissive. As if Feng Xiu were of no consequence. Utterly arrogant. Regardless of who you are, I shall ensure you do not leave the Lianyun Mountains. Feng Xiu seethed with indignation at such disdain. He then turned to Meng Qian, conveying through thought, this individual possesses an extraordinarily strong physique, rivaling the top young masters of this generation. If you remain a bystander, you will return empty-handed. It would be prudent to join forces to eliminate him first and discuss the spoils afterward. Agreed. Meng Qian responded decisively, nodding in affirmation. In the next instant, the two turned against each other, launching their attacks towards Lu Yuan simultaneously. Having witnessed the latter's terrifying physical prowess, no one would be foolish enough to engage him in close combat. Feng Xiuxin's thought stirred, and an awe-inspiring sword of formidable power materialized in his grasp. Infused with a majestic essence, the sword gleamed with a chilling radiance, freezing the very air around it to an icy point. In an instant, a vividly menacing ice dragon took shape, roaring ferociously as it lunged towards Lu Yuan with lethal intent. On the other side, Meng Qian formed intricate seals with her hands, summoning the massive cauldron above her, from which countless beams of radiant light cascaded down, enveloping the battlefield in a resplendent torrent. Both individuals hailed from the pinnacle of power in the southern region. In the realm of the Divine Palace, possessing a magical artifact was not uncommon. Their initial moves unleashed a fierce onslaught, intent on eliminating the unexpected variable before them. Is this a magical artifact? Lu Yuan scoffed, his gaze flickering as the Jinyu Peak soared from the depths of his tribulations, ascending into the skies with remarkable speed. The towering mountain descended with an unmatched ferocity, crushing everything in its path. Boom! The brilliance dimmed, and the ice dragon shattered. The might of the two artifacts was obliterated with ease, revealing the vast disparity in power. What? Ascension artifact. How can a mere cultivator of the divine palace possess such a treasure? Meng Qian and Feng Xiu were taken aback, scrambling to employ their utmost defenses against the relentless assault of Jinyu Peak. A moment later, both coughed up blood and were sent flying, their vitality significantly diminished. With their cultivation levels, they could scarcely wield Ascension artifact more than a few times. Do not give him the chance, Feng Xiu bellowed, just as he steadied himself. A powerful divine technique surged forward to strike. Meng Qian, understanding the gravity of the situation, elegantly raised her hand, radiant light shimmering as she unleashed the Ming family's ultimate skill. In an instant, the offensive resumed. Divine light surged, enveloping the heavens and earth, brimming with an inexorable lethal intent aimed at utterly annihilating Lu Yuan. Even the firefly's light cannot compete with the brilliance of the full moon, Lu Yuan murmured, a brilliant glow emanating from his brow as profound sounds of the Tao flowed through his heart. With a flick of his left hand, the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth swirled, radiating a magnificent spectrum of colors, and conjured the five elements' great hand seal, reinforced with numerous ancient symbols that resounded mightily as they descended upon Feng Xiu. His right hand rose high, fingers poised, as roaring winds and thunder clashed, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp imperial dragon energy that pierced forth. Boom! At the heart of the battlefield, brilliance erupted. The wind and thunder finger and the five elements' great hand seal, both techniques honed to perfection by Lu Yuan, now wielded immense power, especially with the enhancements from the Tao scriptures and the imperial dragon energy, ensuring a force that crushed all in its path. No. After several tense moments, Feng Xiu suddenly let out a wail of despair as all his efforts crumbled. His entire being was mercilessly crushed beneath the weight of the five elements' great hand, exploding into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Meng Qian stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with terror. A gaping wound appeared on her pale forehead, from which blood flowed incessantly. The strike was utterly unstoppable, piercing through her divine palace with an overwhelming force. No one could intervene. It was beyond the realm of possibility. With a resounding thud, Meng Qian's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, accompanied by a chilling rain of blood that painted a harrowing scene, leaving a deep sense of dread in the hearts of all witnesses. Gulp. The remaining local cultivators from the Yin Kingdom felt their scalps tingle, their eyes wide with terror, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, they comprehended the caliber of the ruthless individual who had infiltrated the Lianyan mountain range. The young masters from the two great factions had been decisively eliminated in mere moments, showcasing a combat prowess that was nothing short of suffocating. As the dust settled, Lu Yuan cast a sweeping glance around, hesitating for just a moment before ultimately refraining from further action. He was not a man driven by bloodlust. There were more battles to be fought ahead. The events surrounding the annihilation of the Illusion Palace and the Ming family would eventually come to light. Silencing witnesses and concealing his tracks would serve little purpose. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Yuan gathered all the refining materials within the ancient hall, along with the storage bags of the two individuals. Under the gaze of those filled with trepidation, he departed with an air of indifference. Chapter 43. The legacy of the Bagua. This journey has proven to be immensely rewarding. The ancient palace is brimming with an array of refining materials, each more exquisite than the last. Many of these are precious treasures capable of forging divine weapons. Even if they cannot be utilized, they can be sold for a considerable sum of resources. Additionally, the wealth contained within the storage bags of the disciples from the two powerful factions surely holds significant value. However, Lu Yuan finds himself with little time to examine these riches. This small realm teeters on the brink of collapse and has been open for several days. The most coveted treasure here is undoubtedly the potential legacy of the saints. As of now, the elusive Illusion Palace and the core figures of the Ming clan have likely ventured into its deepest recesses. To obtain any reward, time is of the essence. With that thought, Lu Yuan's feet shimmered with divine light, propelling him deeper into the unknown with increased urgency. Meanwhile, at the far reaches of the vast expanse, a magnificent yet shattered palace stands resolutely. Surrounding the palace are 8 towering, ancient altars, exuding a celestial radiance and flowing with the rhythms of the Tao. Even after the passage of many years, they still emanate an awe-inspiring aura. A mere glance reveals their extraordinary nature. At this moment, numerous figures have gathered in this realm. Members of the Ming clan and disciples from the Illusion Palace have both arrived at this location. Is this the Bagua Legacy Array? An astute cultivator, trembling with realization, has scrutinized the 8 altars for some time and finally discerned their significance. It is said that in ancient times, beings who ascended to the level of saints would, in their twilight years, forge such 8 altars. Their purpose was to preserve their legacy, ensuring it would not be lost to time. Yet, those fortunate enough to enter this small world possess unclear dispositions. Should a bloodthirsty individual acquire the entirety of a saint's endowment, it could result in unfathomable carnage. Thus, some ancient sages chose to divide their legacies into several fragments. The 6 Palace Legacy Array and the Bagua Legacy Array are among the more common forms of such transmission platforms. Presently, the 8 altars stand tall, and the name of this formation is self-evident. At this juncture, a youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18, descends gracefully from the distant sky. Meng Zhao, he has arrived. The disciples of the Illusion Palace stiffen, instinctively retreating a few steps. Meng Zhao is reputed to be the strongest among the younger generation of the Ming clan. It is said that he has achieved feats of slaying cultivators at the first level of the Cave Heaven realm. His reputation resonates throughout the southern region. Furthermore, his biological brother, a prominent figure within the Ming clan, is celebrated as the current divine son, renowned across the eastern wilderness. With such distinguished identities, few dare to provoke him lightly. At this moment, another young master from the Illusion Palace descends in this vicinity. Senior Brother Xiaohou. Senior Brother Xiaohou. The disciples of the Illusion Palace bow respectfully, clearing a path for the young man, who strides confidently to the forefront. This youth appears to be in his early 20s. Draped in a flowing blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features were strikingly handsome, exuding an ethereal charm that captivated all. Xiahou Qing. It's been quite some time, Meng Zhao remarked, casting a rare glance towards the side, acknowledging him. Indeed, it has been a long while. Xiahou Qing offered a faint smile, his tone amicable, devoid of any sharpness. Upon sensing Meng Zhao's current cultivation level, he couldn't help but exclaim. It seems you have gained considerable fortune within this sacred relic of the saints. Reaching the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, merely breaking through a minor boundary, is hardly remarkable, Meng Zhao replied with a haughty smile, his gaze narrowing as he continued, with the appearance of the Bagua Heritage platform. Are you interested in competing with me? Heritage is governed by fate. Should we choose a shared path, conflict is inevitable. If not, there is no need for confrontation. Xiahou Qing stated calmly. How dull, Meng Zhao retorted, aware that only one person could claim a heritage from the Bagua platform. A total of 8 individuals were required to activate it. As for the strength of the heritage obtained, it relied solely on one's instinctive choice. The likelihood of crossing paths with Xiahou Qing was rather slim. Now, with 8 people gathered, let us commence. Meng Zhao observed the surroundings and spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, many present displayed expressions of delight. Yet, before their joy could flourish, Xiahou Qing poured cold water on the situation, stating, together, the disciples of the Illusory Palace and the Ming family do not even total 8. The local cultivators of Yin and the scattered practitioners need not seek the heritage. Obtaining it would merely lead to soul searching upon exiting, rendering it meaningless. Why not reserve some opportunities for our own forces? What a bother. Meng Zhao's face revealed a hint of impatience, yet he refrained from countering. Gradually, he closed his eyes, beginning to sense the Taoist essence flowing from the 8 altars before him, seeking the one that resonated with him most. The 8 Bagua altars represented Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui. After a brief moment, Meng Zhao abruptly opened his eyes, leaping towards the Li altar. The Li altar, is it? Xiahou Qing's gaze flickered slightly before he too extended his consciousness, attuning himself to the Taoist essence of the ancient altars. Moments later, he soared into the air, landing upon the Qian altar. The remaining 6 seats are yours to contend for. Of course, if anyone wishes to challenge me, feel free to ascend the stage. Xiahou Qing addressed the crowd below. As his words fell, several disciples from the Illusory Palace and members of the Meng family exchanged knowing glances. After sensing the situation, they ascended to various high platforms. However, with a limited number of participants, no immediate conflicts erupted. Yet, as time passed, individuals from the 2 major factions gradually arrived at the innermost area. After a brief understanding of the rules, a fierce contest ensued. The Illusory Palace clashed with the Illusory Palace. The Illusory Palace battled the Ming family, and the Ming family fought among themselves, without distinction of power. All were vying for the stage, fiercely contending for the inheritance of the saint. In an instant, a myriad of divine lights flickered, and an array of spells erupted. As torrents of violent energy rippled outward, it was not until several hours later that 6 positions were gradually established. Those who stood upon them were undoubtedly formidable entities from both factions. No one dared to challenge them further. As for the final Kuan platform and DUI platform, the battle within the Divine Palace realm continued unabated. Once the tumult subsided completely, the ultimate inheritance of the saint would be unveiled. Just as the conflict reached a fever pitch, a slender figure raced towards them from the distant horizon. Chapter 44, The 9 Secrets, Ascending the Stage. The Bagua Heritage Platform. Lu Yuan descended, his gaze fixed ahead, and he instantly recognized the name of this sacrificial platform, a surge of joy welling within him. At this moment, only 2 seats remained vacant. Several cultivators from the Illusory Palace and the Ming family were fiercely vying for dominance on the stage. Locked in an intense struggle. Oh, fellow cultivator, you actually came alone? At that moment, a robed cultivator approached Lu Yuan, astonished. Lu Yuan glanced at him, offering a slight nod without elaboration. He had a vague recollection of this individual, akin to Ni Ping, a wandering cultivator from the Yin Kingdom who had stumbled upon the news. His cultivation, at the 2nd level of the Divine Palace realm, was rather unremarkable. Since he was here, he might as well sit and watch the spectacle unfold. The inheritance of the sages was destined to elude those of us wandering cultivators. Seeing Lu Yuan gaze longingly at the stage, the robed cultivator couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, letting out a soft sigh. Oh, why do you believe it is beyond reach? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The cultivator from the Illusory Palace, Xiahou Qing, had previously stated that should one from outside the 2 major factions ascend the stage and obtain any of the legacies, they would inevitably be hunted down for their souls upon exiting. Rather than risking such peril, it would be wiser to remain here and sever any hopes. Otherwise, calamity would surely befall them. The robed cultivator whispered a warning. At these words, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Without further ado, he extended his consciousness towards the 8 sacrificial platforms, beginning to perceive the enigmatic Tao rhythms enveloping them. Just then, a chilling system notification reverberated within his mind. Ding! The host's current experience has triggered optional rewards. 1. Occupy the Li platform. Reward. One of the 9 secrets of Taoism, the fighting character secret. 2. Occupy the Qian platform. Reward. Ancient Emperor's secret technique. Slashing the heavenly Tao. 3. Occupy the Kuan platform. Reward. Ancient divine bird. 8 treasure chicken. 4. Do not ascend the platform. Reward. 5,000 pounds of source. A series of notifications echoed, causing Lu Yuan's heart to quiver. The 9 secrets of Taoism were exceedingly powerful secret techniques, long lost in the Eastern wilderness. Each represented the pinnacle of a particular domain, immensely formidable. The fighting character secret, known as the sacred art of combat, was the supreme technique among the 9 secrets, governing all forms of battle. Once mastered, it would undoubtedly amplify his combat prowess exponentially, like a tiger gaining wings. The second option, slashing the heavenly Tao, was equally astonishing. It empowered the practitioner with the ability to seize the essence of heaven through defiance. It enhanced offensive power, control, and divine might, thrusting one into a state of terrifying potency. As for the latter 2 options, Lu Yuan dismissed them outright, for they paled in comparison to imperial-level secret techniques. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan made his choice. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of swift light, soaring directly towards the Li platform. What? The robed cultivator was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lu Yuan's sudden move. Not only had he ascended the stage, but he had also chosen the platform where Meng Zhao stood. In the eyes of outsiders, this was essentially tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Meng Zhao, seated away from the platform, sensed an approaching presence. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he scoffed. A mere rogue at the 3rd level of the Divine Palace realm dares to stand against me, truly seeking demise. In an instant, a resplendent divine radiance erupted from the center of Meng Zhao's brow, transforming into a vibrant, 7-colored heavenly blade that rang out as it surged toward Lu Yuan. With a whoosh, the golden lake of Lu Yuan's consciousness also boiled, releasing a torrent of golden light that swept forth like a tidal wave. Boom! The 2 distinctly different forces of divine will collided with a thunderous roar, creating ripples that spread rapidly through the void. This strike resulted in a stalemate, failing to impede Lu Yuan's descent onto the platform. What? Someone has ascended the platform to challenge Meng Zhao. The surrounding crowd immediately sensed the commotion, their faces betraying astonishment. Upon recognizing the other figure, their expressions morphed into something peculiar. Not one from the two major factions, but seemingly a rogue. Has he consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, seeking death? Many were taken aback. Even Xiahou Qing, who had been meditating atop the Qian platform, opened his eyes in surprise. How intriguing. The divine consciousness tempered at the third level of the divine palace realm can withstand my strike. It seems there are significant secrets within you. Meng Zhao licked his lips, regarding the individual before him with keen interest. This inheritance of the platform, I shall claim. If you wish to avoid death, seek elsewhere. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression impassive as he spoke. Ha ha ha, throughout the southern domain. It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You must not be too weak. Otherwise, it would be utterly uninteresting to dispatch you with just a few punches and kicks. Meng Zhao could not help but laugh wildly, a ferocious, bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. As you wish, Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, unleashing a remarkable speed as he charged forward. A man is trying to stop a chariot. Meng Zhao sneered, his body swaying as he met the challenge head-on. In an instant, the two collided, fists and feet flying in a fierce onslaught. Boom, boom. A series of resounding explosions erupted from the platform as the battle commenced in earnest. Lu Yuan, his blood surging, swung his golden fists in relentless succession. The terrifying force stirred the heavens and earth, shaking the entire altar with each blow. Each punch roared like a stampede of horses, as if a dragon were emerging from the sea, a display of both might and velocity that was truly astonishing. On the other side, Meng Zhao was no ordinary individual. Hailing from a prestigious ancient family, he had consumed countless rare herbs and treasures, refining his body with various true bloods, rendering his physique extraordinary. His skin shimmered, radiant with divine light. Each punch unleashed a force that stirred the heavens and trembled the universe. The clash between the two could be likened to a needle against a blade. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two had engaged in fierce combat for dozens of rounds, leaving many onlookers among the cultivators in sheer terror. Such terrifying physical strength, should it land a blow upon them, would undoubtedly result in their utter obliteration, their bodies reduced to mere mist of blood. While Meng Zhao was formidable, an illustrious young master renowned in the southern domain. With a record of defeating cultivators of the Cave Heaven realm, the other individual's ability to momentarily contend with Meng Zhao was truly remarkable and eye-opening. Enough. Meng Zhao suddenly bellowed, his gaze cold and piercing. To engage in battle with an unknown contender for such an extended duration without subduing him was a profound disgrace. I shall end this with a single blow. Shatter Mountain. With an intensified aura, Meng Zhao unleashed a punch imbued with the overwhelming might of collapsing mountains and crumbling peaks, sweeping forth with majestic force. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained as calm as a tranquil pool, his arms trembling slightly as he became enveloped in an intricate web of imperial dragon energy. Then, wielding an air of supremacy that declared his unparalleled status between heaven and earth, he unleashed a blazing fist of light that engulfed all in its path. Chapter 45. Astonishing feats. With a thunderous roar, the unparalleled fist radiated a blinding light, piercing through the formidable mountain-like aura that surrounded it. In an instant, Meng Zhao was sent hurtling several dozen yards, crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Meng Zhao, the embodiment of strength, was actually at a disadvantage? The onlookers were collectively astounded. Meng Zhao's might was well known, his reputation preceding him. Even the practitioners of the illusory palace had to concede his prowess. Aside from the top 10 experts of their young generation, few could hope to contend with Meng Zhao. Even senior brother Xiahou might not prevail. Yet here he was, injured by an unknown adversary, a fact that was utterly incredulous. Royal Dragon Qi, you possess an imperial scripture? Meng Zhao wiped the blood from his lips, casting a cold gaze at the youth before him, his voice a low growl. It must be said, this individual was formidable. His physical prowess rivaled that of a young pure-blooded beast, enabling him to traverse 4 minor realms, daring to confront Meng Zhao. He was no mere amateur. What do you think? Lu Yuan remained non-committal, maintaining an air of effortless composure. Excellent. I was just lamenting the absence of a powerful technique for slaughter. In your hands, it would merely gather dust. I shall graciously accept it. A fiery glint flickered in Meng Zhao's eyes, unabashedly revealing his intentions. In the next moment, he raised a hand, summoning a 7-colored luminous glass pagoda. Whoosh! The pagoda soared into the void, radiating brilliance, a torrent of invisible heavy pressure cascading down like a multitude of mountains descending to suppress all. A spiritual treasure. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he summoned the prison peak to counter the onslaught. Boom. The prison peak erupted with astonishing might, rippling waves of energy that ensnared the entire void, blocking the pagoda's formidable power. You too possess a spiritual treasure. Meng Zhao's expression shifted slightly, his heart confirming that this individual was not an ordinary rogue cultivator. Then let us see whose treasure reigns supreme. As the words left his lips, both adversaries directed their treasures into action. The luminous pagoda and the prison peak ascended into the sky, engaging in a frenzied clash. Clang, clang. The reverberations echoed through the heavens. The two spiritual treasures unleashed their terrifying divine power, distorting the surrounding void, revealing only a tumultuous swirl of radiant hues and shadowy energy ripples. Kill. Seeing that the battle of treasures would not yield a swift conclusion, Meng Zhao charged forward with intent to strike. Lu Yuan's robes billowed, his dark hair swirling as he leaped to the center of the platform, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at his foe. His entire being shimmered with golden light, his attacks fluid and formidable, akin to a celestial being descending upon the earth, unstoppable. Boom. After a series of exchanges, Meng Zhao was once again forced to cough up blood, his fury now palpable. Great heaven's finger. A chilling voice, laden with murderous intent, resonated through the air. The expressions of all the monks present shifted dramatically. The great celestial finger, the unshared secret of the Meng family, an unparalleled divine ability. It is said to have been conceived by the third-generation patriarch of the Ming clan, a great sage, who poured his heart and soul into its creation. When cultivated to its utmost pinnacle, it possesses the terrifying capability to sever the very heavens, annihilating all vitality. Has Meng Zhao truly been driven to such desperation? He has even resorted to the clan's ultimate technique. Xiahou Qing could no longer maintain his composure, standing upon the Qiantai with a grave expression. This technique, rumored to have enabled Meng Zhao to transcend 5 or 6 minor realms and slay cultivators of the Cave Heaven realm, is his trump card. Even now, he cannot be certain of withstanding it, and would likely emerge severely wounded. Perish. Meng Zhao's gaze was cold as ice, his fingertips glistening, exuding an immense divine radiance. Before he pointed with a single finger, that finger magnified rapidly, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura, the divine light as robust as a mountain, crashing down as if to cleave the very firmament in two. The Great Celestial Finger? An admirable name. Alas, you have yet to master it. A flicker of chaotic light passed through Lu Yuan's eyes. In that moment, he propelled the Tao scriptures to their zenith. Waves of profound Tao sound resonated within him, akin to the reverberations of ancient bells, shaking the very heavens and earth. Following that, countless ancient characters of the Tao erupted from his brow, densely packed. Each character elucidated the mysteries of the world and the essence of cultivation, approaching the nature of the law and the Tao. Ultimately, they coalesced around his golden sacred fist, unleashing a mighty blow. Boom. The golden fist radiance merged with the celestial sound of the Tao, showcasing unparalleled might as it collided with Meng Zhao's great celestial finger. The void above the platform fragmented in vast swathes, revealing bizarre spatial turbulence. The latter's assault was obliterated with an unstoppable force. Bang! Meng Zhao suffered a grievous injury, blood gushing forth. This strike shattered his bones and ruptured his body, rendering him like a kite severed from its string, plummeting from the high platform. Meng Zhao. At that moment, all the Ming family disciples present gasped, their pupils contracting, crying out in alarm, fearing he would perish right there. The expressions of the other cultivators surrounding the altar also froze. Even those engaged in fierce combat paused. Cough. Meng Zhao hunched over, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, he raised his head to gaze at the figure atop the platform. No, this is not right. The supreme divine art of the Ming family is not inferior to others. You also cultivate a type of ancient imperial scripture. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Eyes turned towards Lu Yuan in unison. A single individual practicing 2 ancient imperial scriptures? What extraordinary fortune is this? Even those from the top-tier families found it hard to fathom. Kill him. I command you to slay him. All of you together. Upon realizing the situation, Meng Zhao suddenly pointed a finger and shouted fiercely. As his voice fell, the expressions of several Ming family disciples changed several times before they roared in unison. Kill. 7 or 8 figures soared into the air simultaneously. From the heights, some descended with a horizontal sweep, while others soared from below, all unleashing astonishing power as they surge towards Lu Yuan. Humph. When heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread it, yet you dare to intrude upon hell. With a cold snort, Lu Yuan pressed his toes against the ground and ascended towards the heavens. A murky blue lotus of the mortal realm materialized beside him, its chaotic energy roiling, shrouding the skies and casting an awe-inspiring spectacle. The three leaves swayed gently, emanating a terrifying aura that enveloped the surroundings, immobilizing all present. What? What is this? The members of the Ming family were filled with dread, utterly astonished. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the binding. What is this? Could this be the legendary manifestation of the sacred body, the chaotic seed of the Blue Lotus? Meng Zhao was equally shaken, overwhelmed with fear. His mind momentarily blank as he spoke. Correct. But there is no reward. Only a path leading to death. Chapter 46. Inheritance. Lu Yuan's expression was frigid. His hands crossed in a tenacious gesture as he made a swift motion. The azure lotus swayed, unleashing a terrifying chaotic aura that swept through all creation. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 members of the Ming family, unable to emit a single cry of anguish, were obliterated into a cloud of blood mist, meeting their demise on the spot. This gruesome spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all the cultivators present. Impossible. The holy body is incapable of cultivation. This is common knowledge. How could you possibly reach the divine palace realm? Meng Zhao's voice trembled, still finding it hard to believe. Noisy. Lu Yuan snorted, ignoring the queries and directly advancing towards him. I am a direct descendant of the Meng family. Should you dare to kill me, a bloody reckoning will ensue. For the first time, Meng Zhao felt fear, sensing the specter of death as he continued to retreat, issuing threats from his lips. Yet, Lu Yuan paid him no heed, merely raising his hand and flicking his finger. Whoosh! A sharp divine light erupted, piercing through Meng Zhao's brow, shattering his divine palace and ensuring his complete demise. Gulp! At that moment, all present were compelled to swallow hard, their faces betraying their horror. The once prominent young prodigy, Meng Zhao, had perished just like that. With his divine palace collapsed, there was no possibility of resurrection. They could almost foresee the wrath that would erupt from the Ming family's formidable warriors waiting outside the Lianyan mountain range upon hearing this dreadful news. Whoosh! Simultaneously, with Meng Zhao's death, his exquisite glazed pagoda dimmed instantly. The magical artifact, possessing its own spirit, attempted to flee into the void. However, it was seized by a colossal hand conjured by Lu Yuan, along with the storage bags of all the Ming family members present, gathered into his possession. Having concluded his actions, Lu Yuan flickered and returned to the platform above. His gaze swept over the disciples of the illusionary extinction palace nearby. As he passed, they all lowered their heads, none daring to meet his eyes, fearful of inviting their own demise. Even Xiahou Qing, at the 8th level of the divine palace realm, was engulfed in an overwhelming chill, remaining silent. At this moment, he likely began to deduce Lu Yuan's identity. Though the ancient holy body had become a relic in this era, it was still in existence not seen for millennia. In the entire eastern wilderness south region, it seemed that only the Tianqi Lu family possessed such a being. Furthermore, the recent union with the divine maiden Gu Qinghuang of the Gu family had stirred up considerable commotion, leaving few from the major powers unaware. Thus, it was evident that this person was most likely the one from the Tianqi Lu family, not a mere rogue cultivator, but one intertwined with significant forces. Just as Xiahou Qing was lost in contemplation, a gaze was cast upon him. Illusionary Extinction Palace, are you in charge? Lu Yuan inquired. After a moment's deliberation, Xiahou Qing gently nodded, stating, I suppose so. The inheritance platform currently has 4 vacant positions. You may select individuals to ascend. Upon completion, I require 2 of the inheritances. How do you find this arrangement? Lu Yuan spoke calmly. As soon as the words left his lips, the disciples of the illusory palace below immediately displayed expressions of sheer ecstasy. With the Ming family completely annihilated, the vacancies naturally emerged. Those who had once been unable to compete now found themselves presented with an opportunity. This was indeed a significant fortune for them. Without hesitation, Xiahou Qing readily agreed. The loose cultivators and local practitioners of the Yin Kingdom, even if they obtained the legacy, would be unable to carry it away. Even if the Ming family refrained from soul-searching, the elders of the illusory palace would not be able to contain themselves. Thus, this was the most optimal solution at present. Han Jing, you go to Sun platform. Chu Fuguwei, you go to Jin platform. Li Wenqing to DUI platform. Wu Yushan to Kuan platform. Yes. The four illusory palace cultivators whose names were called exhibited joy on their faces. They promptly leaped into the air, heading towards their respective high platforms. Let us begin. As this command echoed, the 8 ancient altars simultaneously radiated light, connecting to a long-sealed mysterious formation. Boom. The void trembled as if the very heavens and earth were about to collapse, furiously channeling energy into the formation, erupting in an incomparably resplendent brilliance. The 8 individuals sat cross-legged, commencing their acceptance of the sage's inheritance. Observing from below, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but display envious expressions. Regrettably, such a grand fortune was beyond their reach. They could only serve as mere spectators. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. The radiance gradually dimmed, restoring tranquility. Suddenly, Lu Yuan, seated in meditation, opened his eyes, a sharp brilliance flashing within. Truly, the options presented by the system were remarkable. The inheritance contained within was undoubtedly the greatest fortune in this small realm. It was indeed another of the 9 secrets, the walking character secret. This technique, renowned for its swiftness, was unparalleled in the world. It could disregard any formation, traversing freely through space. Cultivating it to its utmost pinnacle would even allow one to transcend the rules of time. Disregarding both space and distance, a truly terrifying ability. Evidently, this journey had been fortuitous. Lu Yuan couldn't help but silently marvel within. The supreme 9 secrets, he had acquired 2 in one go, a remarkable stroke of fortune. Simultaneously, the disciples of the illusory palace on the altars had completed their acceptance of the inheritance, each revealing expressions of delight, evidently having gained immensely. Your Excellency, please. Xiahou Qing, unwilling to go back on his word, respectfully gestured to Lu Yuan. Kuan, Dui. Lu Yuan spoke. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Qing cast a glance at the 2 illusory palace cultivators. The 2 immediately understood, each retrieving a blank jade slip, imprinting the inherited techniques within, and then tossing them towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan accepted them, immersing his spiritual consciousness to examine them closely. The techniques were profound and obscure, undoubtedly the work of a sage. Just then, a rumble, a thunderous noise erupted from afar, as the altar beneath them began to rapidly collapse, roaring ominously. The energy of the laws was depleted. This small world was on the verge of collapse. Hurry, we must flee. Xiahou Qing let out a deep roar. Immediately, the gathered crowd was taken aback, springing to their feet and harnessing the divine rainbow as they dashed frantically toward the entrance from whence they came. Concurrently, Lu Yuan also sprang into action, darting away. However, his chosen direction was entirely opposite to that of the others, heading toward a different side. Moments later, Lu Yuan reached an uninhabited area, where he raised his arm and set the chaotic essence within him into a frenzied circulation. Countless strands of chaotic energy surged forth, wielding overwhelming power to obliterate the surrounding void. Before long, the fabric of space twisted and a gap, wide enough for a single person, was torn open. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan slipped through the opening and swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 47. The Wrath of the Ming Family Beyond the Lianyun Mountain Range. The spatial fluctuations intensified, akin to a vast ocean engulfing the surrounding void. This small realm was on the verge of collapse. They were about to emerge. Numerous formidable members of the Meng family sensed this anomaly and were unable to suppress a flicker of anticipation on their faces. Meanwhile, the forces of the illusory destruction palace mirrored their restlessness, their gazes fixated unwaveringly on the rift in the void, poised to take action at any moment. After half an hour, movement finally stirred within. Upon closer inspection, a group of youthful disciples from the illusory destruction palace surged forth, led by Xiahou Qing. As soon as they emerged, they assumed a defensive posture and swiftly darted towards the direction of their own faction. What news? What have you gained? The elder experts of the illusory destruction palace, upon seeing the smiles illuminating their faces, felt a jolt of excitement and hurriedly approached, eager to inquire. There is an 8 trigrams inheritance platform inside. Our disciples have acquired 7 portions. Xiahou Qing conveyed telepathically, his lips barely moving. Upon hearing this, the experts of the illusory destruction palace erupted in ecstatic joy. With their vast experience, they understood the significance of the 8 trigrams inheritance platform. They had not anticipated that Xiahou Qing and his companions would achieve such remarkable success. 8 portions of inheritance, with them claiming 7. Truly a resounding victory. Wait, what about the Ming family members? I recall there was a formidable junior named Meng Zhao. Did he alone obtain a portion of the inheritance, while the others returned empty-handed? Someone's gaze flickered, sensing something amiss, and promptly inquired. The Ming family has suffered total annihilation. Xiahou Qing replied gravely. What? The faces of the elder experts of the Illusory Destruction Palace turned pale with shock, their anxiety mounting. But you did not take action, did you? No. Xiahou Qing replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. There were unforeseen variables within that small realm. However, it is not something that can be explained succinctly. Our immediate priority is to leave quickly to avoid provoking the Ming family and incurring their wrath. Indeed, that makes sense. Let us return at once. The elder experts of the Illusory Destruction Palace immediately sprang into action, commencing the dismantling of the sealing runes surrounding the Lianyun mountain range. Nearby, the Ming family members grew increasingly agitated, a foreboding sensation creeping into their hearts. Even local cultivators and rogue practitioners from the Yin Kingdom had emerged in significant numbers. Yet not a single disciple of the Meng family had appeared. This was undeniably suspicious. Bang! In the next moment, a Nirvana realm expert from the Ming family could no longer contain himself. He reached out with a massive hand and seized a furtive-looking cultivator, coldly demanding, "Where are the members of my Ming family?" The terrified cultivator, his face pale, cast a furtive glance towards the Illusory Destruction Palace before stammering, "They're all dead. All of them." What? The words struck the Ming family members like a thunderclap, reverberating through their ranks. This cannot be. An elder from the Ming family lost his composure, veins bulging upon his forehead, as a brilliant light emanated from his fingertips, darting forth like lightning to grasp the crown of the head of a certain cultivator, initiating a soul search. Ah! The latter immediately let out a piercing scream. A sound so chilling it could instill terror in the hearts of many. Hurry up! Observing this, the powerful figures from the Illusory Extinction Palace exchanged glances, hastening their efforts to break the restrictions. Moments later, with a thunderous roar, the myriad Dao patterns enveloping half of the Lianyun mountain range shattered, transforming into countless divine sparks that dispersed into the cosmos. Simultaneously, the head of the soul-searched cultivator burst open with a resounding crack, akin to a watermelon exploding, splattering red and white matter everywhere, rendering the scene gruesomely bloody. What transpired? Numerous experts from the Meng family gathered around. Meng Zhao and the others are all dead. The elder's words were icy, his expression grotesquely twisted. Who killed them? The ancient sacred body. What? The ancient sacred body? The one from the Lu family of Tianqi? Is that physique not incapable of cultivation? The Meng family experts were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. You ask me, but whom do I ask? The elder of the Meng family coldly retorted, then, with a surge of killing intent, declared, "No matter who he is. Anyone daring to harm my Meng family's direct descendants shall meet a fate without a grave." Upon finishing, it seemed he recalled something. Abruptly raising his head to gaze at the colossal ancient ship summoned by the Illusory Extinction Palace, and barked, "In the small realm, there exists an 8 trigrams inheritance platform. The people of the Illusory Extinction Palace will combat its 7 guardians." In that instant, divine light surged forth, ascending into the heavens. Multiple Nirvana realm cultivators and a dozen from the Cave Heaven realm joined forces to intercept the forces of the Illusory Extinction Palace. Clang! The 3 Nirvana realm powerhouses of the Illusory Extinction Palace were already prepared, collaborating to activate the protective array on the ancient ship, which suddenly glowed brightly. A massive holy light barrier emerged, sweeping in all directions and blocking every offensive maneuver, thus preventing the boarding disciples from facing calamity. Mingren, what do you intend? After the soul search, you must clearly understand that the annihilation of your Meng family has nothing to do with my Illusory Extinction Palace. Why stir up trouble if you do not pursue vengeance? A figure from the Illusory Extinction Palace stepped forward, a fierce expression of anger crossing his face as he coldly interrogated. Humph, who claims there is no connection? Your Illusory Extinction Palace is clearly in collusion with that individual, deliberately orchestrating the downfall of my Meng family's offspring. Otherwise, how could he have relinquished the inheritance platform to you? Mengren stepped into the void, exuding an immensely terrifying wave of power, his demeanor exceedingly grim. You speak nonsense. Blaming others for your own lack of skill? Is this the bearing of an ancient family from the southern region? The Illusory Extinction Palace's strongman scoffed, unreservedly mocking. Enough with the idle chatter. Leave half of the inheritance, or none shall depart. Mingren asserted with forceful authority. Dream on. The multitude of powerful figures from the Illusory Extinction Palace were naturally unwilling to easily relinquish the inheritance they had painstakingly acquired, immediately distancing themselves and preparing for battle. Humph. You refuse to drink the offered wine and instead seek punishment. Meng Ren let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he bellowed, "You lot. Keep a vigilant watch at the exit. Do not allow that brat to escape unnoticed. The rest of you, follow me. Eliminate them all." "Yes," responded the skilled members of the Ming family in unison. In the next moment, a fierce battle erupted with a thunderous roar. The two factions clashed instantaneously, plunging into utter chaos. The Lianyun mountain range trembled as birds and beasts fled in panic, and entire swathes of land collapsed. Divine light blazed forth, and an oppressive aura enveloped the heavens. The Nirvana realm represents the pinnacle of power beneath the divine realm. Once conflict ignites, its might is beyond comprehension. Chapter 48, the fifth heaven of the divine palace. On the other side, Lu Yuan had successfully emerged from the fissures of the void. He retrieved a map of Yin country and surveyed his surroundings, gradually realizing that he had traveled several hundred miles away from the Lianyun mountain range. Despite such a distance, he could still perceive the residual waves of battle from afar. It seemed that the forces of the illusory destruction palace had clashed with the Meng family and were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Lu Yuan was not taken aback by this. His intention had always been to divert the attention of the Meng family, preventing them from relentlessly pursuing him. As for the disciples of the illusory destruction palace who had received their inheritance, their survival would depend on their own fortune. Without further delay, Lu Yuan departed from the area, his feet aglow with divine light as he surged toward the horizon. An hour passed. Lu Yuan had soared over 1,000 miles. Finally arriving in a zone of relative safety, he bent low and swiftly descended. With a resounding crash, he struck the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Within the mountains, he carved out a rudimentary cave dwelling. Settling down, he began to assess the spoils of his journey. "Ah, right? System, claim my reward." Lu Yuan mused aloud. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. You have obtained one of the 9 secrets. The secret of the word fight." As the notification sounded, a golden page materialized within the system's space, akin to the imperial scriptures he had previously acquired. The page was densely inscribed with intricate characters, exceedingly obscure. The secret of the word fight and the secret of the word walk. If he were to master these supreme techniques, the vast world would be at his command. He would fear neither formations nor constraints. Even a practitioner of the Nirvana realm would find it difficult to restrain him. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Lu Yuan immediately summoned the essence of chaos and began his comprehension of the secret of the word fight. This technique was a transcendent method of combat, unconstrained by fists or legs, devoid of fixed forms, and returning to the essence of simplicity. Once mastered, every part of his body, even a single strand of hair, could unleash astonishing combat prowess. Furthermore, he could manipulate and evolve the offensive techniques of others, employing myriad strategies with unparalleled terror. As time flowed, profound ancient characters and intricate incantations unfolded before Lu Yuan's eyes, decomposing, arranging, combining, and transforming in a continuous cycle of understanding. 3 days later, he opened his eyes, enlightened and enriched by his insights. He then progressed to the study of the secret of the word walk. Compared to the golden page, this was far easier to cultivate. Within the legacy of the saints, a sphere of consciousness had been left in his sea of consciousness. A gentle touch of his mind revealed an inexplicable and mysterious shadow above the golden lake of his consciousness. Beginning to practice the essence of the secret of the word walk, with the ability to shrink the world to a mere inch, he trod upon time itself, where laws intertwined and mysteries unfurled. Lu Yuan was captivated, his understanding of the secret of the word walk deepening with each passing moment. 2 days later, Lu Yuan emerged from his meditation, his spirit radiant and invigorated. In the span of just 5 short days, he had already mastered these 2 great secret arts. Achieving a profound level of cultivation was merely a matter of time. Next, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the spoils of his recent endeavors. He first extracted a substantial collection of refining materials gathered from the ancient temple. Among them were elemental magnetite, ethereal stardust, fire god stones, silver moon divine jade, withered dragon wood, and several others whose names eluded him. Nonetheless, it was clear that they were not ordinary objects, beginning with divine-grade refining materials, and possibly even saintly-level materials. The elemental magnetite, reputed to weigh as much as 10,000 June despite being the size of a soybean, contained indestructible iron essence. Its quality was astonishing. If it were to be melted into my town prison peak, it might yield extraordinary results. Lu Yuan mused inwardly. Although he was not well versed in the art of refining, he could manage the simple melting of artifacts, which was no difficult task. Soon, Lu Yuan retrieved the town prison peak and the elemental magnetite. And in the palm of his hand, a blazing flame surged forth, commencing the ritual of artifact refinement. With a sizzling sound, the elemental magnetite gradually melted, transforming into a gleaming silver liquid. Under Lu Yuan's guidance, it swiftly merged with the town prison peak, causing the petite peak, shrouded in dark luster, to emanate a mysterious metallic sheen. The weighty texture was palpable. The task was accomplished. A surge of joy welled up in Lu Yuan's heart as he attempted to manipulate it. Indeed, its power had increased significantly, its lethality vastly augmented. It seemed he was not far from the realm of divine artifacts. At this stage, it was a formidable weapon. Following this, Lu Yuan waved his hand, revealing a plethora of storage bags before him. These were primarily the storage bags of the Meng family's disciples whom he had slain, with only one belonging to a disciple of the Illusory Palace. He first picked up Meng Zhao's storage bag and examined it thoroughly. Besides a spirit communication artifact in the form of a glazed pagoda, there were numerous treasures. The source alone amounted to nearly 20,000 pounds, a considerable fortune. Additionally, Lu Yuan discovered a tome of divine abilities, adorned with gilded inscriptions and wrapped in jade, its appearance quite extraordinary. It was none other than the Ming family's renowned skill, the Great Celestial Finger. This technique is indeed commendable. I shall accept it with gratitude. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly as he stowed it away. Subsequently, he opened the remaining storage bags in turn, categorizing their contents. In the end, he counted a total of over 28,000 pounds of source, various spirit herbs, medicinal pills, and artifacts. As for the useless trinkets, he gathered them all into a single storage bag and casually tossed it aside. After tallying his spoils, Lu Yuan estimated that he possessed around 60,000 pounds of source. Even with his prodigious consumption, it would suffice for a considerable period of cultivation. He then waved his hand again, setting up several layers of simple restrictive arrays outside the cave to isolate external energies, preparing to commence his cultivation. The tens of thousands of pounds of source lay on the ground, piled into a small mountain, radiating brilliant spiritual light. The rich essence of heaven and earth almost liquid in form. The air was suffused with a mystical haze, reminiscent of a true celestial abode. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan summoned the chaotic energy, fiercely refining the essence of the universe. Boom, boom. Waves of pure celestial essence were frantically absorbed by him, as if his body were an insatiable abyss, churning with the depths of an ocean, accompanied by flashes of lightning and resonating echoes, presenting a magnificent and astonishing spectacle. Time slipped by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Sitting immobile like a statue, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He felt the surging divine power coursing within him. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, "I have reached the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm." Chapter 49. The Curtain Falls. Departure. During this period, Lu Yuan diligently practiced 2 additional arcane arts. The first was the Ming family's Great Severing Finger, and the second was the Kuan-Tai Inheritance, the Phoenix Catastrophe Rebirth Technique. This technique is exceedingly profound. As long as one's own magical power is not exhausted, one can swiftly recover from injuries. It serves as a formidable trump card in prolonged battles, possessing the miraculous ability to alter the tides of conflict, making it extraordinarily formidable. As for the other inheritance from the Dui Tai, it is a sacred level cultivation method, the Tai Ching Xuandian, which emphasizes a state of desirelessness, sealing the heart and locking away thoughts, transcending emotions. Although it is indeed remarkable, it is not suitable for Lu Yuan's cultivation and has been set aside. With over 20,000 pounds of source energy remaining, he mused, "Let it be for now. It is time to return." Lu Yuan murmured to himself before rising and exiting the cave, his feet flashing with divine light as he ascended into the sky. A day later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared in a bustling city within the Yin Kingdom. The streets were alive with the sounds of traffic and throngs of people, teeming with vitality. Numerous cultivators could also be seen among the crowds. Lu Yuan casually found an inn, ordered some food and a pot of wine, then settled down. At his level of cultivation, he had long transcended the need for food. Though his appetite was faint, he occasionally indulged for pleasure. "Hey, have you heard?" A few scattered cultivators at the Essence Spirit Realm sat together at a nearby table, whispering amongst themselves. "Oh, what great event?" someone inquired, puzzled. "It is said that a fragment of a small world has opened in the Lianyan Mountains of the Northern Territory, harboring opportunities for saints. All the masters of the 3 major sects of the Yin Kingdom went there, led by their respective heads of the Cave Heaven realm, and they returned empty-handed. not even tasting a drop of soup. A few even perished, returning in utter disgrace. One scattered cultivator gleefully recounted. What? In that desolate place, there actually emerged opportunities for saints. The others were taken aback, quickly pressing for more details. But which formidable force received the news? How could the heads of the three major sects end up with nothing? Humph, what are the three sect heads worth? Both the Ming family and the illusory palace sent people as well. There were at least 7 or 8 powerful Nirvana realm experts among them. Gasp. The group collectively inhaled sharply. In the southern domain, the names of the illusory palace and the Ming family carried significant weight, nearly rivaling the most prestigious sacred grounds, marking them as top-tier forces. What happened next? Did any treasures emerge? Someone continued to inquire eagerly. I cannot say what treasures were found, but they were certainly not ordinary. Otherwise, the experts from the Ming family in the illusory palace would not have fought so fiercely. That battle flattened the Lianyan Mountains, turning 100 miles into scorched earth. The conflict was incredibly brutal. I later heard that the illusory palace had only one Nirvana realm expert survive, along with a young disciple named Xiahou Qing. All the others perished in battle. The Ming family has nearly exhausted its members, with scarcely a few surviving to return. A man, his face betraying anxiety, spoke up, lamenting the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Such opportunities are beyond the reach of us scattered practitioners. Even if one were to attain them, a few days of good fortune would be all too fleeting. It is best to cultivate steadily and live a peaceful life. Someone else, taking a deep swig of wine, quietly echoed this sentiment. Such whispers, of course, did not escape the keen awareness of Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this news, he could not help but smile wryly. It seemed he was indeed the greatest beneficiary of this small realm that had been opened. Aside from Xiahou Qing, nearly all who received the inheritance had perished. The two great legacies, the Taiqing Xuandian and the Phoenix Rebirth Technique, had ultimately become unique treasures. However, one thing was certain in Lu Yuan's heart: the illusionary palace and the Ming family had most likely discovered his identity. Otherwise, his visage would have been plastered across the borders of Yin Nation, with countless cultivators seeking his capture. Although he held no significant power within the Lu family, he was still a valuable pawn, a product of their costly alliance with the Gu family. Before the manifestation of the divine fetus, no one among the high-ranking officials of the Gu and Lu families would dare wish for his demise. Thus, even the formidable Ming family hesitated to openly issue a bounty, challenging the two ancient families of the southern domain. Yet, in the shadows, that might not be the case. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yuan paid little heed, enjoying another couple of cups of exquisite wine before settling his bill and making his way outside the city. As he traversed the landscape, the mountains and rivers rushed by beneath his feet. Lu Yuan sped toward the direction of the Wanchu Holy Land, and after half an hour of travel, he suddenly halted. His formidable divine perception, cultivated through the chaotic demon viewing method, alerted him that someone seemed to be following him. The Ming family? Lu Yuan's gaze flickered with caution. He then activated the walking character secret, his speed surging as he transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from sight. Soon, the sensation of being followed dissipated entirely. Yet, before Lu Yuan could continue on his way for long, that feeling returned. Can he sense my location? Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before once more employing the walking character secret, disappearing from that region. A few breaths later, a middle-aged cultivator clad in black robes arrived at the spot. He glanced around, his senses probing the area, and his expression turned increasingly astonished. A cultivator of the Divine Palace realm possesses such terrifying speed. It seems Meng Zhao's death at his hands was not unwarranted. The middle-aged cultivator quickly formed a seal with his hands, preparing to pursue further. Just then, a detached voice suddenly resonated from nearby. How did you find me? Lu Yuan stepped forward, scrutinizing the man before him. Upon hearing the voice, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a divine rainbow and fled into the distance. Stop. Lu Yuan had long been prepared, issuing a light reprimand. The Yuan magnetic Jinyu peak soared into the heavens, gently vibrating and sealing off this expanse of void. Then, under the terrified gaze of the middle-aged cultivator, it instantaneously magnified and descended with a crushing force. Bang! The middle-aged cultivator's body exploded on the spot, reduced to a mist of blood, utterly powerless to retaliate. Indeed, he was one of the Meng clan. Lu Yuan rummaged through the cultivator's storage bag, ultimately confirming his identity, having just concealed himself in the shadows. He sensed a slight disturbance emanating from the Lioli pagoda within Meng Zhao's storage bag, as it communicated through a peculiar secret technique. Thus, it had been able to continuously lock onto his position. However, this individual only possessed the cultivation of the first level of the Cave Heaven realm. It seemed he lacked the confidence to capture him. Following him discreetly, he intended to relay the information back to gather the Ming clan's experts for a coordinated assault. To wield a spiritual artifact carried its own risks. It was better to forego it. After contemplating all of this, Lu Yuan extracted Meng Zhao's storage bag and casually tossed it deep into the forest before resuming his journey towards the Wanchu sacred land. Chapter 50, Promotion to Core Disciple. News from the Northern Domain. The journey was uneventful. A few days later, Lu Yuan returned to the Wanchu sacred land. Without lingering, he proceeded directly to the inner hall. At this moment, the same elder was presiding there. Upon seeing Lu Yuan approach, the elder's gaze sharpened. "Elder, I have completed the trial task," Lu Yuan declared, gesturing with his hand to reveal a round severed head on the ground. The elder's spirit since swept over it. And after a brief examination, he exclaimed in surprise, "Indeed, it is Ni Ping. Well done, young man." The elder couldn't help but praise him. Having just entered the Divine Palace realm, Lu Yuan had managed to slay a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. Truly, he was worthy of the legendary physique, demonstrating extraordinary combat prowess and effortlessly challenging opponents of higher ranks as if it were a matter of course. Considering the current trajectory, even if Lu Yuan's future cultivation were to stagnate at the Cave Heaven or Law Manifestation realms, he would still secure a respectable position within the sacred land, certainly not a waste of potential. The elder's words were commendatory. "May I ascend to the rank of core disciple?" Lu Yuan inquired respectfully. "Of course," the elder replied with a smile, nodding as he waved his hand to collect Ni Ping's head. He then rose to inscribe the identity token of a core disciple and record the necessary documentation. Half a stick of incense later, all matters were concluded. The elder handed Lu Yuan a storage bag, stating, "As a core disciple, you are, by definition, a pillar of our Wanchu sacred land, and the benefits you receive will be markedly different from before. In addition to enhanced access to the Longyan stream and the Sutra repository, you will also enjoy a private residence on the Spirit Peak, with its location and formation details contained within this storage bag. Furthermore, the additional reward of 3,000 pounds of source energy for completing the trial task is also included." "Thank you, Elder," Lu Yuan said, his eyes brightening as he quickly accepted the bag after expressing his gratitude. "However, considering the current circumstances, your tenure as a core disciple may be brief," the elder cautioned. "There have been unusual movements in the northern mining district, prompting various factions to send representatives there. Our Wanchu sacred land is currently short-staffed, and I believe we will be calling upon some disciples to respond shortly." "Oh, unusual movements in the northern mining district?" Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with intrigue at this revelation. The northern region harbors a notorious life-restricting zone known as the Taichu Ancient Mine, famous throughout the world. The periphery of this zone is littered with source mines, including the relatively common divine source veins. This represents an immense wealth that no top-tier faction in the eastern wilderness can afford to overlook. Thus, the area surrounding the Taichu Ancient Mine had long been divided and claimed by various factions of the eastern wilderness. Conflicts and bloodshed over these interests were commonplace. Gu Qinghuang's hasty departure to the northern domain was likely related to this matter. Yet, what exactly these unusual movements pertain to remained a mystery. "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. It might be related to the depths of the restricted zone," the elder replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, it seemed he recalled something and continued, "By the way, this expedition to the Northern Territory is led personally by Elder Shangguan, who happens to be the mentor of Her Highness the Saintess. Given your status, you may inquire directly with Elder Shangguan for any advance information." Understanding dawned upon Lu Yuan, who nodded thoughtfully before taking his leave without further comment. Before long, he arrived at Qixia Peak. His intention was not merely to seek clarity, but to find Mu Lingo along the way. After all, he was about to relocate to a new spiritual peak, and it was only proper to inform that girl. Soon, they met in a certain palace. "Young master, you mean to say, you have already broken through to the Divine Palace realm and been promoted to a core disciple?" Mu Linger exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with surprise as she delicately covered her mouth. "Indeed, all 8 individuals who entered the Creation Divine Pool for cultivation have now attained the Divine Palace realm. What is so remarkable about that?" Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly as he settled down and took a sip of tea. "But young master, you are different from them. How long have you been cultivating?" Mu Linger asked, counting on her fingers. 7 months. It has been less than 7 months since the wedding at the heavenly pool. You have ascended from an ordinary person to the divine palace realm. Such a pace of cultivation is surely unparalleled. Her excitement grew, her lovely face radiant with joy. All right, enough flattery. Come, let me show you my new cave abode. Lu Yuan smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, he swept Mu Ling'er up and soared beyond Qixia Peak. Moments later, they arrived at a picturesque spiritual peak. With a burst of magical energy, a dazzling light flickered upon the formation plate. The barrier enveloping the entire spiritual peak dissipated instantly, revealing its magnificent form. Wow, how beautiful! Mu Ling'er's eyes sparkled as she cheered, her delight evident. Below them, the spiritual peak was enchanting, shrouded in mist. Atop the peak stood several exquisite pavilions, complete with terraces, flowing waters, and ornamental rocks, creating a delightful scenery. The contrast with Lu Yuan's previous modest cave abode was striking, prompting him to reflect on the benefits that strength brought. After tidying up the spiritual peak and acquiring several items, they finally established a semblance of a proper dwelling. Lu Yuan sat beneath a stone pavilion, engaging in light conversation with Mu Ling'er before eventually broaching the topic of the journey to the Northern Territory. You are also going to the Northern Territory? Mu Ling'er inquired in surprise. Also, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, the young lady will not return from the Northern Territory anytime soon, so I must go as well. Mu Ling'er confirmed with a nod. Oh, then it is perfect that we can go together. The sect has summoned core disciples, and I have no reason to refuse. It shall merely be an experience, Lu Yuan remarked casually. Ahem. My dear son-in-law, do not blame Ling'er for not warning you. Should you go, you may encounter considerable trouble. Mu Ling'er coughed slightly, appearing somewhat unnatural. What trouble? Lu Yuan inquired with growing interest. The young prodigies from the various major factions of the Eastern Wilderness are currently congregated there. Among them are many of the young lady suitors from years past. If you were to appear, it is likely that some would deliberately target you, Mu Ling'er expressed with a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but chuckle softly. He had anticipated a different kind of trouble. It turned out to be merely former rivals in love. Given his current cultivation level, although he still lagged behind the foremost figures of the younger generation, the disparity in combat prowess was a different matter altogether. It matters not. I fear nothing. Chapter 51. Journey to the Northern Domain. A calm declaration resonated, exuding immense authority, causing Mu Ling'er's gaze to brighten perceptibly. Indeed, her husband had transformed remarkably. The shackles of the ancestral sacred body seemed to be non-existent on him, as he continued to disregard constraints and advance with indomitable courage. One could confidently anticipate that in the near future, he would undoubtedly shine brightly, rivaling the most talented individuals. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged atop the spirit peak, where strands of golden energy coalesced at his brow, radiating with fervor and shimmering golden light. In his pursuit of elevating his cultivation, he had never neglected the refinement of his spiritual consciousness. The chaotic divine demon visualization technique was profoundly potent. Having cultivated it to its current state, it rendered his spiritual strength several times greater than that of his peers in the same realm, proving immensely useful in combat. Just then, ripples suddenly emerged in the void not far away. Soon after, a graceful lady in palace attire appeared, gliding effortlessly upon the clouds. Upon recognizing Elder Shangwan, Lu Yuan immediately rose and clasped his hands in greeting. There is no need for excessive formality. Shangwan Ruo smiled gently as she descended. As she sensed the ethereal waves of spiritual consciousness surrounding her, a hint of astonishment flickered across her expression. Firstly, she was taken aback by Lu Yuan's rapid progress in cultivation. Secondly, she was impressed by the refinement and strength of his spiritual consciousness, which was already comparable to that of an ordinary cave heaven realm cultivator. It seems you have a remarkable affinity with our sect's chaotic stone tablet. Not only have you independently comprehended the cultivation methods inscribed upon it, but your achievements are also quite impressive, indeed. Elder Shangwan's soft smile and soothing voice possessed a peculiar charm, capable of cleansing the soul. Your praise is unwarranted, Elder Shangwan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately grasped the situation. He realized that his transmission of the Tao scripture and the chaotic divine demon visualization technique to Guqing Wang had been relayed to Elder Shangwan. There is no need for modesty. Almost half of the cultivation methods in the highest echelons of the Holy Land Scripture Repository are derived from the chaotic stone tablet. Yet few disciples manage to cultivate them successfully. This clearly indicates your extraordinary comprehension. Elder Shangguan nodded in approval, then seemed to recall something and continued. As for the matter of cultivation resources I mentioned last time, it is yet to receive approval from the higher-ups, as it is still under consideration from various aspects. However, should you demonstrate exceptional performance during your journey to the northern domain, I can take the liberty of gathering 9 pieces of the chaotic stone tablet for your contemplation. Given your level of understanding, you are sure to gain significant insights. Remember, the scriptures you decipher on your own will far surpass those merely copied by others. After listening, Lu Yuan's eyes involuntarily flickered with excitement. Before joining the Wanshu Holy Land, he had heard rumors of this sacred place, which delved deeply into the path of chaos and might possess such an ancient scripture. Now it seemed the rumors were indeed true. If he could comprehend the 9 chaotic stone tablets simultaneously and consolidate all scriptures, he would likely succeed in his cultivation. At that point, he could showcase the power of the chaotic body before others, free from concerns, allowing him to remain inconspicuous. This indeed represents a significant opportunity for transformation. With this thought, Lu Yuan bowed sincerely, expressing his gratitude. The core disciples summoned for this journey to the northern region had nearly assembled. It was time for us to set forth. Shangguan Ruo waved her hand and then glanced towards a nearby pavilion. The void split open, and the Dao pattern shimmered, directly enveloping Lu Yuan and Mu Linger as they proceeded towards the mountain gate. After a whirlwind of motion, the trio found themselves aboard a grand ancient vessel. Greetings, esteemed elder. The elders and attendants waiting on the deck, along with a group of core disciples, quickly bowed in respect upon their arrival. Is everyone gathered? Shangguan Ruo inquired as she scanned her surroundings. Reporting to the esteemed elder, all present. An elder responded, Good, let us depart. As her words echoed, the ancient ship began its journey, traversing the void and advancing steadily into the distance. Lu Yuan and Mu Linger found a place to sit comfortably. At this moment, there were quite a number of core disciples on the deck, including a few familiar faces to Lu Yuan, such as the ancient divine body youth, Mu Chong, and several disciples from the inner sect's top 8, including Han Jiang. They, like Lu Yuan, had recently been promoted to core disciples and were summoned by the sect to head to the northern region. In the brief months apart, Mu Chong had made significant progress in his cultivation, now reaching the 3rd stage of the Divine Palace realm. He still bore an arrogant demeanor, meditating in an isolated corner, though his gaze towards Lu Yuan was somewhat restrained, as if sensing something that made him wary. As for the others, apart from Han Jiang, who was at the 2nd stage of the Divine Palace realm, the rest were still at the 1st stage, standing at the lower end compared to other established core disciples. Lu Yuan paid little heed to this, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Mu Linger or meditating to refine his skills. 2 days later, the ancient ship arrived at a renowned large city in the southern region. Upon their arrival, numerous individuals from the sacred grounds stationed there came forth to greet them. The eastern wilderness is vast, with countless nations beyond reckoning. The distance between the southern and northern regions is immense, relying solely on flight. Even an ordinary cultivator might take years to traverse. Thus, at such times, one must utilize a super-large spatial formation capable of spanning across domains. However, the construction, stabilization, and subsequent maintenance of such formations are exceedingly costly. Typically, they are not established within sects, but rather in certain large cultivator cities. Besides serving their own needs, these formations can also offer convenience to smaller factions or rogue cultivators, charging a substantial fee to assist them in crossing the void. Indeed, it may only be activated once a month, requiring a sufficient number of participants to commence its operation. At this moment, with the esteemed elder from the sacred land of Wanshu present, there are naturally fewer constraints to hinder the process. The interdomain array soon activated, and the ancient vessel swiftly traversed through, vanishing in an instant. In that moment, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with flickering shadows dancing around. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, enveloped in profound tranquility, devoid of any point of reference. After an indeterminate duration, Lu Yuan's vision gradually brightened. His spirit invigorated. He realized that he had arrived in the northern domain. Chapter 52, The Divine City of the North. Ancient tides of the mind's ancient ships traverse the void, crossing the dimensional gates to arrive above an ancient city in the north. In an instant, countless gazes and divine thoughts converged, igniting a considerable commotion. It was the disciples of the Wanshu Holy Land. During the last tide, they had already reaped significant rewards. Now, They had summoned many young experts from the southern domain. It seemed that this time, they were determined to secure victory. Not only the Wanshu Holy Land. Other major sects and ancient families were gradually sending their representatives. With such immense wealth laid before them, who could resist the allure? Numerous local cultivators from the north gathered, whispering amongst themselves. On another side, the ancient ship vanished, transforming into a streak of light that melded into Su Guanyan's palm. The group quickly descended into a corner of the city. This ancient city, known as the Divine City of the North, was the closest gathering place for cultivators to the Taichu ancient mines, jointly guarded by the top-tier powers. The city spanned an area comparable to a small continent, bustling with establishments, restaurants, inns, entertainment venues, cultivator guilds, auction houses, and lively markets, everything one could desire. The streets were teeming with cultivators, with seldom a glimpse of mortals. Especially at this critical juncture, various factions were poised for action. The throngs within the city were a veritable treasure trove of hidden talents. Who could tell if an unassuming elder might be a senior elder of a powerful sect? A mere stomp could send tremors throughout the north. As a result, many individuals acted with caution, hesitant to provoke conflict. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and the others, accompanied by Su Guanyan, soon arrived at the Wanshu Holy Land's encampment within the Divine City. A multitude of elders emerged to welcome them. Gu Qingwang, Yin Tiandu, and several other prominent disciples were also present. How fruitful was the last tide? Su Guanyan inquired, directing her question to the elder responsible for the northern domain's mining operations. Esteemed elder, from the last tide, we obtained over 230,000 pounds of ordinary source and 15 pounds of divine source, reported an elder clad in a Taoist robe. Su Guanyan nodded thoughtfully and continued, when is the next tide scheduled to commence? In approximately 7 days, came the reply. Very well, I understand. Please arrange for these disciples to settle in. Tomorrow, send some individuals to brief them on the ancient mine tides. Understood. The elder in the Taoist robe affirmed, promptly instructing several disciples to accommodate the newcomers. Soon, the core disciples dispersed, each departing in different directions. Miss, over here. Mu Linger called out, standing on tiptoe and waving her hand. Gu Qinghuang glanced in that direction, and upon seeing the two, her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried over. It had been several months since their last meeting. It seemed her cultivation had progressed further. She walked lightly, unblemished by dust, exuding an innate aura of mysterious elegance with every gesture, her presence ethereal and transcendent. You have arrived. Gu Qinghuang beamed with a radiant smile. Lu Yuan stepped forward with a smile, softly inquiring, how have you been here? Quite well. Aside from guarding the mine, there are few trivial matters. Gu Qinghuang replied with a gentle smile. After spending some time together at Xixia Peak, their feelings had intensified dramatically, no longer maintaining the prior formality, but rather resembling other couples deeply in tune with one another. Beside them, Mu Linger, having not seen Gu Qinghuang for months, eagerly grasped her hand, chattering away incessantly. The atmosphere among the three was harmonious. As their conversation turned to the promotion of core disciples, Gu Qinghuang finally noticed Lu Yuan's current cultivation level. She delicately covered her lips, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of surprise as she exclaimed, You have swiftly reached the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. I remember before I came to the Northern Domain, you were still at the 6th level of the Spirit Nourishing realm. Lu Yuan smiled at her words. Responding candidly, the Divine Transformation Pond has greatly benefited me, allowing me to directly break through to the Divine Palace. While completing the core disciple trial tasks, I encountered some fortuitous opportunities, hence this progress. Gu Qinghuang nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, yet her exquisite face still radiated joy. With such a pace of cultivation, it would not be long before Lu Yuan caught up with her. At just over 20 years of age, having entered the cave heaven realm, he would not go unnoticed wherever he ventured. The label of a waste physique would soon dissipate, overshadowed by the brilliance of a prodigy. After a brief exchange among the three, a young man of striking elegance approached from a distance. Am I interrupting? Yin Tiandu greeted with a radiant smile, as refreshing as a gentle breeze. Senior Brother Yin, do you have urgent matters from the sect to discuss? Gu Qinghuang inquired earnestly. Not at all. I merely came to check on this esteemed Saint Body Jr. Yin Tiandu replied, turning to Lu Yuan with a warm smile, devoid of any airs of a saint, exuding a friendly demeanor. Yes, I have met Senior Brother Yin before. I must thank you for your guidance during our previous encounter atop the mountain, Lu Yuan said, cupping his hands in respect. Not at all. It was merely a small matter. Yin Tiandu waved his hand dismissively. Wait, you two know each other? Gu Qinghuang expressed her surprise. We crossed paths at the Chaos Stone Tablet, and even then, I could tell that junior brother Lu is anything but ordinary. It was only later, during the grand competition, that I learned he was Gu Junior sister's partner. It appears you two are indeed a well-matched pair. Yin Tiandu remarked with admiration, clearly having recognized Lu Yuan's current cultivation level. Such astonishing progress in cultivation had even caught his attention. Ah, I see. Gu Qingwang responded with realization, recalling the divine cultivation techniques Lu Yuan had shared with her. Well, I merely came to say hello and shall not intrude on your gathering any longer. In a few days, with the onset of the ancient mind tide, we may have the opportunity to fight alongside each other. Yin Tiandu concluded with a smile, taking his leave with a respectful bow. Lu Yuan gazed at the departing figure, his eyes shimmering momentarily. He could sense the enigmatic nature and formidable strength of this young saint from the Wanchu sacred land. Moreover, it seemed he harbored no ill intentions and was, in fact, inclined to forge a connection with him. Senior brother Yin, having been raised in the Wanchu sacred land, hailed from a lineage that had produced several sacred lords, thus taking the development of the sect to heart with utmost dedication. His deliberate approach to cultivate a friendship appeared to stem from an awareness of Lu Yuan's potential. Gu Qingwang gently reminded him from the side. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan gradually began to comprehend the situation and chose not to dwell further on it. Ah, right. What was it he mentioned about the ancient mind tides? I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. However, I know that these ancient mind tides occur after a considerable interval. During such times, powerful beings within the ancient minds converge deep within, spanning distances from a few thousand to several 10,000 miles. The land they vacate teems with numerous source minerals, becoming a coveted resource for various factions. Nevertheless, those of excessively high cultivation levels venturing into that territory will provoke the enmity of the beings from the forbidden zones. Thus, every major power sends forth their younger disciples to engage in this endeavor. As for the source, it is merely a matter of how much one can extract before the beings of the forbidden zones return. This is also the true purpose of our expedition to the northern domain, Gu Qingwang patiently elucidated. Chapter 53. Traveling with Beauty, Turbulence, thus it was. After listening to Gu Qingwang's explanation, Lu Yuan's expression grew considerably grave. The forbidden zones of life, shrouded in mystery, exist not only in one place across the 5 domains. Their origins are profoundly ancient, tracing back to primordial times. It is said that fearsome beings lie dormant within, evoking trepidation among mortals. However, at present, with the ancient mind's tide approaching, merely entering the expanse of the Taichu ancient mind does not seem to pose significant peril. Contending with various factions for the source minds may indeed be the crux of the matter, Lu Yuan pondered internally. The divine city is vast and extraordinarily prosperous, harboring many rare spiritual items unseen in the southern domain. With leisure at hand, why not venture outside? Gu Qingwang suggested with a charming smile, glancing at the two. Absolutely. During these few months in the Wanchu sacred land, I have felt utterly confined. Arriving in the northern domain, I must thoroughly explore this divine city, Mu Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that regardless of the world, the love for shopping is an innate trait among women. Even cultivators are not exempt from this custom. All right, let us go. In no time, the trio exited their lodging and made their way towards the main thoroughfare of the divine city. The ancient streets were wide and bustling, filled with throngs of people. Cultivators from various factions and disciples from ancient clans could be seen here. Additionally, numerous distinguishable demon race cultivators traversed the area, their appearances peculiar, showcasing distinct racial traits. As they passed by, an aura of demonic energy enveloped them, startling many in the crowd. Demon cultivators are not to be confused with demon beasts. In the realm of the demon race, bloodlines reign supreme. The powerful demon species are the result of countless epochs of bloodline evolution, possessing innate intelligence rivaling that of humans. They often transform into human forms at the 2nd or 3rd major realm of cultivation. In contrast, those savage beasts, lurking in the wilderness, are not regarded as kin by them. The hierarchy is strictly enforced and cannot be equated. In the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, there exist several formidable powers predominantly composed of demon cultivators. Thus, their presence in the northern domain's divine city is hardly a novelty. As Lu Yuan and Mu Lingo arrived, they curiously took in their surroundings, surveying the street with wide-eyed wonder. Flanking the thoroughfare, magnificent palaces stood tall, with every conceivable establishment for cultivators lavishly adorned. Some elite factions even constructed celestial palaces in the skies to flaunt their status. Gazing upwards from the ground, these appeared as rows of sacred realms, eternally suspended. Breathtakingly beautiful and awe-inspiring. Is that not Gu Qingwang, the contemporary saintess of the Wanchu sacred land? She is heralded as one of the most beautiful women in the eastern wilderness, displaying indifference towards any male prodigy, her demeanor perpetually aloof. In this moment, she unexpectedly walks side by side with a young man on the bustling street, their demeanor suggesting an intimate connection. Oh my, not far away. Sharp-eyed cultivators quickly recognize Gu Qinghuang's identity, their faces registering disbelief as they gasp in astonishment. This exclamation immediately captures the attention of many around them, and a myriad of gazes converge upon Lu Yuan and his companions. Indeed, it is the renowned saintess of Wanchu. The unique aura and grace inherent to her, belonging solely to the innate Tao, are qualities that few other women possess. One individual, filled with certainty, boldly proclaims, since the saintess herself has descended upon the divine city, how could she be seen so close to a young man in plain sight? Who exactly is this fellow? Numerous young cultivators clench their fists, their eyes blazing with indignation. As they lament in frustration, were their glares capable of inflicting harm, Lu Yuan would have perished 1,000 times over. Dear fellow cultivators, please remain composed. It is evident you are local practitioners from the northern region, misinformed about the recent happenings. A knowledgeable individual interjects quietly. Saintess Gu Qingwang has been married for over 6 months, having united with a Tao partner. As for the identity of that young man, it requires no further elaboration. What? Married? Suddenly, disbelief washes over many, prompting them to draw closer and inquire further. However, this revelation is not entirely unfathomable. The union between the Gu and Lu families, marked by a disparity in status and overt intentions, does not lend itself to flattering discourse. Thus, at the wedding banquet held at the Heavenly Pool, discretion was exercised, with only a few major sects closely associated with the families sending representatives. Consequently, this news had yet to permeate the northern region. Moreover, at that time, Gu Qingwang had not yet ascended to her current status as the saintess of Wanchu, lacking the spotlight that now surrounds her. Yet soon enough, with whispers from those in the know, Lu Yuan's identity becomes apparent, revealing him as the holy body of Lu Yuan, who has arrived in the divine city. Moreover, he is a cultivable ancient holy body. Before long, this news sweeps through the northern region like a tempest, leaving many astounded, including the older generation. The fact that an ancient holy body is indeed cultivable is a revelation that reverberates far and wide. Rumor has it that his cultivation is quite formidable. In his early 20s and already at the mid-stage of the Divine Palace realm, when compared to the elite disciples of top-tier factions, he stands on equal footing. Could it be that, after several eras, the restraints of the heavenly Tao have waned? Is this invincible physique poised to rise once more? Many powerful figures among various factions find themselves deep in contemplation, silently marveling at this prospect. As the trio strolls through the divine city, they become the center of attention. Young master, miss, many eyes are upon us, Mu Lingo pouts, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Gu Qingwang, however, appears to be quite accustomed to such scrutiny. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Lu Yuan and gently remarked, if you are displeased, we may relocate to a less crowded area, or perhaps return directly to our base. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan offered a nonchalant smile, indicating that it was of no consequence. As they conversed, the trio unwittingly approached a magnificent pavilion. Qinghuang, what is this place? It appears quite impressive, Lu Yuan inquired, surveying the structure with curiosity. Ah, this is the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, the sole premier force within the divine city that does not belong to any sacred grounds, major sects, or ancient aristocratic families. They are known for their commitment to commerce, refraining from any involvement in conflicts. Their influence is extensive, spanning the 5 regions of the world and encompassing nearly all major cities. In terms of wealth, there is scarcely any sect that can rival them. At the mere mention of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, Gu Qinghuang's exquisite visage involuntarily reflected a sense of gravity. Chapter 54, Celestial Demon, Celestial Star Chamber. Lu Yuan pondered silently, noting this name with care. Just as the 3 of them lingered in place for a moment, a young woman, accompanied by several attendants, emerged from the pavilion. It was the Holy Maiden of Wanchu, the fairy of the Gu family, gracing them with her presence. Indeed, it was a failure on their part not to extend a proper welcome. The young woman wore a gentle smile, slightly bowing as she spoke with a voice as soothing as orchids. This woman possessed extraordinary beauty. Her skin was as pristine as snow, seemingly sculpted from white jade. Her brows resembled distant ink, and her red lips, akin to pearly teeth, radiated an innate elegance, captivating all who beheld her. Clad in a flowing white celestial gown, she accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding an unparalleled allure. Such breathtaking beauty could easily rival Gu Qingwang, rendering one unable to divert their gaze. "Wow, what a stunning woman!" exclaimed Mu Linger, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Ah, Miss Yi, you two have arrived in the Divine City." Gu Qingwang's expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. "Indeed, I just arrived yesterday," Yi Qingli replied with a soft smile, radiating a warmth that felt like a gentle spring breeze. She then turned her gaze toward Lu Yuan, her enchanting eyes flickering momentarily as she remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this gentleman must be the companion of Fairy Gu, correct?" "Precisely," Gu Qingwang nodded gracefully. Then introduced Lu Yuan. "This is Miss Yi Qingli. She oversees all affairs of the Celestial Star Chamber in the Eastern Wilderness." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. This woman appeared to be in her 20s, yet she held dominion over all the commercial dealings of the Celestial Star Chamber in a vast domain. Her background must be extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary woman. Ancient tales spoke of the primordial sacred body, invincible at the same level, with a physique unmatched, akin to a true dragon. Today's encounter indeed confirmed her exceptional nature. Even with her deliberate restraint, the vibrant vitality emanating from her was enough to astonish. A fleeting flicker of purple flashed in Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes, as if she possessed a supreme ocular technique capable of discerning illusions and piercing to the core of truth. This woman was formidable. Lu Yuan's perception was equally sharp, and he sensed this almost instantly. Fortunately, she was discreet, merely casting a brief glance before retracting her gaze, avoiding any deliberate scrutiny. "You flatter me, Miss Yi," Lu Yuan replied calmly, inclining his hand in greeting. After a round of pleasantries, Yi Qingli extended an invitation. "The auction hosted by the Celestial Star Chamber will commence in a few hours. Among the items are numerous celestial treasures unearthed during the recent ancient mine tide. May I inquire if you two would be interested in attending?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwang's lovely face displayed a hint of hesitation before she turned to Lu Yuan, seeking his counsel. "Fortune favors the prepared. Since we are already here, let us take a look inside." Lu Yuan nodded gently. "Very well, then. I shall trouble you, Miss Yi." Gu Qingwang smiled slightly. "Fairy Gu need not be so courteous. Fu Bo, please arrange for a top-tier private room," Yi Qingli commanded as she turned. "Yes, miss," came the prompt reply. "Ladies, please follow me." An elderly gentleman responded with respect and then guided Lu Yuan and his companions into the auction hall. Soon, the trio was led into an opulently decorated private chamber, perfectly situated to overlook the center of the auction venue, affording a view of every corner. No sooner had they settled in than several maidens entered, gracefully presenting spiritual fruits and tea before bowing and departing, their service remarkably attentive. Lu Yuan lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. The tea was warm and refreshing, with a lingering sweetness that, upon entering his stomach, seemed to flow with a subtle divine energy throughout his limbs and bones. Clearly, it was no ordinary brew. "Qingwang, are you well acquainted with this Celestial Star Merchant Association? Our treatment here is rather splendid," Lu Yuan casually inquired. "I am not particularly familiar, having only crossed paths a few times. However, both the Wanchu Holy Land and the Gu family share intricate ties with the Celestial Star Merchant Association, maintaining close relations. Perhaps they were drawn to that." Gu Qingwang reflected before responding. "Ah, I see," Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. As time passed, the commencement of the auction drew near. One by one, figures of cultivators entered the hall from the outside, stepping into the venue. Yet, very few were permitted to ascend to the third floor's esteemed rooms. The majority were treated equally, taking seats in the main hall, which included several esteemed elders from prominent sects and formidable lone cultivators. Even those at the Nirvana and Divine Connection realms found no special privileges. This clearly illustrated the immense power and confidence of the Celestial Star Merchant Association, rivaling any ancient clan or holy land. Before long, a surging aura of demonic energy manifested within the hall. A strikingly handsome man with silver hair, exuding an alluring yet sinister presence, strode in. Two robust demon clan cultivators followed closely behind him, both exuding a fearsome aura, their presence imposing. "The Demon God Palace has arrived," murmured the crowd. "That is the young lord of the Demon God Palace, Tianyel, accompanied by two of the palace's most formidable young experts, Maoan and Biawan." Upon seeing the newcomers, the expressions of many cultivators shifted, revealing a glimmer of apprehension in their eyes. The Demon God Palace was a local power in the northern region, with its upper echelons comprised entirely of demon kin. Their demeanor was known for its flamboyance and arrogance, with few human cultivators daring to provoke them. The current young lord of the Demon God Palace, renowned throughout the Northern Territory, possessed the supreme physique of the demon clan, Tianyao, named after this very trait. He was held in high esteem by the palace's elder lord and the assembly of elders, his strength formidable to the point of inciting fear. He had been heralded by many as the future monarch of the Eastern Wasteland. Now, in an era marked by the presence of great emperors, the imperial path was suppressed by laws that constrained all. To achieve transcendence was exceedingly arduous. It was rare for a monarch to arise even within 5 centuries. Thus, the name Tianyao loomed large, instilling a sense of dread. Esteemed guests, please ascend to the 3rd floor. A steward from the Celestial Star Merchant Association courteously beckoned. Indeed, the celestial demon nodded indifferently, casting a cold glance upward as they progressed, momentarily pausing at a certain celestial class chamber, the meaning of which remained enigmatic. This scene was immediately captured by several astute observers present, evoking memories of a certain secret within the Demon God Palace. The celestial demon physique is renowned as the paramount constitution of the demon race, said to rival the unparalleled sacred body of the ancient era when cultivated to perfection. Its physical prowess is comparable to that of the legendary true dragon, flawless and exceedingly formidable. However, it is somewhat lacking in the realm of Taoist arts. At that time, the old master of the Demon God Palace had heard that the Gu family of the Southern Domain had given birth to an innate Taoist embryo. He sought to merge the strengths of these two formidable physiques to perpetuate the powerful celestial demon bloodline. Yet, to his dismay, the master of the Gu family declined, citing racial reasons, which caused the Demon God Palace considerable embarrassment. Not long ago, the Tianchi family, sharing the same aspirations as the former master of the Demon God Palace, successfully forged a union with the Gu family by offering an ancient sacred body that had long since withdrawn from the annals of cultivation history. Ironically, the principal players are presently gathered here, adding a touch of dramatic flair to the situation. This has left many cultivators secretly apprehensive, as they subtly sensed a lingering tension in the air, akin to the scent of gunpowder. Chapter 55. The auction. Is that lad truly the so-called ancient sacred body? With mere cultivation at the 5th layer of the Divine Palace, I could extinguish him with a single slap. It appears that the old fool of the Gu family possesses rather poor judgment. Imoen stood within a luxurious private room, arms crossed, gazing coldly as a flicker of violent intent flashed in his beastly eyes. His true form seemed to derive from a powerful tiger lineage. His physique was robust, muscles bulging, his body resembling one forged from steel, exuding an aura of immense strength. As he gazed into the distance, Imoen sensed a gaze directed towards him from across the way, prompting him to sneer and make a gesture across his throat, brimming with arrogance. Who is that? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow at the provocation and inquired. His name is Imoen. He ranks just below the celestial demon among the younger generation of the Demon God Palace. This lineage has a considerable history of grievances with our Gu family. Their conduct is notoriously domineering. Thus, we need not concern ourselves with them. Gu Qinghuang spoke calmly, her serene presence enveloped in an ethereal aura, as if the heavens themselves could not disturb her. Quite intriguing. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with interest. Throughout his journey thus far, he had yet to engage in combat with a practitioner of the demon race. If the opportunity arose, it would indeed be enlightening to discern what set this tiger apart from the rest. As the time for the auction drew near, whispers circulated through the Divine City. An increasing number of cultivators flocked to the auction venue, nearly filling the hall to capacity. Concurrently, representatives from various prestigious factions began to arrive. Notable ancient families from the southern region, such as the Lu, Gu, and Meng families, along with the Kanglan Sacred Land, Dian Sacred Land, Daoi Sacred Land, and the Illusory Palace, all took residence in the top-tier private rooms. Upon spotting Gu Qinghuang, a group of several individuals from the Gu family ascended to the 3rd floor to extend their greetings. At the forefront was a young man in his 20s, with striking features and an extraordinary demeanor, possessing cultivation at the 2nd layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Even if he were not the leading figure among the younger generation of the Gu family, he was certainly not far behind. He greeted with a cupped fist, accompanied by several elders from his clan. As for Lu Yuan, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor neither overly enthusiastic nor cold. Xinghe, esteemed elders, There is no need for excessive courtesy. The auction is about to commence, so please take your seats. Gu Qinghua smiled gently. Very well. Gu Xinghe nodded and turned to depart for another top-tier private room, where members of the Lu family were also present. Since the alliance through marriage, the relationship between the two ancient families had become quite nuanced, with the younger generation frequently mingling. Your Lu family's sacred body is indeed capable of cultivation. Moreover, their prowess is not as lacking as rumored. Gu Xinghe nonchalantly took his seat beside another individual, sipping tea as he spoke softly. Merely a fleeting bloom. It holds little value. Lu Chaqin shook his head, responding calmly. Shall we not test it? Gu Xinghe cast a meaningful glance at the man beside him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Cultivating the primordial sacred body requires an immense source of power, easily reaching millions of pounds. If he attempts it, what shall I consume? Lu Chaqin inquired with a furrowed brow. Oh, indeed, Gu Xinghe replied, realization dawning upon him, and he ceased to elaborate further. After another half-hour had elapsed, the auction finally commenced. Welcome, esteemed friends, to our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. The auction is now officially underway, presenting the first item for bid. Yi Qingli gracefully descended onto the auction stage. Clad in a flowing white gown, she appeared ethereal, her enchanting figure and captivating beauty rendering the surrounding flowers dull in comparison, capturing the attention of all. Yet, among the multitude of cultivators present, few dared to stare openly at her. Most understood that this woman was no ordinary being. Her background was formidable beyond measure, and few men in the world could hope to match her. As her words fell, a woman veiled in thin silk ascended the platform, cradling a brocade box. The ginseng fruit. For beings below the true god realm, consuming it can extend one's lifespan by 500 years. The starting bid is 100,000 pounds of source energy. Each increment must not be less than 5,000 pounds. Please place your bids. Yi Qingli's cool voice resonated throughout the hall. Instantly, a wave of commotion erupted in the auditorium. Many of the older cultivators displayed expressions of excitement. A longevity-enhancing elixir such as this was exceedingly rare and could not be sought after easily. Truly, the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce had outdone itself. The first item presented was nothing short of extraordinary. As for its authenticity, no one dared to question it. Not a single probing thought pervaded the minds of those present. The mere mention of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce was a golden seal of trust. Across the 5 domains, their reputation was unparalleled, and no one would dare doubt their offerings. 105,000 pounds of source energy. Soon, someone eagerly placed a bid. 110,000. 120,000. The auction hall buzzed with voices, each striving to outbid the other. In stark contrast, the Tian room remained silent, clearly indicating that such items held no allure for the younger cultivators. Ultimately, the ginseng fruit was sold for 135,000 pounds of source energy, claimed by a powerful rogue cultivator. The second item for bid was the golden feather of the divine wings. This genuine feather, left behind by a fallen deity of the Qingyuan clan, possibly contained the legacy of the species. The starting bid was set at 50,000 pounds of source energy. Upon its introduction, many cultivators in the hall exhibited flickers of interest. The Qingyuan clan was a formidable group within the demon race, known for producing exceptional talents. Should an ordinary person acquire this feather and let the news slip, they would likely face severe repercussions. Yet, a few brave souls attempted to place bids. However, as the renowned Bai Luan made his entrance, the fervor quickly subsided. In the end, Bai Luan secured the feather for 80,000 pounds of source energy. Following this, the third and fourth items were presented in succession. Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghua engaged in conversation while observing the auction venue, failing to discern any items worth acquiring. The fifth auction item, sealed within the source, remained an uncertain entity. Yi Qingli extended her hand, and a piece of pure source stone, roughly the size of a fist, materialized in her grasp. This stone, resembling amber, encased a layer of rock that concealed its true nature. However, it was evident that something lay within. Its value was unpredictable, with a starting bid of 20,000 pounds of source. At this announcement, the assembled cultivators hesitated, for items containing sealed objects were not uncommon at auctions. It was akin to a peculiar gamble. If a valuable item was concealed within, one could reap substantial rewards. Yet, if time had eroded its essence, it would result in a complete loss. Nevertheless, some were willing to take the risk for potential gains, and bids began to rise immediately. Just then, a notification from the system suddenly resonated within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Chapter 56, Ding, detecting the host's current experience, triggering option rewards. Option 1. Bid for this item, reward of purple liquid. Option 2, abstain from bidding, reward of 1 healing semi-divine medicine. Note, purple liquid, refined from innate essence, can purify a practitioner's primordial spirit, temper the divine palace, and enhance spiritual power. Please select. An option reward has been triggered. It seems that the item sealed within this source is extraordinary. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he promptly made his choice and declared 35,000 pounds of source. As soon as the words left his lips, numerous eyes in the auction hall turned towards the Tianzi box. Even Gu Qinghuang and Mu Ling beside him glanced over with a hint of surprise. Are you interested in the items here? Gu Qinghuang asked with a smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Yes, I wish to examine it closely. Lu Yuan nodded in affirmation. Very well, if your source is insufficient, I can assist, Gu Qinghuang replied graciously. At that moment, another voice rang out in the hall. 40,000 pounds of source. A young practitioner, whose appearance was concealed by a secret technique, made the bid, though his voice revealed some of his identity. 45,000 pounds. Lu Yuan continued to raise the bid. A hush fell over the crowd. Many shook their heads. An increase of 5,000 pounds of source for each bid was substantial. A further raise would mean 50,000 pounds of source, a considerable gamble indeed. The auction item was likely unearthed during the last ancient mine tide, where practitioners from various factions scavenged resources, inevitably leading to some illicit gains being smuggled out. Displaying their wares in their own marketplaces and then auctioning them at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce was the safest course of action. After 1 or 2 rounds of scrutiny, the chances of uncovering a highly valuable spiritual item were already low, making further bidding unnecessary. Concurrently, the young practitioner fell silent, ceasing his bids. 45,000 pounds of source once. 45,000 pounds of source twice. 45,000 pounds of source. Just as the transaction was about to be finalized, an untimely voice emerged from another Tianzi box. 50,000 pounds of source. Mo1 from the Demon God Palace suddenly shouted, his gaze fixed ahead with a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. 55,000 pounds of source. Lu Yuan shot him a glance, maintaining a stoic expression as he continued to raise the bid. 60,000 pounds. 65,000 pounds. 70,000 pounds. Mo1 persisted, his demeanor languid. Yet it was evident to all that he was merely trying to irritate others rather than genuinely vying for the item. The antics of the Demon God Palace were truly infuriating. My lord, do not fall for his tricks. Mu Ling whispered urgently, her teeth clenched in frustration. Not to worry, Lu Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes as he called out, 80,000 pounds of source. He raised the bid by a full 10,000 pounds, bringing the total to 80,000 pounds. The bidding for this item has far exceeded its normal price range, rendering it somewhat unwise. At this moment, many cultivators in the auction hall sensed a palpable tension in the air. 80,000 units of source. Truly, as expected from the son-in-law of the Gu family, such extravagant wealth. If you desire it so much, then take it. Mo1, with a mocking smile, taunted in a sardonic tone. That wretched fellow. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. On the surface, Lu Yuan remained composed. Yet his heart was ablaze with murderous intent. This person had unjustly forced him to spend several thousand additional units of source. While the items within the source were undoubtedly worth their weight, it was difficult to swallow this indignation. Subsequently, Yi Qingli, noticing that no one else was bidding, began the countdown. 80,000 units of source, once. 80,000 units of source, twice. 80,000 units of source, thrice. Sold. Ultimately, Lu Yuan successfully acquired the item. The auction continued with the 6th item, also a divine artifact unearthed from the ancient mine tide, a long-preserved primordial divine herb. Upon its reveal, it was met with a frenzy of competition from various factions. Within the prestigious chambers of Daoi Sacred Land, Kanglin Sacred Land, and Dian Sacred Land, voices clamored to place bids. After several rounds of contention, the item was finally secured by Dian Sacred Land, claimed by a young man enveloped in sacred light. The 7th item was also the last of this auction, the essence of the Tayin, an object of utmost coldness. It could aid cultivators in their practice of ancient scriptures of the same attribute, enlightening them to profound truths and offering numerous benefits. The starting bid was set at 150,000 units of source. As Yi Qingli's voice echoed, it incited a considerable stir within the crowd. Numerous cultivators fixated on the stage, their gazes intense. Even Gu Qinghuang, who had maintained a reserved stance, momentarily focused her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across them. 180,000 units of source. The representatives from Daoi's sacred land were the first to call out. With their opening, they raised the bid by 30,000 units, clearly aiming to intimidate others into retreating. 190,000 units of source. For the first time, Gu Qingwang, who had remained silent, made her bid. The renowned saintess of Wanchu, Gu Qingwang, is also intrigued by the essence of the Taiyin. Some were taken aback, murmuring quietly, "Isn't that obvious?" Wanchu's sacred land is well known for its profound understanding of chaotic principles. The Taiyin and Taiyang transform chaos, and as the saintess of Wanchu, she must possess ancient scriptures on both Taiyin and Taiyang. An insightful cultivator nearby astutely articulated this revelation. At this moment, Lu Yuan also comprehended the situation. He had witnessed Gu Qingwang employ Taiyin techniques during the sacred land competition against Lu Hong. It was likely a supreme secret recorded on the chaotic stone monument. Thus, the essence of the Taiyin was an item of great necessity for her. 200,000 units of source. Participants from Taichu's sacred land also joined the bidding. 210,000 units. Gu Qingwang stated coldly. 240,000 units. Gradually, representatives from the major sacred lands began to place their bids. However, Gu Qingwang remained resolute, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed the exorbitant price of 250,000 pounds of source. This was nearly all of her current savings. The cost was steep, yet should she acquire the essence of Taiyin, it would be worth the sacrifice. Upon hearing the price of 250,000 pounds of source, the voices within several premier private rooms gradually fell into silence. The individuals present shook their heads, releasing soft sighs, filled with regret. Such an amount of source, even for the saints of a sacred ground, was not insignificant. Should it be expended, it would undoubtedly cause considerable strain. Is there anyone willing to bid beyond 250,000 pounds of source? Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed towards the premier room on the third floor, inquiring. A profound silence enveloped the space, devoid of any response. 250,000 pounds of source, going once. Noticing the absence of voices, Yi Qingli began to count down in accordance with the rules of the auction. Just then, the young mistress of the Demon God Palace, Tian Yao, suddenly rose and indifferently declared, 260,000 pounds of source. Chapter 57. A forceful intervention. Once again, it was the disciples of the Demon God Palace. The expressions of numerous cultivators present turned grave. It is widely recognized that Tian Yao is a direct disciple of the former master of the Demon God Palace. Such actions have brazenly brought the enmity between the Demon God Palace and the Gu family into the open. Over 200,000 pounds of source energy. Such an amount can be summoned at will. Truly, they are the heirs of a top-tier power. Many seasoned warriors marveled, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. Simultaneously, Gu Qingwang's exquisite face grew increasingly frigid. She fixed her gaze upon the Tian-class private room across the hall, remaining silent. After a few hesitant moments, she ultimately gritted her teeth and relinquished her intent. 250,000 pounds of source energy was already her final threshold. Moreover, the items secured within the source that Lu Yuan had previously acquired had cost her 80,000 pounds. She had no choice but to reserve this portion of her quota. Should she stubbornly increase her bid, she would find herself unable to pay and would be compelled to borrow money from her family, the Gu Xinghe clan. Such an embarrassing situation would be utterly intolerable for her. Proud and lofty by nature, she represented the reputation of the Wanchu Holy Land and was determined to avoid such indignities. 260,000 pounds of source energy, going once. At this moment, Yi Qingli on the stage noticed that no one was making further bids. Following protocol, she began the countdown, stirring the hearts of many. Tian Yao, tall and poised, stood with hands clasped behind his back, a mocking smile playing upon his alluring features, as if victory were already assured. My lady, Mu Linger beside her, was so enraged she ground her silver teeth, hesitating to speak. It is merely a dispensable item. The bidding has already surpassed the value of the Taiyin divine essence, and it is not worth clashing with the Demon God Palace over it. Let him be. Gu Qingwang smiled lightly, feigning indifference. Observing her reaction, Mu Linger's countenance dimmed, as if she grasped something profound, and after a soft sigh, she ceased further comments. 260,000 pounds of source energy, going twice. Yi Qingli's gaze swept towards the third-floor private room, continuing the countdown. Just as she prepared to call out for the third time, a calm voice unexpectedly broke through the silence. 270,000 pounds of source energy, Lu Yuan declared. At this proclamation, the entire auction hall fell into a profound silence. A myriad of reactions, shock, confusion, and astonishment, were directed towards Lu Yuan. Even Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce not only thrived in business, but also possessed intelligence that spanned across the 5 domains. She was well aware of the details surrounding the union between the Gu and Lu families. She had never anticipated that an ancient sacred body, seemingly powerless within the Lu family, would possess such audacity to bid at 27,000 pounds of source energy. Lu Yuan, we do not have that much. Gu Qingyuan was taken aback, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily spoke. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Fear not, I shall gift it to you. Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile, his gaze unusually tranquil, as calm and deep as a still, cold pond. What? Upon hearing his words, Gu Qingyuan and Mu Linger were both taken aback. Mississippi. The young master said he wishes to present this to you? Could he truly possess such an abundance of resources? Having grown up in the Gu family, Mu Linger, despite her modest cultivation, had a certain understanding of resources. It was not only the direct descendants like Gu Xinghe who could produce such a vast amount. Even some clan elders might struggle to muster this much. Even if they could, it would require the liquidation of various treasures, a veritable act of financial ruin. I do not know. A complex expression crossed the exquisite face of Gu Qingyuan. However, now that words had been spoken, they could not be retracted, given the circumstances. It seemed she had no choice but to trust him. At that moment, the auction house was abuzz with excitement. Not only the Tianyao, but also the Dao One Holy Land, Dian Holy Land, and the Illusory Palace, along with figures like Gu Xinghe and Lu Changqing, were all astonished. This is quite intriguing. It was only at this moment that Tianyao cast a scrutinizing glance at the human youth who bore the grudge of a stolen wife. A hint of an intriguing smile gracing his lips. 270,000 pounds of resources. Huh. When did the Wanchu Holy Land permit such a small fry to take the lead? Bai Luan, one of the 3 demon generals of the Demon God Palace, sneered without restraint. Ha. It seems that the ancient waste body truly should not engage in reckless cultivation. Overindulgence leads to mental disarray. It's merely an auction. And your mind has already begun to unravel. Do you understand what 270,000 pounds of resources signifies? It could buy your life 10 times over. Beside them, Imowen also erupted in laughter, arrogantly mocking, as if to say, who are these insignificant creatures to challenge me? In the next instant, Lu Yuan suddenly rose to his feet, the golden lake of his consciousness boiling with brilliance, showcasing a formidable mental prowess. From his eyes, 2 streams of imperial dragon energy erupted, merging with his divine intent to form 2 incredibly sharp golden heavenly blades that swept across the space. With a hiss, a terrifying imperial dragon might surge forth, swiftly subduing the 2 demon generals, Mo1 and Bai Luan. This was a suppression that originated from the very essence of bloodlines, directly targeting the soul's core, leaving them utterly immobilized, fully enduring a mental assault. Mo1 and Bai Luan cried out in unison, collapsing to the ground. Taken by surprise, their consciousness was injured, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, nearly leading to their annihilation. At that moment, the entire hall was stirred. What? The cultivation of the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm could actually forge such a powerful mental force. What was that dragon-shaped golden light? It exuded an overwhelming aura of aggression, rivaling ancient secret techniques. Shock washed over the faces of the onlookers, as they found it utterly baffling. The Imperial Dragon Energy. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tianyao's eyes, recognizing the technique employed by Lu Yuan, and then glancing back at the 2 who lay on the ground wailing. His expression turned even frostier as he coldly uttered, "Are you challenging the majesty of my Demon God Palace?" "I do not challenge the Demon God Palace. I merely challenge you." Lu Yuan stood tall, his voice cold and commanding. Seeking death, the gaze of the celestial demon grew increasingly frigid. A wave of terrifying demonic energy threatening to erupt from within. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, another formidable presence surged from the depths of the auction venue, suppressing all divine fluctuations and sweeping them away. A being of the divine realm, someone exclaimed, their expression filled with trepidation. "Do you regard my Tianqing Merchants Association with such disdain? Should you dare to disrupt the order of this venue again, you will bear the consequences." Yi Qingli's delicate face darkened as she spoke with chilling indifference. The warning was unmistakable. Even the celestial demon dared not disregard the Tianqing Merchants Association and engage in open combat here. Why not swiftly check on your subordinates? Should their consciousness collapse, they will revert to mere savage beasts. Henceforth, they may be of no use but to serve as beasts of burden. Lu Yuan remarked with a hint of scorn playing at the corners of his mouth. "Very well. If you have the audacity, then enter the ancient mind tides." I shall be waiting for you there." The celestial demon laughed in fury, uttering a chilling retort before seizing the ink patterns and the baluan from the ground, and then darting out of the venue with ferocity. Chapter 58. The Grand Ambition of Lu Yuan, the young master of the Demon God Palace. The celestial demon has met its match. The departure left all in astonishment. Yet, even more surprising was the formidable strength of the Lu family's ancient sacred body. Boldly challenging the elite of the younger generation from the eastern wilderness, despite merely being at the divine palace realm. It is uncertain whether this audacity stems from ignorance or a desire to tread the well-worn path of the great sacred bodies of yore. Looking back to antiquity, nearly every generation of sacred bodies emerged with unparalleled prowess, shattering the path to supremacy with their iron fists. They faced the world as adversaries, only to ultimately find themselves in solitude. They never retreated a single step, their resolve unwavering, their convictions invincible. They etched a vivid mark in the annals of ancient history, stirring a fervor that evokes both admiration and nostalgia. At that moment, the crowd's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality by a voice proclaiming, 270,000 pounds of source. Does any fellow cultivator wish to bid? Yi Qingli's enchanting gaze swept the room as she maintained the order of the auction. 270,000 pounds of source, going once. 270,000 pounds of source, going twice. 270,000 pounds of source, going 3 times. Sold. With the final declaration, this auction came to an official close. Following this, representatives from the Merchant Association began to deliver the previously auctioned items throughout the venue in preparation for the handover. As the largest bidder of the event, Lu Yuan's 2 purchases were personally delivered by Yi Qingli and her attendants. Here are the items you acquired, my friend. One sealed with 80,000 pounds of source, and the Taiyin Divine Essence with 270,000 pounds of source. In total, 350,000 pounds of source. Please inspect them. Yi Qingli smiled as she signaled the 2 maidens holding the brocade boxes to approach for the guest's inspection. Simultaneously, curious gazes filled the luxurious private rooms in the main hall, as many were eager to discern how Lu Yuan, a seemingly disadvantaged sacred body, could amass such a substantial amount of source. Gulp. Will he not make us appear foolish? Mu Linger exhibited signs of anxiety, swallowing hard. In contrast, Gu Qingwang remained composed, elegantly sipping her tea. Her confidence in Lu Yuan's integrity reassured her that he would not boast without merit. Additionally, even if unforeseen complications arose, she could adeptly navigate them. The shortfall of merely 20,000 pounds of source could easily be compensated with a single magical artifact, sparing her the need to seek assistance from others. Thank you, Miss He, Lu Yuan said, acknowledging her assistance with a slight bow after confirming the items were as described. Might I inquire if a trade is possible? Of course, Yi Qingli replied with a warm smile. Subsequently, Lu Yuan gestured, and an array of materials with an unusual metallic luster materialized in his hand. These are. Yi Qingli's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she eagerly accepted them for inspection. Illusionary star sand, fire god stone, silver moon divine jade, withered dragonwood. These are rare divine-grade refining materials. Yi Qingli, who oversees all affairs of the Tianqing Merchant Association in the Eastern Wilderness, possesses an extraordinarily keen eye, instantly recognizing all these refining materials. Are these enough to offset the 350,000 pounds of source? Lu Yuan inquired. Well, based on the standard acquisition price, we still fall short by about 50,000 pounds of source, Yi Qingli responded after meticulously calculating. As for the rest, let us settle it with source. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang gracefully approached and proposed. It's all right, I still have more. More? Gu Qinghuang's expression momentarily froze. Lu Yuan understood her concern regarding the insufficiency of her source, and without hesitation, he produced a palm-sized piece of crystalline divine iron. This divine iron, pure white and translucent like mutton fat jade, emanated an exceptionally rich divine essence, causing the eyes of those present to brighten. 9 heavens white jade divine iron. A saint-level refining material. Yi Qingli's demeanor shifted slightly. Such treasures are priceless and rarely available in the market. Saints do not lack source. Thus, materials of this caliber seldom circulate in commerce. Are you intending to sell this item, Lu Daoyu? Yi Qingli stated earnestly. How much is it worth? Lu Yuan asked. Let's do this. The difference from the previous 2 auction items will be waived. Our Tianqing Merchant Association will additionally pay you 500,000 pounds of source. How does that sound? Yi Qingli suggested generously after a moment of contemplation. That works. Lu Yuan nodded decisively. Though this material is rare, it is not yet necessary for him. making it impractical to hoard. Converting it to source for cultivation is the pragmatic choice. You are quite straightforward, Lu Daoyu. Someone. Fetch the source. Yi Qingli smiled softly, promptly instructing her subordinate to prepare 500,000 pounds of source. In no time, a heavy storage bag along with the other 2 auction items was delivered to Lu Yuan, thus sealing the transaction. Meanwhile, many cultivators within the venue watched with keen interest. Although they could not see what Lu Yuan had exchanged, it was evident that a transaction had indeed taken place. Spending 270,000 pounds of source to elicit a smile from a beauty? Such a grand gesture inevitably left people astonished. After the Tianqing Merchant Association personnel departed, the private room erupted in excitement. Mu Ling'er, filled with admiration, crowded around, incessantly asking questions. Gu Qingwang, with a face full of curiosity, gazed at him with her watery eyes, blinking in wonder. Just a small stroke of fortune, Lu Yuan chuckled. Shaking his head without elaborating further, he then handed over the piece of tiny divine essence, saying, "Here, this is for you." Gu Qingwang's expression became complex. After biting her lip, she accepted it, murmuring a thank you. She never expected that so little time had passed, and their roles seemed to have reversed. It seemed as though she had become the vulnerable one, in need of assistance. The rapidity of this transformation left her momentarily unable to comprehend. However, being a cultivator, she understood that certain matters were best left unexamined. Thus, she merely brushed it aside and refrained from further mention. Before long, the 3 of them exited the auction venue and returned to the residence of the Wanchu Holy Land in the Divine City. Lu Yuan sought out a secluded chamber and settled in. After extracting the purple mansion liquid from the spatial system, he began to meticulously dissect the source stone. With a crack, the thick layer of stone skin was gradually peeled away, revealing a golden fruit, perfectly round and brimming with vibrant life energy, which immediately caught his eye. The fruit of life. Indeed, it was a remarkable find. Lu Yuan's expression brightened. This fruit was infused with an overwhelming essence of life. It not only replenished one's lifespan, but also strengthened the physical body, offering immeasurable benefits to cultivators below the divine realm. Spending 80,000 pounds of source energy was certainly worthwhile. The fruit of life fortifies the body. The purple mansion liquid refines the spirit. Coupled with my chaotic physique, which poses no cultivation bottlenecks, perhaps I could break through to the celestial realm in one fell swoop. A glint of brilliance flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes, and with a grand gesture, he sealed the chamber completely. An overwhelming torrent of source energy, amounting to tens of thousands of pounds, surged forth, enveloping the space in a dense, ethereal mist that was almost tangible. Chapter 59. The Realm of Hidden Heavens. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. Within the Divine City, ancient ships, spirit vessels, and war chariots soared through the skies, gradually making their way toward the primordial ancient mine. The ancient tide of the mine was on the verge of commencing. Consequently, various powerful factions gathered their forces, converging upon their designated mining areas to prepare. As for the Wanchu sacred ground, they too had made all necessary preparations. A multitude of core disciples boarded the ancient ships in succession. At the bow, 2 graceful figures stood elegantly. "He has been in seclusion for 5 days. I wonder if he will make it in time," murmured Mu Ling'er softly. Gu Qingwang smiled gently. "If he cannot make it, it is of no consequence. We can defend the rear mining area. Entering the outskirts of the primordial ancient mine does not offer much opportunity, as it primarily involves the manual transport of source or—" "Oh, that is true," Mu Ling'er nodded thoughtfully. 2 hours passed once more. Within the secret chamber, movement finally stirred. A tall figure, enveloped in chaotic energy, quietly opened his eyes. A brilliant divine light pierced through the darkness, more dazzling than lightning. At this moment, he turned inward. Within Lu Yuan's body, a profound realm of hidden heavens formed. Golden blood energy and pitch-black chaos alternated, shrouded in mist, rumbling with power. It resembled a yin-yang diagram, continuously circulating within him. The divine energy surged, astonishing in its might, truly extraordinary. The next moment, Lu Yuan pushed open the stone door and stepped out of the chamber, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. Particularly striking were his pitch-black eyes, which sparkled with a chilling intensity, rendering onlookers hesitant to gaze directly upon them. In but a single year of cultivation, he had transformed from an ordinary mortal to the current realm of hidden heavens. He had finally caught up with the most formidable youth of the eastern wilderness. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation, if spoken of, would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, it was indeed the truth. With his battle prowess, he could now look down upon his contemporaries, unafraid of any adversary. After sensing his newfound strength, Lu Yuan extended his consciousness, surveying the surroundings. He effortlessly spotted the massive ancient ship hovering above the encampment. It seemed that the ancient tide of the mine was approaching. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan summoned a divine rainbow and soared into the sky. Moments later, he landed upon the deck of the ancient ship. "Ah, he has arrived," exclaimed Mu Linger, her eyes sparkling upon seeing him. Gu Qinghuang also approached. As she drew near, she felt an overwhelming surge of vigor emanating from him. "You have broken through to the realm of hidden heavens?" Gu Qinghuang gasped, her lips covering her astonished expression, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. "I was fortunate, indeed. The seal within the source was a treasure. After refining it, I successfully opened the realm of hidden heavens." Lu Yuan replied with a modest smile. Upon hearing his confirmation, Gu Qinghuang's astonishment deepened. Was this still the ancient sacred body she once knew? Not only was there no longer any binding of the heavenly Tao, but his momentum and cultivation had accelerated even further. It seems as if there are no bottlenecks to overcome, which is truly astonishing. Is the ship about to set sail? Lu Yuan diverted the topic, casting a few glances around and noticing that most of the core disciples who had accompanied him from the southern region had nearly arrived. "Yes, it will be soon, no more than half an hour at most. We will first reach the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine, and then proceed with the task distribution." Gu Qinghuang gently nodded her head. "I see," Lu Yuan thoughtfully acknowledged, though his brow soon furrowed. He suddenly realized that several fellow disciples were casting peculiar glances in his direction. Could it be related to the auction incident? Lu Yuan pondered silently in his heart. Just then, a figure of a young man appeared on the deck. Junior brother Lu, the holy son Wan Chusheng, Yin Tiandu, hurried over with large strides. "Brother Yin." Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang clasped their hands in greeting upon seeing the newcomer. "Junior brother Lu, I have heard about your affair at the Tianqing Merchant Association. However, I did not expect that you have quite a feud with that madman, Meng Yao?" Yin Tiandu inquired, half amused and half somber. "Meng Yao? Brother Yin, what do you mean?" Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes narrowed as she promptly asked. A day prior, in the Ming family ranks, Meng Yao and the young master of the Monster God Palace, Tian Yao, each released news stating that anyone who could provide the whereabouts of junior brother Lu during the ancient mine tide would be rewarded with a bounty of 100,000 pounds of source. Yin Tiandu said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately understood and chuckled dismissively, saying, "A bounty of 100,000 pounds of source for providing information. Those two are quite generous. Indeed, there is a bit of enmity. Meng Yao's younger brother was likely killed by me." Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu could not help but show astonishment upon hearing this. Meng Yao's younger brother, known as Meng Zhao, was quite renowned in the southern region. A young prodigy. It was unexpected that he met his demise at Lu Yuan's hands. No wonder Meng Yao had been acting like a rabid dog, snapping at anyone in sight. However, with two top-tier young masters eyeing him, Lu Yuan remained composed and unfazed, exchanging witty banter. Such composure alone set him apart from the vast majority of disciples from holy grounds. Even Yin Tiandu could not help but cast a sideways glance. Meng Yao and Tian Yao were both arrogant and tyrannical, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals. With 100,000 pounds of source on the table, many would struggle to maintain their composure. "I would advise against junior brother Lu attending this trip," Yin Tiandu suggested with a hint of concern. "Thank you for your kind advice, brother Yin. However, I must go to the ancient mine. Whether it is Tian Yao or Meng Yao, whoever dares to seek me out, I shall slay him." Lu Yuan waved his hand, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, with a surging killing intent that was truly striking. "Well, very well." Yin Tiandu, after a few changes in expression, chose not to further dissuade him. However, with his profound cultivation, he could naturally discern the current state of Lu Yuan, whose strength had notably advanced, even when compared to the true disciples of various formidable factions. The gap was hardly significant. Perhaps he genuinely possessed the confidence to contend with them. Subsequently, after a brief exchange among the group, Yin Tiandu took his leave. Before long, as the commanding voices of several elders resonated, the ancient vessel gradually set in motion, swiftly navigating towards the periphery of the primordial ancient mine. Chapter 60. Entering the ancient mine. The distance between the Divine City and the Taichu ancient mine is not great. In just the span of an hour, they arrive. As they gaze upon the vast expanse, the earth appears desolate, a barren landscape stretching for miles, devoid of any greenery. Peering deeper, a thick veil of black mist envelopes the mountains, obscuring the reality within, rendering it impossible to discern the true from the false. Even one's spiritual sense cannot penetrate this shroud, resembling a cursed land that instills unease. Soon after, the disciples of the Wanchu Holy Land, under the guidance of several elders and Su Guanyin, disembark in succession and enter the mining area. This expanse is immense, stretching thousands of miles in every direction, seemingly endless. Beneath the surface lie countless mineral veins, rich in source stones, with no sign of depletion even to this day. This abundance illustrates the prosperity surrounding the Taichu ancient mine, a coveted battleground for the major forces of the eastern wasteland. Following this, the elders gathered the disciples intending to enter the Taichu ancient mine, explaining some crucial matters. Here, it is not only the core disciples of the Divine Palace. Besides Guqi Wang and Yin Tiandu, several esteemed disciples are present. Although they have failed in their quest for the titles of Saint Son and Saint Daughter, their potential remains formidable and cannot be underestimated. Within the Holy Land, they hold a status far surpassing that of ordinary disciples. During the explanation, the elders also distributed a spatial treasure to each newcomer. This treasure differs from conventional storage bags, which have limited capacity. Typically, they can hold a few 100,000 pounds of source material at most. In contrast, this valuable spatial treasure boasts a capacity exceeding that of storage bags by more than tenfold. However, the source minerals within the ancient mine differ from the pure sources utilized by cultivators, as they are coated with a thick layer of stone. Generally, from 100 pounds of source minerals, after removing the excess, one might obtain only 5 pounds of pure source, and the refining process is quite time-consuming. The tidal phenomenon of the ancient mine lasts no longer than 3 days at most. Usually, one can only extract as much as possible during this time. Of course, competition exists among the various factions, as each must rely on their own abilities before the source minerals. Some return laden with riches, while others leave empty-handed. And some unfortunate souls may even meet their demise within. After the briefing, the elders ceased their words and departed, leaving the disciples to await the arrival of the tide in the mining area. Lu Yuan, will you truly not accompany me? Guqi Wang spoke with a hint of resignation, her beautiful eyes revealing a touch of concern. The Celestial Demon Palace's Tian Yao and the Meng family's Meng Yao are both exceptional figures of the younger generation. Should they discover any trace of her, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. It's nothing to worry about. Those two alone cannot pose a threat to me. The Taichu ancient mine is shrouded in mystery, and I intend to explore it thoroughly while I have the chance, Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. He understood that Guqi Wang, as the saintess of Wanchu, bore other responsibilities. Most likely, she would need to guard some of the large source mines discovered, granting other disciples the time to extract resources, leaving her unable to roam freely. However, with her strength and constitution, she was assured of her safety and had no need for concern. Very well, take care of yourself. Guqi Wang understood his character, so she refrained from saying more. Lu Yuan nodded gently. Time elapsed. After an indeterminate duration, the depths of the Taichu ancient mine stirred with unusual activity. A thunderous roar echoed, resonating from the pitch-black, demonic earth. The terrifying forces of the laws intertwined, and boundless Tao rhythms pervaded the air. Subsequently, the powerful auras lying in wait at the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine began to retreat in an orderly fashion into the depths of the demonic soil, akin to the ebb and flow of tides. The tide had commenced. Set forth. Remember, you must return within 3 days. An elder from the sacred land turned back and shouted. Yes, as the words fell, hundreds of elite disciples from the Wanchu sacred land harnessed their divine rainbows and surged into the thick mist. Meanwhile, the mining zones of various factions trembled. Countless cultivators, like locusts in migration, swiftly darted forth, vanishing into the Taichu ancient mine. A moment later, Lu Yuan and Guqi Wang, along with several others, had entered the outermost layer of the demonic soil. Here, a dense mist enveloped the surroundings, shrouding all directions, rendering even divine senses incapable of penetrating beyond a mere yard, creating an eerie atmosphere. As per the usual custom, let us split into teams, each leading a group of fellow disciples to explore in different directions. Everyone, exercise utmost caution. Yin Tiandu spoke solemnly. Understood. Several true disciples of the cave heaven realm responded in unison, promptly selecting dozens of individuals, each heading towards a distinct direction for exploration. Guqi Wang and Lu Yuan followed suit, accompanied by several disciples, racing towards another path. Not long into their journey, they stumbled upon a few small source mines. Guqi Wang immediately assigned several disciples to remain behind for mining, while the others continued forward with the group. However, Lu Yuan did not accompany Guqi Wang for long. After delving several hundred miles in, he took a separate path, departing alone. He wished to keep his whereabouts concealed and avoid causing trouble for the mining team. Additionally, Lu Yuan was eager to search for the whereabouts of the demonic entities from the demonic god palace. If he could encounter that tiger, that bird, and that celestial demon, it would be most fortuitous, an opportunity to unleash a massacre and dispel the prior misfortunes. Regrettably, the outer regions of the Taichu ancient mine were perpetually shrouded in mist. Without divine senses to guide him, he felt nearly blind. Locating several individuals would prove to be quite a challenge. Well, there is still time. I should search for source mines first. I cannot return empty-handed. Lu Yuan navigated through the fog, ramming about for quite some time without sighting a single figure. And thus he ceased his haste, turning his focus to searching for source mines. After all, he had not forgotten the promise made by his master, Guqing Wang. Should he perform well amidst the tides of the ancient mine, he would have the opportunity to comprehend the 9 chaotic stone tablets. Once he obtained the chaotic ancient scriptures, the means at his disposal in front of others would become far more diverse, allowing him to avoid the need to deliberately conceal his chaotic physique, thus liberating himself from constraints. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan stumbled upon a diminutive source mine on a rugged terrain. After a cursory estimation, he concluded that even after meticulous refinement, it would yield merely 10,000 pounds of source material. It hardly seemed worth the effort. In the next instant, with a swift motion, the Yuan magnetic heavy prison peak materialized in the void and crashed down with a resounding thud. The earth was instantly transformed, creating a profound pit, while the source and stone skin within the minuscule mine were reduced to mere powder. The surging essence of heaven and earth swiftly permeated the surroundings. Unrestrained, Lu Yuan summoned the chaotic primal source, inhaling deeply as torrents of essence surged into his mouth and nose, flowing towards the sea of bitterness. He pressed onward, seamlessly melding with the chaotic laws as he continued his exploration. Chapter 61. Encounter with Mo. When this land lay shrouded in a pall of desolation, the ochre-hued rocks, riddled with fissures, were omnipresent in this forsaken realm. It is uncertain how many such tides this place has endured throughout the annals of cultivation history, or how many beings have trodden upon this earth. Lu Yuan, harnessing the divine rainbow, glided through the low skies, journeying northwestward. After traversing a distance of 200 miles, he finally sensed a stir in the atmosphere. Within the dense mist, silhouettes flickered, occasionally accompanied by the clanging of metal upon metal, indicative of the extraction of mineral skins. Intrigued, Lu Yuan advanced, his vision sharpening as he approached. 2 factions soon came into view, revealing several demonic cultivators, even in their human forms. Their racial traits remained conspicuous. One bore twin horns, another had azure skin, and yet another sported a stout serpent's tail. It was evident that their lineage was not of the formidable sort. At that moment, the demonic cultivators discerned Lu Yuan's presence. They stood frozen, their hands pausing in the act of peeling the mineral skins. The one with the serpent's tail swallowed nervously, his tension palpable. After a brief standoff, the horned demon abruptly rose, intoning gravely, "Who are you? This mineral source is under our control. I advise you to depart swiftly and avoid unnecessary trouble." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the speaker. It was clear that these individuals hailed from the demon god palace, albeit of lowly cultivation, hovering around the 6th or 7th heavens of the divine palace realm. Such minor demons were easily extinguishable by him with a mere flick of his wrist. However, the change in demeanor of the other 2 demons suggested they recognized him yet chose to remain silent, a curiosity indeed. "I'm merely passing through. No need to be alarmed." "Please, continue," Lu Yuan remarked with a faint smile, and without further ado, he turned and walked away. Only when his figure vanished entirely into the mist did the demonic cultivators exhale in relief. "Brother, isn't he the holy body Lu Yuan that the young palace master and the 3 demon generals were seeking? Why didn't we seize him?" inquired the azure-skinned demon, advancing with an air of menace. Kill your mother," retorted the horned demon, incredulous. "Do you truly believe him to be a mere waste? In the divine city, with nothing but his spiritual power, he nearly shattered the consciousness of Mo Wen and Bai Luan. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the young palace master, those 2 would likely have perished. We are hardly his match. What shall we do now?" Another asked, concern etched upon his face. After a moment's contemplation, the horned demon cast a glance at his companions and declared, "You 2 remain here and keep watch. I shall return to the base to report." "Understood." The 2 demons nodded vigorously, their demeanor one of absolute compliance. The long-horned demon cultivator sensed the surroundings, and with a swift step, advanced rapidly into the mist. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a wisp of chaotic energy had already silently adhered to his body. Alas, my brother acts with excessive caution. Though this individual possesses some skill, he ultimately relies merely on the advantage of his divine consciousness. If we fortify our sea of consciousness and advance and unite our strength, there is no doubt we can surround and slay him. This would be a significant achievement in the eyes of the young palace master, a golden opportunity for advancement. Missing such a chance leaves me discontented. The green-skinned demon cultivator grumbled while peeling away the stone skin, his words laced with resentment, causing his strikes to grow heavier, resulting in considerable cracks within the pure source of the ore. Cease your complaints. This approach is the most prudent. Moreover, there is a reward of 100,000 pounds of sores for providing information. It's not as if we return empty-handed. The serpent-tailed demon cultivator snorted coldly in reprimand. Just then, a sound of breaking air echoed from a distance. Who goes there? The two demons, startled, immediately rose to their feet and called out sharply. In the next moment, Lu Yuan emerged from the shadows, returning once more. Dark and enigmatic spiritual threads surged within his palm, seemingly sensing something. Off to deliver news. Quite prompt, aren't we? Lu Yuan observed them with a smile that was not quite a smile, teasingly. You. The two demons turned pale with shock upon hearing this. They understood that their situation had been exposed, and a fierce battle was imminent, immediately preparing for combat. Just the two of you? Lu Yuan scoffed lightly, raising his hand and deftly flicking his fingers. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two beams of chaotic light erupted from his fingertips in an instant. The demon's pupils constricted, and they swiftly enveloped themselves in demonic energy to protect their vital sea of consciousness. Yet, it was all in vain. The two beams of chaotic light were terrifyingly potent. All their demonic energy was obliterated as if it were nothing, vanishing into thin air. Then, with lightning speed, they pierced through the foreheads of the two demons. Blood of various hues flowed from their brows, their faces etched with deep fear and unwillingness, as they fell heavily backward. After effortlessly dispatching the two members of the Demon God Palace, Lu Yuan conjured a spatial treasure with a wave of his hand. The peeled and unpeeled sores were on the ground cascaded into it. Having completed everything, Lu Yuan did not pause, swiftly pursuing the direction in which the long-horned demon cultivator had departed. Before long, the demon cultivator arrived at a stronghold. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was exceptionally rich, and on the ground stood a small mountain radiating with brilliant light, a medium-sized source mine. Numerous demon cultivators from the Demon God Palace had gathered together, either using magical artifacts or their robust bodies to quickly strip away the stone skin of the source mine. In the central position lay a towering and mighty figure, exuding overwhelming demonic energy. Lord Mo1. Lord Mo1. The long-horned demon swiftly advanced, calling out loudly. What is it? Mo1 opened his eyes, radiating a piercing brilliance. I just encountered the sacred body, Lu Yuan. The long-horned demon quickly replied. Where? Upon hearing this, Mo1 sprang to his feet, his demeanor fierce as he pressed for answers. Over there, approximately 200 miles away. The long-horned demon gestured. Excellent, excellent. At last. I have captured you. Mo1's expression twisted into a snarl, a glimmer of bloodlust igniting in his eyes. A mere ancient waste dares to harm me. This time, there will be no escape. He prepared to surge toward that direction. However, in the next instant, a tall figure emerged slowly from the mist. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on Mo1. Disappointment etched on his face as he remarked, So it is you. Chapter 62. The Slaughter of Mo1. Annihilation of the entire army. As the voice fell, all the demon cultivators present halted their actions and turned their gaze towards him. What? He actually followed us. Lord Mo1. The long-horned demon's expression shifted dramatically, stammering to speak. However, before he could complete his words, he was forcefully pushed aside by Mo1. Ha! A fool unaware of his own mortality. You dare to seek your demise. Do you truly believe you can rival me? Mo1's laughter echoed, wild and resonant. Shaking the very air, he advanced with determination, employing secret techniques to shield his consciousness. Indeed, the demon race's cultivation and mental prowess is somewhat lacking. Yet once on guard, it becomes exceedingly challenging to wield one's thoughts to achieve victory. That is precisely what I wish to convey. You, a mere tiger demon, are nothing but a trivial creature in my eyes. What do you amount to? Lu Yuan stood firm in the void, looking down with disdain. One of the three great demon generals of the Demon God Palace, he was significantly stronger than the true disciples of the Wanshu Holy Land, boasting a cultivation level at the 4th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Ever since he entered the Cave Heaven realm, his confidence surged, believing he could easily overpower any adversary within this level, utterly fearless. Bold. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Mo1? Kneel and bow your head, and I shall spare your life. To liken Mo1 to a mere creature was an act of arrogance that incited the wrath of the demon cultivators in the Demon God Palace. They surged forward, glaring fiercely, their murderous intent palpable. Begone! Lu Yuan's eyes turned icy. Without a word, he unleashed the 5 elements' great hand seal, intertwining with brilliant 5-colored divine light, crashing down with thunderous force. Boom! The colossal hand, exuding terrifying might and unparalleled speed, struck down with devastating impact. Instantly, no fewer than 5 or 6 demon cultivators let out blood-curdling screams, their bodies torn asunder, heads exploding, dead beyond resurrection. Among them was even a formidable demon cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm, who likewise could not escape this calamity. You seek death. Mo1 was taken aback, his expression twisting into one of fury. From the beginning, he had not perceived Lu Yuan forming any seals. The speed of his spell casting was astonishingly swift. With a furious roar, Mo1 surged forth, enveloped in overwhelming demon energy, launching a ferocious assault against Lu Yuan. Between his fingers, purple light spread, forming chillingly sharp claws that descended upon him. This strike bore tremendous force, as if it sought to pierce the very fabric of the void, possessing unparalleled lethality. Lu Yuan scoffed, neither dodging nor evading. A surge of golden vitality erupted, resembling coiling azure dragons that danced around him. Boom! Lu Yuan stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. The mountains trembled, and terrifying divine power rippled through the void, directly deforming Mo1's hand bones, leaving them bloodied and mangled. Mo1 let out a pained wail as his massive demon form was sent flying, crashing into the mountainside. In their first direct confrontation, he suffered a significant setback. And this occurred in the very realm of physical prowess where demon cultivators prided themselves. The presence of all the cultivators from the Demon God Palace was utterly shaken. You dare compare your physical form to mine? Are you out of your mind? Lu Yuan chuckled coldly, returning the words spoken in the auction hall without alteration. Boom! The body of Mo1 trembled, causing the mountain to collapse, and the scattered rocks turned to dust. His eyes glowed crimson, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. Completely driven to madness. I will kill you. Mo1's expression grew increasingly ferocious. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a secret technique of the demon race, dramatically enhancing his physical strength and constitution, the demonic energy surging forth like a mighty river. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared as a colossal mountain-splitting blade manifested in Mo1's hand, sweeping towards Lu Yuan with immense force. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in close combat. Lu Yuan met his adversary's demonic artifact with pure physical strength, standing his ground like a golden war god. Where his fists and feet struck, golden light sword, bursting forth with blinding radiance, instilling fear in all. Clang! Clang! After several exchanges, Lu Yuan had already created numerous gashes in the mountain-splitting blade, causing the artifact's brilliance to dim. Demon God transformation. Mo1, increasingly alarmed, no longer hesitated. He bellowed and invoked a supreme technique of the Demon God Palace. A massive demon god avatar rose into the clouds, its full form obscured from view. An endless torrent of demonic power gathered, dispersing much of the mist surrounding the primordial ancient mine. It then transformed into an enormous, terrifying hand, descending from the heavens to strike at Lu Yuan. Child's play. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, and extending his right hand, his fingertips gleamed like jade, erupting with divine radiance that enveloped everything. The great celestial finger, surrounded by resplendent divine light, soared through the air like an immense mountain, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. This was the Meng family's ultimate technique. Acquired after slaying Meng Zhao. Mastered to perfection, it was said to have the power to sever the heavens themselves. Now, in the hands of Lu Yuan, who was in the Cave Heaven realm, its might was unparalleled. Boom! The colossal demon god avatar collapsed in an instant, dissolving into countless specks of light that vanished into the ether. What? Mo1 cried out, fear reaching its zenith. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan's steps shifted, employing the walking character secret, causing him to vanish like a specter. By the time Mo1 reacted, a resplendent golden divine fist was already expanding rapidly in his vision. Boom! Bones shattered, blood sprayed. A bloody fist pierced through Mo1's chest. emerging from his back and leaving a gaping, horrifying wound, obliterating even his fiercely beating heart into minuscule fragments. Mo Wen's eyes widened in fury and terror. Unable to conceal his fear as chunks of his internal organs spilled from his mouth, he reached out, attempting to grasp at Lu Yuan. But before he could lift his hand even a few inches, it fell limply, lifeless, as he breathed his last. This is impossible. Mo1. Has Lord Mo1 fallen in battle? At this moment, all the demon cultivators present were engulfed in dread, their souls trembling as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. How could it be that Mo1, a demon general whose status was only second to the young mistress of the Demon God Palace, was vanquished by a mere human with just a few punches and kicks? Who would dare to believe such a tale? Enough of your clamor. I shall send you all to the afterlife. Lu Yuan withdrew his fist, his gaze indifferent, as he casually discarded Mo Wen's lifeless body from the heights above. Without uttering another word, he plunged into the crowd below, launching a ferocious assault. The forces of the Demon God Palace shrieked in terror. With their cultivation levels, they were utterly incapable of withstanding Lu Yuan's onslaught. Wherever the golden divine fish struck, bodies erupted, bathing the battlefield in a mist of crimson. As if they were mere paper, slaughtered without mercy. Moments later, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. One of the strongholds of the Demon God Palace lay in ruins. Its entire army obliterated. Chapter 63, The Gathering of Powers and the Settling of Dust. The scene is bloodied. Aside from Lu Yuan, no signs of life remained at the scene. With a flick of his hand, Lu Yuan summoned the storage bags of the fallen demon cultivators, collecting a substantial amount of essence into his possession. However, having learned from past experiences, he refrained from taking any magical artifacts or items, wary that one might be a creation of a powerful demon capable of sensing its location, thereby inviting unnecessary complications. Having completed his task, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon a medium-sized or vein before him. The members of the Demon God Palace had already extracted nearly 1/3 of the pure essence, leaving a ground strewn with stone skins and powder, which served merely to adorn his efforts. With divine power surging within him, Lu Yuan waved his hand decisively. Boom! The mountain split apart, dividing into several fragments. Lu Yuan activated his spatial treasure, hastily storing the shattered or veins within. The Enchanter Tide would not last beyond 3 days. Time was of the essence. He lacked the luxury to meticulously extract the pure essence. Thus he opted to take everything in one go. Soon after, Lu Yuan departed the area, continuing his journey. The Forbidden Zone was shrouded in darkness and mist. A slender figure darted swiftly through the dense fog. After traversing several hundred miles, Lu Yuan suddenly halted, discovering an ethereal barrier that obstructed his path. The Hall of Illusions. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. Previously, during his time in the Lianyan mountain range, he had encountered individuals from this sect and sensed a strikingly similar aura emanating from the barrier. After a brief contemplation, he activated the walking character secret art, intertwining the runes beneath his feet to step through the barrier. The walking character secret art, an unparalleled technique of the Eastern Wilderness, was reputed to transcend the confines of time and disregard any formations. It was not mere rhetoric. The effects were truly remarkable. Lu Yuan advanced through this region with determination. After traveling for 5 or 6 miles, he finally located the gathering place of the Hall of Illusions members. However, it was evident that more than just this faction occupied the area. In addition to the Hall of Illusions, there were also forces from the Daoi Sacred Ground, the Lu family of Heavenly Pool, as well as numerous individuals from the Demon God Palace. Such a lively scene? Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback, but advanced boldly without fear, his gaze sweeping indiscriminately across the surroundings. Among these factions, he recognized some familiar faces. For instance, there was Xiahou Qing, a young master of the Hall of Illusions, who had previously shared in the inheritance of the saints within a shattered realm. Being the only one aside from Lu Yuan to have emerged alive after receiving such a boon, it appeared that Xiahou Qing had indeed reaped significant rewards, as his cultivation had soared, breaking through to the Cave Heaven realm. Additionally, Bai Luan from the Demon God Palace was present, standing alongside a Demoness whose status seemed considerable, likely another of the 3 demon generals of the palace. As for the Lu family, among the 7 or 8 individuals, only one was familiar to Lu Yuan. This individual had made an appearance during his wedding banquet with Gu Qing Wang, welcoming young guests from various factions. Suddenly, there stood one of the Lu family's prominent figures. Lu Chongqing. Someone has entered. Meanwhile, the gathering of young powerhouses present became aware of the unexpected guest, Lu Yuan. Who is this person? He possesses some skill to unravel my carefully laid prohibitive formations. A formidable young man from the illusionary Demise Palace expressed surprise, casting several deep glances. Senior brother Qin. He is the sacred body Lu Yuan, remarked Xiahou Qing, standing behind him, his expression shifting with a hint of gravity as he stepped forward to remind them. Clearly, during their previous encounter in the Lianyun mountain range, Lu Yuan had slain the Meng family's genius, Meng Zhao, right before his eyes and had managed to withdraw unscathed despite the presence of experts from two major factions. This left him with a significant psychological shadow, viewing Lu Yuan as a formidable figure, hence approaching with caution. Oh, he is the one capable of cultivating the ancient sacred body, the flow of vitality. The emergence of his own realm, he has indeed progressed to this stage. Qin Hafeng murmured, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It is Lu Yuan. He has actually found his way here. Several young elites from the Lu family began to lose their composure, their thoughts uncertain. However, Lu Chaqing remained calm and indifferent, merely glancing over before retracting his gaze. So it is you, wretched creature. The young mistress has been searching high and low for you. Yet you have delivered yourself right to her doorstep. Truly, you have chosen the path of hell when the heavenly road was available. Bailuan's expression initially registered shock, quickly replaced by a chilling murderous intent. He shifted his body, his towering figure emanating a menacing aura. Is this person truly the sacred body that the young mistress seeks? He does not seem so formidable after all. You and Mo1 are indeed regressing, bringing shame to my demon god palace. The female demon general flicked her crimson tongue and let out a cold laugh. With demonic energy surging in her palm, she too prepared to strike. Just then, a sharp divine light suddenly swept in from a distance. Swish. Both Bailuan and the female demon general stepped back to evade the oncoming assault. Lu Chaqing. Will you intervene to protect him? Both asked, their expressions darkening. After all, he is of my Lu family. I shall not stand idly by, Lu Chaqing replied. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Your grievances are merely a verbal dispute from the Divine City auction. Thus, I will have him apologize to your demon god palace, and this matter will be resolved. As for the heavenly demon, I shall handle it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Bailuan and the female demon general turned somewhat grim. Lu Chaqing is no ordinary person. In the southern domain, few can overshadow his brilliance. A year ago, he had faced off against the young mistress, the heavenly demon, in a battle that lasted 3 days and nights, ultimately losing by just a hair's breadth. His strength is exceedingly formidable, far beyond what they could currently contend with. If he truly intends to safeguard the sacred body Lu Yuan, there appears to be little they can do. Bailuan and the female demon general exchanged glances, their expressions shifting between uncertainty and determination as they deliberated their next move. Simultaneously, Lu Chaqing cast a commanding gaze towards Lu Yuan, transmitting a message with an authoritative tone. The family's current situation is dire, lacking vital resources. Now that you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you must discern when to advance and retreat, lest you bring formidable adversaries upon the family. Apologize. I shall handle the subsequent matters. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but frown. Previously, he had been observing with crossed arms, awaiting the arrival of these two demon generals to facilitate their reunion with Mo1. Little did he expect an unexpected disruptor to emerge. Lu Chaqing, a distinguished member of the Lu family, had rarely intersected with him in the past and often regarded few with esteem. His sudden intervention appeared to stem from a fear of reprimand by the higher-ups of the family for his inaction in the face of danger. However, this support felt rather insubstantial, lacking both firmness and resolve. Such indecisiveness was truly a mark of ineptitude. It would be prudent for him to manage his own affairs. What does he know of advancing or retreating? Where do these formidable enemies come from? Merely a few insignificant insects, which I could easily vanquish with a mere flick of my hand. Lu Yuan, dismissing the notion of sending a reply, bellowed coldly, offering no regard for his dignity. In the next instant, he stomped heavily, causing cracks to spread across the ground beneath him, crumbling inch by inch. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging directly towards the forces of the Demon God Palace. Chapter 64, Devastating Rampage. What? Does he dare to take the initiative? In that moment, all the powerful beings present were taken aback. Only the two demon generals from the Demon God Palace wore expressions of delight, exclaiming, "Did you see that? He is seeking his own demise. We can hardly be blamed for what comes next. Eliminate him." Bailuan and the female demon general shared a cold laugh. channeling their energy rapidly as they charged headlong towards Lu Yuan. Both were formidable figures at the fourth level of the Cave Heaven realm, among the elite of the younger generation. Aside from the ranks of various major factions, including the Holy Sons and Daughters, few could rival them. Their combined assault was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Boom. In an instant, the three were engaged in fierce combat. The demon race was renowned for its formidable physical prowess, and confidence came naturally to them. Even the legendary humans, known for their brutal close-quarters combat abilities, dared to measure themselves against such strength. However, it soon became apparent to Bai Luan and the female demon general that things were not in their favor. Lu Yuan's vitality and blood energy were terrifyingly potent, surging forth like a volcanic eruption, capable of shaking mountains and overturning seas. A golden handprint struck down from the heavens, sending tremors through their bodies, bones cracking audibly. Bam! Another golden handprint unleashed a blinding radiance, obliterating everything in its path. It shattered one of Bai Luan's treasured artifacts, causing him to spew blood and be flung backward. Screech. Consumed by shock and fury, Bai Luan no longer held back. With a fierce cry, he transformed into his true form. Enormous wings cast shadows that blotted out the sun, gleaming like azure divine gold, sharp and formidable. This was the Qingyuan bird, a powerful bloodline within the demon race. Upon achieving divinity, its feathers became akin to divine swords, indestructible and terrifyingly sharp. Kill! Bai Luan roared, his body radiating brilliance as he dove downwards. The avian creature was met with disdain from Lu Yuan, who, with a mere shake of the ocean of suffering, summoned waves that surged violently without employing any arcane techniques or secret methods. With a single step, he closed the gap and swung his fist down. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, shaking the very fabric of the void. Although Bai Luan had transformed and significantly enhanced his strength, he still found himself unable to compete with Lu Yuan in the realm of physical might. That one punch shattered several of his wing bones, sending him plummeting into a perilous situation. At that moment, the assault from the other side had also arrived. The azure sky was clear, lush greenery surged like countless waves, crashing towards Lu Yuan. Humph! With a sidelong glance, Lu Yuan let out a cold snort. In an instant, chaotic energy surged through the void. An verdant lotus emerged beside him, its 3 leaves trembling. Boom! The overwhelming green radiance dissipated the waves like ripples in water, collapsing and rebounding fiercely. The manifestation of the holy body, the chaotic seed of the green lotus. The female demon general was taken aback, unable to evade in time, becoming ensnared in the void, trapped and unable to escape. Although her assault failed, it provided Bai Luan with a chance to flee. He flapped his wings, attempting to distance himself from Lu Yuan. Thinking of escaping, Lu Yuan turned back, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. His massive hand, resembling a grinding disc, reached forward and with a sudden forceful tug, rip. The entire azure phoenix wing, flesh and bone alike, was torn away by Lu Yuan. A torrent of blood cascading down as if a dreadful rain of crimson had descended from the heavens. Bai Luan let out a wretched scream, sensing the terrifying threat of death. The remaining wing instantly radiated a brilliant light, slashing down with overwhelming power, infused with an unusual divine law of strength. Lu Yuan, his expression cold and unyielding, did not flinch or evade, but rather advanced forward, his hand enveloped in a swirling 5-colored divine light, conjuring gusts of wind and thunder that shook the very earth. Boom! His merciless hand swept aside all, rendering every offensive force utterly impotent. With an unstoppable momentum, he crushed everything in his path, directly pressing down upon Bai Luan's head. Bai Luan was gripped by the utmost terror, struggling desperately. Yet, her efforts yielded no response. Lu Yuan tightened his grip with a fierce resolve. In an instant, Bai Luan's head exploded, red and white matter splattering forth, blood spraying everywhere. Bai Luan, the remaining female demon general, shrieked in horror, utterly shaken. The other powerful figures present were similarly stricken with disbelief. The disparity between the 1st and 4th levels of the Cave Heaven realm was akin to slicing through vegetables in just a few exchanges. Bai Luan had been dispatched beneath Lu Yuan's palm. Such formidable combat prowess surpassed the expectations of all present. Humph! The golden feather of the divine plumage is nothing extraordinary. They are still but worthless beings. Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he gazed at the golden feather that had pierced his right palm. Abruptly, he yanked it out and discarded it like refuse. This was the very feather Bai Luan had purchased for 80,000 pounds of source at the auction. left behind by a powerful Azure Phoenix clan member beyond the Divine Realm. Without such an artifact, it would have been a mere dream for Bai Luan to inflict any harm upon him. In the next moment, Lu Yuan stomped his foot and charged toward the female demon general. Alarmed, she immediately spat out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood, manifesting her true form and breaking free from the constraints of the Azure Lotus phenomenon. It was a colossal serpent demon, entirely black with iridescent patterns. The massive serpent head trembled violently, opening wide to unleash a swirling black mist, a terrifying toxin spreading forth, threatening to collapse the void and impede Lu Yuan's advance. Foolishness, Lu Yuan sneered, stepping boldly into the toxic fog and advancing swiftly. With the primal holy body, he was impervious to all anomalies. The mere serpent venom was akin to child's play before him. He moved with blinding speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat and unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! The gigantic serpent head exploded on the spot, and the last remaining demon general of the Demon God Palace met an untimely demise. In that moment, the remaining members of the Demon God Palace below were thrown into disarray, fleeing in panic. With 2 demon generals effortlessly slain by this individual, who could possibly withstand him? Yet, before they could escape even a few paces, a pitch-black mountain of ominous energy flashed, immobilizing all the members of the Demon God Palace before crashing down with a thunderous force. The terrifying weight struck the ground, causing it to tremble violently. Various hues of blood flowed incessantly from beneath the prison peak of UNC Town, coalescing into a small stream, rendering the scene exceedingly gruesome. Thus, another contingent of the Demon God Palace met with utter annihilation. After concluding his grim task, Lu Yuan turned around and nonchalantly approached a deep pit. He cast a glance at the gathered crowd and spoke in a calm tone, regardless of how you allocated the resources before. I require half of the primordial fate stones from this place. Does anyone have any objections? Chapter 65. Deterrence. Arrogant words, akin to a thunderous roar, erupted in the ears of the assembled crowd. What? He demands half? Such audacity to make such a bold claim. The young powerhouses of the illusory deity palace and the Dao-I sacred land were instantly set ablaze with indignation, their displeasure evident in their expressions. The members of the Tianqi Lu clan also glared in fury. Lu Cha-Ching, a prominent figure of the Lu clan, wore an exceptionally grim countenance at this moment. His earlier actions had aimed to mediate the discord between the illusory deity palace and Lu Yuan. Little did he anticipate that in less than a year, the latter would ascend to such heights. Not only had he defied him, but he had also annihilated the members of the illusory deity palace, resulting in the deaths of 2 formidable demon generals. A mortal enmity had thus been forged. Given the nature of the celestial demons, vengeance would surely follow. Now, to demand half of the Taichu life stones here was nothing short of a slap in the face. Although eliminating 2 demon generals was indeed a feat, was it not overly presumptuous to claim half of the Taichu life stones? Do you hold us in such contempt? A voice, ethereal and mocking, emerged from the crowd of the Dao-I sacred land. If you wish to speak, step forth. Hiding like a coward, you wretched creature. Lu Yuan's spiritual perception was immensely powerful. Even under the constraints of the ancient Taichu mind environment, it surpassed that of his peers. With a sweeping gaze, he pinpointed the source of the derisive voice. Suddenly, a golden heavenly blade, forged from his formidable spiritual will, burst forth from his eyes, enveloped in an overwhelming imperial aura. Sweeping forward, bang! A young man from the Dao-I sacred land let out a pained scream, his complexion paling instantaneously, blood trickling from his brow. You still dare to act fierce? He cried in terror, but as he was about to utter more, he was met with a chilling gaze, causing him to swallow his words back in fear. How imposing for one who has just begun to cultivate the ancient sacred body. To be so arrogant upon merely entering the cave heaven realm. If you were to become a deity, what chaos would ensue? Those who dare harm the people of the Dao-I sacred land shall meet a dire fate. At that moment, a young powerhouse from the Dao-I sacred land stepped forward, ready to confront him. Appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp brows and starry eyes, he exuded a formidable presence. He was, in fact, at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm, a significant figure within the sacred land. You are the sacred son of Dao-I? Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhou Chafeng, the second true inheritor, the newcomer proclaimed, his tone laced with arrogance. Never heard of you. Lu Yuan showed no deference, his golden blood energy swirling around him, and he raised his hand to unleash a blazing punch. Boom. Zhou Chafeng's expression shifted as brilliant light erupted between his fingers, forming a luminous barrier to shield his chest. After a brief moment of stalemate, it ultimately proved insufficient. The force of the punch was overwhelmingly fierce, shattering all defenses with an unparalleled might. The light curtain shattered inch by inch, and Zhuo Changfeng retreated several steps. His expression darkened, revealing a palpable murderous intent as he confronted such an audacious individual for the first time. I shall ask once more, who dares to voice an objection? Step forward and speak. I welcome all challengers. Lu Yuan's cold gaze swept across the surroundings, his words resonating with unwavering authority. Having entered the realm of Dantian, he possessed two formidable physiques and practiced imperial scriptures, embodying two of the 9 supreme secrets. His confidence was truly invincible, allowing him to look down upon his contemporaries with disdain. Damn it, this sacred body is utterly arrogant. The thought of eliminating him was irresistible. Among the ranks of the illusory palace, many harbored a seething hatred, yet they only dared to curse silently, fearing a fate similar to that of the man who had just fallen. The record of effortlessly defeating two formidable generals of the Demon God Palace in mere exchanges loomed large, an ancient sacred body, a legend of invincibility within its realm. It was not mere rhetoric. Such terrifying combat prowess was indeed unparalleled. Meanwhile, numerous gazes were directed toward the figure at the forefront, their intent to inquire unmistakable. Xiahou Qing, do you believe he has the audacity to slay us all? The leader of the illusory palace, a man known as Brother Qin, wore a conflicted expression. Caught in the throes of Lu Yuan's overwhelming presence, feeling trapped and uncertain, he discreetly transmitted a message to the side. After a moment of silence, Xiahou Qing recalled the events that had transpired within the Lianyun mountain range and solemnly replied, "He truly dares." Upon hearing this, Brother Qin's thoughts grew even more hesitant. Enveloped in silence, Lu Changqing, a member of the Lu clan, exudes such authority that it seems he does not regard you as one of his equals. Shouldn't you say something in light of this situation? Zhuo Changfeng's countenance darkened further. Having suffered a significant setback in their first encounter, he could not easily swallow his indignation. He turned to the Lu clan's ranks and spoke in a sardonic tone. There is no need for our kin to clash over a few pieces of primordial life stones. If everyone agrees, I am indifferent. You need not incite discord. Lu Changqing's demeanor remained calm and unperturbed, his voice steady. Upon hearing this, the young elites of the Lu clan behind him were taken aback. Though they were perplexed, none dared to contradict him. Lu Changqing's status within the family was formidable, carrying significant weight. Seeing that his intentions had been disowned, Zhuo Changfeng's expression grew even grimmer. The illusory palace had been brought to heel, rendered so cowed that they could not muster a response. Lu Changqing showed no inclination to act. Relying solely on himself, Zhuo Changfeng feared he could not achieve victory. Even if he did, he would likely emerge severely injured. At that point, should the two families contend, he would truly be left with bitter fruit. Reflecting on this, Zhuo Changfeng's gaze flickered restlessly, and he ultimately forced down his indignation, choosing to remain silent. Humph, Lu Yuan scoffed internally, holding a measure of disdain. The three major factions had been entangled in this stalemate for so long, yet they had yet to divide the primordial life stones, which spoke volumes of the situation. All are timid souls, consumed by hesitation and fear, not worthy of concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan extended his golden hand and reached into the pit. 16 primordial fate stones were swiftly seized, with 8 of them being whisked away. Then, with a resounding bang, the Yuan magnetic suppression peak vanished. Returning to the palm of his hand, he swept up the storage bags of the two formidable demon generals and, under the gaze of many, departed with great flourish. Chapter 66 Encountering Fellow Disciples. The Taichu Destiny Stone is a unique product from the ancient Taichu mines, unattainable elsewhere. It is said to be imbued with the ancient essence of Taichu, capable of resisting the erosion of time, providing immeasurable benefits to beings of divine realms, making it exceedingly precious. By chance, I encountered this stone and procured 8 pieces. Additionally, I vanquished all 3 of the demon generals from the Demon God Palace. A truly unexpected delight. Subsequently, Lu Yuan chose not to linger any longer in this place, swiftly advancing deeper into the ancient Taichu mines. Days passed in a blur. Lu Yuan traversed countless miles, stopping intermittently. Along the way, he occasionally encountered individuals from other factions, such as disciples from the Kanglan Holy Land, the Taichu Holy Land, and various other prominent sections. However, their cultivation levels were generally low, predominantly at the Divine Palace realm, and they occupied only minor source mines, capable of yielding merely tens of thousands of pounds of essence. Lu Yuan regarded them with disdain, bypassing them without engaging in any conflicts. At present, a resounding roar echoed. The Yuan magnetic town prison peak gleamed brightly, crashing down from the sky and pulverizing a small source mine below into fine powder. The rich essence of heaven and earth instantly permeated the area. Lu Yuan replicated the process, employing the chaos method, inhaling the essence into the sea of bitterness and rapidly refining it. While ordinary individuals would meditate and absorb the source slowly, Lu Yuan's method was remarkably straightforward and domineering, allowing him to swiftly assimilate the surging essence and enhance his power with unprecedented ease. If not for the limited duration of the ancient mine's tides, this place would undoubtedly serve as a coveted sanctuary for his cultivation. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to depart, an unexpected commotion arose ahead. A man and a woman burst forth from the dense mist, engaged in fierce combat, their divine light shimmering. A plethora of intricate techniques emerged, exhibiting immense destructive power and formidable strength. However, the woman embroiled in the battle bore tattered garments stained with blood, revealing her fair skin, clearly at a disadvantage. Is this the extent of the true disciples of the Wan Chu Holy Land? Not even mastering the methods of the sun and moon? Truly disappointing. The man in the dark robe spoke coldly, his disdain evident. Frenzy. Prepare to perish. The woman retorted with a chilling cry, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, her killing intent soaring as she unleashed a multitude of dazzling sword lights. Trivial skills. Great Heaven Finger. The dark-robed man nimbly evaded, leaping into the air, his fingertips glistening like jade, enveloped in boundless divine radiance as he directed a finger downward. Boom. A terrifying energy storm raged, engulfing everything in its wake. The myriad sword lights dimmed instantaneously, before shattering explosively into countless divine sparks, dissipating into the ether. Simultaneously, the overwhelming shockwave sent the woman in the long skirt hurtling backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her delicate face turned grave, staring fiercely ahead, a hint of trepidation flickering in her eyes. The Ming family's esoteric technique, the Great Heaven Finger, was said to have been created by a great saint, and its power was truly formidable, living up to its reputation. Just then, the two individuals soon became aware of another's presence in the vicinity and immediately directed their gaze. "It's you," exclaimed the woman in the long dress, recognizing Lu Yuan in an instant. The man in the dark robe also narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement surfacing on his otherwise cold face. Haha, who would have thought there would be an unexpected gain? You, a mere waste, are quite adept at hiding, aren't you? Lu Yuan cast him a blank glance. Although he did not recognize the man, he discerned that he was from the Meng family, as evidenced by the earlier technique, the Great Heaven Finger. As for the woman in the long dress, she was familiar to him. She was none other than Lu Hong, one of the true disciples who had once contended with Gu Qingwang for the position of saintess. "Do you need assistance?" Lu Yuan inquired, raising an eyebrow at Lu Hong. Her face brightened at his words. She had heard whispers of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and understood that the saint body had grown significantly stronger. "Thank you, Junior Brother Lu, for your noble assistance. All I require is for you to hold him off for half a stick of incense." Lu Hong conveyed earnestly through a discreet transmission. Lu Yuan nodded gently, refraining from further dialogue, and in a swift motion, appeared directly opposite the man in the dark robe. Meanwhile, Lu Hong seized the opportunity to produce a rare elixir and quickly consumed it to mend her injuries. Assistance from you? With your mere first-level cultivation in the Cave Heaven realm, you dare to stand against me. But this works well. It saves me the trouble of scurrying like a rat. Meng Yao has stated that your head is worth 300,000 pounds of source energy, and I shall graciously accept it, scoffed the man in the dark robe, disdain dripping from his words. "Have you finished your last words?" Lu Yuan replied, crossing his arms and gazing at him with indifference, as though he were observing a corpse. "You seek death." The man in the dark robe roared in fury, his body quaking as he charged forward like lightning. As he moved, shadows flickered around him, and thunderous light intertwined, creating the illusion of traversing through the void at incredible speed. Indeed, a skill of considerable rank. Yet, before he could close the distance, Lu Yuan activated the secret of movement, stepping forward and instantly appearing before him. The speed was astonishing, as if transcending time and space, leaving no room for reaction. "What?" The man in the dark robe gasped in shock, just as a fist enveloped in resplendent holy light loomed larger in his vision. Boom. A terrifying force erupted, akin to a towering mountain colliding head-on. It struck the man in the dark robe, sending him plummeting from the sky into the earth, creating a colossal pit. What speed is this? The man in the dark robe coughed blood, disbelief and terror etched across his face. His aura surged. Shaking off the debris that had piled upon him, he burst forth from the ground. Without a moment's pause, he summoned his magical artifact, infusing it with divine power. Unleashing a torrent of lethal intent directed at Lu Yuan. Boom, boom. Lu Yuan's figure danced gracefully, moving with a dreamlike fluidity, intertwined with an enigmatic aura that was impossible to conceal as he navigated effortlessly through the sea of chaos. Ultimately, he descended like a specter, striking with lethal precision. The man in the dark robe was already on high alert, suddenly letting out a fierce roar. However, before he could utter the fourth word, a massive hand, as broad as a grinding disc, shot forth with lightning speed. It seized the fingers of the robed man and twisted with brutal force. Crack! A piercing scream escaped the robed man's lips as his left fingers were crushed into a powdery mixture of bone and blood. This technique, I know it better than you. How foolish to display your skills before the master. Lu Yuan scoffed disdainfully, unwilling to engage in prolonged combat. A wisp of ominous, chaotic energy slithered from his left hand and quietly infiltrated the robed man's body, ruthlessly extinguishing all remnants of his vitality. Bang! The robed man's body fell rigidly backward, devoid of life. This confrontation, in total, lasted no more than 3 breaths. What? How is this possible? Lu Hong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. He was supposed to hold on for at least half a stick of incense. Yet in less than 3 breaths, he was killed. To think, the elixir I just consumed hasn't even taken effect. Chapter 67. The Chaotic Battlefield. The arrival of Lu Yu on the scene before Lu Hong was so surreal, it felt like a dream. Reflecting on the Sacred Land competition from a few months ago, Lu Yuan was merely an inconspicuous inner disciple of the spirit-nurturing realm. How little time had passed, yet his combat prowess had already surpassed her own. Such terrifying speed of cultivation was almost unparalleled across the 5 domains, truly astonishing. On the other side, after swiftly dispatching the man in the dark robe, Lu Yuan turned and inquired, "He is from the Meng family, correct? Why was he pursuing you?" Upon hearing his words, Lu Hong regained her composure and hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden and the Holy Sun discovered a large source mine deep within the ancient quarry. It contains divine source crystals, each valued at over 1,000,000 pounds of source. However, the news leaked, and now, not only the Meng family, but also the people from the Demon God Palace and several other sacred lands are fighting fiercely for it. This man relentlessly pursued me, forcing me to flee to such a distant location. A large source mine rich in divine source." Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed at her words. The divine source is the purest essence of heaven and earth. In addition to aiding in cultivation, it can also seal powerful life forms, preventing the loss of vitality, extremely precious. 1 pound of divine source is equivalent to 50,000 pounds of pure source, illustrating the immense value of that mine, which had drawn numerous young powerhouses to contend for it. "How severe are your injuries? Can you lead the way?" Without hesitation, Lu Yuan asked urgently. For this concerned Gu Qinghuang's safety. "I am fine. I can recover while we move." Lu Hong nodded, her gaze resolute. "Good. With that." The 2 figures ascended into the air, soaring towards the depths of the ancient quarry. Majestic mountains rose in unison, with the central peak shining brilliantly, emanating a radiant light, resembling a crescent moon. Such terrain was rare around the outskirts of the ancient quarry, strikingly unique. At present, the surrounding void was divided into several dozen battlefields. The air was filled with the sounds of battle, shaking the void violently, almost to the point of collapse. Endless secret techniques emerged in succession, intertwining divine light and magical treasures, creating tumultuous waves of energy and utter chaos. Boom! A resounding noise echoed. The Holy Son of Tao irradiated brilliant holy light, his aura dazzling and ethereal, making him appear as a divine king descending upon the world. He reached out towards the heavens, enveloping half the sky, ultimately transforming into a mysterious diagram that descended to suppress all directions. On the other side, from the Meng family ranks, Meng Yao approached with a cold smile. Lightning flickered between his fingers, intertwining into a vast sea of thunder, harboring immensely destructive power that crashed down. These 2 were among the most formidable individuals of the younger generation. Their initial strikes exuded an unimaginable and terrifying might. Despite the assaults from both sides, Yin Tiandu remained unfazed, calm, and composed, with his left hand invoking the moon and his right hand summoning the sun. The interplay of black and white energy surged forth, suddenly unleashing an infinite aura of menace that engulfed all. A deafening roar erupted, and the ripples of energy spread like waves, rendering everything around him indistinct. The holy son of Dao Yi, Meng Yao, staggered back several steps, revealing a look of astonishment. The lunar and solar techniques of the Wan Chu Holy Land were indeed as formidable as their reputation suggested. It was almost certain that these were two scrolls of supreme ancient scriptures. The expression on the holy son's face grew grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. Merely a trick. Meng Yao scoffed, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed ahead. In Tiandu, the Wan Chu Holy Land, you are somewhat of a figure. Yet, to think that with just yourself, you could claim an entire mine? Is that not an overestimation of your capabilities? Victory or defeat will only be known through battle. If you have the ability, come and seize it. In Tiandu, with an impassive expression, coldly replied, Humph, you seek your own demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Yao lunged forward once more. The holy son of Dao Yi also took action, his power surging as he summoned a formidable spiritual treasure, launching an assault. With over 1,000,000 pounds of source ore before them, no one could remain unmoved. If brought back to their sect, it would surely be a monumental achievement, replete with boundless rewards. Meanwhile, the holy maiden of Dao Yi, the holy son of Taichu, the celestial demon, and the top 10 young masters of the illusory extinction palace, led by Guqing Wang, were all embroiled in fierce combat, locked in a chaotic melee. This was a grand brawl, where everyone outside their own faction was considered an enemy. It was a test of endurance to see who could withstand until the end. On the periphery of the battlefield, those engaged in combat were not weaklings. Close to the mine, the participants were all elite disciples from various major powers. All at the level of Cave Heaven Realm cultivators. A torrent of immense spiritual power surged forth, and countless divine lights illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the mist and transforming night into day. Boom! The holy maiden of Dao Yi, veiled in white silk, her figure graceful, waved her delicate hand, unleashing a torrent of sacred light that swept across the heavens and the earth in a merciless assault. The holy son of Tai Chu, with his cheekbones gleaming, unleashed countless mysterious patterns, forming a terrifying killing formation where a myriad of swords resonated in unison, their sound piercing the sky with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The two top-tier powerhouses of the illusory extinction palace also activated their sect's ultimate techniques, manifesting in myriad forms, weaving illusions that blurred the line between reality and fantasy. The celestial demon, with a frigid demeanor, exuded a remarkable aura, his towering form pulsating with a purple essence. A terrifying force behind his every punch that shook the mountains and the earth, overshadowing all other attacks with the sheer might of his corporeal strength. Guqing Wang, backed against the mine, faced a greater onslaught of attacks, yet she handled them with remarkable ease. Her delicate face remained calm, her enchanting eyes shimmering with divine light. With a swift motion of her jade hand, the power of the moon surged forth like an ancient river, flowing with chilling intensity. Ever since she received the essence of the lunar spirit from Lu Yuan, her mastery of the lunar path had deepened significantly. Having cultivated that ancient scripture to an extraordinary level, even among the elite of her generation, none dared to underestimate her, filled with trepidation. After all, under the extraordinary constitution granted by the innate Tao, no form of Taoism should be treated lightly. It possesses the power to transform decay into the miraculous, harmonizing with the void of the Tao and standing invincible by nature, making it exceedingly troublesome. At the moment, as the conflict around the mines reached a stalemate, the figures of Lu Yuan and Lu Hong also appeared nearby. The intense fluctuations of energy surged ahead, unmistakably evident. At this juncture, there was no longer a need for Lu Hong to lead the way. I shall proceed first. With those words, Lu Yuan activated the, propelling himself forward in a dazzling flash of golden light. That terrifying speed was something Lu Hong had witnessed before, and thus it was no longer as shocking to her. However, for onlookers, the spectacle was entirely different. It seems something is approaching. A cry of astonishment arose from the battlefield. Suddenly, a streak of golden light rampaged through, entering the fray with astonishing swiftness, akin to a dragon unleashed, creating chaos among the young elites of various factions. Some were sent soaring into the sky, while others were struck into the very depths of the earth. Even the formidable and resilient artifacts were shattered under the onslaught, forcibly carving out a path to the heavens amidst the tumultuous battlefield. It left countless spectators in awe and deeply moved. Chapter 68. Let him come. Who is this person? What kind of speed is this? Many young masters, disoriented from the impact, struggled to rise, their gazes vacant and their faces unable to conceal their astonishment. I recognize him. He is the saint body, Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a cry erupted from an unknown source, revealing the identity of the newcomer. At this revelation, Even the central battlefield fell into a hushed silence. Gu Qinghuang waved her hand to deflect the oncoming attack and turned to glance back, a look of delight blossoming on her exquisite face. At that moment, the radiant golden light had already arrived before her. "Are you all right?" Lu Yuan surveyed her from head to toe, his expression softening as he asked gently. "I'm fine," Gu Qinghuang replied with a charming smile. "Quite interesting. You, a waste of a body, dare to appear before me. But that as well, it saves me the trouble of sending someone to find you. This place shall be your grave." The towering figure of the celestial demon advanced a step, his gaze imposing, emanating a sinister force that chilled the hearts of those present. "Send someone to find me? Huh. You likely have no one left to dispatch," Lu Yuan retorted coldly. "The so-called 3 demon generals of the Demon God Palace. I have already sent them on their way. Do not be anxious. It is now your turn." "What did you say?" The celestial demon was taken aback, an ominous feeling rising within him. Logically, Mo Wen and Bai Luan should have received the news long ago and come here to provide support. But having fought alone for so long, he had yet to see a single soul. Could it be, as he claims? As this possibility dawned on him, the celestial demon's eyes turned even colder, his murderous intent palpable. Even the nearby Daoi Sanus, Taichu Holy Sun, and the 2 top masters from the illusionary Demise Palace exchanged glances, their expressions tense. Had all 3 demon generals truly been slain? Could it be true? If so, the Demon God Palace would suffer a grievous loss this time. Just as the crowd was engulfed in doubt, a fierce shout echoed from a distance. "Lu Yuan, you killed my brother. Come and pay with your life." Meng Yao's eyes burned crimson, and upon seeing his nemesis, he fell into a frenzy, charging forward like a madman from the opposite side. However, Yin Tiandu was already aware of their enmity. The moment he saw Lu Yuan arrive, he was on guard. "Meng Yao, your opponent is me," Yin Tiandu declared sharply, his brow glowing. With his left hand embodying the moon and his right the sun, he wove an incomprehensibly formidable chaos energy, slamming his large hand down to obstruct Meng Yao's path. "Get lost." Meng Yao's eyes blazed with fury as vast divine powers surged from within him, executing a fierce great severing finger aimed at Yin Tiandu. Boom! The void trembled violently. The great severing finger, said to be capable of severing the heavens, could not break through the chaotic river unleashed by Yin Tiandu, still blocking his advance completely. Moon and sun transforming into chaos. Yin Tiandu had mastered the half-scroll of the ancient chaos scripture from the Wanchu Holy Land. A multitude of the younger generation's top-tier powerhouses changed countenance. The chaotic law, revered as the origin of all things and the culmination of myriad laws, is exceedingly difficult to master. Even with the ancient scripture's half-scroll in the possession of the primordial sacred land since its establishment, few have succeeded in their cultivation. To everyone's astonishment, however, Yin Tiandu managed to accomplish this. Truly a prodigious talent, a formidable figure that demands recognition. "What of the chaotic law? Do you truly dare to obstruct me?" Meng Yao's demeanor was icy, his murderous aura palpable. The sacred body had slain his younger brother, leaving their parents in tears and their elders weeping. If this vendetta goes unavenged, he would be unworthy of the Ming family's lineage. You possess the cultivation of the 7th heaven of the cave realm, while junior brother Lu has only recently stepped into the cave realm. With such an advantage, I shall not remain passive. Yin Tiandu's expression remained tranquil as he spoke with a measured tone. "Very well, then I shall take your life first." Upon hearing this, Meng Yao realized that surpassing Yin Tiandu to kill the sacred body had become an impossibility. He must first eliminate this primordial sacred sun to have any chance. "You may certainly attempt it," Yin Tiandu responded calmly, exuding the invincible aura befitting the strongest of the younger generation. As his words fell, the atmosphere solidified, and a terrifying energy began to rise, causing distant rocks to crack and ancient trees to splinter. Many spectators were filled with dread, recognizing that the elite among the younger generation were about to engage in earnest combat. This was a confrontation that could be deemed a battle for the future kings of the Eastern Wilderness. Merely the force of their presence was enough to make even ordinary cave realm cultivators feel their hearts tremble. On the other side, the Holy Son of Daoi wore a grave expression, fully prepared for the imminent clash. Just as the crowd's tension reached its peak, a light, airy voice suddenly floated from the opposite side of the mine. "No worries. Senior brother Yin, let him come." Lu Yuan stood upon the void, his garments billowing, showing no sign of fear. Instead, he beckoned Meng Yao with a gesture. "The sacred body is so audacious? The celestial demon seeks to slay him, and Meng Yao desires his demise too, yet he wishes to face both of us." Many present were moved, secretly thinking this was yet another madman. Can you truly manage? Do not overestimate your capabilities. Meng Yao and the Celestial Demon are no ordinary opponents. Yin Tiandu furrowed his brow and quickly conveyed a warning. Lu Yuan regarded him with a smile, resolutely nodding in affirmation. Yin Tiandu's gaze flickered ceaselessly. Ultimately, he let out a soft sigh and dispersed the chaotic river. He understood that true strength is forged through the trials of blood and fire. Since Lu Yuan possessed such confidence, he would grant him the opportunity to strive for victory. Aha! How intriguing! Truly fascinating. Although I know not where you derive your confidence to rival me, I am certain that once I shatter every bone in your body, the answer will reveal itself. With the obstruction of the chaotic river gone, Meng Yao let out 3 wild laughs, his foot striking the ground heavily, accompanied by an overwhelming and terrifying momentum as he charged towards Lu Yuan. The waste of a body may be true, yet his arrogance was undeniably genuine. Observing the scene, the Celestial Demon couldn't help but reveal a hint of mocking disdain. Can you handle this? Gu Qinghuang conveyed, her voice tinged with concern. No problem, just be cautious. Lu Yuan replied succinctly before soaring into the sky. He lifted his right hand, unleashing a formidable gesture of the great split sky finger towards the onrushing Meng Yao, brimming with provocation. Subsequently, he slapped his left hand against the storage pouch at his waist and hurled 3 bloodied heads of demonic beasts towards the Celestial Demon, Mo1. By Luan and Shimei. You. The Celestial Demon seethed with rage. Meng Yao, shattering the great split sky finger assault before him with a powerful punch, instantly deduced it to be the very technique he had acquired from Meng Zhao. His eyes turned an even deeper shade of crimson as he bellowed, "Ah, I will kill you. Come." A smile crept across Lu Yuan's lips as he activated the walking character secret, transforming into a streak of golden light. Dashing into the vast expanse of mountains, behind him trailed 2 furious figures, relentlessly pursuing him. Chapter 69, 1 against 2, Fierce Battle. 3 figures stood resolutely in the void, delineating a separate battlefield. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent seemed almost tangible, causing the trembling mountains to shudder. Lu Yuan stood tall, facing the oncoming threat with composure. This marked his inaugural confrontation with the elite of the younger generation from the East Wilderness. Both adversaries had attained the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm, far surpassing him in strength. Yet, he felt no trepidation, only exhilaration and a thirst for combat. Golden blood energy coursed around his body, his bones resonating with a metallic clang, radiating an astonishing martial spirit. The battle cry resounded. There was no room for idle chatter. Tian Yao and Meng Yao, unable to contain their bloodlust, transformed into streaks of light, launching themselves in a lethal assault. Bang! The initial clash erupted with a thunderous roar as their physical forms collided in the void. Lu Yuan was enveloped in Imperial Dragon energy, his blood surged forth, and with a mighty golden hand, he struck across the expanse, a relentless barrage of power unleashed. Tian Yao's gaze was chilling, her demonic aura overwhelming, undeterred by the ancient sacred body as physical prowess, engaging in close-quarters combat with fists hammering against flesh. Conversely, Meng Yao found himself outmatched in this domain. Within mere exchanges, he was sent staggering back, his arms aching as though he had struck against celestial gold and divine iron. Boom, boom. Tian Yao and Lu Yuan unleashed a tempest of fists and feet, their relentless assaults causing the very fabric of the void to tremble and threaten collapse. The magnitude of their power was unfathomable. Clang! A colossal sword beam, entwined with purple lightning, swept in from the side, an unstoppable force intent on obliteration. This was a devastating attack, indiscriminate in its destruction. As a scion of an ancient family, Meng Yao held no fear of Tian Yao and sought to trap both adversaries in this deadly onslaught. As they sensed the approaching thunderous sword beam, both combatants exchanged a fleeting glance and momentarily separated. Whoosh! Lu Yuan's brow radiated with brilliance, profound Dao sounds flowing through his heart as luminous ancient characters surged forth, transforming into a golden ocean that surged ahead. Tian Yao retreated a step, her eyes flashing with purple light as she exhaled a torrent of primordial essence, surging forth with ferocity. Boom! The purple lightning, the golden ocean, and the primordial essence imbued with violet intent engulfed the void, an utterly blinding spectacle. Lu Yuan activated the walking character secret, the first to burst forth from the radiant mass, his speed reaching unimaginable heights. He clenched his fist, divine light swirling, and struck down towards Meng Yao's head. Boom! Meng Yao's expression shifted, astonished by such velocity. Yet, as a seasoned warrior, he swiftly summoned a defensive spirit treasure. positioning it before him. Clang! The terrifying force descended like a comet, shattering all in its path. Despite the protective artifact's barrier, Meng Yao plummeted, his body resembling a cannonball crashing down upon the mountaintop, smashing numerous boulders before he finally came to a halt. Cough! Meng Yao felt his internal organs quake, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Yet in the next instant, before he could catch his breath, a towering black peak, exuding a shimmering dark light, suddenly loomed in the void, its weight akin to 1,000 mountains, blotting out the sky and crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The primordial magnetic prison peak descended, shattering rocks and shaking the earth, engulfing Meng Yao's figure entirely. Lu Yuan, seizing the opportunity, relentlessly followed suit. With a series of thunderous stomps upon the prison peak, he unleashed a terrifying might that flattened the majestic mountain. A figure, embedded within the mountainside, was forcefully pressed into the earth, leaving behind a deep pit, their fate uncertain. Clang! At that moment, the celestial demon surged forth from the radiant orb, moving with the swiftness of lightning, its fingers curling into claws, releasing 5 streaks of piercing azure light, cleaving through the air. Swoosh! Blood sprayed forth as several ghastly gashes appeared across Lu Yuan's chest. Yet he did not retreat. Having just turned around, without a moment's hesitation, he swung his right fist toward the celestial demon's head. Bang! The celestial demon took a heavy blow, staggering backward for several dozen yards. However, being a celestial demon, renowned for possessing the most formidable physique among the demon clan, this minor injury was insufficient to deter him. Kill! I shall bathe in the sacred blood and ascend as king. The celestial demon roared madly, its aura overwhelming, charging forward once more. The two engaged in fierce combat, their fists and feet colliding like needles against wheat awns, battling from the heavens down to the earth, from the void into the mountains. Wherever they passed, rocks and flora were utterly devastated, leaving behind a scene of ruin. Buzz! The celestial demon's gaze was chilling, a purple hue flowing from its brow, unleashing dazzling ancient characters that danced through the air, echoing with a grand sound that resonated throughout the realm. These were the ancient runes of the demon clan, remnants of the most powerful scriptures left by a once great demon emperor, steeped in the essence of slaughter, exuding unfathomable terror. Lu Yuan did not dare to underestimate this. His divine palace shone brightly, his sea of consciousness boiling like molten gold, and the imperial dragon aura coiling around him, as he concentrated his mind to form a golden heavenly blade, sweeping forth. Clang! Clang! The void rang with a resounding clash, as the violent waves of energy rippled outward like water disturbed, expanding in all directions. Simultaneously, with a thunderous roar, the immensely heavy primordial magnetic prison peak was lifted. Meng Yao, having been suppressed for a brief moment, broke free from its grasp. His body crackled with raging thunderous power, his expression icy, emanating a palpable aura of death. Being subdued by a spirit artifact was one thing, but to have been trampled upon was a profound humiliation. In the next moment, Meng Yao waved his hand, and a spear formed from the essence of thunder appeared in his grasp. Purple arcs of violent electricity coiled around it, hissing ominously, radiating an aura of sheer terror. This was no ordinary secret technique, far surpassing mere spiritual energy manifestation. You possess some skill, but this is where it ends. Meng Yao stepped forward, the ground beneath him fracturing, instantly transforming into a sea of thunder and lightning, like a thunder god incarnate, brandishing his crackling spear, charging forth to slaughter. On the other side, the celestial demon, unwilling to yield, emanated an overwhelming aura of bloodthirsty energy, its malevolence striking fear into the heavens. Charging once more towards Lu Yuan with ferocity, boldly proclaiming, "Watch as I render you powerless." Lu Yuan, with his hair billowing wildly and his gaze piercing, stepped into the void. With a graceful motion of his hands, he assumed an enigmatic posture, as if invoking a transcendent secret technique. Finally, with a decisive clap of his hands, the very fabric of this realm quaked violently. A massive, ominous mountain plummeted from the heavens. Upon its surface lay ancient forests, cascading silver waterfalls, and roaring rivers, teeming with wildlife, all strikingly vivid, as if an entire mountain had indeed descended from another realm, its grandeur and terror immeasurable. What is this phenomenon? Even the celestial demon and the likes of Meng Yao were taken aback by this spectacle, a glimmer of dread flickering in their eyes. Chapter 70. The Art of Combat Triumph. In the forbidden realm of power, it is universally acknowledged that a mountain cannot simply descend from the heavens. It must be the product of esoteric techniques. Yet, the phenomenon appeared so vividly real that it defied belief. Boom! A vast mountain, dark and imposing, descended towards Tian Yao and Meng Yao, leaving them with no choice but to confront it head-on. The sheer enormity of the mountain rendered any attempt at evasion futile. They could only brace themselves for the impact. What of its authenticity? I too possess the strength to pierce through the very fabric of heaven and earth. With a roar akin to that of a wild beast, Tian Yao's spirit surged with newfound vigor. Defying the odds, he ascended towards the challenge, his demonic form radiating brilliance as he swung his fists with relentless fury, sending massive boulders flying and forging a path through the chaos. On the other side, Meng Yao was equally resolute, activating an ancient scripture of unparalleled power in an instant. The echoes of his inner realm resonated with thunderous might, channeling the full extent of his capabilities. Armed with a thunderous spear, he surged skyward. Humph, can you withstand this? Lu Yuan gazed down with an air of indifference, his commanding presence palpable. As he spoke, his hands continued to weave through the air, invoking the sacred art of combat. With a flick of his wrist, clouds roiled and rain fell as the mountain loomed ominously, its force akin to that of a celestial weight. Boom, boom. The dark expanse of the mountain rained down in successive waves from the heavens, causing the very ground to tremble. Cultivators recognized that to summon such colossal might demanded an exorbitant toll on one's own energy. Yet, Lu Yuan's seemingly boundless power flowed like an endless ocean, heedless of the cost, as he unleashed a barrage of devastating spells that left onlookers aghast. What transpired over there, surrounding the mine? The young elites of various factions were visibly stirred. Even those of saintly caliber paused momentarily, their expressions betraying a flicker of astonishment. Remarkable, to face two opponents, yet maintain the upper hand. His combat prowess had evidently crossed into the realm of the forbidden. Even Yin Tiandu found himself genuinely astounded. Yu Qingwang's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, captivated by the display. After several rounds of confrontation, both Tian Yao and Meng Yao found themselves in dire straits. Their faces paled, their bodies battered. Particularly for Meng Yao, lacking the formidable physique of Tian Yao's demon form, his body suffered grievous injuries, bones shattered and organs displaced, leaving him severely wounded. Is this truly the extent of power attainable at the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm? Lu Yuan's gaze darkened as he coldly remarked, "You are but a half-broken vessel. Even the heavens deny you enlightenment, yet you dare to act arrogantly. I shall sever your head and display it upon the gates of the Demon God Palace." Tian Yao, indignant and prideful, refused to concede defeat, perceiving it as a disgrace. And disgrace, he believed, could only be expunged with blood. I do not believe you can endlessly wield such techniques. You, a mere first level of the Cave Heaven realm, are woefully inferior in terms of magical prowess. Let us see who exhausts their strength first. Meng Yao retorted defiantly, a chilling murderous intent gleaming in his eyes as he bellowed, "Kill." Lu Yuan refrained from further words, his figure plummeting as he activated the secret of movement, propelling himself at astonishing speed towards the two adversaries. The clash of their forms reverberated through the air. Yet this time, Lu Yuan's assault was infinitely more ferocious than before. Every gesture was imbued with arcane techniques, and every flick of his fingers unleashed devastating martial prowess, displaying immense power. His left hand shimmered with brilliant golden light, akin to a resplendent sun rising majestically, suddenly striking out, infused with the essence of the ancient solar scriptures that Yin Tiandu had mastered. Meanwhile, his right hand emanated a chilling luminescence, freezing the air around him, the aura of the moon enveloping the battlefield, threatening to solidify the very essence of his foes. An overwhelming tide of murderous intent. With a piercing sound, the celestial demon was struck by a fearsome solar sacred fist, coughing blood, the number of shattered bones beyond reckoning. Meng Yao's thunderous spear was violently shattered, arcs of purple lightning dancing wildly as he was sent hurtling backward. Seizing the advantage, Lu Yuan unleashed his relentless assault, executing extraordinary attacks with unmatched speed. His fists, fingers, shoulders, elbows, knees, each part of his being radiated piercing divine light, shifting with unfathomable variations. An overwhelming aura enveloped him. His spirit and vitality finely honed, his combat prowess now transcending the realms of taboo. After several exchanges, the celestial demon found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught. Even his formidable physique began to crack, revealing patches of stark white bone, a sight both shocking and grotesque. Ultimately, a massive hand, akin to a grinding wheel, clamped down upon the demon's head, exerting tremendous force, poised to shatter it instantly. The demon's eyes burned crimson as he roared in madness. Streaks of purple light bursting forth from his crown, embodying a tyrannical, malevolent energy that repelled Lu Yuan's grasp. He then harnessed extraordinary speed, retreating desperately to gain a moment's respite. But to escape? Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy as he plucked a crystalline strand of hair, transforming it into a golden spear through the art of combat. In an instant, he hurled it towards the demon. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through flesh, tearing away a substantial expanse of meat. The demon's form was propelled backward, both he and the spear impaled against the towering mountain. His blood flowed down the mountainside, cascading into a stream below. Die. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. Meng Yao, seizing the opportunity, amassed his power and unleashed a thunderous strike. The spear, infused with the force of thunder and ancient scriptures, surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, embodying an overwhelming might. With a keen sense of danger, Lu Yuan deftly shifted his body at an oblique angle, evading part of the strike. Yet the thunderous spear, like a darting dragon, pierced through his shoulder blade, splattering blood in vibrant bursts. Ha ha! Die! Meng Yao cackled triumphantly, tightly gripping the spear. His eyes crackling with lightning as waves of destructive energy surged through the spearhead and into Lu Yuan's body. He possessed the Thunder Divine Body, wielding the supreme power of the Thunder Path. Once it penetrated the body of an adversary, it could annihilate all vitality in an instant. Yet, at this critical juncture between life and death, Lu Yuan exhibited no fear. Instead, a mocking smile graced his lips. With a mere thought, he unleashed the primordial chaos within him, obliterating all forms of destructive thunderous energy, rendering them utterly non-existent. He advanced without hesitation. As the thunder spear pierced through more than half of his shoulder, indifferent to the pain, in one swift motion, he seized Meng Yao's arm with a fierce grip. You! Meng Yao gasped in shock, his pupils constricting as though he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. In the next moment, an excruciating pain shot through his arm. With a violent tearing sound, Lu Yuan brutally wrenched off the entire limb, blood erupting like a fountain, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Chapter 71. The Tides Conclude. Strength that can shake mountains. Ah! Meng Yao cried out in pain, resolutely relinquishing his severed arm. He transformed into a flash of lightning, retreating swiftly, creating a significant distance between himself and Lu Yuan. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan stood tall and robust, resembling an insurmountable mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. With a swift motion, he extracted the thunder spear entwined with violet arcs, crushing it with a fierce grip that caused it to explode. In the next moment, a vibrant green light emanated from his shoulder, signifying the emergence of a life force that surged forth, causing the wound to writhe as his blood ceased to flow. He was healing at an astonishing pace. The Phoenix Rebirth Technique. This was an unparalleled secret art from the Saint's legacy. For the first time, it was manifested by Lu Yuan, proving to be remarkably effective. What? He possesses a restorative saintly technique. Meng Yao clutched his severed arm, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he beheld Lu Yuan's injuries rapidly mending, a look of dread creeping across his face. Even someone as arrogant as he could not deny the terrifying prowess of Lu Yuan, who had stepped into the realm of the forbidden. He was able to transcend 7 minor realms, countering him with formidable might. Moreover, his physical form, spiritual awareness, magical prowess, and ancient scriptures were all impeccable, devoid of any weaknesses. Now, he exhibited such rapid recovery capabilities with a saintly art. To put it bluntly, he was nearly invincible. With this realization, for the first time, a notion of retreat began to take root in Meng Yao's heart, and he felt the sting of defeat. While remaining vigilant, he shifted his gaze to another side. There, the celestial demon was equally tragic. Its entire form was pinned to the mountainside, struggling and roaring in agony. The wounds were a gruesome mess, yet it remained ensnared. If Lu Yuan were to free his hands, it would face certain doom. The scene fell into a profound silence. A stalemate ensued. Lu Yuan's wounds had scabbed over, nearing complete healing. Just then, a rumble echoed. The distant earth quaked violently, as if an army of thousands was galloping forth. An endless black mist surged from the depths of the primordial ancient mine. Within that mist, outlines of headless knights and ancient beings could be discerned, wielding battered swords and spears, charging forth with deadly intent. The ancient mine's tides had concluded. Lu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he focused intently. Not far away, the celestial demon and Meng Yao were equally astonished by the scene before them. They had not anticipated that the ancient mine's tides, which had lasted 3 days previously, would conclude prematurely on the second day this time. If ensnared by those enigmatic beings, they would undoubtedly perish within the realm of death. The celestial demon, disregarding its own injuries, unleashed a furious roar, gripping the spear tightly. It tore itself free from the mountainside, blood splattering as it surged toward the periphery of the primordial ancient mine. The saintly body of Lu Yuan. Fortune favors you. When we meet again, I shall take your life. Meng Yao, no longer hesitating, gritted his teeth and transformed into a tempest of purple lightning, fleeing with astonishing speed. Was the ancient mine's tide coming to an end? Meanwhile, the various factions engaged in fierce combat near the mine sensed the anomaly deep within, their expressions shifting. Oh look, someone is approaching. It is the young master of the Demon God Palace, Tian Yao. A spear is impaled in his chest, and from its tip dangles a small mountain. Has he returned in disgrace? Many gasped in shock. Tian Yao's expression was frigid, his gaze chilling as he swept over the crowd nearby. Then without uttering a word, he departed with a flourish. Meng Yu. The Ming family's Meng Yao has emerged as well. What? He is missing an arm? The cultivators from various factions were all left in awe, including those of saintly status. One can only imagine the brutal nature of the battle that ensued. Both of the most exceptional youths of this generation returned bearing such injuries. Ming family disciples, heed my command. Quickly retreat from the Taichu ancient mine. At this moment, Meng Yao disregarded the peculiar gazes of the crowd and bellowed. Instantly, numerous members of the Ming family gathered around him, vanishing into thin air. Go. With that commanding voice, the Ming family was the second to withdraw. Following closely, a radiant golden light surged forth from the distant mountains, appearing near the mine. As the crowd focused their eyes, they saw that aside from his tattered robes, Lu Yuan bore no significant injuries, still exuding vigor and sharpness. The disparity in strength among the three was immediately apparent. Daoi's saintly disciple, the Taichu Saintess, the young powerhouse of the illusionary destruction palace, Gu Qingwang, and Yin Tiandu all turned their gazes, their hearts racing in awe of Lu Yuan's prowess. Junior brother Lu, are you unharmed? Yin Tiandu subtly moved his lips, conveying his thoughts. Gu Qinghuang also fluttered her dress, swiftly arriving beside Lu Yuan to inspect him closely. I am fine. It is they who are in trouble. Unfortunately, the ancient mine's tide concluded prematurely, allowing them to escape with their lives. Lu Yuan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang let out a sigh of relief. Daoi disciples, fall back with me. The Daoi saintly disciple cast one last glance at the mine, sighed softly, and then without further hesitation issued the retreat command. Simultaneously, the forces of the Taichu Holy Land and the illusionary destruction palace began to gather, making their way toward the periphery of the ancient mine. It is a relief that junior brother Lu is safe. We should retreat as well. Yin Tiandu gazed into the distance, watching the terrifying black mist surging from the depths of the ancient mine, hastily speaking up. Agreed. Disciples of the Wanchu Holy Land, withdraw from the Taichu ancient mine. Gu Qinghuang nodded, her thoughts sweeping across the surroundings as she called out. In an instant, core disciples of the Wanchu Holy Land began to assemble, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Are we truly abandoning this vast mine rich with divine resources? Lu Yuan stared intently at the mine, voicing his thoughts. Alas, there is no other choice. There is no treasure of such magnitude that could encompass an entire mountain. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to linger. Should we become ensnared by the enigmatic beings lurking within the black mist, escape would be futile. Yin Tiandu sighed deeply, expressing his regret. Allow me to attempt it, Lu Yuan declared, leaping to the base of the mountain. Ah? Gu Qinghuang was taken aback, and Yin Tiandu wore a puzzled expression. Lu Yuan, what is he planning? Surely he does not intend to lift the mountain? A sense of foreboding washed over the disciples of the Wanchu sacred land, their eyelids fluttering involuntarily. Madman, the ancient god-body youth Mu Chong scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan tore away the tattered remnants of his robe, revealing his bare torso, defined and powerful. Boom. As he took a step, the very earth beneath him began to crumble, his feet sinking deep into its embrace. In the next moment, he spread his fingers wide, resembling 10 sharp celestial swords, plunging them into the mountain's core. Ah! Lu Yuan roared, his muscles tensed and bulging, an overwhelming vitality surging forth like a resuscitated dragon, spreading like an ocean. Within a sea of anguish, phenomena intertwined, reaching towards the heavens and the earth. Every inch of his flesh radiated light, as he summoned the power of the sacred body to its zenith for the very first time. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. Boulders cascading downwards, lifting off the ground. Ah! Lu Yuan's black hair danced wildly, his form reminiscent of a deity or demon. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his strength once more, raising his arms to astonishing heights, and astonishingly, he hoisted the entire mountain upon his shoulders. In that moment, the audience was utterly astounded. Chapter 72. Has the mountain transformed? This mine, with its source and stone skin, must weigh an unimaginable amount. Yet, astonishingly, it was lifted by Lu Yuan with sheer force. Lu Shidi and Tiandu displayed an expression of shock, hesitating to speak. Beside him, Gu Qinghuang was equally taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her delicate hand covered her lips in utter disbelief. Is this a human? The disciples of the Wanchu sect gaped in astonishment, mouths agape, gazing up at the mountain. Even a number of core disciples who had just entered the divine palace realm were so startled that they collapsed to the ground. Have I truly competed alongside such a person? Han Jiang felt parched, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Beside him, Mu Chong was equally shaken, rendered speechless for quite some time. Move! A thunderous shout snapped everyone back to reality. As Lu Yuan hoisted the mountain, the ground quaked beneath him, rumbling ominously, as if the earth itself were fracturing like a spider's web. Hurry! The black mist is approaching. Ying Tiandu and Gu Qinghuang quickly regained their composure and urged urgently. In the next moment, all disciples of the Wanchu sacred land soared into the air, darting toward the periphery of the ancient mine. Boom! Boom! Continuous thunderous rumbles echoed beneath the void. To the onlookers, it appeared as though a mountain had sprouted legs and was sprinting madly across the ground. This grand spectacle evoked a profound visual shock. With the mountain on his shoulders, every step Lu Yuan took sent tremors through the earth. Where he passed, the landscape was left in ruins, devoid of any flat ground. Yet, as he ran, Lu Yuan's speed increased exponentially. Moments later, he seemed to struggle less, his movements transforming into swift strides. His pace rivaled that of some divine palace cultivators in flight. The power of the sacred body was indeed formidable. Lu Shidi is truly extraordinary. Ying Tiandu mused, guiding his divine rainbow, filled with genuine admiration. The impact Lu Yuan had on him was monumental. Simply carrying back this mountain was an immeasurable feat. Even the Saint Lord would take notice. At the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine, the powerful figures of various factions looked on with anticipation. Even those in the divine god realm found their divine senses unable to penetrate the thick mist. Thus, no one knew what transpired within the ancient mine, leaving them to wait in silence. Just then, a sudden exclamation echoed from the nearby mining area. "PS out. Someone has emerged." Instantly, waves of potent divine consciousness surged toward that direction, eager to investigate. It is the celestial demon, the young master of the demon god palace. Heavens! Why is there a long spear embedded in his chest, still oozing blood? This young man is reputed to be among the strongest in the northern region. Who could inflict such a wound upon him? Many elders' expressions shifted, their hearts filled with bewilderment. Yet, before their divine senses could linger any longer, a significant figure from the demon god palace descended. With a casual grunt, the surrounding spiritual awareness was shattered. Who has harmed you? What of them, Owen? By Luan. And she may? Inquired the prominent figure from the demon god palace urgently. They are all dead. The others are unaware. As he spoke, Tian Yao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly losing consciousness. His injuries were too severe. His chest was a mangled mess, revealing the pulsating heart beneath, with countless bones presumably fractured. We must return at once. The prominent figure from the demon god palace was taken aback and dared not press further. With a sweeping motion, he lifted Tian Yao and soared towards the mining area of the demon god palace. Before long, a group of young disciples from the Ming family emerged from the Taichu ancient mine. The others appeared to be relatively unscathed, but the leader, Meng Yao, were a shocking sight. His arm was completely missing. "Meng Yao, your arm!" exclaimed the arriving elders from the Ming family, their pupils contracting in shock. "Who did this? They shall not escape retribution. I will avenge this myself. Return." Meng Yao's expression was as dark as stormy waters as he raised his remaining arm, signaling the elders to lead the group back to the mining area. Subsequently, various factions, including the Dao Yi Holy Land, Kanglin Holy Land, Taichu Holy Land, Huanye Palace, the Lu family, and the Gu family, began to emerge in droves from the ancient mine. Scattered disciples from the Demon God Palace and other forces also fled in disarray. Upon questioning those they captured, the leaders of the various factions learned that the black mist had surged from deep within the ancient mine, abruptly ending the tide. It was no wonder so many had returned simultaneously. However, disciples from the Wanchu Holy Land had yet to appear. And even the figures of the Holy Sun In Tian and the holy maiden Gu Qinghuang were nowhere to be found. Could they have perished within? Many secretly reveled in this misfortune, for if true, the Wanchu Holy Land would suffer immensely. At this moment, the elders of the Wanchu Holy Land, along with Shangguan Ruo, anxiously awaited above the mining area. The formidable spiritual presences of various divine realm experts spread across miles, vigilantly observing the slightest movements within the ancient mine. The Grand Elder. Still no sign, someone murmured, a sense of foreboding rising within. What are you panicking about? Shangguan Ruo scolded coldly, her brows furrowing. The individual lowered their head, falling silent, and continued to wait. Just then, a series of thundering sounds suddenly reverberated from within the ancient mine, growing clearer as they approached. Moments later, the intensity escalated, causing the very ground to tremble violently. What is happening? It seems something is about to emerge. A Holy Land elder's eyes widened in alarm, exclaiming, could it be a strange being lurking in the Forbidden Zone? Witness the commotion. It appears to be heading towards our mining district. In an instant, the entire Wanchu Sacred Land's mining area became restless. The earth trembled violently, prompting numerous inner and outer disciples who were laboring underground to rush out in panic, shouting, Elders, an earthquake. The mine is about to collapse. Prepare the formations. Shangguan Ruo's expression grew serious as she issued a stern command. The beings from the Forbidden Zone do not belong to this era. They are far too terrifying to be taken lightly. Indeed, several esteemed elders, each surpassing the divine realm, occupied their respective positions in the void, their divine light radiating, poised to act at any moment. However, the subsequent scene left all present utterly astonished. Leading the charge from the mist was none other than the sacred son and daughter of Wanchu Sacred Land, followed closely by several true disciples and core members. To everyone's disbelief, a massive mountain followed in their wake, emerging from the fog. What? The ancient mountain from the Taichu mine has become sentient? Is it pursuing our disciples? Someone screamed, rubbing their eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Look, there is a person beneath that mountain. It is Lu Yuan. Chapter 73. The shock of all directions in an instant. Within the mining area of the Wanchu Holy Land, tumultuous waves surged forth. Numerous perceptive stewards and elders immediately recognized it as a mountain. The mountain's body pulsed with vital energy, vibrant and ceaseless, shimmering with a resplendent luster. It was evidently not an ordinary mountain. It likely harbored extraordinary divine resources. Lu Yuan had, astonishingly, unearthed an entire mountain. This was truly astounding. Several elders, transcending the divine realm, found it hard to maintain their composure upon witnessing such a spectacle. As for the inner and outer disciples, their astonishment was beyond measure, leaving them utterly speechless. What was this? The people of Wanchu Holy Land had emerged. Who was that? A junior carrying an entire mountain? The powerful figures from various factions, probing with their divine senses, displayed expressions of profound astonishment. A mountain? The young elites, upon hearing their elders speak thus, were momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, those who had partaken in that battle, such as the Holy Son Dao Yi, the Holy Maiden Tai Chu, and Meng Yao, simultaneously conjectured the possibility, their pupils involuntarily constricting. Who bore it out? Was it a young man? The group, situated in different locales, in unison pressed for answers. Indeed, it was a young man. Several distinguished figures nodded in affirmation. Lu Yuan. It must be him. No one but the saint body could possess such corporeal strength. Even Yin Tiandu could not match it. The individuals of the Saint Sun caliber were all astounded. What was that mountain? Inquired an elder from the Ming clan. It was the object we previously vied for. A large source mine teeming with divine resources. Mengyo gritted his teeth in frustration. What? The high-ranking members of the Meng clan were all taken aback. Meanwhile, on the other side, due to the absence of involvement from the Gu, Lu, and Kanglan Holy Land factions in the mining contention, they remained utterly perplexed by the happenings at Wanchu Holy Land. Soon, they withdrew their divine senses, paying little heed to the matter. Lu Yuan's face flushed crimson as he gasped for breath. Even with his formidable physical prowess, carrying the mountain to this point had reached his limit. He could move no further. Just then, a dazzling array of divine light swept forth from the mining area. Lu Yuan instantly felt the weight on his shoulders lighten, releasing him from all pressure. Well done, little one. Several elders of the Holy Land materialized in the void, their expressions warm and approving as they regarded Lu Yuan. Greetings, esteemed elders. The disciples of Wanchu Holy Land hastily bowed in respect. There is no need for excessive formalities. Qinghuang, please assist him back to the mining area. An elder gestured dismissively. Understood. Gu Qinghuang nodded. her delicate form shimmering as she conjured a large robe, draping it over Lu Yuan. She then linked arms with him and soared towards the mining area. Yet, in the next instant, boom, the void above suddenly tore apart. A colossal hand, interwoven with the power of terrifying laws, emerged from the crevice, reaching fiercely towards Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan, the celestial beings. Several elders' expressions shifted dramatically as they were about to take action to resist. Not far away, in the mining area, a divine furnace soared into the sky, radiating an incandescent brilliance, with vibrant hues of smoke and mist, crimson waves surging like torrents, exuding an aura of earth-shattering terror. Boom. The hand that transcended space was instantly shattered, transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the cosmos. Master! Gu Qinghuang's delicate face lit up with joy as she called out. The Demon God Palace, what audacity! Are they declaring war against my Wanchu sacred ground? A beautifully dressed woman stepped forward from that end, her jade-like feet treading upon the void, causing it to collapse inch by inch. The laws of the celestial path entwined around her, causing the very heavens to tremble, rendering her a figure akin to a divine being. So it is you, Taoist Shangwan. It has been a millennium since we last met, and it seems your cultivation has made considerable progress. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed through the void, as if it carried no hint of sentiment. It is you, the Ancient One, with millennia of cultivation still resorting to violence against juniors. Truly a regression in age. Shangwan Ruo's gaze was icy, her vigilance unwavering. A powerful being of the celestial realm could traverse vast distances in an instant to slay foes. Their methods inscrutable, necessitating caution. It was merely a warning. Arrogant junior, take heed. The prominent figure from the Demon God Palace scoffed, and upon failing to strike, she refrained from further action. The terrifying power receded like a tidal wave. The rift in the void gradually closed. Lu Yuan gazed upward, his eyes sharp and cold, lost in contemplation. All right, it is over now. My master is stationed here and will not allow anyone to harm you. Let me assist you back to rest. Gu Qinghuang spoke softly. Yes, upon meeting Elder Shangwan, please inquire on my behalf. Who was the one that attacked earlier? I will certainly take my revenge. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he spoke in a low voice. All right. Gu Qinghuang nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. As they conversed, their pace quickened. Before long, they had returned to the mining area with Lu Yuan. After swallowing several recovery elixirs, Lu Yuan could no longer suppress his fatigue and fell into a deep slumber in a chamber. The relentless battles, combined with resisting the mind's forces, had completely exhausted him. He truly needed a good rest. Not long after, a group of disciples from the primordial ancient mind gathered together. Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, various elders, and Shangwan Ruo were all present. The sound of rushing water echoed as endless source minerals surged forth from their respective spatial treasures, accumulating into small mountains. The surging essence of heaven and earth nearly vaporizing the area, leaving onlookers dazzled. Additionally, there was the large source mineral that Lu Yuan had carried back. The gains from this expedition surpassed even those of the inaugural ancient mine tide, marking a resounding success. Indeed, a remarkable harvest. Well done, my esteemed disciples. Once the statistics are finalized, the sect shall bestow rewards based on each individual's contributions. A satisfied smile graced Shu Guan Ruo's face as she expressed her approval. Thank you, Elder, the crowd replied in unison. By the way, Qinghuan, did anything else transpire in the ancient mine? Shu Guan Ruo inquired. Her curiosity piqued by the fact that Lu Yuan had managed to provoke a celestial being, whose intentions lay beyond mere mining. Her question echoed the intrigue shared among the elders. You nearly killed the celestial demon. Gu Qinghuan pondered briefly before responding. Simultaneously, Yin Tiandu chimed in. Moreover, Meng Yao suffered a grievous injury, having his arm severed by junior brother Lu, leaving him on the brink of death. Chapter 74, The Resounding Fame and Misfortunes of the Kanglan Sacred Land to Confront Two Foes Alone? An elder of the sacred land inquired, his expression shifting with intrigue. Indeed, Gu Qinghuang affirmed, her demeanor imbued with a touch of pride. Upon receiving this confirmation, Shangwan Ruo and several other elders could no longer remain composed. Tian Yao and Meng Yao were both distinguished figures of the younger generation, their renown rivaling that of the sacred sons of various sections. Yet, their joint assault on Lu Yuan, who was in the first realm of the cave heaven, had resulted in such dire consequences that they nearly lost their lives. The sheer magnitude of their power was astonishing. Merely hearing of it was enough to evoke profound awe. The sacred body, as expected, was a preeminent physique from the ancient era. Once embarked upon the path of cultivation, it surged forth with unstoppable momentum, possessing unparalleled prowess among its contemporaries. An elder could not help but express his admiration. Alas, the subsequent cultivation of the sacred body remains shackled by the chains of the heavenly Tao. Ascending to divinity is an immense challenge. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has managed to breach that chasm. Nearby, another individual seemed to recall something, letting out a quiet sigh. Ever since this physique had become cursed by the heavenly Tao, numerous top-tier forces had endeavored to nurture a sacred body, hoping to revive the glory of antiquity. It was said that even the infinitely wealthy Tianqing Merchant Guild had once harbored such a clandestine plan, pouring immeasurable resources into it. Yet, in the end, it culminated in failure. All had succumbed beneath the tribulations of ascending to divinity, reduced to ashes, eternally lost. What a pity. Let us cease this topic for now. Regardless, it is abundantly clear that Lu Yuan's recent venture into the tides has greatly benefited our sacred land. As for the rewards, the sovereign will decide. Shangguan Ruo waved her hand, interrupting the discourse of the others, then commanded, "Organize the disciples from various mining districts to swiftly extract the source stones. They shall return to the southern domain shortly." Yes, the elders responded in unison, hastily departing to make arrangements. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. The battle at the ancient mine tide, witnessed by the disciples of various forces, quickly spread like wildfire. After several rounds of discussion, countless cities and various sects across the northern domain had learned of the news, each shaken to its core. Mingyi was relatively unscathed, being a prodigy from the southern domain. However, Tianyao was different. He was the chief of the local sect, the Demon God Palace in the northern domain. Defeated by the sacred body, he was nearly impaled upon a cliff by a long spear. This event left countless demon cultivators in the northern domain, who idolized Tianyao, feeling as if the sky had fallen. After all, the Tianyao physique was reputed to be the most formidable physical constitution among the demon clan. In this domain, clashing with the human sacred body represented not merely an individual's honor or disgrace, but also a matter of racial contention to a certain degree. In a fleeting moment, whenever demon cultivators traversing the northern domain engaged in disputes with humans, this incident would be invoked by human cultivators, leaving them humiliated and unable to retort. The name of the sacred body, Lu Yuan, rang ever louder across this desolate and vast land. Even the southern regions and the central areas of the eastern wasteland are well known to many, making them quite notorious. Moreover, according to whispers, the Lu family of Tianqi has convened several high-level meetings to discuss this matter fervently. Yet, for several consecutive days, no news has emerged. Those with insight are aware that the Lu family lacks confidence in nurturing a divine body to rise. Ultimately, the outcome will most likely be inconclusive. Although the ancient aristocratic families are interconnected by blood, they are no less complex than sections. Even the sovereign of an ancient family may not possess the authority to make unilateral decisions, as they are subject to the checks and balances of the Elder Council from various branches. The intricacies of lineage and power are convoluted, difficult to elucidate in mere phrases. However, just as the exploits of Lu Yuan became a topic of lively discussion in the taverns and tea houses across the northern domain, a shocking piece of news spread, sending tremors throughout the region. The mining area of the Kanglan sacred land was ruthlessly slaughtered overnight. Not only elders above the divine connection realm, but even the most formidable beings of the celestial god realm fell victim to the massacre. Only a handful of outer disciples managed to escape. Upon learning of this, the Kanglan sovereign was immediately enraged, sparing no expense to lead a multitude of powerful beings from the central region of the eastern wasteland to cross the domain gates into the northern domain. They swiftly located the few surviving outer disciples and, after thorough interrogation, discovered that the source of the bloodshed stemmed from the ancient mine's tide. It was said that a disciple had found a divine source the size of a human head in a hidden place. Such a divine source was invaluable. Naturally, the Kanglan disciple was elated and brought it back to the mining area for the elders of the sacred land to examine. After deliberation, when the divine source was cut open, they were astonished to find it housed the head of a fully realized king. What does it mean to be a fully realized king? One who can traverse the starry skies and touch the cosmos. A single thought can encompass half of the life ancient star. Such figures are rare in the age of the end of the law. Upon emerging into the world, the entire realm of the 5 domains would tremble, and all sovereigns would feel dread, with no one able to withstand them. Once the head of the fully realized king reappeared, it sensed the surrounding world, realizing it was still in the age of the end of the law. The traces of time eroded its longevity, causing its resentment to surge immensely. In a fit of rage, it slaughtered the entire mining area of the Kanglan sacred land. Even the celestial gods suffered from this blood calamity, meeting unfortunate ends. Eventually, that head, filled with malice, soared back to the Taichu ancient mine. Upon hearing such news, countless beings in the northern domain were aghast. Just how terrifying is the might of a fully realized king? Merely a head can indiscriminately slay celestial gods and true gods, as if they were mere weeds. If the body were intact, what kind of divine might would it exhibit? It is truly unimaginable. In recent days, the mining area of the Kanglan sacred land has begun to undergo an orderly reconstruction, with many disciples being summoned from the central region. The expressions of the Kanglan sovereign and other high-ranking officials were indescribably grim, as if they had consumed a dead fly. The head of a fully realized king. The characters still lurking within the primordial ancient mine find themselves unable to contemplate revenge. It is utterly implausible to summon forth the ancestors sealed within the divine source to lead an assault on the ancient mine. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to seeking death. No ancient figure, reminiscent of fossilized relics, would deign to emerge in this age of decline for such trivialities. Ultimately, they are left to endure in silence, their banners lowered, reduced to mere fodder for gossip among the myriad sects and countless cultivators. Meanwhile, the slumbering Lu Yuan has long since awakened. The injuries and weariness that once burdened him have dissipated entirely. His cultivation has also experienced a slight advancement, having broken through to the second layer of the cave heaven realm. The substantial quantity of source stones transported from the ancient mine has been fully processed today. All neatly stowed aboard the ancient vessel, Lu Yuan, alongside Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and a host of supporting disciples, both true and core, under the guidance of Shangguan Ruo, has entered the domain gate, returning to the southern region. Chapter 75, A Gesture of Reciprocity, returning to the southern domain, the ancient ship soared through the skies, transforming into a swift stream of light as it traversed the interdimensional spatial array of the divine city, vanishing in an instant. Before long, the group had returned to the southern domain. Endless greenery, interlinked mountains, and magnificent landscapes unfolded before them, a scene of boundless beauty. In stark contrast to the vast desolation of the northern domain, it felt like two entirely different worlds. On the deck of the ancient ship, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang stood at the bow, gazing down at the breathtaking terrain beneath them, the atmosphere harmonious. From time to time, glances of reverence, envy, and admiration were cast in their direction, drawing attention to their presence. Following the events at the ancient mine tide, Lu Yuan's reputation had been firmly established. In the hearts of many disciples, he had risen to a status comparable to that of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, a figure of utmost distinction. Even the most esteemed among them no longer dared to regard themselves as senior brothers or sisters before Lu Yuan, speaking and acting with considerable caution. By the way, Qinghuang, where is Elder Shangguan? I have matters to discuss with her, Lu Yuan inquired, seemingly recalling something important. Master is in the uppermost cabin, Gu Qinghuang replied without hesitation, extending her slender, alabaster finger to indicate the direction above. Very well, Lu Yuan nodded lightly before striding towards the highest cabin on the ship. During the ancient mine tide, he had acquired 8 pieces of primordial fate stones. These artifacts held great advantages for beings above the divine realm. However, for him at present, they were of little use. Moreover, with his formidable holy body, astonishing vitality, and significantly prolonged lifespan compared to ordinary cultivators, he would not require such objects even in his twilight years. Elder Shangguan had always cared for him, and just days prior, she had intervened to help him dispel the lethal intent of a powerful foe from the demon god palace. Lu Yuan naturally held this kindness in high regard and decided to bestow these primordial fate stones upon Shangguan Ruo as a gesture of gratitude. Elder Shangguan, disciple Lu Yuan requests an audience, Lu Yuan announced, standing outside the cabin and cupping his hands in respect. Come in, a tranquil voice called out, and Lu Yuan pushed the door open to enter. Elder Shangguan was adorned in court attire, her complexion unblemished and radiant, revealing no signs of the passage of time. It seemed she had practiced some secret art or consumed extraordinary fruits in her middle age, allowing her to maintain her youthful appearance. Ah, young one. It has only been a few days, yet your cultivation has significantly advanced. You have reached the second level of the cave heaven realm, Elder Shangguan observed, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she regarded Lu Yuan. Between life and death lies great opportunity. Undeterred by burdens, one shall surely reap rewards. Lu Yuan replied with a smile, exuding neither servility nor arrogance. Your determination is commendable. Elder Shangguan nodded silently, unable to suppress her admiration. The overwhelming force of a celestial realm expert, personally launching an assault, accompanied by the thundering laws of the Great Path and the cataclysmic collapse of the void, was indeed formidable. Had it been an ordinary cultivator with a wavering resolve, they would have likely been paralyzed by fear, leaving behind shadows on their path of cultivation, sowing the seeds of inner demons. However, this trait seems entirely absent in Lu Yuan. He possesses the innate potential of a supreme being. With a resolute heart and an indomitable spirit, it is likely that he harbors no fear whatsoever. In fact, he even prompted her disciple to inquire about the name of the celestial being who acted on behalf of the demon god Palace, revealing an evident desire for retribution. This prompted even her, a seasoned celestial being with a wealth of experience, to regard him with newfound respect. Lu Yuan, have you come to see me for a specific purpose? Shangguan Ruo inquired. As her words fell, Lu Yuan wasted no time and directly presented his intentions. Gesturing grandly as 8 pieces of extraordinary or shimmering with ethereal light soared forward. Shangguan Ruo accepted them, examining each piece meticulously. Her gaze suddenly sharpening with surprise as she exclaimed, Taichu Lifestone. Having been under the care of Elder Shangguan for nearly a year, Lu Yuan earnestly expressed, these 8 Taichu Lifestones are but a token of my appreciation. Shangguan Ruo's face revealed a hint of hesitation. Accepting a junior's gift did not quite align with her stature. Yet, the Taichu Lifestone was indeed something she desperately required, an item unattainable from sources or even divine sources, found solely in the ancient mines of Taichu, and exceedingly rare. Then I shall graciously accept your kind offering, she finally concluded, after careful consideration. After a brief pause, she gazed towards the heavens and continued. Your contributions during this ancient mine tide have been substantial. The value of the divine source and pure source extracted from that large mine exceeds several million pounds. I understand that cultivating the sacred body incurs immense costs, so at the high-level meeting, I will strive to secure maximum resource allocation for you. Furthermore, I will fulfill my previous promise regarding the Chaos Stone Tablet. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression brightened instantly, and he once again bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you. Elder Shangguan, the half-volume of the Chaos Ancient Scriptures from the Wanchu Sacred Land was of utmost importance to him. If he could successfully cultivate it, he would wield the Chaos Law and traverse the world unrestrained. Do not mention it, Shangguan Ruo replied with a gentle countenance and a smile. Soon after, the two engaged in a few more exchanges before Lu Yuan slowly exited the cabin and returned to the deck. The ancient vessel traversed swiftly, reaching the Wanchu Sacred Land in just 2 hours. Disciples returning from the northern region began to disembark one after another. Gu Qingwang and Mu Linger, at Lu Yuan's suggestion, also accompanied him to the spiritual peak designated for the promotion of core disciples. Before long, news of Lu Yuan's exploits in the Divine City and his achievements in the Taichu Ancient Mine began to circulate throughout the Wanchu Sacred Land. Countless outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples were left astonished, igniting a fervent wave of discussion. Even many elders of the sacred land were taken aback by Lu Yuan's rapid growth, their astonishment palpable. Subsequently, as the divine source, valued at several million pounds, cascaded down from the ancient vessel, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. The senior figures of the Wanchu Sacred Land widened their eyes in astonishment, filled with immense delight. Such a bounty far surpassed the first ancient mineral tidal wave, exceeding everyone's expectations. Subsequently, upon learning of the situation, the Wanchu Sacred Master promptly summoned the high-ranking officials of the Sacred Land to convene, gathering together to deliberate on a resource allocation plan. Chapter 76, The Great Era Approaches, Decisions of the Holy Land. At the Sacred Master Peak, within the Grand Hall of Deliberation, a multitude of esteemed elders from the Wanchu Holy Land filled the seats to capacity. Presiding over this assembly was a middle-aged man, his visage as striking as jade, with eyes that opened and closed, weaving through celestial laws, emanating a terrifying divine radiance. He was none other than the current Holy Master of Wanchu. During the 2 ancient tidal waves of the mines, our Holy Land obtained over 8 million pounds of source stones. Nearly half of this bounty was brought back by Lu Yuan. How shall we allocate these resources? Please share your thoughts, the Holy Master intoned calmly, casting his gaze upon the assembled elders. As his words resonated, a wave of discussion erupted within the hall. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. Some engaged in silent telepathic communications, sharing their opinions discreetly. After a brief moment, an elderly woman with silver hair spoke first, respectfully. Holy Master, in my humble opinion, half of this harvest should be allocated to our sect's treasury, with the remaining portion distributed evenly based on individual contributions. As for the holy body, Lu Yuan, he may be granted an additional reward of 300,000 pounds of source. 300,000 pounds? The holy master furrowed his brow, non-committal, and turned his gaze to the others. At the Divine City auction, Lu Yuan's mere gift of the Taiyin divine essence to my disciple Qing Huang was valued at 300,000 pounds of source. Elder Hua, do not underestimate him. Shangguan Ruo remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the elder. Oh, is that so? I must admit my ignorance on that matter. I seek your forgiveness. Esteemed elder, the elderly woman replied, her dry skin trembling slightly as she offered her apology. The Holy Master's intention is clear, so I shall speak plainly. This discussion is not merely about the allocation of the 8 million pounds of source. Rather, it pertains to our views on cultivating the holy body, Shangguan Ruo stated bluntly. Her demeanor inscrutable. As a being of divine strength, she had the authority to disregard certain protocols, addressing the matter directly. Upon her declaration, the expressions of the elders grew increasingly solemn. Cultivating the holy body was no trivial matter. Investing millions of pounds of source could yield negligible results, necessitating careful consideration. Historically, since the arrival of the heavenly Tao shackles, no holy body had ascended to divinity unscathed, either destroyed by the innate diagram of the Tao or reduced to ashes beneath the tribulations of the heavens. The endeavor of nurturing a holy body, indeed, seemed fraught with peril. After a moment of contemplation, Grand Elder Mu Tonghai spoke gravely. Moreover, with the turmoil in the northern region concluded, even though Lu Yuan has demonstrated astonishing combat prowess, there has been no movement from Tianqi, clearly indicating their lack of confidence. Why should we take such risks? Mu Tonghai paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, Lu Yuan's contributions during the ancient tidal waves cannot be overlooked. Granting him 1 million pounds of source as a token of our appreciation is warranted. Upon hearing this, the gathered elders nodded in agreement, finding the proposal sound and reasonable. 1 million pounds of source for cultivators in the Cave Heaven realm is undeniably an immense fortune. Although Lu Yuan himself painstakingly carried back a mountain worth over 4 million pounds of source, the Holy Land also contributed significantly. Without the protection of the supreme elders from the celestial god realm, no matter how extraordinary his abilities, it would be impossible for him to claim such an amount under the watchful eyes of various powerful factions. Elder Shangguan, what is your opinion? Inquired the Lord of Wanchu. Insufficient, Elder Shangguan replied, shaking her head lightly. The path of cultivation is inherently a rebellion against the heavens. In this tumultuous world, only one person can achieve the Tao. One can become an emperor, while the rest merely serve as embellishments, turning into mere bones. Who can truly foresee the future? The precedents set by our predecessors are not immutable. Even the most recognized supreme physique, when nurtured with utmost effort, may still falter upon the path to becoming an emperor. I hold considerable confidence in Lu Yuan, regardless of whether he can eventually break his shackles and ascend to divinity from another perspective. If my disciple Qing Huang can give birth to an innate holy body heir, and both parents are pivotal figures in our Wanchu holy land, the divine offspring will undoubtedly be inclined towards us. Such a physique guarantees ascension to sainthood, far surpassing mere millions of pounds of source. Elder Shangguan's words left many of the elders present wearing expressions of helplessness. These were all mere assumptions, assuming Lu Yuan could attain divinity. Assuming Gu Qing Huang could bear a divine offspring. Frankly speaking, it was akin to gambling. However, those who could cultivate to this level were all at least a millennium old, each possessing remarkable intelligence. Amidst Elder Shangguan's discourse, several unfamiliar terms caught the attention of the elders: the Tao, the path to emperorship, and the future, the Lord. Several elders of the true God realm, having reached the pinnacle of their power, sensed a hint of insight and turned their gazes towards the Lord of Wanchu, their eyes glimmering with meaning. Noticing their reaction, the Lord of Wanchu ceased to conceal his thoughts. Slowly, he rose and walked to the entrance of the great hall, gazing at the heavens with his hands clasped behind his back, and proclaimed, "Yesterday, the ancestor conveyed a message to me. Recently, the laws of heaven and earth have shown signs of weakening. According to ancient precedents, there are only two possibilities. First, the current emperor's lifespan is nearing its end, and he is about to transcend. This unparalleled existence has only cultivated for 7,000 years, still in his prime, and accompanied by elixirs of immortality. This scenario is nearly impossible. Second, the current emperor may willingly sever himself, transforming into a supreme being of a forbidden zone, returning to the heavens. The ancestors speculated that the second possibility is highly likely. In 3 to 50 years at the shortest, or a century at the longest, the imperial laws will dissipate, and another grand era is about to commence. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders changed dramatically. Many rose abruptly, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Such news was undeniably shocking. The ancestor of the Holy Land, being a sage-level existence, possesses the most acute perception of such great principles. Even when secluded within the divine source, they can still sense the shifts in the heavenly laws. Thus, the words spoken were certainly not baseless. The era devoid of emperors is often referred to as the Golden Age. During this time, countless prodigies will emerge, vying for supremacy on the ruthless path to ascendancy, competing to establish a new emperor. The world is on the brink of turmoil, and the sage kings shall once again grace the realm. This period is rife with uncertainties. At this juncture, the sacred body fortuitously rises to prominence. Perhaps it is indeed worth a try. Some reminisce about the ancient times, murmuring softly, "Elder Ian, what are your thoughts?" The Lord of Wanchu turned to gaze upon an elder, whose presence exuded an ethereal aura. Recently returned from the northern domain, he held the sacred body in high regard. "I believe it is worth the attempt," the elder replied, his eyes remaining closed, yet his voice, though calm, commanded undeniable respect. "For he is the previous sovereign of the Wanchu sacred land." "Very well, with that settled, I have made my decision. No further debate is necessary. Prior to the Transcendence Realm, allocate 3 batches of resources to Lu Yuan. The first, 1 million pounds of essence. The second, 3 million pounds. The third, 5 million pounds. Tomorrow, we shall unveil the deepest level of the Yulong Gorge, summoning the 9 great chaotic stone tablets, sealing the celestial dragon veins. Furthermore, all registered outer disciples, inner disciples, and offerings shall see their rewards doubled. Core disciples will receive thrice the amount, while true disciples shall receive 5 times. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden will be granted tenfold. The grand era is about to commence. Preparations must be made in advance. The Lord of Wanchu declared resolutely, his words resonating with authority. Chapter 77. Entering the Gorge, the Dragon Veins of Heaven and Earth. Indeed, both former sovereigns have voiced their agreement. This matter has reached a definitive conclusion, leaving no room for further deliberation. The elders present rose in unison, acknowledging with a chorus of assent. Subsequently, they swiftly departed the Grand Assembly Hall. Before long, the news of the elevated offering spread throughout the entirety of the Wanchu Holy Land, causing widespread astonishment. After a night of warmth, the following day, Shangwan Ruo arrived early at Lu Yuan's residence, conveying the results of the high-level meeting. She presented him with a spatial secret treasure, brimming with heaps of source stones, an astonishing quantity exceeding 100,000 pounds, dazzling to behold. Even Lu Yuan could not help but gasp in awe. Furthermore, the deepest layer of the Yulong Gorge will be opened exclusively for you. The 9 Chaos Stone monuments shall also be summoned to seal the dragon veins of heaven and earth for a duration of 1 year. Lu Yuan, prepare yourself to accompany me, Shangwan Ruo said with a smile. The deepest layer of Yulong Gorge, and the Chaos Stone monuments. Gu Qiwang's eyes widened in surprise, her delicate lips covering her astonishment. Such treatment had never been afforded to her, even as a saintess. It was evident that the higher echelons of the Holy Land were resolute in cultivating the saint body. Clearly, her mentor, Shangwan Ruo, had exerted considerable effort in this regard. "Thank you, Elder Shangwan." Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, respectfully expressing his gratitude. "No need for such formality. As I have mentioned, since you have become a companion to Qing Wang, you are akin to my half-disciple. Naturally, I shall endeavor to secure additional benefits for you." Shangwan Ruo waved her hand lightly, smiling. "Now, it is time to set forth. Several elders await us. Qing Wang, please return to Qixia Peak. I have matters to discuss with you later." "Yes, master." Gu Qingwang nodded, performing a graceful bow before making her way to the back hall to find Mu Ling and departing. Moments later, Lu Yuan accompanied Shangwan Ruo to Yulong Gorge. At this moment, the once bustling valley, which had been lined with long queues, appeared unusually desolate. Only a few elders with unfathomable auras remained stationed here. As a being of chaos, Lu Yuan was well acquainted with the might of the Chaos Stone monuments. The 9 monuments would seal the dragon veins of heaven and earth. utilizing the power of chaos as a barrier, ensuring that not a trace of the vital essence would escape. The outer layers of the Yunlong Gorge would inevitably lose their efficacy, remaining dormant for an entire year. This clearly demonstrated the sincerity of the Wanchu Holy Land as higher-ups, filling Lu Yuan with gratitude. They have arrived. Let us commence. Shangguan Ruo glanced around calmly and spoke. Yes, Elder. The several elders of the True God realm nodded in agreement. In the next instant, they each took action. Boom. An unimaginable force erupted from the elders, resonating with the very fabric of the universe. With a single motion, the profound laws of the universe resonated thunderously, causing the void to collapse, as if the very heavens and earth were on the verge of splitting apart. Beings that have transcended the divine realm have begun to grasp the essence of these laws, elevating their existence beyond the mundane, an awe-inspiring transformation. Suddenly, 9 ancient stone tablets tore through the distant void, summoned forth. Each transformed into a streak of dark light, plunging into the depths of the earth, sealing the dragon veins of the world. Lu Yuan, proceed. Shangguan Ruo gestured, her voice firm yet gentle. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, his form flickering as he transformed into a golden beam, plunging into the ground. Once his elongated figure vanished completely, several elders simultaneously withdrew their powers, and the Longjian regained its tranquility. A year. To what heights can the sacred body ascend? Let us await the unfolding of this tale. In the subterranean realm, darkness was a mere illusion. Instead, it burst forth with brilliance. The dragon energy surged from the earth, divine power circulating as if a true dragon lay in slumber below. Breathing in deeply, Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, drawing forth an inexhaustible stream of celestial essence. The richness was beyond description, akin to being immersed in a vast ocean of primordial energy. Truly, this was the dragon vein of the world, cultivated over countless eons. Lu Yuan's heart surged with awe, and he cast his gaze toward the horizon. The 9 chaotic stone tablets stood resolutely in various directions, each emanating a flickering dark light, with mysterious inscriptions shimmering in and out of visibility. The inscription on the southeastern tablet was strikingly familiar to Lu Yuan. It was the very one that had previously aided him in comprehending the chaotic divine demon visualization technique. Once again they met. He had transformed from an outer disciple of the Bitter Sea realm to a practitioner of the Cave Heaven realm, comparable to the saints of the great sacred lands. A profound sense of destiny washed over him, reminiscent of a bygone era. Yet, Lu Yuan understood this resonance stemmed from the chaotic stone in his own chaotic body. The tablet held no sentience, it was merely a vessel of the Tao. Without further contemplation, Lu Yuan found a spacious area, seated himself, and commenced his cultivation. Boom. As the primordial chaos within him began to stir, an endless tide of dragon vein essence surged forth, manifesting as visible streams of energy that rushed into Lu Yuan's mouth and nose. In his bitter sea, golden waves roared, crashing like thunderous tides against the shore, surging higher and higher, reaching the heavens. Above the bitter sea, a blue lotus emerged, its leaves gently swaying as chaotic energy swirled, aiding him in refining the vast life essence flowing into his body. Simultaneously, the cave heaven within Lu Yuan began to grow exponentially. The overwhelming power, pure life essence, surged forth like a tidal wave, cleansing every inch of flesh and blood within him. Even the very bones began to shimmer, resembling translucent jade, imbued with an aura of sanctity and unparalleled majesty. Thunderous roars echoed through this subterranean realm, as ancient characters of profound significance resounded, enveloping Lu Yuan's entire being. This was the ancient imperial scripture, a profound technique that laid an exceptionally solid foundation, elucidating the essence of cultivation and revealing the source of power. Simultaneously, the imperial dragon chi that Lu Yuan had previously refined seemed to resonate with this place in an extraordinary manner. It grew increasingly robust and substantial, akin to spiraling golden dragons dancing around him, exuding an unmatched ferocity. Chapter 78. 1 year, 4th level of the Law Aspect Realm. Time flows swiftly, and, in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In a certain area of the underground world, a magnificent sound reverberates continuously, divine radiance emanates, and brilliant light soars to the heavens, creating a truly astonishing scene. Unbeknownst to how much time has elapsed, a thunderous sound suddenly echoes, shaking the very heavens and earth. An overwhelming and sacred aura erupts forth. A colossal phantom intertwines in the sky, enveloped in myriad rays of holy light, with boundless laws surging forth. Resembling a true celestial king descending from the ninth heaven, gazing down upon the mortal realm, an awe-inspiring sight. The second manifestation of the holy body. The celestial king has arrived in the ninth heaven. It is accomplished. Lu Yuan opens his eyes, emitting a piercing brilliance that seems to illuminate this realm. This signifies that he has officially stepped into the next level of the cave heaven realm, the law aspect realm. As the term suggests, the law aspect enables practitioners to use themselves as a medium to communicate with the heavens and earth, cultivating divine powers to enhance their being, thus entering the law aspect realm. However, unique physiques such as the holy body and divine body produce distinct manifestations in this realm, one of a kind. The emergence of the second stage's physical manifestation is a harbinger of entering the law aspect realm. Lu Yuan rises to his feet, stretching his limbs, and immediately a series of crackling sounds reverberate throughout his body. At this moment, he feels an unprecedented strength. A slight clenching of his fist releases a torrent of blood energy, filling his heart with the sensation of 1,000 galloping horses, as if a single punch could shatter the very heavens and earth. This is an unparalleled conviction, a perfect embodiment of the power within the forbidden domain. Subsequently, Lu Yuan stands and casts his gaze downward. The ground is piled high with layers of source stone powder, several feet thick. Over the past half-year, he has been cultivating by harnessing the dragon veins of the earth while refining the pure source stones within spatial treasures, consuming approximately 700,000 pounds of source material. From the second level of the cave heaven realm, he has surged forth to the first level of the law aspect realm, achieving remarkable progress without encountering any obstacles. Everything seems to have unfolded naturally, a testament to the terrifying nature of the chaos body. Following this, Lu Yuan swiftly approaches a chaos stone stele and sits cross-legged before it, beginning to comprehend the profound inscriptions inscribed upon its surface. Each obscure ancient character, each symbol of the great path, flashes rapidly before his eyes, the light and shadows intertwining, shimmering brilliantly. As the essence of chaos continuously disintegrates, reorganizes, and rearranges, he soon enters a state of profound enlightenment. 2 days later, Lu Yuan rises and begins to comprehend the second stele. 5 days later, he starts to decipher the third stele. Thus, it continues in cycles until half a month later when Lu Yuan has fully integrated the inscriptions recorded on all 9 chaos stone stele. His hands move ceaselessly, manifesting a cosmic force, unveiling the wonders of the ancient scriptures. At times, the power of the lunar force materializes, freezing vast expanses, its chill reminiscent of the depths of the infernal abyss. At other times, the solar force reigns above, radiating like the might of a celestial sun, illuminating the past and present with unparalleled brilliance. In the hands of Lu Yuan, 2 profoundly distinct ancient scriptures transformed continuously, emanating divine light. Uncertain of how long he had been in a meditative state, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and from his pitch-black pupils, a terrifying aura of chaos surged forth. It then swept outwards like a tidal wave, flooding in all directions. In an instant, 9 chaotic stone tablets illuminated brilliantly, as if they had awakened to some extraordinary resonance. The void twisted violently, faint echoes of myriad laws lamenting reverberated, instilling a sense of dread. Ah, so this is the ancient scripture of chaos. Lu Yuan's expression brightened. The Wanchu Holy Land was renowned throughout the world for its mastery of the yin, yang, and chaotic laws. However, generations of sages had passed without fully unraveling the mysteries of the 9 chaotic stone tablets, merely deducing a fragmented remnant of the scripture, which was indeed a great regret. But now, Lu Yuan had comprehended all the inscriptions, employing the essence of chaos to reconstruct it, thereby obtaining the truly complete text. In the future, he would seek an opportunity to pass down this method. As a gesture of gratitude to the Holy Land, he mused inwardly. Soon after, a cascade of brilliance erupted from a spatial treasure, from which all remaining essence surged forth like a deluge, layering the subterranean expanse with several layers of pure celestial essence. Inundating the entire space in a lavish display, the 70,000 pounds of essence expended earlier had largely been his own reserves, while what he was currently utilizing was the resource issued by the Wanchu Holy Land. With less than half a year remaining until the closure of the Yunlong Gorge, Lu Yuan aimed to break through to a higher realm at this critical juncture. After all, such a sacred place for cultivation was a rare find, and there was no reason for hesitation. Thus, Lu Yuan once again entered seclusion, plunging into profound training. However, this time, not just one scripture was in operation. The ancient scriptures of Yin, Yang, and Chaos, along with various grand characters, emerged, intertwining in a dance of light, resonating with a harmonious hum. They radiated an awe-inspiring sound of the Tao that resonated through heaven and earth, akin to the ringing of morning bells and evening drums. Profoundly stirring the soul, a truly astonishing spectacle. To cultivate all four ancient scriptures simultaneously, how formidable would one's foundation be? Such depth was unfathomable, indeed rare in the world. As time swiftly passed and essence was consumed, Lu Yuan's power surged dramatically. Although his cultivation had no bottlenecks, he could distinctly perceive that as his cultivation progressed, the essence required had increased substantially. The nature of his sacred body resembled an insatiable abyss. The later stages revealed an increasing sense of powerlessness. This was not due to the shackles of heavenly laws, but rather the formidable source of this physique. Each minor realm demanded the body to be refined to perfection before advancement could occur. The sea of suffering was similarly vast, extending beyond the horizon. The magnitude of his magical power could hardly be measured against that of cultivators of the same rank. However, for Lu Yuan, he did not perceive this as a burden. Beyond the chaotic body, there exists a system. As long as one continuously ventures into the world, the options for rewards from the system will inevitably be triggered. Even the deepest abyss will eventually be filled, so there is nothing to be concerned about. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months have passed. The once barren ground no longer bears the presence of half a pound of essence. All has been reduced to dust, consumed entirely. In the central region, divine radiance shimmers, and vital energy rises like steam. A tall figure, with long black hair cascading down, sits in a meditative posture, resembling a lifeless statue. Around them, 81 magnificent golden dragons coil and soar, inhaling and exhaling chaotic energy, a sight of astonishing grandeur. At that moment, a powerful wave of divine consciousness descended from above. The year-long period has elapsed. Lu Yuan, it is time for you to emerge. With the sound reverberating, the 81 dragons transformed into a blinding golden light. Merging into the elongated figure, Lu Yuan slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance to disperse the chaos surrounding him. Then retrieved a clean robe from his storage bag to don. His entire being shimmered, radiating a resplendent glow, exuding an ethereal quality of purity, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. In the realm of Dharma, the fourth tier, Lu Yuan whispered, then took a step forward. Soaring into the heavens. Chapter 79. This era is on the brink of eruption. His speed was astonishing, akin to a streak of golden light bursting forth from the depths of the earth, cleaving through the heavens. At this moment, outside the mountain gorge, few figures were present. Only 3 elders remained, standing in place. Lu Yuan has emerged. One person whispered, while the other 2 directed their gazes accordingly. These 3 elders of the sacred land were familiar to Lu Yuan. They were the same individuals who, a year prior, had summoned the Chaos Stone Tablet alongside Shangguan Ruo to seal the dragon vein of heaven and earth. In terms of strength, they were at the initial stage of the true God realm, not mere ordinary elders of the sacred land. Soon after, Lu Yuan flashed forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Greetings, esteemed elders." "No need for such formalities," replied the elder at the forefront, a venerable figure with hair and beard as white as snow. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Lu Yuan need not concern himself with such trifles. In that very moment, as the elders probed Lu Yuan's cultivation with their divine senses, their expressions suddenly stiffened, unable to suppress their astonishment. Your cultivation? Have you broken through to the 4th level of the law manifestation realm?" "Indeed," Lu Yuan affirmed with a gentle nod, appearing remarkably composed. Upon receiving this confirmation, the elder's astonishment deepened. In just a year, he had advanced from the 2nd level of the cave heaven realm to the 4th level of the law manifestation realm. This represented a staggering leap of 11 minor realms, along with a major realm barrier. Even with the assistance of 1,000,000 pounds of source energy in the dragon vein of heaven and earth, such a speed of cultivation was undeniably terrifying. Could it be that the sacred body, upon resuming its path of cultivation, experienced no bottlenecks? Setting aside combat prowess, merely considering his age and cultivation, he was already capable of standing proudly among his contemporaries, on par with the holy sons and daughters of various great powers. The 3 elders were deeply moved. After a momentary silence, the elder at the forefront finally spoke in admiration. "Excellent, excellent. Lu Yuan, you have indeed lived up to the expectations of the sacred land. Well done." The Holy Master has instructed me to convey that the subsequent 2 batches of cultivation resources you requested can be allocated to you at any time. Just a single word will suffice. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. However, I do not require them at this moment, Lu Yuan replied, once again expressing his gratitude. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. After a year, his rapid rise in cultivation had caused his state of mind to lag behind. He needed a period of worldly experience to settle himself. Thus, he was not in a hurry. Following this, Lu Yuan inquired about the recent circumstances of Guqing Wang, Ying Tiandu, and the others. The elders, possessing comprehensive knowledge, patiently provided explanations. When Lu Yuan learned that the environment of heaven and earth was subtly changing and that the golden era was approaching, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was not from an ordinary background, and he held a certain understanding of the golden era. It was an age of exceptional talents and rising heroes. A tumultuous era of conflict where the throne of the great emperor was soon to be vacated. In the forthcoming century, or even millennia, endless wars will stretch across the land, vying to produce new emperors and sovereigns to reign supreme. The current reality indeed mirrors Lu Yuan's imaginings. Guqing Wang, Ying Tiandu, and several renowned true disciples from sacred lands have predominantly journeyed to the central regions of the eastern wilderness. Prominent ancient clans, immortal sanctuaries, and grand sects are all witnessing the emergence of extraordinary talents who have been hidden away, surfacing at this pivotal moment. Even figures of unparalleled prowess from tens of thousands of years ago have shattered the divine source to emerge, intent on contending for the imperial throne through accumulated experience over several lifetimes. The once fleeting supreme physiques, such as the king body, Tao body, and divine body, are now in abundance, converging into a dazzling array of prodigies. To encapsulate this era in 8 words, this age is on the brink of eruption. After assimilating the information from the past year, Lu Yuan resolutely decided to embark on a journey to the central region, for it lies at the heart of the eastern wilderness. Several sects that have produced great emperors are situated there. As the Grand Age approaches, it undoubtedly promises to be a most splendid locale. Will you also be venturing to the central region? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's intentions, the leading elder of the sacred land hesitated briefly before nodding thoughtfully, stating, "That would be wise. Engaging solely in arduous cultivation is akin to crafting a chariot behind closed doors. Worldly exploration is beneficial for enhancing one's state of mind. Wait a moment, I shall find a few Nirvana realm attendants to accompany you." "No need. I can manage alone." Lu Yuan shook his head firmly, his tone resolute. The elders of the sacred land exchanged glances of resignation, witnessing his determination. They chose not to press further, but earnestly cautioned him to be wary of the Ming family in the Demon God Palace. Meng Yao and Tian Yao are both audacious individuals. After suffering a significant defeat in the northern domain, their reputation has been tarnished, and they will undoubtedly seek retribution. It is said that both of them broke through to the law manifestation realm over 6 months ago. Their current true cultivation may not be far off from yours. That is inconsequential. They are merely defeated foes. Lu Yuan's gaze remained calm as he smiled lightly. Previously, when his cultivation lagged behind the 2 by 6 or 7 small realms, he could still contend against them. Now that their levels are comparable, the outcome of the battle is without doubt. Gods shall be slain by gods, demons by demons. Whoever approaches shall meet their demise. After exchanging a few more words, the 3 elders ceased their discussions and began the process of restoring the Yulong Gorge's opening, unraveling the formation connecting the 9 chaotic stone tablets. Lu Yuan returned to his abode at Lingfeng, tidied up briefly, and officially set forth on his journey. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet swiftly receded. Lu Yuan's steps danced through the void, advancing with remarkable speed. The vast expanse of the eastern wilderness lay before him, and the distance between the southern region and the central area remained considerable. A typical cultivator relying solely on flight would take months to arrive, necessitating the use of large spatial gateways to traverse the distance. 2 days later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared within a grand city of the southern region. Here lies a spatial domain gate leading to the central region, constructed by the Celestial Star Chamber of Commerce. It opens once a month, with a fee of 20,000 pounds of source energy. This sum, for Lu Yuan, is negligible, so he chooses to linger here in anticipation. However, after merely half a day's stay, he notices that the gathering of youthful heroes seems to be increasing, suggesting that their purpose extends beyond the simple waiting for the gate's opening. The elderly gentleman wonders if there is some grand event occurring in Yuzhen City recently. Seated on the second floor of a tavern, he calls upon the proprietor for inquiry. Are you curious as to why there are so many young masters in the city? The tavern keeper replies with a knowing smile. Ah, the inebriated's true intent lies not in the wine, but in the beauty. The esteemed Miss Yi Qingli of the Celestial Star Chamber has dispatched her warship, journeying from the farthest south. It is said that she offers complimentary passage to various young heroes en route to the central region. Many here are not particularly in need of those 20,000 pounds of source energy. They remain in hopes of catching a glimpse of that unparalleled beauty. Chapter 80. The Emperor's Selection Plan, Yi Qingli. As Lu Yuan listened, his gaze flickered momentarily. This woman. He had encountered her at the auction in the divine city of the northern region. Indeed, her beauty was striking, and her demeanor was extraordinary. Even when compared to Guqing Huang, she was by no means inferior. Throughout the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, few women could rival her. Moreover, her background was astonishingly impressive. It was no wonder that she had caused such a sensation in Gusi City. At that moment, a sudden mechanical voice quietly resonated in Lu Yuan's consciousness. Ding detected the host's current experience, triggering option rewards. 1. Board Yi Qingli's warship and head to the central region. Reward: 1 divine artifact. 2. Ignore it and continue waiting for the interdomain spatial array to activate. Reward: 1 ancient divine herb. A reward has been triggered. Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened, hesitating slightly. A divine artifact is a weapon forged by cultivators of the divine connection realm. Above that, there are 2 tiers: true divine artifacts and celestial artifacts, which are easily understood. Weapons of this caliber have already intertwined with the essence of the Tao, wielding formidable power that ordinary spiritual treasures cannot compare to, and are exceedingly valuable. As for the second option, the ancient divine herb, it would likely serve purposes such as healing, prolonging life, or perhaps enhancing cultivation. However, for Lu Yuan at this moment, its utility was rather limited. After considerable contemplation, Lu Yuan made his decision in his heart and continued to sit on the second floor of the taverns, indulging in his own drink. 2 days later, the sky above suddenly split open, and a colossal ancient ship emerged from the rift. The ship was immense, seemingly crafted from a peculiar material, exuding a shimmering dark light that imparted a heavy sense of oppression. At the top, a grand flag stood tall, adorned with intricate patterns of the celestial stars, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The warship of the Celestial Star Merchant Guild had arrived. So grand, even more magnificent than our sect leader's palace. A wave of excitement surged through Gusi City. Many young cultivators were left mesmerized, their faces filled with astonishment. Unsophisticated bumpkins who have never seen the world. What unremarkable little sect dares to compare itself to the Celestial Star Merchant Guild? Nearby, a well-dressed young master from a prominent family sneered, offering no mercy in his ridicule. The young cultivator was left red-faced with anger, about to retaliate. But upon noticing the 2 fierce-looking guards standing behind the mocking young master, he immediately swallowed his words, lowering his head in frustration. With the arrival of the Celestial Star Merchant Guild's warship, the entire Gusi City erupted into a frenzy, teeming with people. Crowds surged, an overwhelming throng. Many stood on their toes, straining to catch a glimpse of Yi Qingli's enchanting visage. At this moment, Lu Yuan also emerged from the tavern, scanning the sky above with his divine sense. However, his thoughts diverged from the crowd. He was merely curious as to why the Celestial Star Merchant Guild would forego business to offer complimentary passage for some cultivators to the central region. Indeed, the doubts harbored in the hearts of many were not solely those of Lu Yuan. Numerous cultivators engaged in hushed discussions, perplexed by the situation. One individual, possessing 2,000 pounds of source energy, would equate to 200,000 pounds for 100 individuals. Was the Tianqing Merchant Association indulging in philanthropy? One person scratched their head, meticulously calculating the figures. You youngsters, preoccupied with source energy, possess a myopic perspective, incapable of contemplating the deeper implications. An elderly man clad in a Taoist robe waved his feather duster and spoke softly, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. Oh, it seems the elder possesses some hidden knowledge. I am eager to learn more. Upon hearing this, the individual did not take offense. Rather, their eyes sparkled with curiosity as they leaned in, adopting a demeanor of earnest inquiry. The business scope of the Tianqing Merchant Association extends far beyond the 5 domains of the world. They flourish on numerous ancient life stars beyond the realms. One can only imagine the staggering wealth involved. In the world of cultivators, the law of the jungle prevails. To safeguard such riches, one must have unparalleled power to stand guard. The prosperity of the Tianqing Merchant Association to its current stature is, to some extent, connected to the Choosing an Emperor initiative. The Daoist elder spoke this with a casual demeanor. Choosing an emperor. Upon hearing this term, many cultivators around them changed their expressions, hastily inquiring, "Elder, what does the Choosing an Emperor initiative entail?" In the Age of Gold, amidst the vast cosmos, only 3 to 5 individuals are selected per generation. The Daoist elder declared solemnly. As these words fell, the crowd instantaneously grasped the significance of the Choosing an Emperor concept. Throughout history, has there ever been a true emperor with ties to the Tianqing Merchant Association? Someone continued to question. If I were privy to such knowledge, would I be idly chatting with you youngsters here? The Daoist elder retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the questioner. How disappointing. I had expected a master. They scoffed. Leaving in discontent, their spirits deflated. This exchange, of course, did not escape Lu Yuan's keen perception. It resonated within his powerful consciousness. The Choosing an Emperor initiative. Now that piqued his interest, Lu Yuan pondered, nodding gently, beginning to grasp the peculiar actions of the Tianqing Merchant Association. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to celestial music, gracefully emanated from the ancient ship. Esteemed friends, the ancient ship is about to set sail towards the central region of the Eastern Wilderness. Those under the age of 30 who possess the ability to board the ship independently may do so free of charge. Time is limited, 1 incense stick's duration. As the words echoed, countless talented individuals from the southern region within Gusang City erupted in excitement. This was an invaluable opportunity to gain the favor of Miss Yi Qingli from the Tianqing Merchant Association, akin to a pathway to the heavens. Naturally, no one wished to miss such a golden chance. In an instant, numerous figures soared into the air. Streaks of divine light illuminating the sky as they surged towards the warship above. However, just as they ascended midway, an invisible, terrifying pressure enveloped them. Boom. Many young warriors, unable to bear the immense burden, lost their balance in an instant, plummeting from the heights like dumplings falling into boiling water. Among them were even a considerable number of cultivators at the Dongdian realm. Bang, bang. One after another, figures descended, tumbling haphazardly into the city. A few individuals hurtled directly towards Lu Yuan's location. With a frown, Lu Yuan unleashed a terrifying aura that erupted from within him. Like a shockwave, it sent the surrounding crowd flying, with many cultivators at the Yuling and Shiting realms collapsing to their knees, cowed by his formidable presence. What? A cultivator at the law form realm? The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Such a young practitioner at the law form realm? Who could this be? A scion of a great sect or a direct disciple of an ancient hermit? In an instant, countless gazes converged on him, filled with awe. However, Lu Yuan paid them no heed. With a single step, the stone ground beneath him cracked underfoot. He transformed into a golden beam of light, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye, as if he encountered no resistance whatsoever. Within 3 breaths, he successfully boarded the ship. On the deck, shadows flitted about, with numerous young masters having boarded from various locations. Lu Yuan scanned his surroundings and suddenly sensed a chilling intent, an overwhelming demonic energy, closing in on him. Bang! Lu Yuan's body trembled, effortlessly dispersing the myriad of murderous intents. He then strode directly to the side of the individual, seated with an air of confidence, and with a grin, revealed a chilling smile. Greetings. Chapter 81. Encountering the celestial demon again, the divine tribulation, you worthless being. How dare you appear before me? The celestial demon turned her head. Her expression icy, with eyes tinged with purple that glinted like a blade, exuding an aura of intimidation. It seemed that any slight provocation could lead to an all-out brawl. Having not seen each other for a year, the celestial demon had long since healed from her injuries and had made significant progress in her cultivation. Now standing at the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm, even more formidable than before. A defeated foe dares to act fierce? If it were not for the ship of the Tianqing Merchant Association, I would have already dispatched you. Lu Yuan's smile remained, yet his words were imbued with authority. His crystalline flesh radiated brilliance, and the overwhelming power of his blood and energy surged like an erupting volcano, suffocating those around him. The last battle in the northern region was my oversight. This time, fortune shall not favor you. Once you disembark, your demise is assured. The murderous intent of the celestial demon was palpable as she spoke coldly. Recalling the battle at the ancient mine tides, her expression grew exceedingly grim. Such arrogance as hers would undoubtedly regard this as a profound humiliation, one that must be washed away with blood. You youngling, prideful individuals are destined for retribution. Offending my demon god palace leaves you with no future. Behind her stood two elderly figures clad in gray robes, their gazes unfriendly, speaking in a tone of intimidation. Although they seemed unremarkable, resembling mere attendants, the overwhelming aura of demon energy they exuded was unmistakable, a blend of wildness and defiance. At the very least, they were great demons of the northern region, having undergone 2 or 3 transformations of nirvana, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Yuan glanced back at them, a scoff escaping him. Is there no one else in the demon god palace? You send these 2 old demons to guard you? At the very least, you need someone of the divine connection realm to ensure your survival. Sharp-tongued, the 2 great demons in the nirvana realm were humiliated by his mockery, their faces reddening with indignation. Divine light flickered between their fingers, the murderous intent astonishing. At that moment, many young experts on the deck sensed the palpable tension. Several recognized Lu Yuan's identity and gasped in astonishment. The holy body has arrived. He too is heading towards the central region. Just as the rumors said, he is truly audacious. He immediately took a seat beside the celestial demon, provoking her and dismissing the 2 guardians of the demon god palace with ease. His audacity indeed remarkable. Many were visibly disturbed, shifting uneasily, fearful that these individuals might lose control of their emotions and wreak havoc, affecting them as well. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a melodious, bell-like laugh resonated from the depths of the ship's cabin. Lu Daoyu. What a delightful surprise to meet again. Since our parting in the Divine City, here we are once more. Yi Qingli gracefully approached, adorned in an exquisite gown that accentuated her enchanting curves, captivating all who beheld her. Miss Yi, Lu Yuan smiled slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. What is it? Are the 2 of you finding fault with the narrowness of my Tianqing Merchant Association's worship? 2 prodigies of the saint level, yet you find yourselves squeezed together. Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased, listening to Yi Qingli's insinuation. The 2 supreme guardians of the heavenly demon and the demon god palace dared not act recklessly. To engage in combat aboard the warship would undoubtedly provoke the dignity of the Tianqing Merchant Association. No one would be foolish enough to do so. Miss Yi, you jest. Naturally, we must uphold the honor of the Tianqing Merchant Association. The heavenly demon spoke calmly, casting a glance at the 2 behind him, who immediately restrained their auras. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Yuan, speaking coldly. Our grievances will be settled in the central region. Cherish your remaining time alive. And you as well. Prepare your last words. Once we disembark, I shall send you on your way. Lu Yuan responded with a smile, his expression tranquil. Humph. The heavenly demon snorted, unwilling to continue the verbal sparring, and with a wave of his hand, he led his 2 guardians to another area to take their seats. In ancient times, the body of the heavenly demon and the sacred body were often sworn enemies. One represented the strongest physical form of the demon race, while the other epitomized the pinnacle of human physique. It is indeed a rarity to witness these 2 types of bodies contesting in this era. Yi Qingli smiled gently. Oh? Miss Yu seems quite knowledgeable about the sacred body lineage. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. Indeed, the ancestors of our Tianqing Merchant Association once nurtured a sacred body. This is no secret. As she spoke, Yi Qingli's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Lu Yuan for a considerable time before inviting. If Daoist Lu wishes to know about the calamity faced by the sacred body and becoming a deity, I would be pleased to share this information at no cost. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Although he was uncertain of the woman's intentions, acquiring additional information could only be beneficial, so he opted not to refuse. Very well. Daoist Lu, please follow me to the inner hall. Yi Qingli gestured gracefully. Simultaneously, a stick of incense's worth of time passed. The warship of the Tianqing Merchant Association slowly set sail toward the next large city in the southern region. The number of individuals boarding from Guskang City was few, merely 3 or 5 at most. However, it was evident that they were all outstanding members of the younger generation. A couple of them, whose faces were unfamiliar and identities mysterious, did not seem to be renowned figures from various factions. Nonetheless, at this juncture, the emergence of some hidden ancient disciples was not particularly extraordinary. Before long, Lu Yuan followed Yi Qingli into the inner hall of the warship. The decor was rich and antique, and as soon as they were seated, maidservants presented spiritual tea and fruits, providing attentive service. What specifically does the calamity of becoming a deity refer to, as mentioned by Miss Yi? Lu Yuan inquired after taking a sip of tea. 2 great tribulations, the primal Tao diagram and the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation annihilates the physical body, while the primal Tao diagram obstructs the primordial spirit. Yi Qingli reminisced about ancient texts, speaking softly. Is it difficult? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Extremely difficult. It is virtually a certain death scenario. Yi Qingli gently shook her head and then spoke solemnly. The sacred body cultivated by my heavenly star chamber of commerce was equally extraordinary, rising from a desolate little place, singing high praises along the way, and ultimately remaining unmatched in the realm of divine paths. However, it is regrettable that he too fell victim to the great calamity. He had nearly transcended the 49 heavenly tribulation, and his physical form had entered the realm of divinity. Yet, the innate Tao map, imbued with the will of the heavenly Tao, summoned a divine chain of order that obliterated all, something that the beings of the Nirvana realm could not withstand. I see. After listening, Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, his expression still calm. For him, this was not a challenge. The path of chaos transcends all other paths. Once one attains a certain level of strength, even the imperial laws of the emperors cannot suppress them. They can shatter their shackles and forcefully attain enlightenment. The mere innate Tao map, naturally, did not warrant Lu Yuan's regard. Becoming a deity, there are no obstacles. Chapter 82, Divine Artifacts, the Prelude to Battle. Initially, I presumed that upon uncovering such a profound secret, my companion Lu would inevitably be engulfed in trepidation and hesitation. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, his countenance unchanging and his demeanor unruffled. Such a formidable resolve truly earned my admiration. As I, Yi Qingli, scrutinized Lu Yuan's expression, my astonishment deepened. "Miss Yi, you flatter me," he replied. "However, as the saying goes, where the road leads, there must be a way. Overthinking is of no benefit." With a serene disposition, Lu Yuan sipped his tea, offering a faint smile. Subsequently, the two of us engaged in light conversation. I instructed my attendants to prepare a luxuriously appointed guest chamber for Lu Yuan, ensuring he would not be disturbed by the outside world. Such hospitality was indeed generous. And notably, there was no mention of any fees, leaving Lu Yuan somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted my goodwill without reservation. After Lu Yuan departed the inner chamber, an elderly woman with a sprightly demeanor and silver hair appeared silently behind me. "Miss, is it necessary for our Tianqing commerce to treat merely a saintly body from an age of diminishing laws with such distinction?" The old woman's gaze flickered, her understanding wavering. From the moment I first encountered him in the northern domain, I felt an intense intuition. This individual is not as simple as he appears, I remarked. Bestowing a small favor upon him in trivial matters is, on the whole, not a detrimental act. Gently tapping my alabaster fingers upon the table, I articulated a thought-provoking observation. "Oh, what kind of intuition?" The old woman's expression shifted to one of solemnity. She was aware that I had cultivated a remarkable ocular technique capable of perceiving that which eludes ordinary senses. Thus, my insights could not be mere conjecture. "I do not know. I cannot see clearly," I replied, shaking my head, merely sensing the depths of his enigma. The old woman nodded thoughtfully before speaking. "This young man possesses considerable cultivation at the fourth level of the Dharma aspect, excluding those ancient anomalies sealed within the divine source. He stands among the elite of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. Do you know what his cultivation was when I encountered him in the northern domain a year ago?" I inquired with a smile. "What was his cultivation?" the old woman asked. "He was at the first level of the cave heaven realm," I disclosed. Upon hearing this, the old woman's expression altered noticeably. In just 1 year, he had ascended an astonishing 12 minor realms. Such a pace of advancement is nothing short of terrifying, especially for a saintly body burdened by the chains of heavenly laws, rendering it all the more astonishing. "Could it be that you were considering him as a candidate for the choosing the emperor plan?" the old woman speculated after some contemplation. "Not at all," I replied firmly, shaking my head. "The previous lessons learned from cultivating a saintly body remain vivid, and the Elder Council will not pass any resolutions regarding this. It would be a futile endeavor. Moreover, the Golden Age has yet to truly arrive. Discussing the choosing the emperor plan at this juncture is rather premature. One must traverse several ancient life stars before a preliminary selection and plan can be established." Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, the old woman ceased further discourse. Upon arriving at the opulent quarters aboard the ancient vessel, Lu Yuan extended his spirit, surveying the surroundings. The lavishly adorned space was not only resplendent in its decor but also inscribed with numerous spirit-gathering formations and barriers that isolated it from external forces. The air was thick with spiritual energy, creating a serene atmosphere, perfect for quiet meditation. Subsequently, Lu Yuan seated himself cross-legged upon the bed and silently intoned within his mind. "System, claim the reward." Ding, congratulations to the host for completing option 1. You have been rewarded with a divine artifact. As the notification resonated, a weapon materialized within the system's space. With a mere thought, Lu Yuan summoned the divine weapon into his hand. It was a formidable war spear, entirely gleaming in golden hues, as if forged from pure gold. The spearhead was exquisitely sharp, imbued with an unparalleled brilliance. A chilling aura of slaughter emanated from it, instilling a sense of dread. Interwoven within its essence were traces of ancient, arcane rhythms, swirling and coalescing. Among divine artifacts, this one was undoubtedly of superior quality. This must be fate, Lu Yuan mused, gazing at the spear. Previously, in the primordial ancient mine of the northern region, he had conjured a golden spear through his combat prowess, nearly pinning a celestial demon against a cliff. Now, the system had bestowed upon him a genuine divine war spear. The demise of the celestial demon seemed almost inevitable. As for the 2 rebirth realm demons beside him, Lu Yuan scarcely regarded them. Given his current combat strength, dispatching foes across a significant realm was hardly a daunting task, even in the face of peril. With the swiftness afforded by the movement secret, escape was entirely feasible. Thus, there was little to be concerned about. Thereafter, Lu Yuan pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence to touch the golden spear. Buzz! The spear quivered lightly, producing a crisp hum, and a resplendent light flickered momentarily across its shaft. Artifacts acquired from the system were unclaimed, and binding them through blood essence was a straightforward process, easily resolved in mere moments. Once all was completed, Lu Yuan's eyes gradually closed. Seizing this opportunity, he resumed his cultivation of the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization technique, refining the golden lake within his sea of consciousness to amplify his spiritual strength. Time swiftly passed. The Tianqing Merchant Association's warship darted through the void. After departing from Gugwa City, it made brief stops at several large southern cities, employing the same method to entice the younger generation of masters aboard. However, the duration of these stops was fleeting, lasting only the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. One by one, a handful of young elites ascended the deck of the warship. The numbers were modest. After traversing multiple large cities, only a little over 10 had boarded. It was not until they passed the 5th city that the Tianqing Merchant Association's warship ceased its pauses, accelerating to its utmost speed, heading directly towards the central regions of the eastern wasteland. The magnificent mountains and vast landscapes, with countless ships sailing swiftly in reverse. In just 7 days, the celestial merchant fleet departed from the southern realm and ventured deep into the eastern wasteland. At last, they came to a halt above a towering, majestic city wall. Finally, they had arrived. At this moment, the young masters on the deck were all invigorated, gazing into the distance, ready to disembark. Keep a close watch on that lad. Do not let him escape. The celestial demon, filled with pent-up frustration, could no longer contain himself. As soon as the warship docked, he immediately conveyed his thoughts to the 2 formidable guardians behind him. Fear not, young master. As long as he dares to disembark, he will find himself unable to flee. The expressions of the 2 guardians from the celestial demon palace were icy, their cold gazes flickering like venomous serpents as they swiftly scanned the ship. Just then, the door to a private chamber suddenly swung open. A tall figure strode out with an air of confidence. He cast a sweeping glance downward, easily discerning the positions of the Celestial Demon Palace S-members. 800 miles outside the city, is this to be your burial ground? Chapter 83, The Heavenly Demon Body. Is it not so? A statement, resounding and profound. Though calm, it concealed an extraordinary brilliance. Youngster, do you believe you can escape for 800 miles? A guardian of the Demon God Palace chuckled coldly, fixating his gaze ahead. Silently, a trace of tracking divine intent locked onto Lu Yuan's aura. No need for your assistance. I shall personally eliminate this individual, bathe in sacred blood and cleanse the humiliation. The heavenly demon stepped forward, his towering figure emanating an astonishing vitality. His voice deep and commanding. This palpable tension instantly drew the attention of many formidable warriors on the deck. The clash between the holy body and the heavenly demon body was undoubtedly a pinnacle confrontation among the younger generation. Such a grand battle was not to be missed. Some eagerly anticipated the opportunity to witness this level of duel firsthand. Do not rush. I shall send you all on your way shortly. With that, Lu Yuan turned without a glance back, his garments billowing as he transformed into a golden beam of light, darting into the distance. What astonishing speed! Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The swiftness was breathtaking, a manifestation of divine prowess, akin to traversing distances in an instant. reaching the utmost velocity. No escape. The three from the Demon God Palace were well prepared. With a swift stomp, they transformed into fleeting rays of light, relentlessly pursuing him like shadows. The terrain beneath them rapidly receded. 800 miles from the city lay an ancient, primordial forest. It was quite tranquil, save for the occasional deep growl of beasts. Before long, the sounds of wind and thunder shattered the silence. Lu Yuan stood tall, treading upon the void. Upon reaching this point, he indeed halted. This was not a feigned pretense for battle. He genuinely possessed the confidence to vanquish all adversaries, including the two formidable Nirvana realm demons. Seal off this space. The two guardians of the Demon God Palace exchanged glances and acted without delay. Patterns of divine runes intertwined, radiating brilliance as they descended, sealing off all of Lu Yuan's escape routes. Young lord, be cautious. The holy body is extraordinary. Do not underestimate him. One warned telepathically. Enough. The heavenly demon's eyes glinted coldly, and with no further ado, he lunged forward to attack. The old grudges shall be settled today. With silver hair billowing wildly, the heavenly demon surged forward, infused with a frenzied, killing intent, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Lu Yuan, expressionless, radiated golden blood energy. His massive hands sweeping through the air, delivering a heavy strike. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. In close combat, the clash was titanic. Both of their physiques were renowned for their unparalleled strength. Although they fought with flesh and blood, the force was not inferior to that of colliding mystical treasures. The mountains trembled, ancient trees swayed, startling numerous creatures in the primordial forest into panicked flight. Yet, due to the spatial blockade of the divine runes, many met with grievous injuries as they crashed into the barriers, unable to escape. Kill. The celestial demon unleashed its full power, exuding an untamed ferocity. Its entire being enveloped in resplendent violet radiance, akin to a multitude of magnificent purple dragons swirling around. In an instant, the two adversaries clashed once more. Their swift and fierce strikes falling like a tempest, the speed so astonishing that onlookers could hardly grasp it with their consciousness. All that could be perceived in that realm was a dazzling dance of golden and purple light. Every move was as swift as lightning, utterly breathtaking. Wherever they fought, the void collapsed inch by inch, and an energy storm raged, sweeping across the surroundings. The battle at the level of the Dharma realm was capable of shattering the very fabric of space. It was indeed comparable to the might of rebirth. In the distance, numerous young warriors watching the spectacle were visibly stirred, a hint of trepidation flickering in their eyes. They prided themselves on not being weak, and within the southern domain, they could boast notable names. Yet, when measured against these two, they were undeniably at a significant disadvantage, their combat prowess belonging to an entirely different realm. Clang! Lu Yuan and the celestial demon maintained their relentless high-intensity confrontation. Golden fists collided with azure claws, sparks flying as the sound of metal striking metal echoed, sending shivers through the onlookers. After exchanging blows for several rounds, a powerful force emerged. The quintessence of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged through Lu Yuan's fingertips, suddenly manifesting and pressing down heavily. Insignificant skill, roared the celestial demon, with a brilliant violet light blazing from his brow, unleashing a remarkable secret technique, launching a devastating punch. Boom! The enormous hand imbued with multicolored divine light was shattered, along with the surrounding void, revealing a terrifying maelstrom. The sheer force of this attack was evident. Interesting. Lu Yuan mused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he gently swept his right hand, invoking the art of victorious combat, transforming it into an unparalleled offensive. With a downward sweep of his hand, he unleashed the five-element hand seal once more. However, this time, it was not just a single strike. Lu Yuan pressed down with both hands in rapid succession. The sea of suffering boiled, and his power surged, unleashing a barrage of five-element hand seals simultaneously. The entire void was illuminated in a brilliant spectacle, akin to a five-colored sunset, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing the sun. As it descended fiercely, what? The celestial demon's expression changed drastically, momentarily stunned, yet quickly regaining composure to resist with all his might. Boom! With the simultaneous descent of multiple five-element hand seals, the overwhelming force was simply inescapable, instantly engulfing the celestial demon's form and driving it into the void. It forcibly flattened several towering mountains, ancient trees exploded, and stones were obliterated, leaving a scene of utter devastation. How could this be possible? To unleash such a level of mystical art, he managed to execute it more than a dozen times in an instant. Moreover, he performed it without any visible gestures. All instantaneously manifested? This was astonishing. The young warriors observing from afar were utterly shocked. Such prowess surpassed all their understanding. They had no inkling how Lu Yuan achieved it. With a whoosh, the swirling dust began to settle after a brief moment. The celestial demon pushed aside a massive boulder that had pinned him down, coughing up a substantial amount of fresh blood. Such an onslaught, even upon his formidable physique, was unbearable, and numerous bones had been fractured. In the next instant, before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming sense of peril suddenly enveloped his mind. The celestial demon's pupils constricted as he instinctively crouched low. A terrifying beam of light grazed his scalp, sweeping past in an instant. With a thunderous roar, dozens of towering mountains behind him were severed in half. Endless ancient trees were split asunder, and many fleeing birds and beasts, in their haste, found their bodies torn apart, utterly oblivious to their demise. The great finger of heaven, wielded by Lu Yuan, truly exhibited a semblance of celestial might, instilling a spine-chilling dread. Even the celestial demon, having entered the realm of, was no match for this. Well then, this shall guide you on your journey. Lu Yuan cast his gaze downward, disappointment lacing his words, and with a swift motion of his hand, a golden spear materialized. He stepped forward, transcending the void, and descended upon his foe with lethal intent. Chapter 84. The Celestial King descends upon the Nine Heavens kill. The celestial demon roared, summoning his magical artifact to counter the attack. The enmity between the two had escalated to such an extent that resolution was impossible. Retreat was no longer an option. It was a matter of life or death. Either he would perish or I would. Clang. The golden halberd clashed with the blood-red long knife, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The void collapsed over a vast expanse, and energy ripples rapidly spread outwards. The celestial demon's figure was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into numerous colossal stones before finally coming to a halt. A divine artifact. The celestial demon's palms shattered, his hands trembling violently. With a single strike, the long knife, which was of the highest tier spiritual artifact level, had been severely damaged. This truly exemplified the might of a divine artifact. You seem somewhat knowledgeable. If you possess any other means, now is the time to employ them. Otherwise, you shall have no further opportunities. Lu Yuan spoke coldly, his elongated figure enveloped in golden blood energy, entwined with the thick, solid aura of the imperial dragon, as he advanced forward, wielding a golden halberd, resembling a golden war god surveying the world. I shall not be defeated. The celestial demon howled, instantly unleashing an unparalleled wave of demonic energy. The void trembled violently, the demonic power soaring into the heavens. In a display of astonishing speed, it rapidly converged, materializing a colossal phantom of the Demon King above his head. With twin horns sprouting from its head and dual wings unfurling from its back, its azure visage and menacing fangs were terrifying to behold. It was none other than the Demon King's manifestation of the celestial demon's body. Have you exhausted your techniques? My special physique renders your manifestation useless. Lu Yuan scoffed coldly, and at his sides, chaotic azure lotus apparitions emerged. The three leaves swayed, green radiance sweeping across all things. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King's manifestation shattered, dispersing into countless specks of light, vanishing into the cosmos. The ancient sacred body, impervious to myriad evils, restraining all manifestations, was not mere rhetoric. The 7 steps of the demon god. The celestial demon, in a frenzied state, relinquished his hopes for his own manifestation and unleashed a profound technique from the demon god palace. His aura intensified, and with a swift leap, he soared into the skies, preparing to gather his most formidable strike, descending with crushing force. Attempting to trample me? Too slow. Lu Yuan chuckled disdainfully, effortlessly discerning the technique. He then swung his arm, sweeping the halberd in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds upon thousands of dazzling golden rays surged forth, engulfing the space. Each ray was as sharp as a heavenly sword, piercing through the void, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Boom, boom. The celestial demon gritted his teeth, desperately trying to resist, as the blood-red long knife swung continuously, its blade of light traversing the vast sky. However, with the power of his spiritual artifact, he found it nearly impossible to fend off the assault of the divine artifact. After merely 2 or 3 breaths, the blood-red radiance of the knife quickly dimmed, until, with a crisp crack, fissures spread, and the blade shattered into over a dozen fragments, utterly destroyed. Reduced to scrap. Simultaneously, the celestial demon's amassed energy was forcibly interrupted, and his body was pierced in multiple places by the piercing golden light, plummeting from the heights above. The scene was drenched in blood, a sight most tragic. In this realm, your abilities fall woefully short. My physical prowess, mystical arts, manifestations, and treasured artifacts all surpass yours. How could you ever hope to defeat me? Lu Yuan spoke with an icy demeanor. In that instant, he completely lost his patience, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the celestial demon. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness boiled, a radiant glow erupting from his forehead. The ancient scriptures of the Taiyin, the Sun, the Tao, and the Chaos resounded, unleashing symbols of the great Tao that soared from his brow, dancing like dragons and serpents. Targeting the celestial demon. The celestial demon, rallying in defiance, wielded its own mystical powers and the imperial scripture of the demon race. Yet, all was in vain. As it was swiftly engulfed by a myriad of brilliant lights, its hands and feet were ensnared by the ancient scripture's power, firmly immobilized in the void. Die. Lu Yuan raised his spear and hurled it with all his might. A golden streak of light expanded rapidly before the celestial demon's terrified gaze, evoking an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Impudent Jr. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the side. The two guardians of the demon god palace, in their nirvana realm, could no longer restrain themselves and surged forward to intercept the lethal strike aimed at the celestial demon. Although the young master had previously commanded them to refrain from interference, the threat to life took precedence, and they could no longer afford to hesitate. Should the young master perish before their eyes, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the elder master. You, a holy body, are far too bloodthirsty. You are unfit to linger in this world, declared one of the guardians coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura of nirvana that sent chills through the hearts of many young cultivators nearby. Such pointless chatter. I have long awaited your arrival. How fortuitous that I may send you both to the underworld. Lu Yuan scoffed, his thoughts commanding his spear to execute the celestial demon. Without further ado, he leapt into battle against the two guardians of the demon god palace. You, mere fourth realm of the Dharma aspect, dare to defy the heavens? One of them bellowed, the sound echoing like thunder. In an instant, the three engaged in fierce combat. What defines the Nirvana realm? It is the culmination of physical and spiritual strength, refined through countless cycles of desolation, achieving unparalleled perfection. Their power could shatter mountains and split seas, capable of toppling cities and cleaving the heavens. In the heart of the battlefield, demonic energy surged like a rainbow, vast and boundless, tearing through the cosmos, a sight most terrifying. Lu Yuan, with his wild black hair and a surge of vitality, stood his ground against the two formidable Nirvana guardians, truly exemplifying the prowess of one who has entered the forbidden realm of combat. His golden hand swept across the heavens and the earth, striking relentlessly, reducing the void to ashes and causing the ground to tremble. Even the mightiest of Nirvana beings struggled to withstand such devastating blows, coughing blood and being sent reeling, their forms rendered battered and broken. 1 against 2. Defying the mighty demonic beings of the Nirvana realm. Is this truly the fighting capacity of one in the Dharma aspect? The young cultivators observing from afar were filled with dread, their hair standing on end, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. This youth is truly extraordinary. Unleash your full power. The two guardians of the demon god palace, their thoughts aligning in unison, suddenly let out a thunderous roar, summoning the manifestations of heaven and earth. Boom. Two celestial powers, shrouding the sky and eclipsing the sun, spanned across the firmament. The first was an ancient totem, resembling a blazing celestial chart, flames raging fiercely, its light obscuring the world, as if capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. The second was the ethereal shadow of the demon clan guardian, its vast wings spanning the heavens, casting a pall over all directions and transforming day into night. Merely the likes of insignificant beings allow you to witness what true phenomena are. Lu Yuan's hair danced wildly, infused with boundless divine light, as he suddenly stepped down, seemingly shattering the firmament beneath him. An avatar of the celestial king, identical in appearance to himself, emerged, towering and majestic, seated upon the ninth heaven, surrounded by profound and yellowish energy. Gazing down upon all beings, casting a disdainful glance at myriad spirits, magnificent to the utmost degree. Chapter 85, The Slaying of the Sacred Body's Manifestation. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. At this moment, all present were utterly astonished, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon the battlefield. The grandeur of the scene was overwhelming. The celestial, a legend surpassing even the great emperors, had never been witnessed by mortal eyes, leaving one to ponder its very existence. Yet, the aura radiating from this manifestation was palpably real, exuding an immense and terrifying might that seemed to transcend all beings and myriad paths, instilling a profound tremor within the souls of those who beheld it. This was no ordinary divine manifestation. Kill. Lu Yuan's voice roared like spring thunder. The colossal form of the celestial king surged to life, extending a massive hand from the mist-cloaked heavens, its radiant light enveloping the surroundings with a force that threatened to shatter the very earth. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The void erupted into chaos, and the two guardians of the demon god palace found their meticulously refined manifestations obliterated in an instant, dissipating into the cosmos. What? The two, filled with shock and fury, had not anticipated that their painstakingly honed divine manifestations would crumble so effortlessly before the sacred body's manifestation, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment. Boom! In the next instant, the celestial king's form descended, showering Lu Yuan with a radiant brilliance that enveloped him in boundless Tao rhythm, rendering him sacred and ineffable. This was the fusion of heaven and man, augmenting his combat prowess manifold. Swish! A golden light cleaved through the air as the secret art of the character unfolded. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan advanced, charging toward one of his foes. Boom! His golden fist descended like a tempest, blood surging uncontrollably, an unstoppable force. Even the guardian of the demon god palace, despite exerting all his strength and defense, was utterly overwhelmed, his defenses shattered with ease. The sheer ferocity of the blow pierced through his chest, spraying forth a torrent of blood. You! The guardian's pupils dilated in despair, his words incoherent as he choked on fragments of his own insides. Before he could utter a complete sentence, Lu Yuan twisted his divine power, extinguishing the last flicker of life within him. Only you remain. Lu Yuan cast a cold glance back, then without a moment's hesitation, leaped forward to strike. Young one, do you truly wish to forge a mortal enemy with my demon god palace? Should you slay us, there shall be no place for you in the East Wilderness. The remaining Nirvana Realm Guardian, now in a state of panic, retreated rapidly, his voice hoarse with desperation. Yet, his threats bore no weight, only inciting an even more ferocious assault. In the state of heaven and man unified, Lu Yuan's divine power surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, reaching its zenith. A golden hand swept across the void, sealing off all avenues of escape for his adversary. Boom! The divine fist descended, shattering all laws with a single strike, piercing the very fabric of the void. Even the formidable beast, having undergone 3 transformations, was crushed under the weight of the blow, bones shattered, and limbs broken, falling helplessly without the slightest chance to retaliate. Swish! Lu Yuan's gaze was indifferent as he waved his hand, and several spiraling strands of Imperial Dragon energy instantly transformed into roaring golden dragons, descending upon their prey. A piercing scream erupted from the desolate ruins below. Yet before it could travel far, it was drowned out by the thunderous roars of the golden dragons, leaving no trace of life behind. This harrowing scene was witnessed by numerous young masters present, sending chills through their spines, a shiver coursing from head to toe. 2 elder powerhouses in the Nirvana realm were effortlessly slain, and their demise was swifter than that of the celestial demon. Was this the might of the Forbidden Domain? Able to disregard vast differences in cultivation levels and defy the heavens in assault. In just a year, the holy body had ascended to such heights. Who among the younger generation could stand against him? Many faces turned pale, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. After concluding his actions, Lu Yuan's gaze fell once more upon the celestial demon, bound and helpless. The golden war spear hovered in midair, radiating unparalleled brilliance, having already drained the latter of all strength and magical energy, rendering him unable to resist. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter or meat on a cutting board, he was powerless to fight back. A grand era was about to begin. I was destined to attain enlightenment, yet I fell here. My heart is unwilling. My heart is unwilling. The celestial demon's eyes glowed crimson, succumbing to madness, unleashing a deafening roar filled with despair and rage. He had been defeated. The 2 Nirvana Realm Guardians were also dead. There was no turning back, and his demise was all but certain. Is this your final words? If so, then let us proceed. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly, gesturing with his finger to issue a lethal command to the divine artifact. Whoosh! The war spear sliced through the air with unstoppable momentum, piercing through the celestial demon's body and impaling his heart. The towering form was sent crashing against the distant mountains. Just as before, nailed to the cliffside, blood cascaded down the steep rocks, forming a hauntingly beautiful pattern, a sight that was both shocking and tragic. The celestial demon was dead. In the distance, many young powerhouses, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but narrow their eyes. The unascended beings, with their souls yet to solidify, faced certain death if their hearts were pierced. No one could save them. The holy body, Lu Yuan, was indeed without restraint, a figure of terror. He brazenly murdered the young master of the demon god palace, disregarding all consequences. A ripple of commotion surged through the crowd of onlookers. Many felt their scalps tingle, their faces shifting dramatically. Everyone knew that the celestial demon was the most cherished disciple of the former palace lord of the demon god palace, someone who had been painstakingly nurtured. Yet, before the arrival of the golden era, he had met his end, pinned to the cliffside. It was all too predictable how this news would incite chaos upon reaching the northern domain. Simultaneously, he was the first among the saint-level figures to perish before the dawn of the Grand Era. This tale would undoubtedly circulate far and wide, becoming a topic of discussion among the masses, a storm that could not be quelled. Following this, Lu Yuan extended his hand, summoning the blood-stained golden spear back into his grasp. The myriad gazes cast upon him were met with his utter disregard. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lu Yuan swept up several storage bags, then activated the Xingzi secret art, traversing the void sealed by numerous intricate patterns, advancing towards the distant land. Chapter 86. Fame resounding several days later, a startling piece of news spread throughout the eastern wilderness. The young master of the demon god palace, known as the celestial demon, was impaled by the saint body, Lu Yuan, upon a cliff in the central region. Despite the presence of two formidable Nirvana guardians, they failed to protect him, and all perished in that battlefield. By the time reinforcements from the demon god palace arrived, the celestial demon had already bled out, utterly beyond redemption. The celestial demon was thus erased from existence in this world. This event caused a tumult in the northern domain. It was rumored that the former master of the demon god palace, in a fit of rage, wept blood and issued a decree, dispatching not just one, but multiple transcendent warriors to scour the land for the saint body, intent on exacting vengeance. Simultaneously, this news swiftly circulated through the central territories of the eastern wilderness, sweeping through the strongholds of various factions. In many cities, countless cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. The saint body, Lu Yuan, had indeed ventured into the central region and had already committed an earth-shattering act by bringing down the celestial demon within a bustling metropolis. Numerous cultivators and taverns animatedly debated the incident, creating a lively atmosphere. The celestial demon had been renowned since ancient times, celebrated as the mightiest physique of the demon race. Alas, he had not even glimpsed the golden age, meeting his untimely end along the way. Such misfortune. Some elders sighed in regret. It is not merely misfortune, ultimately. It is a matter of strength. Despite the saint body's fall from grace for countless millennia and his obscurity, one must not forget the legends of his invincibility among peers. In an era devoid of the shackles of heavenly law, few could stand against him across the vast cosmos. Another voice chimed in, offering a balanced analysis of the battle. Invincible among peers, you dare to assert such a claim? Looking back to before the ancient times, even the saint body was not truly invincible, having faced bloody encounters. Moreover, in the current celestial environment, the inability to ascend to divinity renders one merely a fleeting moment. His future is one of mediocrity, merely a backdrop to the imperial path, destined to be a skeleton in the annals of history. At that moment, a poised young man clad in blue approached, lightly waving a paper fan, and disdainfully remarked, "Your audacity is quite remarkable. Do you dare to seek a life-and-death battle with the saint body?" The individual turned, indignant, and replied, "Why should I battle him? I possess my own illustrious path to divinity, unimpeded and free from the shackles of the weak." The blue-clad youth remained unimpressed, responding with haughty confidence. Seeing his demeanor, the other felt a surge of contempt. Clearly, he was a privileged youth from a powerful lineage, untested by the crucible of blood and fire. Engaging in verbal sparring with him was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Little did he realize that in the later stages of cultivation, mere realm could not create substantial disparity, only combat prowess remained eternal. Ancient texts recount that in the Golden Age, prodigies once briefly transcended into the realm of divine prohibition, slaughtering foes across a great boundary. The divine slayer vanquishes the celestial beings, while the celestial beings challenge the sovereigns, and the sovereigns defy the sages. An act of utmost rebellion that cannot be comprehended through conventional reasoning. Such feats can only be accomplished by an indomitable spirit and unparalleled martial prowess. It is also a fundamental quality of those destined to attain enlightenment, a power so supreme that it eludes the grasp of mere boastful individuals. Thus, further discourse proves to be futile. Within a shadowy and profound palace, a young man abruptly rose from his seat upon hearing a report from his subordinate, his eyes igniting with a terrifying flash of lightning. "What did you say? The celestial demon is dead?" Meng Yao was taken aback, his expression one of utter astonishment. Indeed, he perished 800 miles beyond Tianguan City. The two guardians of the Nirvana realm accompanying him also met their demise, a guard-like Ming family cultivator respectfully reiterated. "A year's time. He has reached such heights. Was it not said that the primordial sacred body cultivates slowly? In terms of realms, he is nearly surpassing me." Meng Yao's countenance shifted, his heart quaking with trepidation. Ever since the battle at the ancient mine tidal wave in the northern region, he had been consumed by a desire to redeem his shame. Yet, the fate of the celestial demon loomed before him, instilling an inexplicable fear that clung to his heart. To speak candidly, when the Dharma aspect confronts the sacred body, it possesses no advantage. Rather, it binds one's own hands and feet. The second stage of the divine body phenomenon is entirely suppressed by the sacred body, rendering it almost ineffective. The blood feud of Meng Zhao will likely be postponed indefinitely. "Is he the one who severed your arm?" A man seated nearby inquired nonchalantly. This individual appeared to be in his mid-20s, yet his eyes betrayed a depth of experience that belied his actual age. "Indeed," Meng Yao nodded, a glint of ferocity crossing his gaze as he spoke of this matter. Although his arm had been regenerated using ancient divine medicine, it would still require considerable effort to restore its original strength. Otherwise, in battle, it would remain a significant weakness. When it came to refining the body in the Nirvana realm, it would pose even greater complications, hindering his cultivation progress. What a rarity! In this era, there are still those who fail to learn from past lessons and choose to cultivate the sacred body. Quite intriguing. Should I encounter this individual in the central region, I shall assist you in eliminating him, the man remarked with a light-hearted smile, as if slaying a Dharma aspect sacred body were a trivial matter. Meng Yao opened his mouth to speak but ultimately swallowed his words, choosing to say nothing further. Meanwhile, in the central region, Guqing Wang, Yin Tiandu, and others had learned of this news, each harboring their own unexplainable emotions. Several true disciples from the 10,000 initial sacred grounds could not help but express their admiration for Lu Yuan's audacity. With this, a deep enmity with the demon god palace had been irrevocably established. Traveling outside now demanded constant vigilance against potential attacks from powerful divine beings, a reality that was indeed terrifying. However, the situation had reached this point. There is little more to say. A grand era is about to unfold, and chaos will reign across the world. This is merely the prelude. The true age of gold shall arrive, with heroes rising in multitudes, and the fall of even the most revered sovereigns will no longer be a rarity. In the face of overwhelming calamity, it is impossible to remain unscathed. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. Lu Yuan traverses the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, journeying through mountains and ancient lands, beholding the breathtaking landscapes. He moves at a leisurely pace, neither hasty nor anxious, diligently refining his inner self. In the central region, situated precisely in the heart of the eastern wilderness, though its area may not rival the vastness of the northern or southern domains, its overall strength is undeniably the most formidable. Numerous sanctuaries have established their roots here, with various sects and ancient families boasting lineages that span tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Among them, there exist a few prestigious sects that have produced emperors, rich in profound heritage, not to mention the ancient, fossilized figures sealed within the source of divinity. Merely the few supreme imperial artifacts are sufficient to instill dread across the realm, showcasing the unparalleled glory this power once possessed. From such a lineage emerges a figure of unmatched prowess, revered by all races, both in the heavens and on the earth. Chapter 87. Golden Ridge. Lu Yuan journeyed onward, not deliberately steering towards any particular direction, but instead wandering aimlessly. After half a month, having traversed countless miles, he arrived at a peculiar place. The earth and sky were bathed in a blood-red hue, as though it were a land soaked in the blood of some creature, staining both the heavens and the ground a vivid crimson. The towering mountains on either side radiated a brilliant golden glow, resembling colossal sculptures of gold, exuding an imposing and magnificent aura, a true embodiment of a golden mountain. Lu Yuan's expression reflected astonishment as he observed with his divine sense, his eyes wide with wonder. Prior to his arrival, he had heard whispers of this central region. This land was known to possess varying colors. Several emperors had once established their doctrinal foundations here. And epic battles had transpired, giving rise to many wondrous places that remain largely unexplored to this day. Esteemed fellow cultivator, what is the name of this place? A group of travelers, who had also arrived at this location, approached a young cultivator and inquired. Golden Ridge, the young cultivator replied, scrutinizing the group. His gaze sharpened, and he spoke earnestly. During this period, numerous young powerhouses from the eastern wilderness had emerged, venturing into the central region. The atmosphere was rife with hidden talents and formidable figures. This group, clearly hailing from prestigious families, was accompanied by seasoned individuals, deterring anyone from daring to provoke them. Golden Ridge is an intriguing name. What is its origin? A girl with a ponytail, clad in a light green dress, stepped forward, tilting her head to ask. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, the local cultivator responded. It is said that this was the resting place of a supreme being from an ancient golden clan during the primordial era. That formidable figure, unwilling to fade into obscurity in his twilight years, dissolved his essence, his blood staining the skies and the plains, while his bones transformed into the golden mountains that flank us. Oh, and deep within this extraordinary place lies a golden ladder, formed from his vertebrae. Ascending to a certain height allows one to shatter limitations and attain great fortune. Thus, many cultivators have come here in search of opportunities. The local cultivator spoke at length, appearing knowledgeable yet enigmatic. Is that so? A handsome young man's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He then waved his hand, presenting several thousand pounds of essence to the local cultivator. Ah, thank you, fellow cultivator. The local cultivator beamed with joy upon receiving the essence, bowing in gratitude before hastily departing. Their conversation was overheard by Lu Yuan, who stood not far away, his expression slightly peculiar. To his surprise, he had encountered someone from his family here. The generous young man was none other than Gu Xinghe, with whom he had crossed paths in Divine City. Gu Xinghe sensed a gaze directed towards him from a distance, and he turned to look. It's him. Gu Xinghe recognized Lu Yuan, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Do you know that person? The girl in the green dress tilted her head and inquired, the Dao companion of the Qing Wang clan's elder sister, the holy body Lu Yuan? Gu Xinghe took a deep breath and responded, is he truly that holy body? The girl covered her mouth in surprise, clearly astonished. Upon hearing this, the two stewards from the Gu family behind her also changed their expressions, feeling quite taken aback. With their Nirvana realm cultivation, they might not be weak in the outside world, yet within the ancient families, they were inconsequential, unqualified to partake in significant events. Thus, encountering the Dao companion of the goddess, a widely discussed figure in the southern region, was indeed a first for them. And they couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The tale of slaying the celestial demons had already spread, and the experts dispatched by the demon god palace were searching far and wide. The audacity to appear brazenly in a public space without altering his appearance showcased his remarkable spirit. One of the Gu family stewards couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Let us proceed. Since we have crossed paths, it is only right to greet him. With a wave of his hand, Gu Xinghe led the group, swiftly approaching Lu Yuan. It has been over a year since we last met, Brother Lu. Your grace remains unparalleled, Gu Xinghe said warmly. Long time no see. Lu Yuan replied with a gentle nod and a slight smile. With his divine sense, he could easily discern that Gu Xinghe had also ascended to the law manifestation realm, boasting a second-level cultivation. Unsurprisingly, he was likely the most accomplished among the younger generation of the Gu family, aside from Gu Qingwang, though still a touch beneath the caliber of the Holy Sons. Nevertheless, he was undoubtedly formidable. Hello, brother-in-law. The girl in the green dress blinked, a mischievous smile gracing her lips, displaying no hint of shyness as she greeted him openly. This young lady is... Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected address, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Oh, she is a cousin from the same lineage as Sister Qingwang. She has come with me to explore the central region, Gu Xinghe explained. My name is Gu Ziming. I have long admired the illustrious name of brother-in-law, the holy body. And I hope that during our travels in the eastern wilderness, you will look after my younger sister, the girl chirped, her youthful exuberance radiating a lively charm. Very well. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, not overly concerned. Since she was a cousin of Gu Qingwang, it was only natural to extend some care within reasonable bounds. Shortly thereafter, the group gathered together, exchanging casual pleasantries before delving into the main topic. The young talents from various regions came to the central region primarily to explore some extraordinary locales. With the Golden Ridge Heavenly Ladder so close at hand, there was no reason not to ascend it. After briefing the others, Gu Xinghe stepped forward, eager to take on the challenge. Lu Yuan also prepared to soar into the Golden Ridge, eager to test himself against the ladder, hoping to gain some fortuitous opportunities. At that moment, however, the distant void quivered violently. Dozens of colossal ancient beasts, adorned with prominent horns, descended, drawing a luxurious chariot behind them. A grand banner fluttered in the wind, exuding an impressive presence, emblazoned with two archaic characters. Kanglan. The Kanglan sacred land has arrived. Beneath, numerous cultivators gasped in astonishment. The Kanglan sacred land, a formidable local power in the central region, is renowned far and wide. The disciples of the sacred land are ubiquitous, rendering their presence unremarkable. However, such a grand entrance is rather uncommon. Subsequently, a man clad in a flowing feathered robe, his demeanor as exquisite as jade, descended from the palanquin, surrounded by a retinue. He stood out like a crane among chickens, possessing the aura of a celestial body encircled by stars. It is he, the newly appointed saint son of the Kanglan sacred land, Liao Chifeng. A whispered exclamation revealed his identity. It is well known that over a year ago, the previous generation's saint son and saint daughter of Kanglan both perished in the Taichu ancient mine in the northern region, victims of misfortune due to the anger directed at the heads of the grand masters unearthed there. Now, the new saint son has been selected and is set to once again traverse the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. Chapter 88. The Golden Ladder to Heaven. Uncertain of how far I shall ascend this time, Liao Chifeng, the holy son of Kanglan, gazed into the distance, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashing across his eyes. Previously, his attempts to secure the title of Holy Son within the sacred grounds had ended in failure, leaving his reputation somewhat diminished. Yet now, he had achieved his desire. At this pivotal moment, as the great era was about to unfold, ascending to the position of Holy Son meant that no one could overshadow him any longer. With valiant determination, he was prepared to carve out a formidable name for himself across the eastern wilderness. This golden ladder represented his first trial to prove his worth. Old Su. Where did Li Yifan ascend to previously? Liao Chifeng inquired, casting a glance back. 73 steps, Holy Son, came the reply. Li Yifan was the name of the previous Kanglan Holy Son. The elder Su, possessing considerable experience, understood well the competitive spirit that thrived among the youth. It was entirely reasonable for the newly appointed Holy Son, still establishing his foundation, to seek validation through feats that demonstrated he was no lesser than his predecessor. Very well, watch me shatter his record. Liao Chifeng inhaled deeply, his hair standing on end with fervor. Having acquired the most formidable secret techniques of Kanglan, he brimmed with absolute confidence, ready to claim his rightful place among the younger generation, rivaling any contender. In an instant, Liao Chifeng transformed into a streak of blinding light, dashing into the Golden Ridge and commencing his rapid ascent up the ladder. What astonishing speed! Within mere moments, he had scaled several levels of the staircase. Many cultivators present narrowed their eyes, realizing that this new holy son of Kanglan was no ordinary opponent. His strength was formidable. Just as Liao Chifeng surged forward with momentum, Lu Yuan and Gu Xinghe, not far away, sprang into action, both entering the Golden Ridge to begin their ascent. Boom! As Lu Yuan took his first step, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him from all directions. His form hesitated for an instant as he sensed the peculiar essence of this place. It felt as though a powerful force of regulation was binding those who dared to ascend the ladder. This constraint was independent of one's realm. It imposed varying degrees of pressure depending on the cultivator's cultivation level, testing their utmost capabilities. I see, Lu Yuan murmured softly to himself. With this newfound understanding, his feet resumed their movement, his body trembling with energy as he leaped towards the pinnacle of the ladder. His speed was truly remarkable. Each stride covered multiple steps, as if he encountered no resistance whatsoever. Who is that? The pace of his ascent surpassed even that of the Kanglan Holy Son. Outside the ridge, numerous cultivators gasped in astonishment. It's clear, this must be another prodigy from a different realm. Some speculated that he might even be the holy son of a prestigious sect. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they eagerly anticipated a fierce competition on the ladder. Meanwhile, Gu Xinghe's advancement, though slightly slower than Lu Yuan's, was still remarkably swift compared to the other cultivators. Among the climbers, there existed a unique set of criteria to measure one's progress. Those who ascend to the 30th step of the celestial ladder are no ordinary individuals. Those who reach the 60th step may be deemed geniuses. Upon attaining the 70th step, one becomes a figure of saintly caliber with extraordinary potential. The 80th step signifies an unparalleled prodigy, a future sovereign in the making. The 90th step embodies the essence of a sage. To arrive at the pinnacle of the celestial ladder signifies the transcendence of a certain realm, possessing the potential of an emperor. As for how many throughout history have achieved such feats, that knowledge is beyond the grasp of mundane practitioners. Boom. Upon reaching the 30th tier, Lu Yuan felt the oppressive aura surrounding him double in intensity, as if bearing the weight of a colossal mountain, rendering movement nearly impossible. Yet, this was merely the experience of others. Despite the increasing obstacles, Lu Yuan's formidable physique remained unshaken. He moved with the grace of a soaring eagle, as if traversing level ground. This phrase encapsulates his prowess perfectly. Meanwhile, the saint son of Kanglan, who had ascended the ladder earlier, found his pace gradually slowing. At the 63rd tier, he paused to adjust his state. Overestimating oneself. The saint's son cast a disdainful glance back at the two individuals behind him, scoffing coldly. Climbing the ladder alongside a strong opponent clearly delineates the disparity in strength. Ordinary practitioners would choose to sidestep, avoiding humiliation. These two were evidently visitors from other regions, oblivious to their own limitations, foolishly aspiring to stand alongside him. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan paid no heed to such thoughts. Engrossed in sensing the unique laws of power, he pressed forward. 35 steps, 40 steps, 45 steps, 50 steps, 60 steps. By this point, the terrifying pressure from the surrounding laws had escalated exponentially. Yet, it still could not halt Lu Yuan's relentless ascent. 61 steps. He continued onward. Below, numerous practitioners gasped in awe. To ascend over 60 steps in one breath is surely the feat of someone remarkable. Indeed, the saint body, an unparalleled physique, astonishing in its might. Without exerting a shred of divine power, he had reached this height. Gu Xinghe, also at the 60th tier, paused as well. The overwhelming pressure causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, compelling him to channel divine energy to withstand much of the oppressive force. Then, Lu Yuan continued, his form scarcely pausing, surpassing the position of Liao Chengfeng as if traversing an uninhabited realm. What? Liao Chengfeng's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a surge of divine light, propelling himself forward in pursuit. 65, 70. Upon reaching this point, Liao Chengfeng's body began to falter, blood seeping from his pores due to the immense pressure. This is impossible. Liao Chengfeng was thoroughly shaken. From the outset, he had sensed not a trace of divine energy emanating from the individual ahead. Is it truly possible to ascend over 70 tiers of the heavenly ladder solely through the strength of one's physical form? Who would dare to believe such a feat? Even the most esteemed figures among the great power's progeny are incapable of such an achievement. Who exactly is he? Liao Chengfeng felt a surge of astonishment within, hesitant to pursue any further. Should he attempt to ascend the next layer without properly adjusting his state, he could very well be crushed by that immense force, leaving his bones shattered. Such occurrences have been whispered about in the central region for many years. After 3 breaths, Lu Yuan set foot upon the 81st tier. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure engulfed him from all directions, akin to a tidal wave. This formidable sensation of oppression was even heavier than the time he bore an entire mountain from the primordial ancient mine. Even his robust physique began to falter under the strain. In the next instant, the area erupted in brilliant light. A surge of boundless vitality erupted from within Lu Yuan, akin to a great sun rising steadily, casting its radiance upon the golden ridge, harmonizing in brilliance. Chapter 89. Ascending to the pinnacle, supreme essence. The golden blood energy, extraordinarily radiant, is blindingly brilliant. The intense brilliance transforms the entire golden ridge into a more luminous spectacle. The golden vitality. He is the sacred body, Lu Yuan. Not far away, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupts. The name of the sacred body has long since become renowned across the eastern wilderness due to previous skirmishes. However, given the vast expanses of territory, it is impossible for every practitioner to have encountered him. Yet, the emergence of the golden blood energy immediately reveals Lu Yuan's identity. This is a unique characteristic of the ancient sacred body, one that cannot be replicated by any other physique. So it is the sacred body that has descended. No wonder he could ascend the 80 levels solely through the might of his physical form. Nonetheless, he indeed possesses remarkable audacity. Not long ago, he had just vanquished a celestial demon near Tianxiang City, and the turmoil had yet to settle. Does he not fear retaliation from the powerful beings of the demon god palace? Some gazes flicker, and even several elder powerhouses cannot help but marvel internally. The sacred body. It is indeed him. I should have anticipated this. Liao Qingfeng, too, is taken aback, casting aside his competitive spirit and quickly regaining his composure. At this moment, Lu Yuan remains undistracted, completely indifferent to the probing thoughts and gazes directed at him, striving to reach the summit. 83 levels. Boom. The terrifying pressure of the Tao descends, akin to a colossal star plummeting from the void, crushing everything beneath it. It is no exaggeration to state that even an average Nirvana 3 transformation expert standing here would be reduced to mere pulp, with no chance of survival. Yet, for Lu Yuan, he merely boasts slightly and endures. 84, 85, 86, 90. He has reached the 90 levels of the heavenly ladder. This is still not the limit of the sacred body. He continues to forge ahead. Could he truly reach the pinnacle? All practitioners present are deeply moved. Their gazes fixated on the heights of the heavenly ladder, filled with awe. To reach the summit signifies shattering the boundaries in a certain domain. Such an achievement has seldom been accomplished throughout history. If this is indeed the case, it would be utterly astonishing. In an instant, Liao Qingfeng, Gu Xinghe, and the others climbing the heavenly ladder are all rendered speechless, unable to resist the urge to observe further. They, too, wish to see just how far Lu Yuan can ascend. Boom. The scenery atop the 90 levels of the heavenly ladder is vastly different. The Tao power left behind by the supreme of the Golden Ancient Clan has begun to solidify into a tangible form. It either manifests as a heavenly blade or as golden humanoid lightning, with the sound of war drums thundering, echoing like a million celestial soldiers descending from above, launching relentless assaults. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan channels his own blood vitality to the utmost. The golden blood energy, vast as an ocean, surges forth in all directions. His 10 fingers clenched into fists, enveloped in resplendent holy light, continuously unleashed. Boom, boom. The heavenly ladder reverberates with deafening sounds, causing one's eardrums to ache. This is a contest of sheer physical prowess, devoid of any trace of doctrine or law. Lu Yuan understood that should he employ other methods, the onslaught from the celestial ladder would undoubtedly intensify, rivaling the might of simultaneously confronting several realms at their pinnacle. 91, 92, 93, 98. Lu Yuan's raven hair danced wildly, his eyes igniting with the cold lightning as his fist struck, causing the void to collapse inch by inch. An endless torrent of golden beams was utterly obliterated. Yet, some fiercely relentless assaults breached his defenses, piercing through his form. One side of his body bled profusely, splattering crimson blossoms that painted a grim tableau. Simultaneously, the final challenge of the celestial ladder descended as foretold. It manifested as a colossal phantom, visible solely to Lu Yuan. Towering several meters high, its humanoid silhouette radiated brilliance, adorned in golden armor, reminiscent of a golden war deity standing amidst the vast expanse, exuding an unparalleled terror. This was a member of the ancient Golden Clan, a once mighty being of the realm of flesh. Merely standing there, its overwhelming blood energy distorted the void, rendering the air suffocating. Kill. Lu Yuan hesitated not an instant, his entire being suffused with sacred light. He advanced, raising his fist to strike. Boom. The phantom of the Golden Ancient Clan also moved, delivering an unparalleled punch, its terrifying power beyond imagination, shaking heaven and earth, reverberating in all directions. Thunderous. The void erupted, energy ripples spreading outward. Lu Yuan staggered back several steps, nearly teetering off the 98th rung of the celestial ladder. Truly, the pinnacle of physicality. In this domain, it could actually force me back. Lu Yuan felt a stir within, for the first time encountering such a formidable opponent. Yet, in an instant, all emotions were swept away, replaced by a monumental battle fervor. Kill. Lu Yuan bellowed, the radiance in his eyes blazing ever brighter, sharp to the utmost. He transformed into a streak of golden light, charging forth fearlessly, akin to a fierce dragon surging from its lair, churning the seas and rivers, fiercely clashing with the phantom of the Golden Ancient Clan. Thunderous. Lu Yuan's arms spread wide, every inch of his physique coursing with boundless sacred light, truly elevating the power of his holy form to its zenith. With mere physical strength, he had stepped into the realm of the forbidden, capable of defying the heavens in his assault. Thunderous. After several exchanges, cracks began to appear in the armor of the Golden Ancient Clan's phantom. After 30 exchanges, the armor suddenly shattered, violently torn apart, until the 100th exchange. A sacred punch descended, vibrating hundreds of times in an instant, emitting a sound akin to mountains collapsing and tsunamis roaring, striking directly at the golden dragon, piercing through the phantom's head. Boom! The light and shadow erupted, producing a soft chime, transforming into specks of brilliance, dissipating into the cosmos. Subsequently, the surrounding pathways also vanished in an instant, all phenomena converging. As Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, his figure leapt gracefully, effortlessly surmounting to the pinnacle of the 99th tier of the heavenly ladder, achieving the summit. How could this be possible? He had completed the entirety of the ladder's trials. He had reached the top. The holy body shattered the limits of the extreme realm. Did this not signify that he possessed the imperial potential that transcended even the ancient sages? Within the Golden Ridge, the members of the Gu family, the disciples of the Kanglan Holy Land, and all present cultivators were engulfed in profound astonishment, utterly astounded. Simultaneously, the entire golden heavenly ladder began to radiate, its brilliance soaring. The resplendent golden light pierced through heaven and earth, seemingly resonating with some mysterious force of cosmic order. Countless rays of dawn cascaded from the heavens above, adorned with vibrant colors and ethereal clouds, creating an astonishing spectacle that enveloped the realm. Then, an ancient square altar materialized out of thin air, where myriad runes and golden light flickered and intertwined, brimming with exuberant vitality. Ultimately, this energy coalesced into a pool of golden divine spring, soaring directly toward Lu Yuan. This was the legendary essence of the Golden Ancient Clan, the quintessence after death. The Supreme Liquid. Chapter 90. Striking and instantly killing the Saint of Kanglan. According to the rumors, the Supreme Liquid, upon the consumption of a single drop, can facilitate a transformation akin to rebirth. The physical body is refined, strength surges dramatically, rivaling the celestial treasures capable of purging marrow and reshaping one's essence. Now, Lu Yuan has ascended to the pinnacle, astonishingly acquiring an entire pool of supreme liquid. This is truly an extraordinary fortune. No one can remain unjealous. Even the newly appointed saint of Kanglan, Liao Qingfeng, found his breathing growing increasingly labored. After all, it is a pool of supreme liquid, countless drops await. Should he obtain it, the metamorphosis of his nirvana realm physique would encounter no hindrances whatsoever. His body might even aspire to the heights of the sacred body. Then, before the gazes of the multitude, Lu Yuan waved his hand, effortlessly stowing the pool of supreme liquid into a spatial treasure, his eyes betraying a glimmer of delight. To reach the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder and receive such a tremendous boon was indeed beyond his expectations. He had initially believed he could merely undergo some training in this place. Little did he anticipate the rewards would be astonishingly generous. Furthermore, this also attests to the fact that this ancient Golden Clan Supreme being must have been a remarkably esteemed powerhouse during his lifetime. After his transcendence, he laid bare his blood and flesh, bones and marrow, paving the way for future generations without any constraints of ethnicity or bloodline, a truly selfless act of great righteousness. Lost in thought, Lu Yuan's mind stirred as he activated the Phoenix Calamity Rebirth technique. A surge of vibrant life energy immediately enveloped his exterior. His wounds began to writhe, blood ceased to flow, and healing commenced. Gu, will you continue to press on? Lu Yuan glanced back and inquired. Gu Xinghe smiled wryly and shook his head. One must possess self-awareness. He was no match for the monstrous Lu Yuan. Reaching the 68th step was already his limit. Persisting in bravado would only result in unnecessary injury. Moreover, without reaching the summit and breaking through the ultimate boundary, no rewards would be granted. Sustaining injuries would yield no benefits. I shall not continue. This is my utmost limit, Gu Xinghe candidly declared. Very well, let us descend. With that, the two leapt from the heavenly ladder, soaring back to the Golden Ridge. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, the gleam in Liao Qingfeng's eye sharpened. He understood that he could no longer afford to wait. Now, with the sacred body wounded, it was undeniably the prime opportunity to strike. Should he allow Lu Yuan to recover, he feared the presence of sect elders would thwart him. The entire pool of supreme liquid would dissolve into mere illusions. Slipping through his fingers, Su Lao, take action. Stop them. Liao Qingfeng decisively commanded, directing his voice toward the elder not far away. The elder named Su was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly comprehended Liao's intentions. Though the sacred body was formidable, boasting remarkable feats of slaying saint-level figures, at the end of the day, he was merely a cultivator at the 4th level of the Dharma manifestation realm, having just descended from the celestial ladder. I find myself grievously wounded. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope to seize this opportunity and claim the fortuitous essence. Seal the space. Intercept the sacred body. The elder of the Su clan reacted swiftly, transmitting a message to several of his fellow Nirvana realm companions, and immediately took action. Boom. A terrifying peril descended. As the surrounding void was inscribed with hundreds of intricate Tao patterns in an instant, sealing the mountain's exit. This is dire. The people of the Kanglan Sacred Land are poised to strike at Lu Yuan. The two Nirvana realm elders accompanying the Gu family, with their keen perception, sensed the anomaly and promptly voiced their alarm. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinghe, Gu Ziming, and several other members of the Gu family shifted their expressions dramatically. The other cultivators within the Golden Ridge also sensed the ominous intent and began to retreat, distancing themselves from the Gu family's group. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan remained as composed as ever. He cast a glance at Liao Chifeng, who had just descended from the celestial ladder, and calmly inquired, "What is the meaning of this from the Kanglan Sacred Land? The Demon God Palace has always had ties with us in Kanglan, and we share a significant camaraderie with the celestial demons. Since we have crossed paths, I certainly will not allow you to depart unscathed." Liao Chifeng advanced, flanked by numerous experts from the Kanglan Sacred Land. Dozens of fierce beasts also snorted, their crimson eyes gleaming with murderous intent, advancing with ferocity. If you wish to claim the supreme liquid, you may state it plainly. There is no need to involve a dead man. Though the celestial demon may be lacking, I doubt it would stoop to associate with someone of your ilk. Lu Yuan scoffed, his derision unmistakable. With his divine sense, he could easily discern that Liao Chengfeng's cultivation was subpar, lacking the prowess of those at the level of the various sect's sacred sons. "What did you say?" Liao Chengfeng's countenance darkened, as if he were about to explode with rage. This was an overt display of contempt, intolerable in its nature. Historically, the emergence of a sacred body has always drawn enmity from all corners. Today, it is indeed proven true. Arrogance beyond measure. The Su elder sneered coldly, his fingertips alight with divine radiance, ready to strike at any moment. At this juncture, the two Nirvana realm powerhouses from the Gu family exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Though we find ourselves in the central region, the Kanglan Sacred Land cannot wield absolute power. Should you seek to slay the sacred body, you must contemplate the repercussions. Are you prepared to withstand the wrath of the Gu family, the Lu family, and the Wanshu Sacred Land?" Their words carried a palpable threat, instilling a measure of apprehension among the Nirvana realm experts of the Kanglan Sacred Land. Pay him no heed. What can a mere waste, incapable of becoming a deity, do? He bears no significant weight. Liao Chengfeng retorted with a cold shout. Indeed, this declaration immediately bolstered the morale of the Kanglan Sacred Land's members. The command of the Sacred Sun was not to be disregarded. The atmosphere became charged with tension, the air thick with the promise of imminent conflict. And in the next moment, a chilling voice, as though emanating from the depths of hell, suddenly erupted in this realm. Creatures akin to mere ants, seeking their own demise. "Very well, I shall send you on your way." As the words echoed, Lu Yuan's secret technique unfurled, vanishing in an instant from his original position, crossing hundreds of feet in a single stride towards the Saint of Kanglan. What? Several powerful beings of the Nirvana realm were taken aback by such swiftness, yet without hesitation, they began to weave various spells to counter him. Boom. At the heart of the battlefield, a vast surge of chaotic energy suddenly shot forth, sweeping in all directions. Countless lights dimmed, and all manner of spells could not approach him. Within a yard of his presence, all laws ceased to exist. Lu Yuan's form did not falter, in a heartbeat. He broke through the encirclement of several Nirvana realm experts. His fingers spread wide, resembling 5 towering peaks thrusting into the void, striking with lightning speed upon the crown of the Saint of Kanglan. Liao Chifeng was engulfed in terror, just about to summon his divine power for defense, when an overwhelming force descended upon him. His head exploded on the spot, red and white matter splattering. In an instant, Lu Yuan had executed him without the slightest chance of retaliation. Chapter 91. A fearsome rampage, unstoppable. The thunderous assault shakes the arena. The Holy Sun. Many disciples of the Kanglan Holy Land cried out in terror, their eyes filled with disbelief. Although Liao Chengfeng had only recently assumed the position of Holy Sun and was somewhat inferior to renowned powerhouses, he was nonetheless a practitioner at the 3rd level of the Dharma realm. Yet, he was effortlessly slain by the holy body in a single encounter, as easily as butchering a pig or dog. Could there truly be such a vast disparity? It was the chaotic law of the Wanshu Holy Land. In this generation, Aside from Tiandu, there was actually a second individual who had mastered this ancient scripture. Several Nirvana realm powerhouses from the Kanglan Holy Land were visibly shaken, their expressions turning grim as they gazed at the lifeless Liao Qingfeng. The contemporary Holy Sun had perished before their eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not evade responsibility. Youngster, you possess great audacity. Having slain the Holy Son of the Kanglan Holy Land, there will be no refuge for you in the central region henceforth. An elder surnamed Su bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury, as a palpable atmosphere of menace enveloped the area, akin to dark clouds looming overhead. Enough. Lu Yuan cast a cold glance at him, showing no emotion. Without uttering another word, he summoned a golden spear and leaped towards the Nirvana realm powerhouses with lethal intent. Attack! Kill him! Someone shouted. In an instant, the accompanying disciples of the Kanglan Holy Land sprang into action. Various magical treasures soared and intertwined, brilliant divine light shimmering, unleashing a torrential assault towards Lu Yuan's position. Boom! Lu Yuan swept his spear, unleashing a terrifying golden radiance, dense as arrows, entwined with powerful imperial dragon energy. The murderous intent surging like an ocean, sweeping in all directions. Blood sprayed forth as, in a single instant, a large portion of the Kanglan Holy Land's forces were annihilated. Limbs scattered, ancient beasts howled in despair, and chaos erupted, transforming the scene into a bloody tableau. These ordinary practitioners of the Cave Heaven realm were now akin to mere ants to Lu Yuan, easily dispatched at his whim. You dare! The Nirvana realm powerhouses roared in unison, each channeling formidable mystical techniques, charging forth with lethal intent. Boom! Sword light surged, murderous intent boiling, as an overwhelming force erupted at the center of the battlefield, collapsing the surrounding void. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unscathed. Countless strands of chaotic spiritual essence encircled him, the oppressive forces of the world reverberating, forming a vacuum impervious to all loss. The might unleashed by divine power and magical treasures proved utterly ineffective, failing to impede him. In the next moment, Lu Yuan activated the Xingzi secret technique, swiftly appearing before a Nirvana realm powerhouse, and with a flick of his spear, a bloodied head soared into the air, blood splattering towards the heavens, as the headless corpse plummeted from the sky. Feng Xian. The elder Su and others cried out in grief and fury, astonished and enraged. This individual had clearly mastered an extraordinary body technique, moving with such speed that it was utterly astonishing. Even the potent divine consciousness of those who had undergone multiple nirvanas could not capture him clearly. Like a flash of lightning, striking with the stealth of a specter, leaving one utterly defenseless. Maintain your distance and unleash your divine manifestations. Do not grant him an opportunity. The elder Su bellowed with a grave tone, retreating several dozen miles in an instant. Simultaneously, the others also fell back, each invoking secret techniques to commune with the heavens and summon their divine powers. Boom! The void quaked violently. Massive phantoms of divine manifestations materialized in the sky, compressing half of the firmament, their might utterly astonishing. Overestimating oneself. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, stepping onto the celestial realm. In the next moment, the celestial king descended from the heavens, effortlessly parting the clouds to reveal unparalleled might. The colossal hand of the celestial king blotted out the sun, seemingly traversing from beyond the realms, enveloped in boundless holy light, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! This strike, akin to the cataclysm of heaven and earth or the eruption of a volcanic tsunami, shattered the phantoms of several individuals, exploding them into fragments on the spot. The powerful figures from the Kanglan Holy Land, in the Nirvana realm, coughed up blood and were sent flying, their expressions filled with disbelief. This was the legendary manifestation of the sacred body, the celestial king gracing the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan's assault showed no signs of abating. As the primordial chaos within him swirled, his fingertips gleamed with an unparalleled brilliance, divine light surging forth like blazing flames. The great heaven finger. With a shout, Lu Yuan unleashed a series of terrifying strikes. One Nirvana realm expert's pupils constricted, desperately attempting to block the attack. He exerted every ounce of his strength to fend off the first beam of divine light. Then, an ancient, modest cauldron erupted from his brow, shielding him from the second beam. Yet, the cauldron was soon riddled with cracks, disintegrating in the void, its remnants scattering in all directions. By the time the third great heaven finger descended, the Nirvana realm expert from Kanglan Holy Land found himself utterly helpless, pierced through his divine palace. His lifeless body, still bearing a trace of terror, plummeted from the sky, completely deceased. This scene instilled dread in the hearts of all present. The Gu family and others were left agape. Having just ascended the heavenly ladder, how could he still display such formidable power? How terrifying must he have been in his prime? Surely, he could effortlessly slay mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivators. Even the two elders of the Gu family found it hard to believe. They had just contemplated rushing in to assist Lu Yuan, fully prepared for a fierce battle. However, they realized there was no need at all. Lu Yuan alone could dominate the battlefield, impervious to all. Brother-in-law is truly formidable. Is this the legendary combat prowess of the sacred body known throughout the southern and northern regions? Incredibly powerful. Gu Ziming's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Her small fists clenched, her face flushed with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the fierce battle at the center of the fray continued. The Elder Su and the remaining Nirvana realm cultivator fought desperately against Lu Yuan's onslaught. Yet ultimately, they were unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Buzz! The chaotic light surged forth, obliterating all laws and dissolving all existence. A treasure wheel, radiating 7 hues of divine light, disintegrated in an instant, becoming dull and lifeless. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan leaped across dozens of miles, his hands aglow with divine luminescence. The swirling imperial dragon energy, thick as a spear, danced and writhed, vividly alive. As he delivered a crushing blow, with a thunderous roar, the Nirvana realm cultivator let out a piercing scream, which abruptly ceased. His head burst apart like a ripe watermelon, crimson and white matter splattering everywhere, falling lifelessly to the ground. Ah, kill! The elder, surnamed Su, his eyes ablaze with fury, screamed madly, transforming into a streak of light as he charged forward. Clash! Clash! After exchanging 3 punches and 2 kicks, the elder Su fell silent. His body was impaled by a spear, suspended in midair. His pupils clouded, devoid of life. Chapter 92. Refining the Supreme Liquid, a Metamorphosis. At this juncture, all the formidable beings of Nirvana realm from the Kanglan Holy Land had perished. Su the steward. Below, several young disciples of the Holy Land cried out in despair, quickly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The few Nirvana realm stewards had fallen in battle, and with their demise, there was no way to contend against Lu Yuan. It had become an inevitable fate. Indeed, after decimating the Nirvana realm powerhouses, Lu Yuan showed no inclination to relent. True to his nature, he adhered to the principle, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one provoke me, I shall eradicate them completely. With a whoosh, the Yuan magnetic prison peak surged forth from Lu Yuan's grasp, its dark radiance resembling a colossal black mountain looming in the sky, exuding an intense, oppressive aura. Boom! The prison peak crashed down heavily, causing the earth to tremble violently. The remaining ancient beasts pulling the chariot, along with over a dozen disciples from the Holy Land, were instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. A thick scent of blood permeated the air, akin to a scene from a hellish purgatory, leaving many surrounding cultivators in a state of shock, their scalps tingling with terror. The Kanglan Holy Land had been utterly annihilated. Not a single survivor remained. The actions of the sacred body were indeed as rumored, without any taboos. To provoke them without the strength to back it up would inevitably lead to a bloodbath. Some gazes flickered with astonishment as they silently marveled at the unfolding events. Once all was accomplished, Lu Yuan waved his hand, collecting the storage bags of all those who had perished within the Kanglan Holy Land. Gradually descending from the void, he was met by Gu Xinghe, who approached with a wry smile. Brother Lu, your prowess is truly remarkable. Before our family elder could even intervene, you had already completed the task. Such battle strength is indeed humbling. As he spoke, Gu Xinghe cast a glance at Lu Yuan's injuries, which had nearly healed completely, leaving no trace of his previous severe wounds, further deepening his astonishment. It was a mere trifle. They sought their own demise, Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile, choosing not to dwell on it. He then continued, I have encountered numerous enemies in the eastern wilderness. It is not suitable for me to accompany you further, so I shall take my leave. Gu Xinghe nodded silently. Very well, then let us part ways here. May we meet again by fate in the future. Indeed. Subsequently, Lu Yuan harnessed a divine rainbow and soared into the heavens, racing towards the horizon. 2 days later, Lu Yuan ventured into a mountain range. After surveying his surroundings, he sought a secluded spot and established a simple cave dwelling. Once seated in meditation, Lu Yuan retrieved the pool of supreme liquid, scrutinizing it closely. The golden liquid filled the ancient platform, radiating an overwhelming vitality and exuberance. Just a whiff was enough to invigorate one's senses, bringing about a profound sense of relaxation. It was truly a rare and precious divine artifact of the world. After adjusting himself to peak condition, Lu Yuan lifted the ancient platform and took a generous sip. In an instant, waves of potent and extraordinary energy surged within him. Such potency is beyond imagination, surpassing the ancient divine elixirs and numerous worldly treasures. Lu Yuan, cautious and resolute, embraced the essence within, dedicating himself entirely to refining the supreme liquid he had ingested. Soon, the commotion within the cave gradually subsided. 7 days later, a sudden radiance of gold erupted within the cavern, divine energy rising in waves. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, emanating a blinding brilliance. The formidable potency of the supreme liquid had elevated his physique to unprecedented heights. This transformation was akin to a rebirth. Portions of his old skin had shed, revealing a new form, gleaming like jade and radiating a resplendent divine light. Ordinary weapons could not pierce his skin, which had become as resilient as divine iron, immensely formidable. Previously, it was his physical realm that hampered his cultivation speed. Unexpectedly, this time the situation had reversed. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, "The ancient sacred body demands a high standard for physical refinement. Each realm must attain flawless perfection to resonate with divine energy and trigger a qualitative change." Consequently, during his cultivation journey, he had to expend vast amounts of the celestial essence provided by the source to temper his physique in pursuit of balance. Yet now, this pool of supreme liquid afforded him immeasurable benefits. If fully absorbed and refined, its worth would rival that of millions of pounds of source. With a sense of calm returning, Lu Yuan lifted the ancient platform once more and took a hearty gulp of supreme liquid, plunging back into profound cultivation. In the subsequent weeks, Lu Yuan spent his days in the cave, where extraordinary phenomena unfolded, golden light flooding the space. At times, it was dazzlingly brilliant. At others, the sounds of the great Tao resonated thunderously. Were it not for the seclusion of this place, one might speculate that some treasured artifact was about to emerge. During this period, Lu Yuan's physique grew increasingly robust. Upon consuming the supreme liquid for the second time, its terrifying potency shattered his entire skeletal structure, subsequently reconstituting it. The cycle of destruction and rebirth was a true metamorphosis. Looking inward, he observed that his internal organs and bones had taken on a golden hue, exuding an aura of sanctity. Time slipped away unnoticed until Lu Yuan gradually opened his eyes, awakening from profound cultivation. In this moment, his body was immaculate and pure, gleaming like precious stone, as hard as divine iron, exuding an unparalleled sense of strength. His blood had even begun to exhibit a faint golden tint, no longer the vivid red it once was. This transformation astonished Lu Yuan. He had perused ancient texts, which indicated that once the sacred body ascended to divinity, the essence of life would undergo a transformation, turning the blood into golden lifeblood, rich with formidable vitality. Even the most ancient of elixirs could scarcely compare. This golden blood possessed a terrifying divine essence, proving astonishingly effective for alchemy. It appears, my physical form has reached the threshold of rebirth. The blood has begun its transformation into sacred golden blood. What remains is the divine power and consciousness. Lu Yuan mused softly, casting another glance at the ancient platform. The pool of supreme essence, now half consumed, still holds a significant reserve. Upon reaching the realm of nirvana, it will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Subsequently, Lu Yuan reined in his thoughts, dismissing any further contemplation, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, a torrent of energy surged forth. Countless storage pouches, brimming with resources, poured out like an overwhelming tide, flooding the entire cave dwelling. This wealth was not solely amassed from the denizens of the Kanglan sacred land. It also included the spoils from the celestial demons he had previously vanquished, as well as the 2 formidable guardians, all of whom were no ordinary beings. Altogether, the total was exceedingly substantial. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan directed the primordial chaos within his body to circulate furiously, refining the essence of the resources at an astonishing pace, absorbing the energy from all directions, and fervently enhancing his cultivation. Chapter 93, The Ninth Heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. Within the cave dwelling, an intense radiance enveloped the space, resonating with the thunderous sounds of the great Tao, its grandeur palpable. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had made ample preparations. He had dispersed the chaotic energy in all directions, cloaking any anomalies that might arise. This period of seclusion was not brief, and time swiftly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The figure, sitting motionless like a statue, gradually reigned in the overflowing divine energy and magnificent magical power. Awakening from his meditative state, the ninth heaven of the law manifestation realm, Lu Yuan murmured softly as he opened his eyes. As long as his physical realm kept pace and he had sufficient essence of heaven and earth for cultivation, the terrifying potential of his chaotic body would be fully revealed. Cultivating would become as effortless as eating and drinking, devoid of any bottlenecks. However, during this period of practice, he encountered several risks. On multiple occasions, his sacred body nearly entered the first stage of nirvana, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, he managed to suppress it forcefully, emerging with only a fleeting scare. The nirvana realm was a different domain, fraught with significant peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to being engulfed by the dissipating death energy, truly rendering one a lifeless husk. Therefore, regardless of the race, all beings undergoing the 9 cycles of decay and transformation in the nirvana realm would align their physical body, magical power, and consciousness to the same level, maintaining a balance of strength. Throughout history, many have perished at this threshold, necessitating utmost caution. After experiencing the substantial enhancement of his magical power and consciousness, Lu Yuan stretched his limbs, waved his hand to disperse the surrounding chaotic energy, and exited the cave. Since his last retreat in the Yunlong Gorge, nearly 2 years had elapsed without a glimpse of Gu Qingwang. He pondered whether her travels in the central region had been smooth. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan resolved to first visit a nearby city to gather information before determining his course. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he soared skyward, transforming into a streak of golden light, racing towards the horizon. Feng City was not particularly towering. It could be classified as a medium-sized city, named for the expansive maple forests that flourished within its bounds year-round. From a distance, the vibrant red foliage resembled a sea of enchanting flames, neither scorching nor overwhelming. A picturesque sight that captivated the heart. Lu Yuan strolled into the city, his presence subdued and unassuming. The broad streets were bustling with figures of various sect practitioners, creating a lively atmosphere. After navigating several streets, he ultimately paused before an establishment named Drunken Immortal Pavilion and stepped inside. The pavilion boasted 7 stories, adorned in opulence and soaring high, even surpassing the city walls of Feng City, making it a landmark of the town. Renowned for its exquisite cuisine, it was said to encompass delicacies from all corners of the world. Should one have the means, even dragon liver and phoenix gall could be presented at the table. "Young master, please," a charming young maiden politely ushered Lu Yuan to the upper level of the pavilion. Lu Yuan casually chose a spot to sit, glanced at the menu, and requested simply, "A pot of fine wine will suffice." Having cultivated to this point, he had long since grown indifferent to the pleasures of the palate. Before the dazzling array of delicacies, he felt not a shred of interest. His purpose for dining here was solely due to the elevated status of the cultivators present, as it offered opportunities to glean information inaccessible to ordinary practitioners. "Ah, young sir, our esteemed seating requires certain qualifications," the young girl said, her expression revealing her unease as she delicately suggested, "Perhaps you would care to order something else? Or I could guide you to a lower level." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Yuan replied, taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, a derisive voice echoed from a nearby table. "Humph, a country bumpkin entering the city, even without resources. He dares to flaunt himself at the Zui Xianlu." The speaker was a strikingly handsome, effeminate man, flanked by 2 beautiful concubines, with 2 unremarkable old servants standing behind him. It was evident he hailed from a distinguished lineage of cultivators. "Little sister, you are still naive and overly polite to everyone. Why bother with such formalities? Just throw him out, if you wish to avoid hurting feelings. This young master can assist the fair lady." The effeminate man's lewd gaze roamed unabashedly over the young girl as he jested. "I wouldn't want to trouble young Master Chain." The young girl's expression shifted but quickly returned to a smile as she offered a graceful bow. Lu Yuan frowned upon hearing this. This man was merely at the spirit foundation stage, insignificant in his eyes, akin to an ant that could be crushed effortlessly. There was no need to waste words on such a character. "I will not order any other dishes, according to the requirements for upper-tier seating. I will pay you the standard fare," Lu Yuan stated calmly. "Ah, that is acceptable. Please have a seat. The fine wine will be brought shortly." The young girl's eyes lit up, readily agreeing. With her experience at Zui Xianlu, she recognized that someone with such an extraordinary demeanor could not be an ordinary individual. It was indeed normal for someone free from worldly desires to possess such refined tastes. Unlike the second generation of the Qin family, such pretentiousness, the effeminate man scoffed. "Qin Gij, let us drink." A charming lady beside him smiled alluringly, raising her wine cup in flattery, swiftly diverting the young master's attention. Before long, the fine wine was served. Lu Yuan sat by the window, pouring for himself. His formidable spiritual sense enveloped the surroundings as he listened to the conversations of the guests. Alas, the central region has been anything but tranquil of late. It is truly fraught with hidden turmoil. Bloodshed has escalated, one incident after another, even stirring the immortal sanctuaries and legendary sects, remarked one cultivator with a sigh. A great era is dawning, and various unparalleled prodigies are emerging, congregating in one place. It is only natural for chaos to ensue. None of those individuals are easy to contend with. All are supremely arrogant and look down upon their peers. However, the recent spate of bloodshed has indeed been extraordinarily malevolent. Even figures of the saint-child caliber have fallen, instigating the true gods of various factions to roam the world, which is exceedingly alarming. Another person, still haunted by the aftermath, spoke up. It is said that those several saint-child level individuals met with a most tragic demise, their very essence and origin stripped away, devoured entirely. Elders of powerful factions speculate that it is highly probable that some extraordinary malevolent art or a legendary evil constitution has emerged at this critical juncture. Oh, such secrets exist. The individual gasped in astonishment and hurriedly inquired, "What kind of constitution has the ability to consume the essence of others?" The answer came with a grave expression, the voice lowered as 4 words were uttered: "The devouring demon body." At the sound of these words, Lu Yuan, who was seated by the window, paused abruptly in his act of sipping wine. Chapter 94. The Devouring Demon Body. A convergence of winds and clouds. The devouring demon body. This physique is extraordinarily domineering, a fact of which he has heard whispers. It primarily practices the path of devouring, capable of assimilating all forms of existence into itself, continuously refining and transforming. Upon reaching a pinnacle of cultivation, with a mere thought, one could consume an ancient life star, erasing billions of souls. A terror akin to the dark upheaval chronicled in ancient texts. It is said that over 100,000 years ago, a being with the devouring demon body emerged. Despite being relentlessly hunted by numerous factions, this entity managed to survive against the odds, ultimately ascending to the status of a great sage. Upon returning for vengeance, it consumed the very essence of that life star, transforming a golden age into an era of diminished spiritual energy. Subsequent generations found the practice of cultivation to be exceedingly arduous. In desperation, various sects were compelled to relocate their teachings to other life stars. However, that being with the devouring demon body eventually provoked a formidable ancient clan in another star domain, where it met a violent end at the hands of a quasi-emperor ancestor of that clan, spilling blood across the cosmos and perishing utterly, unexpectedly. After the passage of such a lengthy epoch, could it be that a figure resembling the devouring demon body is on the verge of re-emerging in this world? Lu Yuan pondered, delicately toying with the wine cup in his hand, his expression tinged with gravity. Both he and Gu Qingwang possessed rare physiques, the holy body and the innate Tao embryo, alongside the enigmatic chaos body. If indeed a devouring demon body were to manifest in this era, caution would be prudent. Nevertheless, the past 2 years have been dire for the Kanglan Holy Land. The position of the Holy Sun has become perilous, akin to chaff, changing hands repeatedly. The first incumbent met his demise in the ancient mines of the northern region. The second was slain by the holy body Lu Yuan with a mere gesture. The third was consumed of divine essence mere months ago, spilling blood in Anzhou. It is no wonder that the people of Kanglan Holy Land have recently been acting like rabid dogs, igniting chaos at the slightest provocation, even summoning true gods to roam the world. One cultivator exclaimed, his voice tinged with schadenfreude. Indeed, given the current situation, it seems the fourth Holy Sun will soon be left without successors. Another joined in the laughter, but then, as if reminded of something, continued, by the way, has there been any news of the holy body Lu Yuan? It is said that the people from the Demon God Palace and Kanglan Holy Land are searching for him. Could he have already returned to the southern region? I doubt it, came the reply. The holy body is no mere waste, regardless of what the future holds. His achievements speak volumes. Recently, he ascended the Golden Ridge heavenly ladder, breaking through the limits of corporeal realms. Such a person is unrestrained and unlikely to be intimidated by this scenario. Moreover, the vastness of the central region makes locating an individual a daunting task. especially with the need to consider the reactions of the Lu family, Gu family, and Wanchu Holy Land, which prevents them from openly issuing bounties or pursuing him. The cultivator articulated his analysis with clarity. Indeed, there is merit in that reasoning. In this light, the esteemed saintess Gu Qinghuang of the Wanchu does not seem to be a pearl tarnished. Another individual nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "Who can truly say? Each holds their own opinion. Perhaps only when the great saint body reemerges in this world, reigning supreme, will the murmurs be silenced and transformed into a splendid tale." After a moment of reflection, the individual continued, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us drink instead. The recent times have been tumultuous, with prodigies flocking to the holy city, hinting at impending significant events. Feng City lies not far. Once we finish this meal, we should take our leave promptly. Who knows when a divine battle might erupt, affecting us mere minnows. Indeed, no more talk. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion is a rare visit. Today, we drink until we are inebriated." The two clinked their cups and feasted heartily. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's divine consciousness was ever vigilant, and upon catching the mention of the holy city, his gaze flickered momentarily. This city, situated centrally, holds tremendous significance, comparable to the divine city of the northern region, yet far more prosperous. It is home to the highest Tao traditions of the eastern wilderness, ancient families that once produced emperors, and unparalleled sects that wield ultimate weapons. It represents a utopia revered by countless cultivators. Given the current commotion in the holy city, it is plausible that Qinghuang may also be present there. Perhaps it is worth a visit. Lu Yuan mused inwardly. At that moment, a delicate man seated not far away seemed to overhear the discourse of the two and scoffed. "Humph, just another pair of boisterous bumpkins, utterly clueless. The Saintess Gu Qinghuang is a renowned beauty in the eastern wilderness. How could a mere waste of talent ever be worthy of her? My lord, is the Gu family's young lady truly as exquisite as you say? How do I compare?" A charming woman nearby interjected, her eyes sparkling with envy. You are akin to cow dung," the delicate man retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. "What?" The charming woman was taken aback. "Ha ha ha, I was jesting. I meant that waste of talent. A flower placed in cow dung. Is he not cow dung himself?" The delicate man's expression shifted as he burst into laughter. "How vexing." The charming woman feigned displeasure, playfully striking him with her delicate fist. At that moment, a chilling gaze suddenly emanated from a nearby table, enveloping the atmosphere with an icy dread. "My lord, be cautious." The two aged servants standing behind sensed the malevolence of the gaze, their expressions shifting instantly as they lowered their voices. "What is there to fear?" The delicate man, enraged, slammed the table and fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan, coldly exclaiming, "You destitute wretch, what are you staring at? If you can strike yourself 10 times, I shall spare your life." Lu Yuan remained expressionless, unleashing a terrifying wave of divine consciousness that descended upon the delicate man. Thud. The delicate man, possessing only the cultivation of the spiritual realm, was utterly unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. He collapsed, kneeling instantly, his knees cracking audibly, likely broken. "Ah!" He let out a wretched scream, his expression instantly contorting into a grotesque mask of fury, as he bellowed at the two men behind him. "Kill him! I command you to kill him. Fellow cultivator, mercy is a virtue." Before the two old servants could finish their words, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them. "Kneel and speak," Lu Yuan uttered coldly. Thud. The three of them collapsed to the ground, their demeanor one of utter humiliation. As for the two beautiful concubines, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale, retreating to a safe distance. "Young master, this man possesses immense strength. We are no match for him. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." The two old servants, gripped by terror, silently cursed his foolishness while softly advising him. "How dare you humiliate me so? Do you have any idea who I am?" The effeminate man struggled, continuing to spit venomous threats, oblivious to his impending doom. Lu Yuan frowned, losing his patience. In the next instant, he raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of terrifying divine light shot forth, piercing through the foreheads of the three, blood and other fluids mingling and gushing forth, transforming them into cold corpses. Having completed his task, Lu Yuan waved his hand, casting several 100 pounds of essence onto the table. Under the horrified gaze of the patrons at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he ascended into the sky. Chapter 95, The Holy City is not far away. After 2 hours, Lu Yuan arrived at this place. The expanse of the Holy City is vast, comparable to a small landmass. Towering walls rise into the clouds, and from the ground, one cannot see the end. They twist and wind for over 1,000 miles, resembling a mighty dragon lying in repose, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The central gate is even more imposing, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. It is crafted from some peculiar material, radiating a shimmering brilliance day and night, akin to a celestial palace descending to the mortal realm, evoking awe and deserving of its reputation as the most prosperous center of the Eastern Wilderness. After paying 10 pounds of source energy, Lu Yuan ventured into the holy city. The broad streets are flanked by a continuous stream of cultivators, bustling with life and prosperity. Representatives from various major sects of the Eastern Wilderness can be seen here. And there are even some individuals whose auras are particularly unfamiliar, seemingly from the Central Plains, Southern Ridge, Northern Wilderness, and other vast regions. Not long after, Lu Yuan spotted a familiar figure on the street. It was none other than the Daoyi Saintess, whom he had encountered several times at the Taichu ancient mine. Clad in a moon-white robe, her beauty was ethereal, her skin as flawless as snow, exuding a unique aura of purity. With every graceful step, she emanated an ancient Taoist charm, seemingly possessing an extraordinary ancient scripture that commanded respect. At that moment, the Daoyi Saintess was surrounded by several elder powerful figures, forming an impenetrable protective barrier, making it impossible for any young talents wishing to approach her to get close, leaving them filled with regret. It is likely that the incident concerning the death of the Daoyi Saint's son has made the higher-ups of the Holy Land exceedingly cautious, assigning protectors to her. As for her physique, Lu Yuan scrutinized her for a long time, but discerned nothing noteworthy. He decided to withdraw his gaze and not dwell on it further. After traversing a few more streets, a sudden voice called out from a towering building. Lu Yuan, turning back to glance. Lu Yuan caught sight of the speaker and then looked at the plaque on the towering building, his expression shifting to recognition. The Lu family, although rooted in the southern region's Tianqi, also has some ventures in the central holy city. This was unmistakably a market established by the Lu family. The one who called him was one of the few high-ranking members of the Lu family that he knew. Lu Zhengming. Is that really you? After years apart, Lu Zhengming still bore the same appearance, his true divine realm cultivation ensuring that his visage had not changed. In a swift movement, he was already by Lu Yuan's side. You've reached the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. The recent rumors are indeed true. Lu Zhengming's mental probe swept over Lu Yuan's current cultivation, and his aging face revealed a look of astonishment. How much time had passed since the alliance with the Gu family? It had only been a mere 2 or 3 years. Yet, Lu Yuan had ascended from a mere mortal to the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. The rapidity of his cultivation was genuinely astonishing, especially considering that he was cultivating the immensely resource-consuming sacred body. Could it be that the union with the innate Tao has an impact on the celestial shackles of the sacred body? Lu Zhengming secretly speculated, feeling somewhat uncertain. After all, such matters have no precedent throughout history, leaving only conjecture. Upon meeting the clan elder, Lu Yuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. His demeanor neither particularly amiable nor overtly hostile, as he had never held a favorable view of the direct descendants of the Lu family. Come, let us converse inside. Lu Zhengming forced a smile, disregarding his attitude, and extended an invitation. No need. I have other matters to attend to. If the clan elder has something to say, please do. Lu Yuan shook his head, decisively declining. He recalled how this old fellow had always treated him with disdain, summoning him without hesitation. On several occasions, he had been whisked away, his mortal body traversing hundreds of miles through the void, cold winds filling his nostrils as the world spun around him, a sensation he remembered vividly. Now, to be met with such courteous invitations was indeed a cause for reflection on the passage of time and change of circumstances. Noticing Lu Yuan's demeanor, Lu Zhengming furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. He initially wished to inquire about Lu Yuan's progress with Guqing Wang, yet hesitated. Fully aware that Lu Yuan was no longer the same as before, having gained significant favor from the Wancha Holy Land. The immense resources expended for his cultivation had become common knowledge in the southern region. He was no longer merely a side branch of the family. I have heard. You reached the summit of the heavenly ladder at Golden Ridge and obtained a pool of supreme liquid? Lu Zhengming hesitated for a moment before speaking. Indeed. What does the clan elder mean? Lu Yuan smiled knowingly, hinting at something deeper. Would it be possible to share some with the family? Such celestial treasures would greatly benefit our lineage's physical transformation. Lu Zhengming's eyes gleamed with hope as he thought of his direct grandson. I apologize, But it is all used up, Lu Yuan replied, displaying a troubled expression. All of it? A whole pool of supreme liquid consumed? Lu Jingming was taken aback. Indeed. Otherwise my cultivation would not have progressed so swiftly, Lu Yuan affirmed. Though you are a sacred body, surely you cannot consume an entire pool of supreme liquid? The physical form cannot withstand such immense energy. Lu Jingming questioned, filled with suspicion. Indeed, it was not for consumption. I used it to wash my feet. Lu Yuan replied with an innocent demeanor. To further prove his innocence, he removed his shoes, revealing toes that were indeed as translucent as jade, emanating a faint dark golden hue, rivaling even the quality of spiritual treasures. Lu Jingming was enraged, momentarily at a loss for words. Naturally, he could not believe such absurdity, recognizing it merely as a pretext for refusal. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. It was impossible to resort to force as in the past, for combat was prohibited within the holy city, and the Wanchu Holy Land had formidable divine beings stationed there. Ultimately, Lu Jingming suppressed his anger and departed in silence. After parting ways, Lu Yuan wandered through several streets. After several inquiries, I finally located the residence of the sacred land of Wanchu. The sacred land operates several medium-sized trading houses here, occupying a considerable area, seemingly larger than the markets of the Lu family. However, the establishment of these venues is not primarily for the purpose of profiting from source stones. In the sacred city, land is invaluable. The more industries one possesses, the greater the symbol of status and power it represents. Consequently, the foremost sects from the eastern wilderness, as well as formidable forces from the central plains, northern origin, and southern ridge, typically maintain a foothold here. The scale of influence, whether grand or modest, largely depends on the favor of the imperial clan and the legacy of their ancestors. The distribution of power is deeply entrenched. Even the emergence of a sage does not suffice to alter this dynamic. It requires the birth of a great sage, or even a quasi-emperor during the Golden Era to truly reshape the hierarchy. Chapter 96 Reunion Lu Yuan. You have actually arrived in the holy city. How audacious of you. The elder of the Wanchu Holy Land was quite astonished upon seeing him. In the holy city, there are numerous eyes and ears. Just a few months ago, he had slain the holy son of Conglan, making it difficult not to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. There is nothing to fear. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, then inquired, Elder, do you have any news about Qing Huang? The Holy Land elder responded truthfully, the Holy Maiden has just arrived in the holy city 3 days ago. Oh, what a coincidence. Where is she? Lu Yuan pressed further. Soon after, the elder dispatched a disciple to guide him. Before long, the two were reunited. After nearly 2 years apart, Gu Qinghuang retained her elegance, her purple gown accentuating her graceful figure, and a look of surprise blossomed on her stunning face. Have you broken through to the 9th heaven of the Dharma realm? So soon. Gu Qinghuang's eyelashes fluttered delicately as she lightly covered her red lips, appearing exceedingly astonished. It is worth noting that she had traversed the central region for quite some time, enduring many trials and acquiring numerous fortuitous encounters before barely reaching her current level of the 8th heaven of the Dharma realm. Yet Lu Yuan had quietly surpassed her. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation is unmatched even by those innately close to the Tao. It is not merely a matter of how I cultivate it. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, leading her to a stone pavilion where he gestured for her to sit. Then, with a flick of his hand, he summoned a vessel the size of a bowl from the ancient altar, extracting a portion of the supreme liquid and offering it to her. This is the supreme liquid. Gu Qinghuang's expression shifted as she recognized this celestial treasure. Did you acquire it from the heavenly ladder at Golden Ridge? Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded, raising his arm in encouragement for her to accept it. This. Gu Qinghuang's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Reflecting on it now, it seems Lu Yuan has assisted her more than she had, setting aside her master Shangwan Ruo's maneuvers within the sect. What she had given Lu Yuan was merely a few sources. In contrast, he had bestowed upon her the chaotic divine demonic visualization and Tao scriptures. 2 profound texts rivaling the imperial scriptures, in addition to the supreme liquid she now held. A wave of guilt washed over her, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed. Given our relationship, there is no need to be so calculative over trivial matters. Please accept it. Lu Yuan, discerning her thoughts, smiled warmly and insisted on placing the supreme liquid in her hands. Then, Lu Yuan shifted the topic, his expression becoming serious as he asked, regarding the recent uproar about the sky-eating demon body, has it affected you in any way? No, there has been no one covertly targeting me. Gu Qinghuang shook her head. What about you? I have only recently arrived in the central region. After ascending the heavenly ladder, I entered seclusion in the deep mountains. Lu Yuan replied with a smile. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. You should remain vigilant. The essence of the holy body is also rare and hard to come by. One cannot guarantee that you won't attract attention. Gu Qinghuang warned softly, a hint of concern evident in her beautiful eyes. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two engaged in a casual conversation. Lu Yuan seemed to suddenly recall something and inquired, by the way, I have heard that many talented individuals from powerful factions have recently appeared near the holy city. It appears that something significant is about to transpire. Is there any truth to this? Indeed, there is, Gu Qinghuang replied, her demeanor composed. It is said that an ancient imperial tomb is on the verge of being opened. To unlock the tomb, arrays inscribed with the imperial Dao patterns are required. The Feng clan of the imperial lineage possesses one, the Shimo sect holds another, and the Qinyu cave of the northern Dao lineage has a third. The last piece is with the Ice God Palace in Zhangzhou. Now that the 4 array pieces have been gathered, they are plotting to open the ancient tomb. Is that so? However, shouldn't such matters be conducted discreetly? Why has it become common knowledge? Lu Yuan questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. The Feng clan is an ancient family that has produced emperors, boasting a heritage that spans over 100,000 years, with immense depth. The Shimo sect is also a time-honored sect, wielding a weapon of unparalleled might, with a lineage that traces back to the primordial era, consistently producing exceptional individuals, making them extraordinarily powerful. As for the latter two factions, although their strength is not inferior to the major sanctuaries of the eastern wilderness, they lack imperial weapons to secure their position. It stands to reason that they are aware of their inability to contend with these two top-tier Dao lineages. Thus, they intentionally leaked the information to incite competition among the various factions, maintaining a semblance of balance, Gu Qinghuang thoughtfully analyzed. That makes sense, Lu Yuan responded, his expression shifting as he gained a vague understanding of the leading Dao lineages in the central region for the first time. Imperial weapons, also known as supreme artifacts, are the testament of the great emperors of old, meticulously forged. Their formidable power is self-evident. Even when not in use, their mere presence is enough to intimidate the world, instilling fear in all. At that moment, a sudden mechanical voice resonated within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Ding, detecting the host's current experience, triggering option rewards. 1. Compete with the powerful for opportunities within the ancient imperial tomb. Reward, ancient sacred technique, 6 paths reincarnation fist. 2. Avoid the world's turmoil and seek self-preservation. Reward, sacred armor. 9-colored glazed armor, 6 paths reincarnation fist. A supreme fist technique created by an emperor who achieved enlightenment during the ancient era. 9-colored glazed armor. Armor forged from 9 types of celestial materials at the sage level. The triggering of the option rewards. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. This indirectly affirmed that the matter of the ancient imperial tomb was not mere hearsay, but indeed a reality of utmost significance. The 6 paths reincarnation fist. It was a secret technique born from the enlightenment of an emperor in ancient times. It sounded extraordinarily formidable in its offensive potential, and it seemed remarkably attuned to my capabilities. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity, and in that fleeting moment, he made a decisive choice in his heart. To retreat and cower like a turtle was entirely contrary to his character. Even if the rewards were bountiful, they were not commensurate with the alternative options. He would not choose otherwise. With a resolute heart and an indomitable spirit, this is the truest path to enlightenment. Whether from the imperial lineage or the ancient teachings of the world, should anyone obstruct the way, they shall be vanquished without exception. Having grasped the recent events, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang, reunited after a long separation, naturally indulged in tender moments. The two nestled together as they entered a pavilion, the atmosphere charged with an electrifying tension that lingered. The following day, Gu Qinghuang donned a delicate veil and seated herself upon the bed, beginning to consume the supreme essence for her cultivation. Her constitution primarily aligned with the path of harmony, lacking the physical prowess of others. The divine energy she could harness was naturally inferior to that of Lu Yuan. Yet, having taken but a sip, she immediately required to channel her ancient scriptures with utmost effort to refine it completely. Chapter 97. The journey begins in the blink of an eye. Several days have passed. The holy city is now a confluence of tumultuous energies, teeming with formidable beings. Even the usually elusive figures of the sovereign level have graced this place with their presence, creating a grand spectacle. Wan Chu, the holy sovereign, is no exception. 2 days prior, accompanied by a venerable elder, he journeyed from the southern domain to arrive in the holy city. After summoning Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan, he expressed profound surprise at the latter's progress in cultivation, offering generous praise. He also mentioned the 2 batches of resources that had yet to be allocated, stating that Lu Yuan could retrieve them from the Holy Land at his convenience, exhibiting a magnanimous demeanor, unencumbered by trivialities. Not once did he allude to the matters concerning the Demon God Palace or the Kanglan Holy Land, displaying the grandeur befitting a supreme sovereign. As for the factions controlling the Emperor's array, they remained poised and silent, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment or a particular individual. 3 days later, the distant heavens suddenly parted. A colossal bronze warship, shimmering with an array of colors, traversed the skies and descended upon the holy city. Its grandeur was overwhelming, casting a brilliant light that filled the expanse. Figures emerged on the deck, led by a young man in his 20s, clad in garments as white as snow. He possessed an ethereal grace, and his eyes sparkled with radiant brilliance. Undoubtedly, he is a peerless figure of the younger generation, untouched by the ravages of time indeed. A contemporary being. Who could this be? Such a display is unprecedented. Just days prior, even the arrival of various sovereigns from major factions did not command such an awe-inspiring presence. Many cultivators within the holy city gasped in astonishment. It is the scion of the imperial Feng family. Half of the city's assets belong to him. One can hardly dispute the magnitude of his arrival. A discerning cultivator spoke gravely. So it is he. No wonder. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan gazed upward, a hint of gravity etched upon his features. An instinct whispered to him that this individual was immensely powerful, surpassing all adversaries he had previously encountered. Qinghuang, do you know that person? The imperial lineage, Feng Xian. He is among the most formidable figures of the Feng family's younger generation. In his youth, he garnered fame far and wide, possessing combat prowess that rivals the realms of forbidden domains. He has only recently faded from public view, yet rumors suggest he has now entered the Nirvana realm, achieving no less than the 3rd transition. His strength is formidable, marking him as one of the top prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness, with few peers. Even Gu Qinghuang's countenance grew solemn at the mention of his name, underscoring the weight of the imperial lineage's reputation. The Feng family. I see. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, a surge of fierce ambition igniting within him. He yearned to confront such a paragon and validate his own strength. Perhaps, within the ancient tomb of the Emperor, an opportunity to battle would arise. Before long, the void above the holy city trembled once more. In the distant horizon, a thunderous roar resounded, a formidable and boundless force, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds charging forth. Dozens of fearsome, scaled beasts surged through the heavens, seemingly unbound by the earth, as they rode the clouds with a fierce momentum. Wherever they passed, the void warped and rumbled